Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 692, Chapter. The air brushing against my face was stale and dirty. The scent of blood hung heavy as the wind brushed past me. The cheers reverberated even louder as I adjusted my eyes to the glare of the sun. The arena wasn't too strange. Probably half the size of a sports field of whatever sport you wanted to use. A large chained cage developed in the entire arena, however, providing a looming sense of confinement. I didn't know what metal it was made of off just a glance, maybe steel or maybe iron, it was hard to tell. Could be an alien metal I've never come into contact with before. But there were hundreds of people cheering while looking down on us. There were humanoids that I would have mistaken for human just from a first look. And then there were other beings that very clearly were from a different species. I think there was a bipedal type of ant, or whatever it was actually called. An ant was the closest approximation I could make. In any other situation, I would have been utterly fascinated by a whole slew of alien species. I would have loved to investigate and meet other species, talk to them, learn about their homes, and such. But right now, my eyes kept getting drawn to the overhead cage. My anger hadn't subsided. I just knew that acting out right now wasn't wise. But, soon, the ones responsible would understand how much of a mistake they made. The dirt beneath my feet was hot, looking almost clay-like. The walls up the side were probably 3 times my height before it changed to the chained cage. Made of some kind of stone. I quickly analyzed everything I could, but I didn't find any obvious inconsistencies or escape routes. I don't know what I was expecting. An arena for forced gladiator fights would obviously not have any glaring flaws in the design to allow the participants a chance to cause chaos. Though, something did catch my eye. Several devices, like drones, are flying around the arena. They were small, about the size of a golf ball, thereabouts. Even in my reduced state, my vision didn't really diminish in capacity, so even while they were zipping around, I could make out their overall shapes. Were those cameras? My anger flared up again. They were recording the matches for entertainment. Logically, it wasn't strange. Emotionally, it just furthered my rage that my confinement was being used as entertainment for a larger group of people. I pushed those thoughts to the side for now. A large rock at the center, 3 other gates, the one behind us making 4, equal distance apart at the very corners of the arena. A few other obstacles littered the arena, mostly large rock formations, but nothing too debilitating or abusable for high ground. Hey! I made sure the spears on my back were fastened tightly and gripped the 3rd spear in my hands tightly. Clint too had his eyes darting everywhere. A trained specialist like him, he was probably better at analyzing the arena than I was. Yeah. There are 2 types of gladiators. I spoke, and his half-given attention seemed to refocus on me. Those that provide entertainment by dying, and those who provide entertainment from living. His face darkened a little, and his fingers seemed to unconsciously adjust themselves on his bow. What's your thought? Can you put on a show? I asked. A show? I nodded. He chuckled, maybe self-deprecatingly. I can put on a show. What about you? I found myself smiling a little. Well, I was a theater kid in high school. Clint snorted. That explains a lot. Does it? Maybe I should take offense to that statement. I was in the circus for a couple years. Clint revealed rather cavalierly. So, yeah. I can put on a show. Well, that's a surprise. I really hope you're good with your bow. I don't miss. He said, less playful than the last time I asked him if he was good with his boy. I think, in an absolute emergency, I can summon the boosted gear and balance breaker. But I don't know what the consequences of that would be on my body. My soul is in a bad state right now, and while I don't need magical energy to pull the sacred gear out, just the action of pulling it from my soul could in and of itself be concerning. But, for a worst-case scenario, it's an option. At least, that's something I can hold onto for now. Those other 2 we met were on the other side of the arena. Very clearly, they were keeping their distance, and I couldn't find it in myself to blame them. It was a matter of survival, they couldn't really put themselves at a disadvantage to take care of some random aliens they came across when they couldn't even guarantee their own lives. Still, if that was their choice, let it be then. I wouldn't worry about them either. Hey, Magic Man, you know how to use that, right? Pointy side at whatever's coming at you. Clint quirked a smile. He was trying to ease the tension, I could appreciate it. I could have sworn I held onto the sharp bits. I scratched my head. It's all right, we all make that mistake. There was a very loud gong, like a signal. The crowd started getting louder. The gates around the arena vibrated, and slowly they started to lift. I wish my clothes were fully intact. Half my shirt was torn apart, at least my pants were somewhat intact, but still lots of holes and pieces were stripped off. My modesty was intact, however. Even in this state, my clothes were, well, better than steel armor. That will be advantageous. There was a strange howl that came from the furthest gate on the other side. I didn't recognize the origin, as is obvious on an alien planet. But it revealed itself, nearly charging right out. A thick chain and collar stopped it. The stadium literally shuddered as it snapped the crested back from the tension. Like some kind of bulldog mixed with some kind of bull. It had sharp teeth, 4 eyes, and most of its body was muscle. I could spend over an hour describing every unrecognizable feature. A glance at Clint showed that he immediately became tense and already drew an arrow, ready to shoot it at a moment's notice. The same with the other gates, a similar scene occurred. The same type of creature, albeit some looked better than others with various scars or wounds from presumably previous fights. Without warning, their chains released all at once, and they charged into the arena. There were more than just the 3, because as soon as they entered, another round followed behind them. Some are smaller than the others, like pups. But the majority went after the other 2 aliens, leaving Clint and I with the lesser portion. Though lesser, in this context was, relative. I cast a look at Clint and then smiled, stabbing my spear into the ground and really pushing it deep. The first 2 came sprinting our way, tongues flopping out, saliva spilling everywhere as they clearly saw us as an easy meal. Aim for the second's eyes, I'll take the first one. All right, I'll trust you. He responded immediately. It had some sort of bark, but more screechy than a dog as it got close. Had I ever been in a situation like this before? It made me utterly furious, being a prisoner. But I wasn't weak. Who was I? I've killed gods, titans, dragons, and demons. I was a campione. My bones were steel. I was trained by Scathach. My body had been forged by her for years into a weapon. I was a devil. Without any magic, without any fancy weapons, I was a monster. Even as my body screamed at me, my right leg pushed back as I took a stance, my right fist pulled back, and my left hand held up. The monster came barreling at me, I was in front. It leapt without a single higher thought or trepidation in its action. It was fast, but I was used to keeping up with beings who could break the sound barrier with a single movement. I was by no means a traditional martial artist, but Scathach still forced me to train the basics. The same punch I had practiced tens of thousands of times was unleashed. Right under its left eye, I punched it as hard as I could, and it was only after my fist landed on it that the air exploded, and the creature hurled into the center rock with a loud shrieking cry. I think, for a brief moment, the crowd went silent. Expecting to see a small being like me devoured, ripped apart, crying for help. Instead, this is what they saw. My body all but screamed at me, however. But I wasn't unused to pain and could shove the sensation downwards as I refocused. A slight turn to my side, and 2 arrows shot past me. The second monster, lacking any kind of survival instincts, ignored its companion and continued onwards. Just as he said, the 2 arrows perfectly hit the monster in 2 of its eyes. The 2 biggest ones, the other 2, I think they were there to see side to side because its neck was too large to turn its head properly. It let out its own yelp, screaming as it continued forward. I reached out and grabbed my impaled spear and pulled the shaft back, bending it until right before it would snap. The other monster barreling forward was met with the force of the shaft reasserting its proper shape, smacking it square in the face. That seemed to jolt whatever small brain it had, and I pulled the spear free and slammed it downwards on its head as it had fallen over in a disoriented state. Its skin was thick, I had to put some effort into piercing through it, but its body went limp. I threw my arms up towards the crowd, and they went wild once they got over their initial stupor. I forced a smile like I was eating it up. More of those weird beasts came pouring out of the gates. The first one out looked confused but saw us and came roaring over again, followed by a steady stream. Arrows flew past me, all perfectly avoiding me by a hair's breadth. The first hit the first dog monster's face, barely causing it to flick its head in discomfort. But quickly, more arrows thumped into it, arrow after arrow burning itself into the softest parts around its eyes or into the eyes themselves. I could hear each flick of Clint's bow, and the monster finally collapsed, losing its stride, and its face hit the dirt and slid to a stop just before it touched me. I had to quickly grab one of the extra spears off my back, and I flicked the butt of it to knock another monster away before kneeing a second that jumped at me. I stepped on the corpse on the ground to gain height and ran my spear through the side of the head of a third that narrowly missed me with a bite. Suddenly, their numbers had increased. I briefly wondered if they had any intention of letting us live and if it was supposed to be one of those gruesome death scenes for the entertainment of everyone else. Regardless, I focused on the matter at hand. The pain wasn't magically disappearing. Each movement was like a jolt of lightning through my body. I took a deep breath, adjusting my stance and centering myself. My spear swept out, the tip of it sliced against a monster's eyes. Using the same momentum, I hit the back of the throat of one that opened its mouth wide trying to bite me. A half step, he dodged a frenzied bite by another. Their mindless actions were instinctually driven by hunger. They weren't trying to kill me in the normal sense, every action was meant to try and devour me. That made them significantly more predictable. One more jumped at me, I let it bite at the shaft of my spear, and I used my elbow and knee in combination to smash at its head. Its eyes rolled back, and I used its body as a shield when another tried to bite at me. It took a large bite out of its fellow's stomach, and it didn't stomach. Like a starving beast, it ignored everything else and began to enjoy its meal. I slid my spear tip through a blood pool on the ground and flicked it into the eyes of the next closest beastie that came at me, blinding it, causing it to weave its head back and forth trying to get the blood out of its eyes. I used my right foot to hit the butt of my spear back and forth into the dirt, tilting it upwards. The creature ran straight forward, impaling itself onto my spear without any effort on my part. The thing was wedged on there tightly, though. I tilted it forward and used its body to vault over a group of them that all but stampeded over one another to try and get to me. Using the momentum, I lifted the spear up, impaled the beastie and all, and slammed it down on another like a hammer. A whimper and yelp were enough of an indication of its state, and I managed to dislodge my spear from the corpse of the other. I let out a breath I had been holding in. Despite the wide motions, I had expended very little energy in that series of movements. I quickly checked up on Clint, who was having his own troubles not far away. An arrow loosed from his bow, and it found its target, causing a charging monster to fall flat on its face and skid across the ground unmoving. But several more jumped over the corpse, mouths open, getting ready for the tasty treat. Clint turned and ran to get some distance, and I saw what he was aiming at. Spear! I yelled, flipping the spear in my hand over in a throwing motion. Well, I conserved my energy for a reason, may as well use it. I threw the spear, and it slammed into the middle rock formation. Clint didn't even bat an eye, using my spear as a step to jump off and grab a ledge higher up on the rock, narrowly avoiding one of the beasts jumping at him, trying to get his foot. He made quick work of them, quite like shooting fish in a barrel. He was running low on arrows, but with the corpses piling up, the numbers were thinning. And now, he had room to help me. I grabbed my last spear off my back and nudged the butt of it to redirect an airborne beast to the side as it tried to leap at me. The next received a jab to the stomach, and I twirled the spear to slam it down on another. Arrows precisely flew down, finishing them off before they could get back on me. The arrows stopped raining down, but what remained was one last beast who still was completely unfazed about the corpses littered on the ground. Part of me wondered how they raised these things, but the other part didn't want to know. I took another deep breath as it broke into a spring coming at me. I adjusted the grip on my spear, holding the butt of it against my palm and twisting it back before thrusting. A simple thrust forward, but with a twist to add momentum with my strength, it went into the monster's open mouth and tore right through it, spraying blood everywhere as its body eviscerated. And now, I was covered completely in monster blood. Joy. But I could relax, letting out another held breath, my shoulders slumping. I spared a look towards our fellow gladiators, but no other living beings were now in the arena other than Clint and I. Well, I had wondered why the numbers suddenly surged, I suppose that explains it. Clint climbed down from the rock. He looked tired too. He had his own fair share of corpses piled up. And he was just a normal human. Well done for him. I raised my arm up, and he bumped his to mine with a nod of acknowledgement. When you fight with someone, you build a camaraderie that doesn't need words to explain. I had half-tuned the crowd out, but now that I could relax, the cheering and noise sort of returned in force. It reminds me of the circus. Clint stated, looking around at the crowd. He raised his arm up, seemingly forcing a smile just as I was. What the fuck kind of circus did you work at? I asked in bewilderment. You don't want to know. I knew as soon as the adrenaline wore off, I was probably going to collapse again. But something made me pause. The gate hasn't opened to let us back inside yet. Clint's expression immediately changed. Guess we're not done yet. As if on cue, I could feel something coming. Much bigger than the beasts from before, its shadow cast out from the tunnel, and I could hear some chittering and hissing. It had to duck to push itself through the tunnel. I don't know how they managed to get that thing to cooperate, but it stood up full and was easily 10 feet tall. At first glance, it was like some weird type of praying mantis. But it had legs almost like an arachnid. There were other features that could be found on insects I was familiar with, but the form of a mantis seemed to be the most predominant. That's going to haunt my dreams. I tilted my head. I think I saw a documentary that most mantises eat their prey alive. I helpfully informed him. How does that help here? He looked at me. Oh, it doesn't. It was just the first thing that came to mind when I saw it. Thanks. He deadpanned. No problem. I shook my spear, letting some of the blood roll off. I let out a haggard breath but forced myself up straight. He took another glance at me, looking noticeably concerned. You good? I waved it off. I'll survive. There was a weird expression on his face. I'll go high, you go low. I took a step forward, but he held a hand up to block me. I got it, he said. You sure? He looked at the creature, its mandibles clicking, looking around. It finally seemed to find us and recognize us as prey. Yeah, he said casually, but his tone sort of betrayed the ease of the way he said. Should be easy. He was doing it to help me. I suppose he still felt the need to protect me like he said. It's weird, I don't usually have people trying to protect me in situations like this. It wasn't an unpleasant experience. Usually it's my girls or family doing that sort of thing. He grabbed some arrows from the corpses around us, discarding the ones unusable. He had about half a quiver ready to go even as the thing came towards us. You got a plan? I asked him. Yeah. He bounced from one foot to another. I saw a movie about this before. What movie? Star Wars. He said before he broke out in a sprint. Huh. I'm pretty sure this isn't really a good comparison. But then again, I'm not exactly the picture of wise decisions. But then again, I did say to make a show of it. I rolled the spear in my hand, however. Ready to throw it if I had to provide help. The mantis monster clicked its mandibles and let out a screeching hissing sound and swiped its large, sword arm. I wasn't familiar enough with insect biology to know what to call it. But at that size, I could see the sharp edge of it, and it was all but a sword arm. Clint ducked under it, sliding between its legs. With expert skill, he started firing arrows upwards into its underbelly, showing that it was indeed a weak spot with how far the arrows penetrated. In a split second, he had released about a dozen arrows into its body, and the insect let out a screech of pain as he slid out from the back. Clint grabbed 2 daggers at his belt and slashed at the thing's hind legs. The monster fell down, and Clint jumped up onto its back and ran up, stabbing his blades into the back of its head. It flailed around with Clint going for a ride, but he didn't let go. If anything, he twisted the blades in further. Eventually, it seemed to gradually lose its energy and collapsed onto the ground. Clint jumped off, rolling to break his fall. There was a brief moment of silence before the crowd erupted again. Clint shot me a thumbs up, and I gave him one back. I walked over, and just making sure, I pushed my spear through its brain. Its body twitched slightly, but it didn't move. Well done, Legolas. He held a finger up. That's a compliment. Legolas is the goat. Sure, whatever you say. Legolas is amazing. He reiterated. One of those floating cameras came down, as if to get a close-up. My eyes lit up. Sure, I was absolutely furious still. But opportunities like this one come once in a lifetime. And I was playing it up, wasn't I? I grabbed Clint's arm, lifting it up, looking right into the camera, or at least, what I think was the camera portion. Are you not entertained? Clint just deadpanned. And here comes the pain. Line break. A/N. It's a short arc, it shouldn't be but a few chapters of Wilhelm being weak for what that's relative to. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 693, Chapter. Grandmaster, Ruler of Sakar POV. What am I looking at? I gestured to the screen. Everyone was silent. Someone, anyone. Tell me what I'm looking at. A corpse, sir. One brave soul answered. Someone slap him, I said immediately. The crisp sound was pleasant and made me less angry. Yes, gentlemen. And ladies. That is a corpse. That is the corpse of our champion-to-be. What was his name again, Groth? Simple, rustic even. He would have made a lot of money. Barbaric with a heart of gold. Or something like that, I forgot about his background. How much effort did we spend on building him up? Advertisements, marketing, action figures. We didn't spend money on any of that, sir. Topaz answered. I snapped my fingers at her. I don't need your lip right now, Topaz. It's the principle of the matter. I sat down and contemplated what this meant. The loss of revenue was going to be immense. We haven't had a proper champion in over 3 years, and it was starting to affect our ratings. Topaz, what is our rating this month? Across which sectors, sir? Anyone, all. Summarize for me. I waved it off. We're down 12% if we average everything together. She replied. 12%, I said, repeating it again. 12. It made me throw my hands up. Do you have any idea how much 12% is, Topaz? More than 11, less than 13, sir. I loved her snark, even if it annoyed me sometimes. What's life without a little bit of annoyance? I'm far too old to get angry at that sort of thing anymore. If anything, it's a fun breath of fresh air when everyone else just rightfully kisses my toes. Exactly, Topaz. I looked at everyone else. You all hear that? More than 11, less than 13. They all nodded like it was some profound revelation. Lowest ratings in over 3,000 years, and we just lost our champion. I threw my hands up. People, people, people. I clapped my hands 3 times. Let me spell it out for you. Fewer ratings mean less money, and less money means, well, less money. And we all like money, don't we? And the one above knows I have far too many debts right now. Topaz, remind me. What's our primary export from our beautiful planet? We don't have any exports, sir. We only provide gladiator matches and broadcast them to the universe for a fee. She said in her usual monotone. Same thing, really, gestured annoyedly. Our only export is violence. But just violence doesn't sell. We need a story, we need personality, we need grandeur. We need a champion. I picked up my glass of wine and threw it across the room. And we're a champion to be now. I yelled at them, finally losing my calm. Dead, sir, Topaz answered. Dead. Dead, dead, dead. I flopped back onto my seat. Why is our anticipated champion dead, Topaz? He was weak, sir. Weak, I breathed out. Well, you're not wrong. Compared to our stars in the past. I let out a sigh. Tell me the truth, Topaz. Is our golden age over? Are we swirling the drain for content? Yes. Lie to me, Topaz. No sir, we can turn things around. You have a way with words, Topaz. I perked up, looking out my window at the massive faces, the monuments to my success. Sure, they were the faces of the previous champions, but who cares about them? Beta Ray Bill, Bi Beast, Darkcrawler, Ares. I repeated their names out loud. We had an Olympian god fight in our arena, Topaz. It was the highest-rated series of matches in history. Of course, he participated as a mortal, or it would be boring. He even came here willingly, Topaz. He came to fight, he came to claim the championship. A championship that used to mean something. When was the last time we had fighters coming to Sakar willingly? Well, never. Ares had a few screws loose in his head. We need to quickly plug this hole. We need something to draw more viewers. I finally spoke. Because my payment to the collector was coming due soon and I spent all the savings I had. Suggestions, people. I clapped my hands again. How are we going to dig ourselves out of this pit? We could give them better weapons, sir. One of the ones behind me raised their hand. I didn't remember his name either. What's your name? I pointed at him. Why Yorin. Yorin. Simple and easy to remember. Not a bad suggestion. See people, we need to think outside the box. Be more like Yolen here. Though, the last time I let the fighters have more advanced weapons, they staged a rebellion pretty quickly, thinking that was enough to overthrow me. How long ago was that? 1,000,000 years. I had to stick to primitive tools because the rebellions were just non-stop. Sure, it's fun and satisfying when they finally get through my guards and find me at the top of my tower, only to discover that their little toys can't do anything to me. But when it happens every other year, it can get tiresome. And the ratings were horrible. When they keep rebelling, there's no time to plan fights. Though, maybe I should encourage a rebellion again. It's been a while, and I sort of miss the excitement as everyone secretly tries to maneuver without my knowledge. How many of my people will betray me? I'll shelve that for now, I actually need them to do the legwork. Sir, what about inviting previous champions back for a champion match? One of my people suggested. I didn't recognize him either. Or did I? He was somewhat familiar, but I couldn't be bothered to remember all their names. I usually only remember them by their haircuts and give them a rating from 1 to 10 based on that. A champion versus champion match. I played with the words as they left my mouth. That's not a bad idea either. It would definitely bring in a lot of view, and we could charge a premium. If I could manage to get that old Kree champ back here for another match, that would practically guarantee the entirety of Kree space would tune in. That alone would be enough to pay my current debts, probably. Maybe. But that's also only a stopgap measure. Not that we don't need one of those now. We just need to plug the hole for the short term while we build up a new champion to parade around. What else do you guys have? Okay. They weren't just idiots then, I can work with this. Maybe I'll hold off on encouraging a rebellion because it's hard to find minions that can actually give good ideas. We could throw all our fighters at the problem. Topaz casually suggested killing off all our fighters. Numbers can make up the difference. I considered that too. I wasn't mad that Groth died, I was mad that he died without squeezing out his value. If one of my fighters dies, I expect it to be a good death. Just throwing all my fighters to the grinder for some half-hearted cheers felt like a loss. It could work, but let's leave that as a last resort. If we do something like that too many times, it could have people start questioning the honesty of my fighting pits. We have to at least make our viewers think that all the fighters have a chance, as small as it actually is. If there's no chance for their freedom, then it would make the rare occasions where we let someone get through less genuine and exciting. We'll hold off on doing a meat grinder. But we have to have at least a few worthy fighters, right? I want strength, I want grit, I want pizzazz. I wiggled my fingers in the air. They don't have to be champion level, but show me some fighters that can put on a good show. Show me what's happening in our lower pits. I remember we had a few that were about to climb up to the big time. Where are they? Topaz stepped forward and messed with her data pad. Do you want videos, or just pictures? Either or both. I waved it off. Whatever you think is important. Here's Aquamarine. She said emotionlessly. She's purple, I deadpanned. Quite. I shook my head. Let me see what we're working with. It showed a woman with the same characteristics as a significant portion of the universe. No doubt coming from a celestial egg world of some kind. There was a short clip of her expertly beheading several of our little pet canines in quick succession. Elegant, precise, sexy. I snapped my fingers. Sign her up. Also, ask her if she wants to take a trip on my pleasure ship. Next. There was another, some four-armed titan of a creature. Oh, is that one of those? What was the species called again? Tullans. Right, it's Tullans. Big nasty things, very strong. Yes, sir. Great, add him there too. Big dumb brutes are always loved. We'll do a big exhibition match. It doesn't need to be a championship. Championships are old news. The people will want to see the up-and-comers, the fresh blood. A little finesse, and we might even be able to get by without killing any of the popular ones. We can prop it up as future grudge matches. I knew it, I can only rely on myself. It's a good idea, if I do say so myself. A brilliant idea even. Quick, show me some more while I'm on a roll. I gestured at Topaz to continue. Gotta strike while the iron is hot, my brain is on fire right now. Khan. Nice muscles, sculpted like a bronze god, toss him in. I barely even spared a glance. Good looks can be just as good as fighting prowess. People love to see a good fighter, but they also love to see a good-looking person get their face smashed in. Insectoid, Vernat. An insectoid, rare, good. About as large as a person, with 4 arms and an armored body. Exotic, I like it. Big Bert. The next video showed a man. No, that was no man. I think I'm in love. I clutched my heart. Sign her up immediately. That woman is going to make me an honest man. She had to be at least 1,000 standard units. She made the arena tremble with every step, and by whatever cosmic gods are watching, she could break out into a sprint. Beautiful. Next, next. That's it, sir. That's it. I couldn't believe my ears. How many fighting pits do we have? 24. It was rhetorical, Topaz. I know how many fighting pits we have. We can't only have that many. We need new faces, we can't just toss in our known fighters. Come on, Topaz, stop holding back on me. We had 6 more en route to the Grand Arena, but they died in their last match before qualifying. I let out a long sigh. The universe just hates me, doesn't it? Who was responsible for keeping watch on them? Come on, people, rigging the fight isn't shameful, but we need a steady stream of fighters moving up ranks. Show me their deaths, if I see anything particularly troublesome, someone's getting the melty stick. Topaz's eyes lit up as soon as I said that. She sure does love her melty stick. Just a little zap and it turns people into a puddle on the ground. The first video played, and I smacked my face. Alright, who was responsible for this fight? That was at least 3 times as many of our bread monsters as usual. No one raised their hand. Fine, I would find out later, I'm too focused to care right now. Come on people, if you're going to rig matches to make some profit behind my back, do it better. I don't care if you kill some schmucks to cheat some black market wagers, but don't kill potential stars. And the next. I waved her to continue. A woman and big guy. Ugh, I could have seen it now, the way they coordinated, maybe build it up as a love story. Star-crossed love, refusing to leave the other behind, stopping neither until they both earn their freedom. Again. I threw my hands up. Okay, who increased the number of beasts we send in? Those things don't grow on trees. If you're going to screw us over on stars, at least do it without wasting so many resources. I wanted to let out another sigh. Deep breaths, Grandmaster. The short-lived species don't understand your plights. They are small and simple-minded creatures. Sir. The match was finished by the other fighters. Do you want to keep watching? Oh, were there more fighters there? A man with red hair, good-looking, a bit small, but then he punched one of the pit beasts and sent it flying, and I found myself smiling. His choice of weapon was a spear, and he was clearly very good with it. Good, I muttered. And the other one, an archer of some sort. A bit more built, his muscles were more pronounced. I held up a finger to silence Topaz. 1, 2, 27, I counted each shot I caught on screen. He hit every shot. That was impressive. Technical skill is rare. The flashy fights are what draws a crowd, but I can work with something like this. And he took down that big insect monster by himself. Sliding under its belly, shooting several arrows up into it, then jumping onto its body when it fell over and finished it off with a dagger. Are you not entertained? Oh Topaz, I'm feeling tingly. The tingle of a star in the making. I reached out to her. That's intentional showmanship. Not those far too serious types that look like they watch to kill me with their eyes. The redhead is perfect by himself. He's good looking, but there's a bit of muscle I could see from under his torn clothes. Very strong too, enhanced strength at the very least. They definitely come from a celestial egg world based on their features. How many matches have they won? This was their first match, sir. First match. I could feel myself smiling. First match. What a good first match. See everyone, that's what we're looking for, stars. Do we have their information? What species are they? We already got their information, right? She touched her data pad. They reported their species as Power Rangers. Power Rangers. I repeated. It sounds mysterious, I like it. What about names and their planet of origin? They say their planet is named Dirt. Dirt. I scrunched my nose. Let's just ignore that. Their names are Bint Clarton and Kurosaki Ichigo. Wonderful. I clapped my hands. Move them up with the others. Now, what else do you have for me? Any other hidden gems? There are a few more that may catch your eyes. No time like the present, let's keep going. Line break. Wilhelm POV. I was hoping that after our first match, we would get better treatment. But almost immediately after, we were sent back to our same cell. Though, they did seem to show more care towards us. Food and water were provided in large quantities when I said that I had to eat a lot. That was partially a lie. But it would help my recovery. That, and they gave me a lot of this weird medical gel and told me to apply it to my body. It did help speed up the uttermost recovery of my body. Granted, what was truly most debilitating was my soul and insides, but every little bit helped. I wasn't overly concerned about those bits right now. My eyes were closed, and I was meditating to take a closer look at my insides. I wasn't delving into my inner world, but the breathing exercise I learned from Yoruchi also worked in other ways. Time passed rather quickly, or at least I think it did. Maybe my sense of time just got skewed while meditating. But while looking inside myself, I had some thoughts based on my current situation. My magical energy was at an all-time low, my aura was barely flickering inside of me. My demonic energy was just as minuscule in comparison as well. But what wasn't diminished was my divinity. I couldn't use my authority fully in my current state for multiple reasons. For one, my soul was still damaged, and the pressure and stress of utilizing a divine authority would make things worse. Secondly, I didn't know what this damned collar would do if I tried to do so. My physical aspects also weren't so great right now. On the surface level, the healing they gave me helped, but bones were still broken, strained, and fractured. And that's probably not even the worst of it right now. Regardless, I wasn't going to suddenly go wild just yet. But my divinity. It was odd seeing it in this state, isolated, my weird biology not wrapped all around it like normal. If I recovered just a little bit more, I think I could use my authority to summon my divine sword without doing more harm than good. The rebound would certainly not be pleasant, but at that point, the consequences wouldn't be unbearable. It gave me time to think. When was the last time I was this a week? Before I went to the land of shadows, maybe later than that. But I've never felt so human while in possession of divinity. It allowed me a certain perspective that I didn't have before. Maybe it was something simple that I missed, but in my diminished state, I think I realized something. I was using my divinity wrongly. Well, that's probably not the right word. I don't think I was using it wrong, I was using it optimally for how I fought at the time. Just like my aura, I used it in, well, blunt ways. I wasn't ashamed to say that, nor was I in a hurry to fix it either. Rin even surpassed me in how she utilized her aura. But how I used mine is how I felt it fit me best. I didn't need to master every ability or power to the absolute peak. That's not to say I wouldn't get better with it, but I was still young and had time. And my divinity was in a similar situation, I think. My divine authorities were potent. On the surface, they were very particular, they had situations they excelled in, and I utilized them to maximize their benefits. But I hadn't bent them to work for me rather than just releasing them and letting them work how they normally would. To make it simple, I think I realized a way to use it better. At least I was focusing on my storm authority I got from Susanoo. I've always focused on releasing lots of power from it. It was one of my big trump cards, I used it when I needed to swing around the big stick. But I had never considered compressing it down until now. The thought only occurred to me now that I couldn't just swing around large swathes of power. The power of the storm. The sea. Lightning. Sure, summoning storms wasn't going to be something I stopped doing anytime soon. But what if I could channel all of that power into a single attack? The full fury of my storm authority released all at once in a single swing of my divine sword. I let out a long breath. Musu Tengai. I'm here, Wilhelm. Is it possible to start letting my storm authority release without letting it escape from my body? Compress it around my divine sword, keeping it all contained without harming me. My divine authority is slightly different than a normal god's, I have to summon it, and it's stored within me. But why do I have to release it outwards to start letting it build up? Like shaking a carbonated drink before opening it rather than just pouring it out normally. It will explode outwards for a single moment with more intensity. Do you think that's a good idea in your current state? Can I do it without causing more harm to my soul in my current state? I can manage to keep things from getting worse by carefully cycling your divine power so it doesn't rampage inside your body. I sense it but coming. But it's going to be painful. Yeah, I figured that already. I would have loved to try this when I was at my best. Unfortunately, I only had the thought now that I was thinking of ways to utilize what I had under constraints. Necessity is the mother of invention, I suppose. I didn't need to give the word. Just the tiniest bit of magical energy I had inside was enough to act as the proverbial spark for my authority to spring to life. Immediately I had to clench my teeth because it felt like I was being electrocuted from the inside. Bear with it, it'll get slightly better in a second. It didn't just bounce around in my soul, it seemed to be jolting everywhere inside my physical body. Even my broken bones, my internals, everything was getting hit by it as it rampaged inside of me. I got the hang of it now. My Zanpakuto spoke, and I could feel the intensity start to alleviate. The storm still persisted, I felt bloated, and it felt like needles were prickling inside of me, but it wasn't as debilitating at this point. I had to keep pushing it back down, it wanted to bubble up to the surface and be released. It was manageable, though. The collar didn't trigger, so it shows that it isn't omnipotent. Rather than letting my divinity itself rise up and potentially trigger it to affect the world around me, I was using my divinity to summon a storm within myself. A storm is something more natural. I doubt this device would take that into account and activate based on that. Otherwise, would it activate if it stormed outside? That was my logic, anyways. And if it actually starts storming around here, I might be able to utilize that as well. Just my connection with the storm, maybe I can use that to blow my collar from the outside. This was just the barest use of my divine authority, not even summoning my divine sword. But when I finally unsheath it, we'll see what happens. My aura wasn't able to manifest because every tiny bit that began to regenerate went into healing. Likewise, the collar was acting as a sieve, and my magical energy couldn't fill back up properly, barely having like a drop of it when compared to a pool. What a shitty situation. Wilhelm, Musu Tengai's voice echoed in my mind. I think I noticed something peculiar about this world. Other than this being an alien planet, you mean? It's not that. He replied. I feel a peculiar power. I didn't know what it was at first, and I was focused on protecting you. But now that things have calmed down, I have noticed that there is something strange lurking nearby. Define nearby. I'm not sure either. That's not very helpful. It's all I have for you. He stated. I just shook my head in exasperation. I knew he wasn't being intentionally coy or vague. By the sound of it, he probably had no idea what he was talking about either. I finally opened my eyes, letting out another breath. The empty cell greeted me. Clint was the only other person in here, and I noticed he was doing push-ups. I feel like I could make a prison joke about this. He looked up at me. Is it cliché if I say something about dropping the soap? Haha, he deadpanned. The stuff they gave us worked amazingly. All the strain and stress in my muscles went away, and I was curious to see if the effect would persist. I still feel great. Huh. Good to know. I scraped some off and scooped it into the bottle from before that they didn't even bother to clean up. Clint pushed himself up before taking a seat. If you need some more, I plan on storing it away for later. I nodded. He really was a super secret spy assassin, wasn't he? So, I'm curious about something. I'm not talking about my time in the circus. You didn't know I was going to ask about that. He gave me a flat look. I know. I huffed. Fine, I was going to ask you about it. Did you dress up like a clown? I wasn't a clown. He scoffed. Bearded lady. You're just stereotyping now. He responded. I can do that too. Yeah. Stereotype me. Do you live in a tower, Mr. Wizard? God, I wish. That would be cool. I do have a magic house that can superimpose itself on multiple locations, acting like a hub that connects all the places I like to go. But I think I mentioned that to Carlson already, so it's probably added to my file. Do you have a staff and a wizard's hat? I have a very good staff. I think I have a wizard's hat somewhere. I probably stole it from someone. I also have a wand. I answered easily. You're making this a lot less fun. Look, I'm not going to think any less of you if you were a clown. I told him honestly. I wasn't a clown. I once hit a clown in the face with a brick. He did a double take. What did that clown do to you? And what does that have to do with anything? It doesn't have to do with anything, I'm just very proud of it. And he was an asshole and deserved it, I answered casually. If it helps, he was a ghost clown. Clint opened his mouth before closing it again. You must live a very weird life. I shrugged. Weird is subjective. Clint finally let out a sigh. I was a trapeze artist, okay. I did the aerial tricks, and my shtick was shooting targets midair with my bow while doing the stunts. Huh. That's impressive. Yeah, I know you're depressed that I wasn't actually dressing up like a clown. How'd you even end up joining the circus? A series of bad decisions. He sat back against the wall, leaning his head against it. Funnily enough, joining the circus wasn't the worst decision I made. You know how it is, I was a stupid kid with shitty parents. Run with the wrong crowd and do things that aren't legal. I basically ran away when I got in way over my head. And you just randomly picked up the bow and realized you had some talent, huh? Clint chuckled. I had an uncle. He liked to shoot. When my parents were being especially shitty, he'd show up and try to help out. He'd take me hunting or just shooting out in the woods. Things turned bad when he died, though. I had no place to escape from everything. I winced slightly as I felt the storm inside me growing slightly. This was going to be unpleasant for a while. You good? He clearly noticed my discomfort. I waved it off. Doing something stupid in preparation. Need me to prepare for it too? I can carry you if you can't handle it. His offer was genuine, and he showed real concern. Don't know yet. But when the time comes, get ready for something big. I honestly had no idea what would happen when I finally let this loose. I was treading new ground here. Frankly, a tiny part of me was just a little bit excited to see the results. So, how'd you become a wizard? I told you my darkest secret, I think it's only fair you share. Mr. Clarton, are you wanting to dig up my secrets of magic? I said with mock offense. Was it really necessary to give fake names for everything? And seriously, you really made them think our species is called Power Rangers. He let out a sigh. I'm not mad at the fake name itself, just what you chose. What's wrong with Power Rangers? You better choose your answer carefully, or we're going to have some trouble here. Nothing's wrong with it. Aha. I looked at him skeptically. So, magic. Actually, until I was about 18 years old, I thought I was a normal human. Then I found out that I'm only half human. Met my grandfather, not by blood, mind you, and started practicing magic. That must have sucked. Yeah, it feels like a lifetime ago, though. It's fine though. I don't regret where I ended up. Current situation aside. Can you turn someone into a newt? That's your question. It's a very valid question. Yes, I can theoretically turn someone into a newt. Human transfiguration isn't super difficult, but it can be slightly dangerous to the recipient. It's not really my area of specialty. Before he could ask anything else, we heard guards approaching. Quite a few of them this time, much better armed. On your feet. The head guard, captain, or whatever rank or authority he had, he pointed a tube-like device at us. Clint and I shared a look, and we climbed to our feet. Rejoice, prisoners. The Grandmaster has expedited your ascension to the Grand Arena. You will be fighting for all of Sakaar to see, even in front of the Grandmaster himself. We will be transporting you to your new quarters. If you attempt anything, you will regret it. Considering the fact that the others were holding guns of some design, and this guy was holding that metal, tube-like device in his hands, it could be guessed that that thing was something special. Maybe it connected to your collars. I glanced at Clint. And he met my eyes. Silently we seemed to weigh our options before he gave me a short and curt shake of the head, and I gave up on the thought of doing something right now. It made sense. It would be weird if there was only one level of failure when it came to handling prisoners who were accustomed to fighting. There had to be more devices or fail-safes that could control our collars. Lead the way. I held my hands up. The guard at the front nodded once, seemingly pleased with our difference. They led us outside, properly this time. It wasn't into the arena, but out onto the streets. There were plenty of people walking around, many of whom stared at us like we were there purely for entertainment. It most certainly pricked at my sensibilities, but I ignored it and looked upwards. Well, isn't that just lovely? Up in the sky, I could see over 24 space fractures. In addition to those, there were quite a few genuine wormholes just sitting in the sky. My first thought was that it made sense how we ended up here now. With so many wormholes above the planet, I'm sure a lot of random things just end up here. The second, however, utterly bewildered me. How was this planet still here? In such close proximity to that, the planet should have been ripped to shreds a long time ago. That is many, many layers of wrong happening. Was it possible that they were offsetting one another to create a perfect eye for which this planet to exist between them? I found that highly unlikely, and I didn't have my instruments to start calculating the needed variable to figure out what the fuck was happening. Move it. One of the guards not so politely nudged me forward, pushing me towards a literal wooden wagon. The kind where anyone inside could look out, and those outside could see inside. It was for the purpose of creating a spectacle or something like that, I would assume. I didn't recognize the beast of burden they were using, it looked like some distant and misshapen cousin of a hippo. I followed Clint as we climbed up into the back, and there were other people here. A woman, looking very human in appearance but with purple skin. And a bipedal insect, different than the one I saw in the arena when we fought before. They looked at us, and we looked at them before quietly taking our seats a polite distance away. Awkward silences. Hello. I greeted the insect next to me. I hope this isn't rude, but I've never met a sapient insect before. I just wanted to introduce myself. When was I going to get this opportunity again? The purple girl looked surprised at my actions. The insect creature turned to me. Its mandibles clicked, and I almost felt like I said something. Good evening to you as well, good sir. Unfortunately, we have become acquainted under less than stellar circumstances. I do not find your inquiry rude in the slightest, perish the thought. In your tongue, my name would be Vernat. Wow, what a polite gentleman. Granted, he wasn't speaking words, but it was translated well enough. Good evening to you as well, Vernat. You can call me Wilhelm. He held up his claw. I don't remember what this part of an insect is called. But its hand equivalent that was more like a claw, he raised it up, tapping it together. We have become acquainted. He screeched very loudly in what I could only presume was excitement. Huh. Well, it's good to have a positive attitude. How did you end up here, Vernat? My people thought I was mad, so they launched me into space. He said with a strange casualness. Both Clint and the purple woman looked at him with increasing wariness before they both began to scoot ever so slightly away. Well, I like him. Line break. A/N. Wilhelm makes a new friend and sees a way to better utilize his authority and divine power now that he has to scrape anything together that he can. It also plays into the next world he visits if you don't already know. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 694, Chapter. I've calmed down a lot. I was still utterly furious, but it was consuming my every thought now. Cooler heads prevailed out of necessity. I don't think it was any secret that I preferred to be more whimsical in how I act. Maybe that was too light, but I didn't like to always be so serious. Of course, there are times where you need to be serious. I know when and when not to stop playing around. When other people's lives are in my hands, I generally don't gamble with them. Even before, when I was helping with the exorcism of that demon thing. I had rather strong confidence in the measures I took to ensure everyone's safety. Salem and Jin were positioned to protect the others. I was dealing with that one dumbass spouting his cliched lines. Who could have predicted that he would have a direct line to that thing? Did I feel guilty? Sure. Did I think I was entirely at fault? Maybe I didn't respect the unknown as much as I should have. I think I can say I made some mistakes. I'm not perfect. Likewise, I didn't make any glaring mistakes because of my playfulness. Hindsight is always 20/20. I should have done this, I should have done that. It's easy to say after the fact. But beyond doing what, insulting the guy, or throwing a brick at his face, what exactly did I do that was necessarily inappropriate? At the end of the day, for everything playful or flippant I did, none of it actually led to this current result. If I had just decapitated that projection or whatever it is immediately, sure, this wouldn't have happened. But I was also investigating what the fuck was going on with that in the first place. It wasn't just me taking the piss out of him for the hell of it. Was that a benefit? I would absolutely admit that I found it funny. But I also did it with a purpose. When you anger someone enough, when you look down on them, when you disrespect them in just the right way, it's an opportunity for them to lash out or say things that they generally wouldn't. As people have told me in the past, I am very good at infuriating other people. So why not use that to my advantage? I don't know. Maybe I'm just grasping at a straw to hold up and say, this is what I did wrong here. But I'm looking back and I really can't pinpoint anything that I specifically did wrong. In the end, you can do nothing wrong and still get punished for it. Truthfully, I think it was just my ignorance that dealt the proverbial fatal blow here. The Ancient One mentioned things about demons and mentioned things about the dumbass I met. She most certainly knows about the thing that was presumably the guy's boss. I didn't ask about it, I didn't look into it. That's my fault. I've been busy. Is it an excuse? It's a reason. I would be the first to admit that I tunnel vision things. Which ironically contradicts the fact that I also get easily sidetracked. But it's back to, I should have done this, I should have done that. Even now I can reasonably say, well, I didn't do this or that because of insert reason here, and I'm still not wrong. Suffice to say, I'm just annoyed and was looking at a specific reason to blame everything on so I can correct it in the future. I have quite a bit of experience under my belt at this point. I have explored many different worlds, I have fought many enemies, and I have experienced many things. But I still can make mistakes, I can still find myself in situations like this. So, I can tell myself I did nothing wrong. But I will also take responsibility for my actions. Thus, I felt guilty still. Partly because of Clint, I mean, he also did something stupid and pulled his friend away. Could I blame him for that? No. But, also, things wouldn't have been as bad if he just let me handle things. But I think the majority of my guilt right now was when I thought about how the girls felt when I suddenly just disappeared. I hope Salem and Jin aren't taking it personally or overly upset. Everything I've gone through, the pain and all that, doesn't even come close to the thought that they would be hurting from my disappearance. I guess I had some time to be introspective as we very slowly moved down the street. I sort of lost interest in what was happening outside after about an hour. Sure, an alien world is neat and all, but if I can't interact with it, my mind will drift to other things. My storm continued to thunder inside of me. This was new ground for me. After the initial pain and discomfort, it slowly started to settle in. I think part of the reason why this was possible is that I undertook that ritual way earlier to change my element. If I hadn't added the element of lightning onto my soul, I think things would have been different. Actually, I think the storm inside of me was having a nourishing effect on my soul, if ever so slightly. But I would take whatever I could at this point in time. Every time it expanded to what felt like the limit, I compressed it back down, consolidating it all. It continued to make me feel bloated, but I wouldn't need to hold it long, I think. Besides Vernat, the other person didn't really respond. I tried introducing myself. I tried being polite and all that, but she seemingly refused to engage. Whatever. Vernat, you seem the knowledgeable sort. I stopped letting my mind wander and refocused my attention back on my companions. Yes, I am a scientist. He answered, his clicking mandibles seemed happy to answer. Is that so? I blinked. I was wondering if that was actually the translation or just the best fit. In fact, was this device translating for me, or was it my devil heritage that was letting me understand? I had a great many questions that I felt like I wouldn't get an answer to. Do you know much about this planet? Yes. I know many things about this planet. He nodded. It is round. There are 2 suns and no moons. The days last for 217 hours. That wasn't what I was talking about, that's also useful information. But that last part made me do a double take. Was the hour the same that I knew? We can assume it's an approximation based on translation, therefore, I think time and space are in fluctuation here. That makes sense considering how many wormholes are all over the place. Anything else? Like about the people, the culture, the owner? This supposed Grand Master? I asked. Just as cheerfully he clicked his mandibles again. This is my first time here. Well, thanks. I let out a sigh. So your people didn't intentionally launch you to this world? My people just discovered spaceflight. He said happily. Very exciting, much to learn. And they used it to exile you. I blinked. Isn't that just another way of saying they sentenced you to death? Yes. Well. Dare I ask why his people deemed it necessary to fire him off into space for exile as a punishment? You know what? I don't think I should ask. So you don't know anything about Sakar either, that's a shame. I could only try to find some information out later. It's the trash heap of the universe. I turned to the one who spoke, the purple-skinned girl. Pardon. Sakar. She seemed standoffish still. Maybe she was just cautious before, I don't know. You must come from a primitive planet if you don't know about Sakar. The fights are broadcasted all across several sectors of space. They are very popular in Kree space. New information. What do you mean by trash heap? She cast me a somewhat disdainful look. Like someone with a college education looking at someone illiterate. If something is lost in space, if trash drifts off somewhere, if a ship gets destroyed, this is where it usually ends up. Do you think those wormholes in the sky are just for decoration? This planet is one giant garbage pile. Do you know how to get off the planet? Clint spoke up. She snapped her head to him. No one leaves Sakar. She said bluntly, as if reconciling the words with her own status. It felt like she was being more despairing towards herself than us. Unless the Grandmaster allows it. And who's this Grandmaster? You really are from a primitive planet. She shook her head. The Grandmaster is the Grandmaster. From the moment my planet was conquered by the Kree 3,000 years ago until today, the name has been known amidst our culture. Is he strong? I asked. She let out a scoff. Even the Kree and Nova Corps don't do anything to him. I had no idea who those were, but they sounded impressive. Okay. Lots of new information to process. Can you tell me about the Kree and Nova Corps? I asked. Her jaw clenched, and it looked like she wanted to dismiss me outright, but she sighed almost human-like. I was surprised how human-like many of the species around here appeared. Was there some kind of common denominator, or was there just some unconscious force across the universe that guided evolution in this way? The Kree are a militaristic species intent on conquering the universe. They have thousands of planets under their control. And your planet was conquered by them? I asked. A long time ago. As long as a planet pays their tribute, whatever the Kree demand from their natural resources or people, they're generally left alone. She said simply. They've been at war with the Skrulls for thousands of years. Long before my planet was conquered. They also are at war with the Nova Corps, but that only happened over 100 years ago. And what's this Nova Corps? They're the Galactic Police. She answered, and the words were clearly interpreted through the translation. They're a combination of hundreds of people who come together to hold off the Kree expansion and patrol space. They grew big enough that they can keep the Kree at a stalemate. Interesting. Thank you for the information. I'm Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg, it's nice to meet you. May as well be polite and properly introduce myself. Aquamarine. She responded curtly, but it was better than nothing. See. Manners cost you nothing, and they can gain you everything. How did you end up on Sakar, if you don't mind me asking? Maybe it was going to earn me the cold shoulder again, but why not? She stared at me for a moment, looking like she was evaluating if she should answer me or not. I was on a mission, and my ship got attacked. I crashed on Sakar. Well, all right. Not much helps me there. Vernat, let me ask you a question. Yes, acquaintance. He looked happy to answer again. At least I think he did. I couldn't really read expressions of insects very well. This was new territory for me. By chance, were you able to glean anything about the planet's weather? For instance, your best guess on when it will storm. Because I could certainly make use of that. Aquamarine let out a snort. It doesn't storm on Sakar. I blinked again. Come again. Rain, water, weather, Sakar is a barren planet. Isn't that just fantastic? Eventually, the cart we were on approached what I think is our new residence. I was making an educated guess, mostly because it was a massive fucking arena. Our cart wasn't the only one. Probably a dozen other ones, all with 4 people inside of them. Humanoids, though not all of them. I think I need to eventually update my vernacular when dealing with alien species. God, this was going to hit me all at once after I was back home. I couldn't even enjoy a space adventure. The guards were many. I noticed Clint counting them just as I was. I estimated around 400 in total. They were either taking a lot of precautions or were making a show of force, or this was normal around here. Whatever the case is, I suppose we could see more later. Out. Everyone out. The guard of our cart opened it up and ushered us out. I stepped back onto the ground, looking around. The civilians were pushed back by many guards, they looked excited towards us. Hold your hands out. The head guard guy ordered. Vernat did so without hesitation, and the guard slapped a device around his wrist. Well, it was more like a bracelet. It glowed with a faint red. What's that do? Clint asked. The guard seemed annoyed at the question, and two of his fellow guards grabbed Clint's arm and forced it up as he slapped one around his wrist as well. Aquamarine complied, though showing her own annoyance. And I reluctantly held my wrist out as well. He tightened the device around my wrist too, maybe a little too tight. The Grandmaster has given instructions. Someone stepped forward, not wearing armor but holding a weapon much different than the others. You all will be fighting in teams of 4. You will be participating in exhibition matches. To make the fights more interesting, if one of you dies, you all die. The devices on your wrists are bombs. They denote your team color and act as a link to your teammates. I narrowed my eyes at the thing around my wrist. So it's a bomb, huh? Worst case, I cut my hand off. I guess that makes us the red team. He seemingly paused for a moment, letting his words sink in. I barely had time to take the measure of the other fighters. They were a wide array of different figures. Some are humanoid, some not so much. Some big, some small, some regular height. Mostly skewed towards males, I think. The Grandmaster also bestows his generosity. To the team that wins, you will earn your freedom. Ah, so that's it. The 4 of us looked between one another. Guess we're fully stuck together for now. With another gesture, the person at the front gave out another order, and then they began to force us inside the arena. Or rather, the living quarters portions that seemed to exist underneath it all. The interior was made of stone. It didn't look like there were any obvious escape routes. Hell, there were literal torches lining the walls instead of electricity or proper lights. It certainly did set a vibe. None of the other fighters spoke. I think everyone was still sort of dealing with everything that just happened. Suddenly having 3 other people your life depends on, and then being told they have to survive to earn your freedom. Even muscleheads or those with short tempers would probably find themselves contemplative. It was only about a minute of walking until it opened up more. I presume we were directly under the arena at this point. But it was rather big, plenty of room for everything that someone living here would need. However, the atmosphere was odd. Of course it wasn't just us newcomers. There were dozens, if not a couple hundred, other folks in here. And as soon as we walked inside, they all stopped what they were doing to stare at us. Some were sparring, some were just sitting around, some were training. The inside here at least had rudimentary accommodations. It wasn't just torches keeping the place up, but my focus was more drawn to how we were being stared at. I also noticed the guards backed off. In fact, they looked like they were about to watch a show. I realized what was about to happen. There was a big guy amongst the fighters that were already here. And I mean really big. Bigger than Father Swole, and most certainly not human. His head was more, a slight bulge from his shoulders and round like an oval. His skin was overall an olive tone, but not like a tan, but more greenish. His muscles were impressive. He had a leather armor across his chest that barely managed to cover part of his skin. Listen up. He bellowed, and I think I felt my hair get whipped back. He wasn't talking to me in particular, but to all of us. I had to tilt my head upwards to actually see his face. The others sort of stood around him, clearly showing he was the big guy on the block here. You all think you can come in here and take over? He spat out, clearly angry. I've been fighting here for over a year, and then I get told some bugs are getting special treatment. Well, I can understand his anger, I suppose. Some random newcomers get elevated upwards, and the guys working here for who knows how long get tossed to the side. Yes, I am a bug, Vernat answered. There was a beat of silence. The big guy froze, then tilted his head down to stare at Vernat. Clint let out a sigh. And I saw Aquamarine also give out an exasperated breath. You think you're funny? The big guy said in a low voice, lowering his hulking body over to stare at Vernat. My profession is a scientist, not a comedian. Vernat answered like it was the most obvious thing in the world. There was another beat of silence. Salutations. Vernat clicked his mandibles. My name is Vernat. We are now acquainted. I locked eyes with Clint, and he slowly moved to the back, slipping through the ground. I'll squash you first. He growled, raising his arm up like he was going to smash it on poor little Vernat. Well, in for a penny, in for a pound. I felt a hand on my shoulder, and to my surprise, it was Aquamarine. Wordlessly, she held her hand out, low and under her waist. Double surprise. The big guy swung his hand down, and I wasted no time, stepping onto it, and she helped throw me upwards. Out of the corner of my eye, something came flying towards me. I snatched the torch out of the air that Clint had taken off the wall, and before the big guy could react, I cracked him across the face. It was loud. I put a bit of oomph into it as the torch all but shattered into pieces. The big guy's neck turned sharply and his feet were lifted up off the ground before he hit the dirt some feet away. I landed on the ground amidst silence. Well, I guess I was now the new. Screech. Vernat let out a loud shriek and charged at the next closest guy. He leapt onto his face and bit into his neck. And like that, all chaos broke loose. The fighters that had been here before, they suddenly rushed at all of us. Not just my little group of 4, but the others that had come in with us. I didn't know their names or all their faces yet, but they also rushed in. And a huge brawl broke out. Some big guy came running at me, trying to tackle me. I leaned down and used his own momentum to throw him over my shoulder. My body was feeling the pain at the moment. I still wasn't in amazing shape. A rock was thrown past my head and hit another person square in the nose. Clint was rolling a few rocks between his fingers before he kicked a different person right between the legs. Clint could handle a few mooks of this level, I could tell that at a glance. Aquamarine broke a guy's wrist before jabbing her fingers into his eyes and throwing him to the side. She glanced at me as she noticed my gaze. Perhaps I am not as hopeless to regain my freedom as I initially thought. Well, that sounded like a compliment. Well, she noticed what Clint and I were doing without saying a single word, so she clearly has a good head on her shoulders. The only issue. The shrieking bug that was bouncing between people, using its claws to, well, claw at their faces. It would be terrifying if it also weren't somewhat comical as well. Vernat wasn't exactly large. Cease this at once. A loud voice boomed over the chaos, and I felt an intense pain flow through my body. No, not just my body. It came from the device, I felt that immediately. But it burrowed through every nerve and went straight for my soul. I found myself on the ground twitching, just as everyone else was. Gritting my teeth, I looked up to see someone holding a control and pressing on it, causing all of us a painful reminder that we were still slaves. The pain disappeared as quickly as it came, but my body was still reeling from it even several breaths after. I would assume it was the same for everyone else as well. I was going to kill a great many people once I finally broke free. And I wasn't going to feel guilty about it. It seemed like the seasoned fighters were able to bounce back quicker. Probably from experiencing this more than we have so far. I found myself breathing heavier as well, my insides were on fire, and it was like they were having to catch up. This was not a pleasant experience. It was pain just for the sake of pain. Several more guards filed in, enough to get a handle on the situation. They probably did this on purpose, let us fight, then display dominance and remind us all that we're at their mercy. Petty little power plays that make them feel in control. Clint was next to me, helping me up and keeping me steady. I gave him a nod of thanks. Listen and listen well, slaves. The guy with the control device did nothing to hide that he was holding it. If anything, he waved it around like a scepter. Your duty, your only mission, is to satisfy the Grandmaster. That means to fight. To fight in front of the Grandmaster, you will need direction. The Grandmaster was gracious enough to give you all a week's training. He has hired special instructors for you all. Stand together with your teams for inspection. Before others moved, a guy with 4 arms and stone-like muscles leapt at him with a furious roar. Foolish, the guard scoffed. One of his underlings stepped up and stabbed the guy with a stick-like weapon. Almost immediately the guy turned into a puddle of goo on the ground. Grotesque wasn't a word I used often, but it really did apply here. A second of realization had me grabbing Clint and pulling him towards my side as a series of explosions went off immediately. They were small in scale, but I felt something splash against me, fresh blood. There were also some chunks on the ground, legs, torsos, and other limbs. 3 explosions, 1 for each other member of his team. Let that be a lesson to you all. The guard said dismissively. No one else seemed to have the desire to try their luck either. Without a few moments of silence, the guard continued. Welcome your instructors, slaves. They may very well be what elevates you from pitiful slaves to proper fighters. A group of people came in through another entrance, a large gate pulling up to let them in. They weren't dressed like the guards, but I wasn't familiar enough with everything here yet to say for sure. Lots of different species among them. The instructors began to walk around the room, looking at each student. Some of them started arguing about which team they get to teach. There must be some sort of incentive there if they were being so aggressive about it. I wouldn't be surprised if they get a bonus if their team does well. Our team was overlooked, it seemed. I mean, we're all relatively normal. Compared to some of the other teams, they look more formidable on the surface. There were plenty of aliens here that were just big in different ways. Hell, I saw a woman of some sort that looked like a bus of pure fat. I wasn't saying that to be mean or insensitive, but she was gigantic, like I was genuinely concerned what would happen if she sat on me. I also looked at the instructors, but my attention was drawn to one as my eyes roamed over her. Something pricked at my senses, but I didn't know what. She was, maybe an inch or 2 shorter than me. Black hair, dark skin, and some tattoos or lines on her face. She also seemed to notice my gaze, taking a glance at me almost in boredom before turning away, but all of a sudden, she did a double take, furrowing her brow as she looked at me in confusion. Did she know me from somewhere? I could swear I've never seen her before in my life. She whispered to the head guard, and he just nodded at her before she came over to us. The others perked up as she approached. The woman gave us another once-over, not just staring at me. Okay, I can work with this. She tilted her head back and forth. I'll be your instructor, I guess. She grabbed a flask from her belt, and I could smell the alcohol from her. Don't expect anything spectacular. I was offered a lot of money to come play the teacher for a few days. And hey, I get a bonus if you don't all die in the first few rounds. She took a long drink of her flask. Like, a really long drink. She downed it all in one go. Okay, seriously, why did she seem familiar? I know it's not her face, but something about her was familiar to me. You can call me Scrapper 142, or just 142. What are your names? Before anyone could answer, she held up her hand. Actually, I don't care. I could just tell she was going to be a joy. Line break. A/N. Wilhelm meets the definitely not a Valkyrie. Should be wrapping up this small little arc soon, probably only a handful of chapters to go. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 695, Chapter. Jin POV. The humans here were nice. They were letting me walk around their place without even escorting me. And this was supposed to be a super secret government facility. Knock, knock. I didn't bother knocking as I opened the door to Salem's office. Salem had an office. It was still even weird to say. It was empty, barring Salem herself and some papers in front of her. She looked up at me. You're back. She grunted. Half question, half statement. Yup, I just went around and made sure to talk to everyone. And I finished setting the house up in a plot of land not far away from where you're going to be working in the future. At the very least, I could help Wilhelm by getting that out of the way. Is that really the best use of your time right now? Her tone, I think, defaults to disdainful when she's upset. I put my hands on my hips, cocking an eyebrow. You really want to say that with what you're doing? Salem huffed and tossed a piece of paper to the side. She's upset. Like genuinely upset. It made me not want to continue arguing. Hug. Before she could protest, I was already wrapping myself around her. She stiffened and scowled indignantly. It's okay to be upset, we're all upset. No one is happy that Wilhelm is missing. Other than Meridia saying she would come investigate, no one else was about to jump in and do something reckless. Well, we're all pretty old, aren't we? If anything, Wilhelm is the one among us prone to doing something reckless without a second thought. Though, maybe that wouldn't be the case if there were something substantial any of us could do. I only told Meridia to wait for now. We had no idea what would happen if she came here, and that could make things worse. Part of me wanted to just throw caution to the wind, though, because I was worried. It was a new, strange feeling. I felt concern and worry before, during the time in Asgard and such. Wilhelm puts himself in danger quite often, but with our lives, that's normal in some respect. Here it's somewhat different. He's missing. Maybe that makes it worse. We had to put some trust in him. It's only been a few days, and he disappears for days at a time by his own hand often enough. It's not like we haven't done anything. Even Scathack came over and took a look at the spot where Wilhelm disappeared, and she couldn't find anything. Wilhelm's magic isn't something any of us can wrap our minds around. It's difficult to actually track him down. And Jean was having Asgard here to help too. Apparently Heimdall here can see across the entire universe, so it should be a matter of time before Wilhelm is found. Though, as Wilhelm says, I'm very close to pressing the Meridia button. If we don't have a clue in a day or two, I'm not going to care anymore and ask her to do her thing. Whatever consequences come, I don't care. The anxiety didn't go away. It was a new experience. I hated it. We both are just doing things to keep busy, aren't we? I asked her. It helps a little bit to deal with the worry. Salem grunted again. The others all but ran over here immediately without a single thought. I told her. I had to talk to them and keep them from rushing over. It wouldn't really help. Grandpa said he would be able to take a look in a day or two, but his situation is difficult. He said to have faith in Wilhelm right now. Wilhelm has a few things for emergencies, so his life shouldn't be in danger. I'm not worried. Salem scoffed. That was a lie. It's not your fault either. I reassured her. She stayed silent. Salem. I put my head against hers, much to her continued annoyance. Remember who I am. I know everything. I know every detail of your life. I usually didn't say it so bluntly because it sounds weird. But it's true, I know every single moment of her life from the moment I came into existence. There's no point in lying to me. Salem crossed her arms with a huff. What do you want? I want you to feel like it's not your fault, preferably. You're blaming yourself, aren't you? I'm not blaming myself. You're probably thinking, if I didn't come here, if I didn't get involved with these people, Wilhelm wouldn't have had an accident. Did I get close? I looked at her. She scowled deeper. Looks like I hit the nail on the head. Logically, it's not even close to her fault. But, well, her life had been one of solitude for a very long time. It's easy to start down the thought process of blaming herself to make things easier to accept. I forgive you, I told her. What? She blinked. You're blaming yourself, you won't stop just because I pointed out how stupid it is. So I'm saying I forgive you. She looked at me incredulously. What nonsense are you saying? If you're going to be silly, then I'm going to be too. I told her. She didn't seem to have a response for that. Did I ever tell you how I ended up with Wilhelm? I asked. I am very familiar with the story, she said dryly. Well, that's true. It's funny to see people's expressions when I retell it. Mostly the part where I offered him to essentially be his sex slave in return for coming with him. I don't know why anyone's surprised. He was a young man, I was a sexy naked blue lady. It seemed obvious to me. It's not like I had anything else to offer him. I'm not talking about that, I couldn't help but giggle. I mean, how did I end up falling in love with him? She didn't say anything, but she perked up slightly. It's funny, I'm still not sure I even understand what love is. I can analyze it, I can define it, but I wasn't created with this purpose. If anything, I was supposed to just be able to reference humans, to understand them enough to interact with them. A side effect maybe, or a cosmic chance, an accident, I don't know. I know for a fact that the brothers never intended for me to fall in love with anyone. Her expression shifted a little. Going from self-deprecation to looking like she wanted me to continue. That's a good change. It wasn't the vast amounts of knowledge he basically threw at me. It wasn't his magic or his strength even. Though, I think I appreciate all those things. If we're talking about preferences, I think I understand it enough that Wilhelm checks a bunch for me. I think it started the first time he said he would take care of me. When he seriously and genuinely said he was going to take care of me, that's when the first little seed was planted, I think. It still makes my heart all warm and fuzzy when I remember it. Imagine, the brothers casually tossed me to the side after creating me and giving me my purpose. I was supposed to help guide humanity. Then, Ozma takes me, locks me away somewhere, and comes to me a few times every century. My job was to watch the world constantly from the side, and then once in a blue moon, I answered a question or two. That was my existence. I leaned my head on Salem's shoulder. She was uncharacteristically affectionate. I felt her hand on my head, very softly. Was she sympathizing? I wouldn't be surprised, her early life was one of loneliness, being exiled to a tower by her family. That was before Ozma found her. Then imagine a young boy coming along, someone I don't know. He showed me a much wider world, and I couldn't help myself, I offered him the only thing I had to offer. I end up going with him, expecting the worst, but instead, he tells me that he's going to take care of me from now on. No one ever told me they would take care of me. No one ever bothered to care about me. So please understand how much I love him, and I'm saying that I don't blame you. I reassured her. Thank you. She said quietly. Instead of blaming yourself, consider this instead. There's someone out there responsible for hurting someone we both very much care about. Since we have no leads at the moment, why don't we go try to find that person? I smiled. Line break. Wilhelm POV. I think I was expecting something more. Don't get me wrong, I was happy, to an extent. We were taken to our own private training room. Room must be a bit of a misnomer, more like a private training yard. But I was thinking I was going to have to pretend to care about this woman and her expectations and training or whatever. But instead, almost immediately, she all but passed out drunk. She had a device in her hand. It looked similar to the one that the guards used to activate our collars. I wasn't the only one who noticed either. The others were all staring at it. Aquamarine took a step forward, but I clicked my tongue and stopped her. She's faking it, she's waiting for you to make a grab at it. They looked at me, and then the woman on the ground let out a grumble. Boring. I thought at least one of you would try. She wobbled to her feet, grabbing one of the discarded bottles up off the ground and tilting it all the way back for even a few drops. Eventually, she just tossed the bottle to the side, letting it shatter against the ground. She stared at us for a moment as if realizing something. Oh, right. Training fighters or something. She looked us over. A bug, a purple girl, a scrawny kid, and a soldier. Definitely a soldier. The last one was meant for Clint. Yes, I am a bug. Vernat raised his arm. She perked up, smiling, before snapping her fingers at him. I like you. Take note, he's in the lead. In the lead for what? I asked. Good boy points, scrawny boy. She answered easily. Get enough points, and you get a reward. What's the reward? Clint asked, uncaring about how dehumanizing it came off. Well, for you, she gave him an up and down look. I think we can do something a little special. Clint was a mask of professionalism, and he didn't react. The woman looked annoyed but didn't dwell on it. You all are so boring. She let out a sigh. Come on, show me something good. I get a bonus if you at least put on a good show in front of the Grandmaster. I'm not counting on you lot winning, but at least be entertaining when you die. I tilted my head. Have we met somewhere before? Nope, she replied without hesitation. And don't bother, those kinds of pickup lines won't work on me. I'm into men with a bit more oomph about them, scrawny boy. I raised an eyebrow. She was intentionally trying to rile us up, it seems. Or maybe it was just her personality. I feel like there's something familiar about you. I can't control what you dream about. She shrugged. Who? She has jokes. I suppose nightmares are technically dreams. Ha. She laughed flatly. Cute. I'm adorable, I deadpanned. 5 out of 10. She was dismissed. Huh. I feel like this happened before, but I was on the opposite side of the fence. You must be an expert in that rating threshold, huh? I retorted. I like your lip, scrawny boy. You get a good boy point. She chuckled. Let's see, you, bug boy. What makes you special? I am a scientist. He held his arms up. Impressive. What do you specialize in? Bombs. I think we all paused and looked at him. I was seriously questioning why he got shot off into space as a punishment now. Unfortunately, fighters don't get explosives. I can improvise. I like that attitude, bug boy. She nodded. And you, pink girl? Let's see. Shoulders, stance, eyes, facial expression. I'm guessing royalty. Aquamarine's eyes widened. Don't be surprised, princess. She grabbed another bottle off the ground, looking to see that there was some still in it. You practically scream, pampered and arrogant. As she took a drink, she dropped the device onto the ground, the one for our collars. Before I could say anything, Aquamarine shot towards it. I saw the little smirk on 142's face. Just as Aquamarine was about to grab it, she sent a kick at the purple girl. Aquamarine retched as her body all but crumbled over and went flying backwards. 142 started laughing happily. I can't believe you fell for that. Stupid brat. Aquamarine was coughing up bile at the side. Well, who else wants to try? Feel free to try and make a move for it, you won't have this opportunity again. Come on. She gestured to us. What about you, soldier boy? No thanks. Clint held his hands up. Boring. She put her hands on her hips. Bug boy. Negative. Scrawny boy, you got some balls on you. How about giving it a shot? I promise I'll be gentle. Can I get a handicap? What do you have in mind? How about arms and legs tied behind your back, blindfolded, and knocked unconscious? I asked. You're so funny. She said mockingly. Let's call it training, come on. I'm already trained. Better training. Unlikely. You're going to hurt my pride, scrawny boy. When my pride is hurt, I like to hurt others in turn. She picked up the device. Are you going to hurt my pride some more? How about a trade? Because you obviously want someone to take a swing at you, for whatever reason, I offered. It's called plausible deniability. See, if I just beat up a bunch of weaklings, it makes me look bad. And feel bad. Slightly. If a bunch of weaklings attack me, well, I can just tell myself it's self-defense and have fun beating them up. Right, I deadpanned. I think she had a screw or two loose. Who's the Grandmaster? The Grandmaster is the Grandmaster. Are you stupid? She looked at me. I ignored her sarcasm, she clearly wasn't going to cooperate. Is he strong? Is he strong? The woman chuckled. That's a funny one. I thought someone like you would know more about this. Someone like me. What do you mean by that? What do I mean by that? She repeated it back curiously. There's something familiar about you. No girl likes the same pickup line repeated to her, scrawny boy. She put her hands back on her hips. Now, are you going to punch me or not? I'll fight you. Clint stepped up. She glanced at him, and her lips curled up. How wholesome, but nope. I want the scrawny boy now, he pissed me off before. Come on then. We can call it training so you don't feel bad after getting beat up by a girl. Joke's on you, I get beaten up by girls all the time. I responded. She blinked. Then this should be like you're right back at home. Unlikely. The girls who beat me up are much prettier. I returned without missing a beat. Ha. She let out a breath. You know what? I don't think I'll need to make an excuse this time. You have that kind of face that I really want to punch. Would you punch a person who refuses to fight? Without a second thought. She nodded. I can cry on command. I will make it very awkward. We share something in common. She smiled. You can also cry on command. No. But I can make people cry on command. She said cheerfully. Let's see which one of us is more convincing. How about a wager, then? She very clearly wanted to fight, I may as well try to get something out of it. That sounds like fun. If I win, how about you take this collar off me? Can't. She held her hands up helplessly. I furrowed my brow. How about getting me better medical treatment? I'm still not fully healed. She paused for a moment. You're hurt? How hurt? Bandages, blood isn't fresh. You should have gotten some medical treatment before getting shipped over here. Deep down. How deep? All the way down. I responded. Her eyes flash for a moment as she understands, clicking her tongue. No, that makes sense. Fine, I'll tell you what, I'll personally see to it. But in return. Yeah. I was happy, if she could heal me, it would make things speed up a lot. I had a feeling I knew why he felt familiar. When I win, I'm cutting off your ponytail. It was my turn to pause now. Come again. Your hair, I'm cutting it. She gave me a full toothy grin. It was the pretty girl's comment, wasn't it? This could be the most important fight of my life. She stepped up to me, confidently. She wasted no time either, throwing a casual punch. I sidestepped it and followed up with my own punch. She held her arm up to block it. I didn't use my full strength, but that was definitely enough for a normal person to buckle. But she barely grunted, looking more interested if anything. All right, scrawny boy, you got some strength. She jumped into the air and did a full heel kick at me. I quickly crossed my arms as I felt the impact. She barely touched the ground before her fist came up from under my guard. I dropped my guard and used both hands to slap her punch downward and pivoted before swinging my elbow at her face. She tilted her body backwards with good nimbleness, grabbing my arm and trying to arm lock me. Instead, I just jumped off the ground and rolled into her motion, making us both fall to the ground with no proper footing. She started to laugh, rolling off me and pushing up. All right. Not bad. I'll get a bit more serious. It was a straight kick like she did to Aquamarine before, but much stronger. If she wanted to play like this, then fine, I won't hold back either. Instead of blocking or dodging, instead went to break her ankle, trying to slam both my palms on each side. She pulled back just in time and followed up with a knee coming at my midsection. I blocked with my own knee, then immediately both our forearms collided as she blocked my follow-up. I didn't anticipate that she threw her head forward, slamming her forehead into mine. It sent a shockwave through my body, and my head began to throb. I grit my teeth and slammed my own head forward on her. She jerked back but laughed. She kicked up a bunch of dirt from the ground, hitting me as I did my best to shield my eyes, but it still blocked my vision for a moment. I expected her to follow up, but instead, she stopped to drink from another bottle of alcohol. I coughed out some of the dirt I swallowed, wiping it off my face. Hand-to-hand combat was never my specialty, but even so, I was far from my best at the moment, which irked me greatly. She held a finger up to me as she finished, letting out a satisfied breath and throwing the bottle away. Well, come on. All right, I fought her enough, I think I can make some guesses now. This is probably stupid, but... Olympus. I looked at her expression, she looked confused as to why I just blurted that out. You recognize the name. Tuatha De Danann. Takamagara. Asgard. Svarga, I stopped because I got what I wanted. You reacted. You reacted to Asgard. I saw it, barely, there was a surprise as I said that. Different from the surprise of just blurting out the names of godly pantheons, like a familiarity. Yora. She moved fast, much faster than before, something more befitting of her status. And she punched me hard, right in the face. I felt the shockwave that followed even as I hit the ground hard, my head spinning. Ow. She stood over me. You got something to say, scrawny boy. I raised my middle finger up to her. She smiled. Say goodbye to your friends, scrawny boy. You're going off to get a haircut. Don't worry, I know someone who will take good care of you. She grabbed my collar and quite literally started dragging me away. Line break. You're. Say it and see what happens. She cut me off again, even in private, after she dragged me through the arena. Has anyone ever told you that you have anger problems? Oh sweetie. You have no idea. Well, it makes sense now why she felt familiar and possibly why she singled me out of everyone. It was my Campione nature that made her familiar, or rather, I was feeling her divinity, as minuscule as it was. She was perhaps at the lowest level of godhood, a lesser god among lesser gods, and combined with her connection to Asgard, it wasn't hard to make the guess. What's your real name? I asked, even as she continued to drag me. Are you going to annoy me until I tell you? I'm very petty, I informed her. Brunhilde. She said sharply. Why are you on Sakaar? Why are you on Sakaar? She repeated. Got slapped by some sort of eldritch demon thing from another dimension, I replied. She opened her mouth before looking at me. That sounds stupid. It kind of was in hindsight. The sequence of events, that is. Can you help me get this thing off? Look. She dropped me. I'm only going to say this once. Don't act familiar with me. I don't know what your connection with Asgard is, or even what you are, because you're definitely no god despite having divinity. But we are not acquainted. I'm actually the king of Asgard. Yeah, right. She snorted. I'm also blood brothers with Odin. Yup, I completely believe you, random person. You're definitely the king and also blood brothers with the Allfather. I let out a sigh. Why does no one ever believe me when I tell the truth? I'm also in a relationship with Izanami no Mikoto, the goddess of death from Takamagara. Aha. My pet rabbit is also the king of Asgard. Do you just blurt out every random thought that pops up in your head? She asked me incredulously. I'm also in a relationship with the adopted princess of Asgard. I'm going to take that as a yes, then. She grabbed my collar and continued dragging me away. Do you miss it? Home? I asked her. Nope. Not at all. Not one bit. I didn't believe her. Are you really going to cut off my ponytail? She let out a long sigh. One of my oaths was to protect the 9 realms, and that includes Midgard. I'd feel like a bigger asshole if I made a little Midgardian cry about his hair. I would cry like you wouldn't believe. Ugly cry. People would stop and stare. You really are just shameless, aren't you? She shook her head. Come along, your majesty, let's get you some proper healing. Line break. A/N. She softened slightly, seeing another connection to Asgard appear, enough that she's not entirely standoffish. Thousands of years living in depression away from home, and then suddenly, something from your home pops up again. It can make you feel some complex emotions. Well, if she doesn't want to go home, there are other Asgards for her to go to. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 696, Chapter. Alright, all you idiots, get out. Brunhilde all but kicked open the door to what I presumed was the medical area and yelled inside. I think he had done this before because the people inside, the doctors. I don't know if that's the term they used here. They all quickly hurried out the door. Belligerent was a good way to describe her. She was still dragging me too. I think she was having fun as she quite literally tossed me up onto a table with a large device nearly encircling it. Ow. I intoned expressionlessly. Though in all honesty, I was still hurting pretty bad. It wasn't nearly as bad as before, I did heal a little bit, and I was more used to the pain now. But I still had a sharp, shrill run through my body as I hit the table. And actually lying down, I felt more tired than I expected. Even the bit of effort I put out in our little fight before had drained me quite a bit. Not that either of us was trying at all, but I still got hit a couple times. What's this thing? I asked. You come from Midgard, right? She asked, as if completely ignoring the question. I didn't answer right away, but she took that as confirmation. Don't get all quiet, it wasn't hard to guess. I've been to Midgard, and your friend was a dead giveaway. You're weird just from feeling, but he's 100% Midgardian or Terran. That's what most species call the humans from your planet. It was good thinking to hide the name, though. And why's that? I asked, processing that bit of information. Terrans, Midgardians, are famous, in a way. More like infamous, but all the same. There have been a few from your planet who have come around and made a name for themselves across the universe. It's mostly surprising because your planet is still so primitive. I don't remember the last time I was there, but you lot were still running around on wagons and living in dirt huts. It must have been a long time since you've been there, then. Yeah, it's been a while. They started messing with the control on the device. How's the technology there these days? We had our first moon landing a few decades ago, I answered her. Huh, she said simply. It must look completely different now. If you guys have managed to leave your gravity well, then that's a big step forward. Still on the primitive side, though, if that's all you can show for it. Most species won't give you a second glance if you can't travel between stars with relative ease. I just nodded absent-mindedly. And what does that have to do with my question? Well, I wasn't going to waste an hour explaining what this thing did if you had no concept for it. You come from a primitive planet, why waste my breath? I let out a sigh. And what's this about humans being infamous? I was curious about that. Well, it's a bit more than that. A hologram popped up, and she kept pressing buttons on it. It's famous, or infamous, for other reasons too. It's extremely rare for a planet to have as many gods make it their home as your little planet did. She paused, looked at me, then punched my shoulder. Ow. I let out a pained noise. That's for thinking I was an Olympian. She scoffed. That also didn't help things. As soon as you named all those guys, it was clear as day too. Your planet is a nexus between a lot of overlapping dimensions and invisible pathways that are carved through the universe. Otherwise, why would people even know the name of your species when you lot still haven't left your planet? That makes an awful lot of sense. The Ancient One said something similar too about how the Earth was connected to a lot of different dimensions. And I discovered firsthand how it's connected to other dimensions too. And what about famous humans out there? I was also curious about that. Most of them faded into obscurity or died. But there's some woman from your planet flying around giving the Kree a headache. She said casually. Hold still, this thing is going to skin you now. Skin me how so? I asked. Physically, spiritually, romantically. I question one of those. The machine here says you like big guys, lots of muscles. I guess we share the same type. Funny, I deadpanned. You're really lucky I'm in a good mood, you know. Those idiots in here before, they probably had no idea how to check your soul and get this thing to work from there. Most of the idiots here just stumbled into the job because they could stitch a wound together. This thing can seriously check the state of my soul and scan it. I was incredulous, but I think it was understandable. I mean, yeah, Chaldea even had similar things, but they used magecraft. I couldn't sense any magic from this thing. Then again, they also had something like that over on Remnant too, didn't they? Using aura, they were able to quantify the soul on their machines. But they also had the advantage of having aura. Chaldea and my home had magecraft, Remnant had aura. Both had shortcuts. This reached the same conclusion purely through technological means. Once more, I found myself humbled. It's so cute. Is this your first time seeing technology this advanced? She pats my cheek while cooing. I smacked her hand away. Without magic being used, yes. She let out a snort. It's a far cry from the one we had on Asgard, but it's not bad for being a machine that doesn't use magic. You said the doctors. Doctor is a strong word for them. The medical staff didn't know how to use this thing. They probably knew how to use its basic functions, but they're all random slaves. Do you think the Grandmaster actually hires specialists and brings them here? She shook her head. Though he does have a few well-trained people up with him. He tends to leave his toys laying around. He doesn't care that he left something like this here. What if someone abuses it? With a shrug she just chuckled. He'd probably laugh and have fun about it. I didn't know what to think about that. Okay, seriously, don't move, this thing is going to do an in-depth scan, and I don't really have a lot of experience with something like this. She stated. I lay still as an orange light began to envelop me. I felt a tingling sensation. My magic resistance really didn't even flare up at all, it passed right into my body. I had no idea what kind of energy this was, but my body wasn't rejecting it because it showed absolutely no harmful intentions. It's like some kind of radiation. Not the harmful kind, well, the harmful kind is in plentiful amounts. Like how they use certain electromagnetic radiation to conduct X-rays back home. There's something blocking the scan. Was it the storm I had brewing inside of me? I was surprised again. With a bit of effort, I sort of parted it. It was hard to put into words, but that was the best I could describe it. It was strange, whatever energy this thing used, I felt it envelop my soul. Why is there a tree in your soul? She blurted out, then turned the device, the interface, in my direction, showing a sort of outline that looked quite a bit like a tree. I'm part tree. I answered seriously. She gave me the driest look possible. That's the answer you're going with. Don't be racist. Because I don't look like a tree, that doesn't mean anything. She let out a sigh and shook her head. If you weren't hurt, I would probably kick your ass. And wow, you really weren't lying. She played around with various interfaces as many different images flashed. Nerns. She breathed out. Your soul is in really bad shape. How are you even standing? You let me punch you. Her look was strange. This is the part where I say that I'm strong and built different. But honestly, I'm just tired and don't have much bravado in me, even if it is in a joking way. Whatever this tree thing is, it's doing a lot of work to hold everything together. She pressed a few images. Huh, I didn't even know that. But it makes sense, even as a new sprout, it's Yggdrasil that held up the 9 realms. Holding together my soul is just a matter of course. She stopped again. What's that? Is there something carved on your soul? Ah. Are those runes? To be honest, I forgot those were there. Would you believe me if I said that's not the weirdest thing you might see? I responded. She shot me a look and rolled her eyes, and then once more she just stopped. Why is there an arm in your arm? Wait, no. It's spiky. Is that a gauntlet? That's the dragon that lives in my soul. His name is Draig. Sup. He says hi. I think she may be wondering if I had something wrong with me at this point. I'm just going to stop asking questions. Alright, the machine figured out what's wrong, I think. It could be having trouble processing the fact that you have a tree or a dragon inside you, I don't know. This is a hunk of junk compared to the ones in Asgard, so let's see how it does. She smacked it once. I can see what's happening, don't disturb the machine. Musutingai told me. It seems to be converting an unknown energy into spiritrons and using those to mend the parts of your soul that are fractured. Spiritons, that was the designation that Magi gave to soul bits. Like how spells were made of magical energy, souls were made of spiritons. Fascinating. I think I may be able to replicate this in the future. The Hogyoku is processing it. I could feel it shifting around inside of me, like someone suturing a wound but on a soul level. It's similar to the process by which Shinigami use their healing arts, but in reverse. What are these weird pathways? Her words snapped me back to focus. I didn't see them before, but as soon as the machine started healing you, they showed up all across your body. Magic circuits. I breathed out, feeling them start to stop burning finally. They allow me to utilize magical energy for spellcraft. I usually don't just blurt out things like this, but, well, I was feeling thankful and euphoric. The feeling of being in pain for so long, and then it starts to disappear, it was like a drug injected straight into my veins. Is this how all humans use magic? She whispered. I must have been away for a lot longer than I realized. It wasn't just my soul either, the damage inside my body was slowly mending too. Or rather, now that the brunt of everything I had wasn't focused on keeping my soul damage from getting worse, it started to bleed outwards and speed up my normal regenerative process. I was a freak of nature by every recognizable margin. The fact that I wasn't regenerating properly spoke volumes about the severity of the soul damage I suffered, or the depth, I should say. I felt a spark of life flicker back into my aura. Fractures in my bones slowly mended. My insides no longer felt like they were on fire. My heart, I felt it beat smoothly for the first time I landed on this planet. I lost track of time as I focused on what was happening inside of me. It was by far the best healing I ever received. Avalon certainly takes that spot with ease. But I was once more taken aback by the profundity of this device. There was the following train of thought. If they had something like this for healing, what kind of weapons did they have available? The energy flowing into me slowly began to whittle down to a trickle, and even that was cut off, like turning off a sink. I opened my eyes, and Brunhilde was standing over me. You good? I slowly got up, and there was not a single jolt of pain. I'm feeling better than I have in days. That headache I had was gone. It had been pounding in my head for so many hours now that I had gotten used to it. Good, because this thing is out of juice. It's going to take a while to recharge, and this planet is a shithole, so don't expect another round of healing anytime soon. I clenched my fist before releasing. The damage has been mended enough that you can activate your circuits and utilize your abilities should the need arise. But I should remind you so you don't get lost in the excitement, the collar's still on your neck. My Zanpakuto reminded me. Hypothetically speaking, I spoke up. What happens if I destroyed this collar on me? And the one on my wrist, but that one seemed easier. It was just a bomb. She gave me a look. Hypothetically speaking, what do you think the difference between you and one of the people working around here is? The collar on our necks. I said the obvious. The difference, scrawny boy, is that your collar is just visible. She swung her arms wide open. Welcome to Sakar, everything and everyone here are just toys for the Grandmaster to play with. Why not kill him? She let out a laugh, like an honest if exasperated laugh. Do you think people have tried before? Do you know how many times I've seen him get stabbed, shot, or, my personal favorite, pushed off a 100-story building? He hit the ground and went splat. Immortal. I said it more for myself. Or some time of healing. Possible time reversal or causality reversal. She snapped her fingers. Points for that last one, that's out-of-the-box thinking. But no one really knows. I'm old, and the Grandmaster is old enough that even I don't know how old he is. No one knows what his deal is, only that he's been around forever and he can't die. Why not just leave? You clearly have no collar. I knew there was more to it than that, but I asked the obvious question. You saw the sky, right? The wormholes. The wormholes. She repeated with a sarcastic tone. Do you think those are natural? It both keeps everyone out and keeps everyone in. They dump the universe's trash here for the Grandmaster to play with, and it stops anyone from getting any ideas. I don't even know if the Bifrost can penetrate the atmosphere. I did some quick mental calculations. The spatial fluctuations would prevent the establishment of a space anchor that your Bifrost needs to connect to points across spacetime. She raised an eyebrow. You sure know a lot about the Bifrost. King of Asgard. Yeah, sure you are. She still clearly didn't believe me. But that still doesn't answer why you can't leave. Are there no ships around? She opened her mouth but seemingly realized something. Right, primitive world. She said it with a sigh. Normal ships can't survive atmospheric exit or re-entry with so many of those things up there. And trying to go into one. That's a death sentence for the vast majority of ships. I'll give you a guess about who owns the only ship sturdy enough to survive that kind of trip. The Grandmaster, I drawled. He calls it his pleasure ship. She said cheekily. I hear the orgies are great. I scrunched my nose. Thank you for that imagery. I recognized her tone. The kind of tone that someone had when they gave up and decided to just say fuck it. If you could leave, would you? She let out another sigh. I just said. I'm saying if there was a way off this planet, would you take it? She was silent for a long moment, her mocking tone and her sarcasm seemed to disappear. Don't dangle that kind of thing in front of me. That felt like the most genuine emotion I got from her at this point. Despite her harsh words, her dismissal, and even her verbally wanting to keep a distance after I found out her identity. She very clearly showed a certain fondness for me. No, not for me personally, it was nostalgia because I was related to her home. She was homesick. Just answer me this. I wouldn't push her. How long had she been here? A very long time from what she said. Thousands of years, maybe longer. Time here flowed chaotically, so who knows? Have you seen a sword about this long? I held my hands apart. A thing about the width of 2 fingers, almost a transparent blue blade and a black handle with a spherical decoration in the hilt. She blinked. Does it produce a mist when it's swung? That's right. So you have. Haven't seen it. She smiled happily. I found myself rubbing the bridge of my nose. Be nice, she just got me healed, mostly, partially, enough. She walked towards the exit. But I did hear that someone gave the Grandmaster some kind of unique treasure to earn his favor. The Grandmaster seemed quite taken with it and said it made him look regal. The Grandmaster again. Well, at least I know where Mirage is. And I do not like people touching my treasures. Regardless. I ran a finger against my collar. My finger ignited with my power of destruction, and I contemplated it for a moment before extinguishing it. Not quite yet. But it was now time to get down to work. Line break. A/N. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 697, Chapter. I came back to the yard where the others were. Brunhilde came back too, but it looked like she stopped along the way and was carrying a few more bottles with her. I had the urge to activate my circuits right here and now. But I knew that would be foolish at this juncture. While I was healed significantly, I wasn't back to 100%, but I estimated it wouldn't be very long now, maybe a day or two. That is, if I were to ignore the thing on my neck, which is still an issue. It was still stopping me from refilling properly. It was like if someone drilled a hole into a cup on the side, just as close to the bottom as they could. All the liquid would leak out, and I would be left with the tiniest bit just at the very bottom under the hole. The good news is I could manage to use my ring now again. The bad news is I feel like the collar would activate and send some painful pulses through my body if it thought I was doing something wrong. Clint looked like he was practicing his archery with a target set up, a bow in hand, and probably a few dozen arrows sticking out of the target. He noticed me coming over as he finished another shot. You look a lot better. My beautiful hair is untouched, it does wonders for one's stress level. I flung my long hair backwards to emphasize how luscious and bouncy it was. I was looking forward to seeing what it looked like cut off. Those are some blasphemous words, Mr. Clarton. No one touches the hair. He paused and blinked. I forgot what name you used, I was going to make a joke. Kurosaki Ichigo. I feel like I heard that name before. Wait, isn't that the name you used when you got arrested by S.H.I.E.L.D.? I'm pretty sure that was in your file. He looked at me. I don't know why, but it gave me just a happy feeling in my chest. I didn't even hate Ichigo. Hell, I didn't even dislike him in nearly any aspect. Sure, he's a bit of an idiot, but he's what, 16, maybe not even that. Kids are dumb, but he also had a good head on his shoulders. All in all, he's actually a good kid. But also, I regret nothing. It's not like the whole Soul Society thing where it'll blow up in my face because he thinks it's a good idea to fucking invade the afterlife. I feel like there's some poor schmuck out there that's going to get beamed up from his backyard by some aliens in the future thinking they're you. I should probably check that there isn't a Kurosaki Ichigo around these parts. It's highly unlikely, it's not a very common name. But anyway. We haven't known each other for long, have we? Clint let out a sigh. It's been what, days? It's hard to keep track of a timeline. But it feels like a long time. I was put into an arena, collared, and told to fight for my life as a slave. Now, we're supposed to train for another fight with our lives on the line. My anger that I had been holding back, well, I suddenly had a way to let some of it out. Clint, I'm really fucking angry. He was much more composed. I couldn't match him when it came to keeping his cool, to not showing emotion. The legacy of a military career, I would presume, but it seemed to be let go in this moment. I have a wife and a daughter back home. I'm also really fucking angry. For me, I get myself into weird situations. I travel to other worlds all the time, so in a way, I was used to this. This was new to him, this was his first time being whisked away from his home planet. I couldn't imagine what he was feeling right now. Thoughts in the back of his head that he would never see his family again. First off, let's see about getting these bombs off, or at least. Did someone say bomb? Our little bug friend popped his head up between us. I have extensive knowledge of bombs. We're. Would you like to see? He held up his bomb bracelet. As in, he had already taken it off and was waving it around. I am very skilled, yes. What the fuck did he get kicked off his planet for? Do you think you could disarm all our bombs, please? Clint snapped back to focus rather quickly, immediately asking the most pertinent question. Oh yes, very easy. He started to mess with Clint's bomb too, his sharp hands, mandibles, and claws seemingly could get into the deep places on the device. I realized that the bombs were significantly less advanced. Less sophisticated compared to the collars on our necks. Completed. He held up Clint's bomb that came off him with a click. Acquired 2 explosives, double. Me next, please. I held mine out for him to easily access. He went right to it. Competent friends are always such a nice thing. Funnily, Brunhilde was just watching from the side, barely batting an eye as we quite literally get free from our chains. One of them, anyways, the collar was still present. Can you do mine too, please? Aquamarine approached us. She was usually much more standoffish, so it was surprising to see her sound so humble. Yes, yes, more bombs, more better. He didn't even bat an eye as he went to work on hers. So what's your story, princess? I took this opportunity to ask. Accidentally ending up on Sakar, huh? She gave some bullshit story before. I mean, so did we. But still, I was slightly curious. She scrunched her nose, clearly showing some annoyance. There was a moment where she probably considered just telling me to fuck off and turning away. I was crown princess, my world is led by a queen. My mother had just passed the crown to me days prior when my sister led a coup while I was returning home. It would have succeeded if she had captured or killed me. I barely managed to escape when my ship got damaged and I crashed onto this world. Are your people looking for you? Clint asked. They probably know where I am. However, one does not easily arrive nor escape from Sakar. She drawled. Out of curiosity, can I ask about your name? Aquamarine is unique. I asked, trying to appear more friendly. It's tradition for the royal family to be named after a color. She smiled faintly with a hint of warmth in her eyes. It was my grandmother's favorite color. Our Valkyrie keeper said something similar. You can't enter or leave Sakar through normal means. Hypothetically speaking, do you think your people would be waiting for you? A fleet above the planet, looking for an opportunity. She considered it. Mayhaps. I know a great many peoples watch the planet of Sakar from a distance, unable to intervene. My sister's coup was destined to fail once she failed to capture me or kill me. My other would have resumed control until I could return, or in the worst case, another of my sisters would assume charge if it were impossible. So there's a possibility of a fleet of ships waiting outside the planet, looking for an opportunity to rescue you. I summarized. Well then, it seems we have the makings of a plan. I clapped my hands. Plan, what plan? She asked in confusion. For our escape, of course, I said cheerfully. That is, if our trainer wants to join us. I'll be honest, the thought of just grabbing Clint and going home as soon as possible was looking very appealing. But on the other hand, I was very angry and I despised slavery. Brunhilde, who had been quietly drinking a bit away, had paused. I knew she was listening this whole time. A moment later a bottle flew past my head. What makes you think I would help you all, huh? I got a good gig going on. I bring in a few fighters, I get paid, and then I buy something good to drink. She responded. I can remove the wormholes in the sky, I said plainly. You said they were acting like a shield, I can remove them. She immediately went silent, staring at me as if to see if I was lying or not. That's a bold thing to say. She clicked her tongue. Do you think you're the one-eyed old man? I tilted my head. Ah, it's been a while, hasn't it? Musu Tingai's voice carried with it just a smidgen of smugness. You've held back for long enough, just don't overdo it. My soul was healed enough now. My spiritual pressure was released. It wasn't the release of power in the strictest sense, but even so, I was careful enough to not trigger the collar on my neck. But even so. Her eyes widened, and her legs trembled as the pressure descended. I didn't let up until she finally was pushed to the ground. As soon as her knee hit the dirt, the pressure disappeared. I wasn't one to show off this way. I didn't demand people bow before me, I didn't release my power for others to worship my every step. But sometimes, you just need to show people where you really stand. Did I think this was enough to earn her trust or respect? Maybe, but probably not. I could get a good enough read on her, she wasn't that complicated. She was very cynical, depressed probably, and she had no direction in life right now. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if she had resigned herself to eventually die on this world eventually. But at the very least, I think he's pragmatic. So she might follow along for now and see if there's really a chance. Musu Tingai. I'm here. How much magical energy do you think I can manage under these conditions? Enough. When you get good enough, you don't need such an explicit mental trigger for your magical circuits. Like a reflex almost, if you work on it enough, you can turn them on or off with a thought. Usually, it takes years, if not decades. I suppose it does require a hint of talent as well. I didn't have a mental trigger. I never needed one when I woke up. I carried along with me the same sort of mental mannerisms from my past life. A significant amount of spellcasting is a mental aspect. Belief in yourself, belief in the process, and things along those lines. I had absolute belief I could activate my circuits, and they responded. Well, I suppose I was going back to basics here. Like starting a car, turning your circuits on did require a bit of magical energy, like how a car needs gas. Doing so by skipping things like self-hypnosis or a mental command added to that, if barely. My mind immediately went to the image of a full-body mirror where I looked at myself. I pressed a hand against it and shattered it as it cut into my skin. Shatter. I whispered under my breath, clutching onto that image, the shocking feeling, and the quick beat of my heart, and my circuits ignited. The magical energy wasn't flowing out. I had seen many different ways across various worlds and how people handle magical energy. In Remnant, it's like a pool inside them that constantly sucks in the surrounding mana. On Earth, where Campioni and heretic gods run around, it's filtered through conceptual means of stories, myths, and legends. In my birth world, magicians slowly build up a pool similar to those of Remnant, except they don't have the benefit of a constant stream. Even in the world where Kunu is learning, they have a sort of core that filters magical energy constantly. Each method had its pros and cons. Magical circuits, they were probably on the lowest end when it came to utilizing quantities of magical energy. However, they shined above all others when it came to control. If you could numerically conceptualize every unit of magical energy into an itemized variable, then magical circuits were the best at never wasting a single unit with enough training. That's what my circuits were doing right now. The tiniest bit of magical energy I had available, it wasn't letting any go to waste, it was clamping down tightly on every unit of magical energy enough that it didn't leak out, that it didn't trigger the collar around my neck. A single unit, 2 units, if going by that same numerical concept, well, that was all I needed. I touched my ring, and it opened up to me, and I finally felt like I was back, like something was missing from me. Was it my demonic nature or my dragon nature? Hell, it could have simply been my greedy human nature. But I despised not having access to my stuff, my treasures. And of course, I took out Sir Wiggles and held him in my arms. Welcome back, buddy. Ah. They were looking at me strangely. Where did that rabbit come from? Except for Brunhilde. She had recovered from my little show. But now she was staring at my rabbit, her mouth was hanging open in disbelief. Heh. Works every time. I have some ideas on where to go from here, I said calmly. Line break. Brunhilde, Scrapper 142 POV. Stupid, this is so stupid. Why am I doing this? It's utterly pointless. Getting my hopes up, what's the point? It's the same thing every time. Does he think that no one else has ever tried to overthrow the Grandmaster? That no one else has ever tried to rebel or escape? It goes the same way every time. I only took this job on a whim. The pay was going to be good enough that I could drown myself for probably a few more years before I had to start working again. They didn't even need to win. Make them good enough to give a good show. Make it so they die in a way that pleases the Grandmaster. Simple and easy. Of course everything went to pot. Of course I had to run into someone from back home. They may as well be from my homeland with how much we were in Midgard protecting it from invaders. I pulled a console device out of the way, carefully. Then I hid one of those pieces of paper that scrawny brat gave. What did he call it? A talisman. It must be magic from another pantheon. I think I recognized it, I don't know. My memories blurred together after so long. I could at least feel the magic on it. It was somewhat similar to runic language. I was never very good at magic as it was. I walked to the other side of the room, getting on my knees and looking under a hover carrier for moving equipment. I slapped it onto the bottom, underneath, and smoothed it out. With a look around, I made sure no one saw and got up and went further into the building. Why am I doing this? Basically planting bombs all over the Grandmaster's building, his tower that overlooks the entire city. Those are the first 6 floors done. Only a bajillion more to go. I should have kicked his ass harder. He has such a punchable face, and for some reason I feel like he really deserves to be punched in his stupid punchable face. I slid into the kitchen. Don't mind if I do. I opened the fridge and took out the chilled wine. From a Kree garden world. Very nice. I pulled the top off and settled down as I took a seat and enjoyed the treat. Kree has some of the best wine. Well, their conquered worlds do. I miss Asgardian mead. The taste of honey was the best part, and I haven't been able to find a replacement. Damn Grandmaster, he said he had a casket of the stuff in his personal storage, but I've never been able to get a taste of it. Just for that alone, he deserves a kick in the balls. I tossed the now empty bottle into the sink and found a good spot to put another one of these magical thingy-doos. Hey, I'll put some under the toilets too. I might have felt bad if everyone in this place weren't worth the shit on my boots. The idiots here think that just because they have their own slaves, they aren't slaves themselves. Even the cooks, the janitors, the people who wipe the Grandmaster's ass after he takes a shit, they all think they're so much better than everyone else below in the city. The faces they make when he inevitably orders a purge out of boredom are always fun to watch. I don't even remember how long ago it was that he got drunk and angrily ordered the execution of every cook in this place because none of them had tried to poison him. To say he had a screw loose was generous. Thankfully most of the floors of this place weren't actually occupied. Most of them just had random junk that the Grandmaster had collected over the years. Some neat toys, but otherwise, just trash. I went around putting these pieces of paper everywhere before I finally made my way up to the top floors. This was the easy part. I made it to the Grandmaster's observatory. At least, that's what he had been calling it lately. His lounge/office/meeting room. It had a big window that overlooked the large city below. Oh, 142. Grandmaster noticed me immediately. Topaz, look, it's 142. I see. The woman answered clearly, not pleased with my presence. I never knew what her problem was. I wonder if she knows that I could punch her head off. Stupid mortal thinks she's important just because the Grandmaster treats her like his right hand. He only does that because he thinks it's funny when trash like her commands everyone else. I put on my best smile, cocking my hips. Hey there, boss. Hey there, 142, he cooed right back at me. Ugh. So, 142, what brings you all the way up here? Wait, I think I ordered all the trainers to give a report hours ago. He tapped his chin. You are correct. Scrapper 142 was absent and disobeyed your order. Topaz interjected. Should I use the stick, sir? Whoa, Topaz. No need to get sticky. He grinned at his own joke. I'm sure 142 has a good reason, right 142? The mortal glared at me, but I just rolled my eyes. Thankfully, I already prepared for this. As easygoing as he is, he doesn't like being disobeyed. But he's more than willing to look the other way if you give him any good reason. I continued to smile. I was busy doing my job, sir. Everyone else did their jobs and were here on time. Topaz retorted. He didn't interject, he was wanting to watch us argue. And one of my fighters told me a little secret. A secret. Grandmaster's eyes sparkled. Do tell, I love secrets. Don't I love secrets, Topaz? Whenever I hear a good secret, I can't help but share it with everyone so they can enjoy it too. I reached into the bag I had on my back. He told me that his ship was carrying something pretty good, so I just had to go find it for myself. Unfortunately, when it crashed on the planet, only this bottle survived. But I figured you would enjoy a bottle of alcohol from a planet that's mostly undiscovered. His playfulness changed completely, turning into desire. Oh, 142. He clutched his heart. You know me so well. I will gladly accept this gift. Well, I'm off the hook. And even if it's utter shit, he will enjoy it for the novelty. Drinking, fighting, and women, that's basically how he passes the time. Any one of those that show any kind of novelty, he jumps right on it. That scrawny brat should be lucky I didn't drink it on the way here. Though, he probably has more of it stored away in his little pocket dimension. Cheeky brat, I didn't pay much attention to that ring on his finger. I could have taken it and be set for life. I shot a smug look at Topaz and walked over to him, handing it to him, and he cradled it like it was a treasure. I put my hands on his shoulders, rubbing them affectionately. Bleh. What planet was this from again? I think they said dirt. I acted confused too. He scrunched his nose. Oh well, can't do much about their naming sense. But what matters is the taste. Topaz, go get me a few glasses. Good ones, not too good. Right in the middle, elegant but tasteful. Right away, sir. She drawled as she left. I leaned against the sofa he was sitting on, taking this opportunity to sneak a talisman under it. Then I went to walk around his room, acting like I was looking at his decor. He barely spared me a glance as I took that opportunity to put more of these pieces of paper hidden all around. That's when I spotted a certain object. It was mounted on the wall, blue, had a faint chilly air to it, and had a black handle. Was this his sword? I only saw it at a distance before and only remembered it because I noticed the magic. I hadn't really cared beyond that and wouldn't have taken a second glance had it not been brought up again. New toy? I asked. Oh, yes. He turned around. Very nice, don't you think? I was going to use it as a cane and get a good sheath for it, it goes splendidly with my hair. But the little bauble in the hilt is the real prize. The hilt, he didn't even care that I picked it up. Good sword. Big praise coming from 142. He grinned but was mostly focused on the bottle. The little orb. I wasn't able to analyze it completely, even my toys couldn't delve too deeply into it. I was thinking about trading it to the collector and settling some of my debts. I put the sword back for now, not wanting to raise suspicion. Topaz walked back into the room, holding two glasses, one of them clearly worse than the other. It's not surprising which one she forced into my hands. Come on, 142, share a glass with me. He uncorked the bottle, pouring for himself first, then I joined him as he partially filled my glass. He swirled it in front of his nose, taking a deep breath, then tasted it. Oh. Oh. His eyes lit up. That's good. It has a subtle but bitter aftertaste that pairs well with the initial sweetness. It leaves a lingering feeling of satisfaction that would make an excellent palate cleanser between meal courses. I just drank mine down. Made from grapes. I wasn't some connoisseur, but it was nostalgic. I hadn't had any grape-based wine in a very long time. They were originally from Midgard, but Asgard happily took some back and grew them as well. I'm glad you like it, sir. I forced a smile, staring at my glass. It brought back memories I hadn't thought about for a very long time. How are your fighters, 142? The Grandmaster let out a satisfied sigh after his drink. We need a good turnout. Everyone was so confident, so I'm going to make sure to promote it all. I even have sponsors lined up, advertisements. He held his hands up. I'm going to have my ships up above the arena with big advertisements across them, the cameras will pan to them between matches. I looked down at my glass again, feeling a foreign feeling in my chest. I think it'll be a great show, sir. He smiled. That's what I like to hear. Line break. Clint Barton POV. All right, Clint, you can do this. It's just a bunch of people, aliens, but still people. Is that the right word? Will aliens get offended if I call them people? People is a broad term for a person. Person doesn't mean just human, does it? I don't think my high school education prepared me for this. I messed with the new ring on my finger. Makes you stronger, he said. I wish I asked him what that meant. I have so many questions now that my brain has caught up. Always happy to have a wizard added to the party, but I'm just a poor ranger over here sitting at level 1. All right, stick to the plan. Can't show any weakness. It's like prison, right? Walk up, punch the biggest guy, and then you're the new king of the block. Sure, that's just an urban legend, and it would end with you getting your ass kicked, but it has to have some basis in reality, right? Think of Laura and the kids. Heh, I only said I had one girl, never mentioned a son. Put that big brain shield training to work. I let out a breath, doing what I always do when I am anxious before a mission. Repeat the mission parameters over and over. Find the other fighters, disarm their bombs, and earn their loyalty. Princess was given some weird alien device by our trainer to try and contact her people outside the planet. And our trainer was planting bombs in various places. Magic bombs. But bombs nonetheless. Come on, Vernat, let's go make some friends. I pat my bug companion on the back, Carapace. Excellent, friends are great. He waved his arms happily. Well, someone is excited at least. You would think they'd segregate everyone. They basically told us all that we would be fighting to the death, even if not directly. Logically, it would make our odds higher if we sabotaged the others. Find the weakest link in their team, kill them, and the others will blow up. That can't have been overlooked, right? I was never the sharpest arrow in the quiver, but even I can see the obvious here. Unless that's what they want. Survival of the fittest. Apparently every team had their own little training yard, but it all connected to the main training area where the older fighters hung out. Alright, avoid the big guys that look like they could quite literally tear me in half. Instead, focus on the big guy I could spy that had 4 arms, arms bigger than my legs, and looked like he could also tear me in half. I walked openly, hands could be seen, dagger hidden under my sleeve. They saw me walking over, now just be careful, talk calmly, and... Greetings, friends. Vernat ran over. I am here to assist you. Oh god damn it. They immediately looked like they were ready for a fight. I couldn't fault them, another guy comes running at them, acting crazy, and they know about the bombs too. The big 4-armed guy smacked Vernat away, easily. His teammates, all relatively big guys. One looked like it was made of stone, all gray-like, missing an eye. Another had a hunched back, but there were spikes protruding from it, almost like bones. The last was a lankier guy, probably 2 feet taller than me, but his arms were much longer, almost touching the ground from that height. All vaguely humanoid too, which, I'll process later. Vernat didn't look too hurt, he rolled into a ball shape right before he got hit. As an insect, his outer shell should be quite sturdy, right? You got some nerve. The big 4-armed guy cracked his fists. He was menacing. Don't think his species had hair from what I could tell, and his skin was tinged red. Whoa. I held my hands up. It's a misunderstanding, we're not here to fight. He spat onto the ground, it was also red. Yeah right, runt. But who cares? If you're gone, that's one less bug I have to step on. Ah, I guess they realized that too. Less competition for first place. Come on, at least hear what I have to say first, I asked, pleaded really. Talk to my fist. I let out a sigh. Magic ring, please work. Body shape, despite 4 arms, and physique were vaguely human. He was tensed all over, overexerting his punch, he had no formal training. He overcommit, thinking he could turn me into paste with just one punch. I leaned forward, letting it go over my right shoulder. He almost stumbled forward before catching himself. Magic ring punch. I threw a punch at his side, presumably where his kidney should be, hopefully, maybe. It connected, and I felt something inside of him give way and crack. He spat out, making a noise that was all too familiar even if he wasn't human. He fell to his knees, clutching his side, and I jumped up, wrapping my legs around his neck in a chokehold. You bastard. Get him. Tear him apart. Nope. Don't even think about it. I took out my dagger and held it to their friend's throat, they all immediately froze. Good, they weren't just completely dumb brutes. The big guy under me didn't fight too hard now, his eyes refocused, the vial in his throat was pushed back down, and he understood the situation he was in. Thank you, magic ring, I'll never doubt you again. That was at least 5 times as hard as I usually punch, and it didn't even hurt. Logically, shouldn't my body have felt the rebound, like exerting strength far above what it's physically capable of? Magic bullshit, I guess. Vernat, come do your thing. I called out. He started to struggle now, and I had trouble holding him. Stop. I told him as I squeezed harder, and I could feel him choking. Vernat got to work, and only seconds later, with a click, it fell off the guy's arm. The big guy froze, his eyes barely catching what just happened. I swiftly let go of his neck and slid back, holding my hands up. He jumped to his feet too, looking panicked and confused. Slowly, I put down my held hands, and the dagger was put on the ground. They all saw it too, his bomb on the ground now. Can we talk now? They lost all desire to fight, that's good. First part of the plan, done. Now only, how many more teams to go? Line break. A/N. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 698, Chapter. Grandmaster POV. I'm excited. Are you excited, Topaz? I'm ecstatic, sir. Yeah, I can see it all over your face. I nodded at her deadpan. I'm even wearing my excitement robes. I showed them off. They're your normal robes, sir. Yes, but when I'm excited, they become my excitement robes. Clearly, she has no sense of fashion. I clapped my hands. Today's the day, Topaz. The sponsors all paid me, the fighters are all ready, and the cameras are all on me today. Metaphorically speaking. They're actually on the fighters, because that's what everyone's paying to see, but you know what I mean. Everyone knows that I'm the real star here. Sure, they come for bloody fights, but they stay for my personality and handsome face. And we made a killing. Just from the advertisements alone, it's almost enough to pay off my debts. Everyone loves to see fresh blood, and I put them all front and center. Sure, I may have lied a little bit about their origins and skill, maybe. But no one cares about that. They won't remember the life stories of someone getting their head caved in by a slab of iron. No, they'll just cheer happily as it happens. I looked out the window. It's beautiful, Topaz. I had several of my ships hovering over the city, mostly the arena, with giant displays on the sides. I really am a genius. Who else could have thought about this besides me? No one, that's who. I'm surrounded by idiots, but that's partially my fault. Well, not really. But I can't just let this stand. I suppose I'll do some house cleaning after this is done, shake things up a bit. Not just fresh blood in the fighting pits, but in my circle too. Oh. I haven't been this excited for a while. Maybe with the extra money, I'll buy a bigger ship. It's getting a little cramped when the pleasure cruise starts shaking. But I suppose that's also part of the charm too. Decisions. Come along, Topaz, let's get to the arena. The atmosphere is just so infective, I'm getting tingles just thinking about it. I didn't wait for her to answer as I was grabbing what I needed. Hat or no hat? No hat, I just did my hair. But I'll grab my best necklace, the one with the pretty blue gem. It also matches my underwear today. You know what? I'll take that nifty little sword too, it just glows with a certain pizzazz that will really pop at my side. And I can point with it, swing it around, I'll really feel like I'm holding all their lives in the palm of my hand. I went to the display and picked it up. It was fairly light, and I swung it around. How do I look, Topaz? I took a stance. Elegant, sir. Elegant, that's what I was going for. I snapped my fingers. You really know how to get my motor running, don't you, Topaz? I can feel it. So powerful, so manly, so authoritative. Now I know why people love to wave around their pointy pieces of metal. I could get used to this. Off we go, Topaz. The maids all bowed outside the room, and I gave him a pleasant nod. If there's one rule I learned in my long life, don't treat the ones who wash your clothes and make your bed badly. Sure, poison can be annoying from your cooks, but it sometimes adds a certain tang to a dull meal. But poorly prepared clothes. Dear me, that is a torture I couldn't withstand. And my bedding. Nope. I will not compromise my comfort. Do you smell that, Topaz? I took a deep breath. It smells like smog. It's the smell of money. And smog. Lots of it. Make a note, I want less smog next time. For every breath of smog I take, I will execute 23 people. I was feeling generous, so I gave them a warning. I'll make a note of it. I snapped my fingers and my guards were all at my side as we boarded the ship. Ooh, I'm getting the shivers of excitement, Topaz. I said as she sat next to me and I looked out the window. It was only a few moments before we were at the arena. Do a go-around over the top, Mr. Pilot, I want a good look. He of course listened, why wouldn't he? A request from a charming man like myself and the threat of being thrown from the ship, and people just listen. It was packed, they were cheering. Wave to the cameras, Topaz. My face appeared on the big screens around the arena. I blew them kisses, my affectionate and beautiful subjects. Well, not beautiful. Most of them were ugly and dirty and dressed badly. The ship finally landed out back, and we entered through the back. I didn't want to get close to the unwashed masses. Probably literally in their cases, lots of dirt and sand and ick. I took my rightful place, my throne, upon the arena. It was more like a couch, but semantics. It overlooked the fight, set me above everyone and above all, it was very comfortable. It's fight time. Topaz, get all the cameras on me, I'll do an introduction. Make sure we're recording, it's time to start. I rubbed my hands together. Yes, sir. She nodded curtly. I stepped to the edge of my balcony. Several recording drones came flying over. I held my hands up and the rambunctious crowd began to quiet down. Hello, Sakar. With that, they got loud again. Yes, yes, praise me. Now everyone. I quieted them down again. Let's not forget to give our welcome to all our viewers out there across the universe. From the occupied space of the Kree Empire, to the furthest reaches out into the void. That's right, I know there's a few unknowable things at the edge out there watching. Don't worry, I don't discriminate. I winked at the camera. Where was I? Oh yes. I won't bore you with a long speech, there's one reason we're all here, right? We all want to see some fights. Team on team, one group of newcomers versus another. But there's a catch. I held up a finger. If one of their team members dies, then they all die. They have to fight smart, they have to fight together. We've never done team fights like this before. But from how things sold, it's a gimmick we'll have to keep using in the future. Now, let's get a good look at our fighters. I pointed towards the entrance to the pits below the arena. The big gate opened, and they started to come out. All shapes and sizes, genders, non-genders, and species. Even carbon-based life forms. There was at least one energy being among them. Take a good look. Pick your favorites, maybe place a bet if you're daring enough. Come on, wave to the audience, yes, that's right. I gestured for them to wave. I put a hand up, blocking the signal to the drones for a second so they stopped recording. Topaz, they're not waving. I will send the guards down, sir. I let out a sigh. No sense of grandiose. No, it's fine. I wave it off. I'll improvise. I had the cameras continue. That's right, all eyes on me, don't pay attention to those party poopers. Now, as the Grand Master of Sakaar, I will announce the start of the first every grand. An explosion sounded behind us, loud enough that it caught us all off guard. I furrowed my brow, turning back. Another one went off. Then hundreds more. My eyes widened. It was my tower. My spiral tower, my grandiose home, my heavenly spire, my stuff. It started to collapse, a gigantic dust cloud erupted as it hit the ground, falling from the sky. The shockwave caused the city to rumble like an earthquake. Topaz, this wasn't part of the event, was it? I grabbed her shirt. She looked confused and panicked too. Who, why, who? I was now very angry. Before I could demand another answer, the sword in my hand trembled and flew away from my grasp. My eyes followed it as it hit the ground in the arena right in front of someone. He looked up at me and smirked. You. Line break. Wilhelm POV. Welcome back, Mirage. The last missing piece has been returned to me. The timing was impeccable. Did we need to blow up his house specifically? No, but I think it's forgivable considering how furious I am. Over the past several days, I took it easy and just let myself heal. I was close to being in my best condition, just a tad off, but it was more than enough. Now, there was silence, that massive building came tumbling down, the dust hadn't even settled yet, and here we are. That's the Grandmaster. It was my first time meeting him, but I already felt like I knew him. Not in the literal sense, but the invisible hand that had been grasping my neck for so long. Well, we were already prepared for this part. Thanks to Clint, he got the others on our side. I reached up, and my hand ignited with lightning. I pressed it against the collar on my neck. I felt my divine lightning invade the device, destroying everything inside of it, and then I ripped it off and threw it to the ground. It was a liberating feeling. The ground crackled. The storm in me was just begging to be released, but I controlled it and let the lightning crawl across the ground and then up the bodies of everyone else. In his time frame, I had been working on my control more than anything else. Doing this much was within my capabilities. All their collars were destroyed, turning to ash on the inside. The dust and smoke around us were blown away. Several low-flying aircraft appeared above the arena, full of guards, full of people carrying weapons, and with weapons on the vehicles themselves. No, I said, cut the cameras. The Grandmaster's voice filled the arena as people began to panic and run. Even as he said that, only about half the screens around the place cut out. Magical energy started to pour back into my body, and my aura began to slowly flow outwards too. I took a deep breath, and unconsciously, the sky above trembled. Which one of you did this? Who? I demand answers. The Grandmaster's voice was tinged with anger. If I don't get answers, Topaz, give me the thing. His companion handed him something. Have a taste of obedience. He pressed the device and nothing happened. I presume it was the device that shocked us through the obedience collars. I picked the little disc up off the ground in front of me. I held it up for him to see. Were words needed? I wanted him to know. Ah, well. That's unfortunate. He cleared his throat. All right, men. We're doing this the old-fashioned way. That one with the red hair, bring him to me, I think he's the one responsible. Point your big guns right down there, yeah, like that. The ships tilted their guns downwards. The people around me looked a bit worried. Clint gave me a look. I think he trusted me a lot more at this point. I gave him a smile. I reached up to the sky. There was an uncharacteristic heaviness to it. I was told that it hadn't stormed on Sakaar, ever. So at least for a very, very long time. I could feel it with my connection to the storm. But even so, since when did divine authority cater to the whims of mortals? Heavy, but I grasped it. My hand clenched, and I pulled down. A bolt of lightning appeared in the otherwise empty sky. It thundered into existence and came down like divine punishment. One of those massive ships, the ones that had advertisements playing, tore right through it, causing explosions immediately as it immediately began to fall. Then it arced and went through one of the lower flying shuttles, one of the kind that had guns pointed at us. Like a nail hammering a plank of wood, it pierced right through it and slammed the ship to the ground with the sheer weight of power behind it. The Grand Master stared blankly before opening his mouth again. Get them. Shoot, kill them. Then more hell broke loose. With a roar, one of the fighters nearby charged forward at a guard that had crawled out of the wreckage of the downed ship. More guards poured out of the entrances into the arena pit and attacked without hesitation. I put Mirage away. As much as I missed it, I needed something else right now. My Staff of Magnus returned as well. I hadn't seen it since I landed on this planet. I held it up, and a large magic circle appeared above the arena. I didn't care for meticulousness at this point. I finally had magical energy to spare, so I used it. Ebony flesh. The only difficult part was picking the specific people out of everyone here. All the fighters had an ebony-colored energy wrap around them. It was a fairly strong defensive spell, but it also provided a strength boost when used. Lasers hit them but left them unarmed as they charged forward. There were more convention weapons, some kind of bullets being shot. They too just hit the spell and didn't harm the ones under it. It immediately turned the tide of the fight. Sure, they were wielding swords and spears and axes, but when more advanced weapons couldn't penetrate the defensive spell, what did that matter? Well, the big guns above were a problem. I found Clint. He was keeping close by, and I weighed some options in my head. At this point, I would consider him a friend. I took out the bow of Oriel and tossed it to him as he saw it. Take out the big stuff with that, but be careful, it's very strong. The thing with the bow of Oriel is it responded to the wielder. The stronger you were, the more you could draw out its power. For Clint, he could safely use it to an extent. It's why my 9 realm spell caused a backlash, because I pushed past that safe boundary and brought out more power than was intended. Got it. Give that asshole a punch for me. He nodded. Well, he knew where I was going. I eyed the Grandmaster who had turned and was being escorted out. I shot up to the top of the arena, looking out over it. The city was in chaos. The collapse of that giant building caused significant damage, and the ship I brought down just added onto it. There was still a gigantic dust cloud enveloping the city. I didn't usually show off my godly side. I wasn't a god, I recognized that. In fact, I preferred to continue thinking of myself as mortal. But on this occasion, I would make an exception. I raised my hands up, and a wind started to blow. If there were no storms here, then I would make one. High above, there was a flicker of lightning, a small crackle that imploded onto itself. Then again, a little bitter. Then thunder rumbled in the distance, and with another crackle, the first dark cloud appeared in the sky, emerging from lightning that was dancing in the air. It grew bigger and bigger, more clouds joining it until the sun disappeared. Clouds started to roll out, partially from within me, others were created at my beckoning. For miles upon miles the clouds spread, blanketing this dirt-covered wasteland. The wind picked up, and then the rain came. The ambient dust and dirt were swept away as a torrential downpour covered this dead planet. Usually, I would use dragon words to manifest a storm, but this time, I want to make one purely for my own divine power. There were ships flying away from the arena. I spied them a few moments ago. They were parked outside just before I arrived. I held my hand out, and the thunderous booming in the storm answered. Lightning bolts fell down, striking the ships, hitting their wings, their tails, or otherwise avoiding the parts where people were housed. I nodded to myself, noting that my control indeed had improved. In fact, I felt like I could do even better. I pointed a finger at one ship, and a bolt of lightning wrapped around it like a snake and invaded its mechanical parts, its circuitry, and small components. It smoked and caught fire without taking any noticeable exterior damage and plummeted from the sky. There was no huge hurry in my step. I adjusted my hair unconsciously. And I tapped my foot against the ground. With a crack of my neck, I used a burst of Shuanpa to kick off the ground. I was accompanied by a roar of thunder, glass windows shattered as I moved at my fastest speed. I came upon the wreckage of the crashed ships. They were mostly intact, in fact, most of the people on board were still alive. I was gentle. They noticed me, guns drawn, weapons pointed at me. Usually, I would have something to say, a quip, a joke, or just make light of the situation. Weirdly, I had a small memory jump to the surface of my mind, of the time I spent in the Grail War. I stomped on the ground. The barest need of casting and I actualized a spell. They dropped their weapons, hands falling to the sides, and blood dripped from the upward protruding spikes they were now impaled upon. I think Vlad would have been proud. I found the ship I was looking for fairly quickly, mostly because I saw the person in question crawling out of the side-turned, crashed ship. Hello, I don't think we've met yet. I smiled politely. The Grandmaster in all his glory. He stood up, all but jumping to his feet. He froze, looking at me, then put on what could be described as a charming smile. Well, this is awkward. I don't suppose you would mind putting an obedience collar back on, would you? I need that to threaten you with. No. Well. He smoothed his hair out. Aren't you a strapping young man? I do say, I don't think I've met anyone so handsome before. Not into guys. Drat, he seemingly tried to seduce me. Should I have flattered? I think my anger is completely overshadowing any humor I found in it. Look, there's no reason for us to be hostile here. He tried a different approach. No harm done, right? Technically, I wasn't harmed, I suppose. Do you know one of the things I despise most in all of creation? Killing handsome men. He tried. It's slavery. I said pointedly. I don't have some deep philosophical argument for it. I'm not some paragon of virtue. It's just something that contradicts my very being. I despise slavery. Well, we share that sentiment. I'm a big proponent of, not slavery. Yes. I nodded. You made me a slave. He opened his mouth, but I cut him off. Your planet, I should clarify. But you held my chain, didn't you? And in your name, I was forced to fight in an arena or die. I know this is the first time we've actually exchanged words, but I want you to know why I'm going to kill you. Yeah, well. How about this? He lifted up his robe. I admit I was taken aback by the fact that he decided to flash me. Thankfully, he was wearing something underneath, but my attention was drawn to a belt he was wearing. He pressed a button on it, and something breached the atmosphere above us. A massive ship, bigger than the ones that were hovering over the arena before. It had big guns pointed down, and smaller ships began to fly out of it, coming down to surround us, hovering in air. Those were similar to the smaller ships at the arena as well. Haha, yeah, look at that. I got the big guns now. He said smugly. Topaz, hit him with the melty stick. I turned to look at an older lady charge at me with some weird polearm, technological weapon in hand, stabbing it towards me. I grabbed it. I felt it try to disintegrate me, but my power of destruction flared up, and instead, I destroyed the weapon. It turned to ash in her hands, and I gave her a firm but casual kick to the stomach, sending her tumbling to the ground. Well. He swallowed. Even so, look, you're outnumbered. But I'm not without mercy. Be a good boy, and let's get you collared again. Then you can fight in my arena, and I can earn enough money to rebuild my palace. I raised an eyebrow. I was about to show him why that was not going to happen, but someone else beat me to it. Another ship came flying over, gun quite literally blazing as it started to shoot at the hovering ships above us. Not the giant one, but the smaller ones. It was very clearly outfitted with significantly more firepower, and as the other ships tried to engage, it beat them quite handily. The new ship landed, seemingly uncaring about the other giant ship hovering even higher above us, its big cannons still pointed down. I blinked as I saw who walked down the deployed bridge. Well, it seems you're finally joining me. I was pleasantly surprised. I didn't think I had managed to convince her. Maybe I reached her after all. Nope. She dismissed me completely. She was wearing armor this time, sword at the hip, and her armor shined almost silver as the rain splattered against it. I'm just really tired and decided, fuck it. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, well, I had a good run. At the very least, I wanted to kick her ass. She pointed at the woman that the Grandmaster called Topaz. I guess that works too. Frankly, it would be odd if she did just suddenly trust me and jump to my side after living here in a state of depression for who knows how long. I knew I should have killed you. A street rat that thinks there, the woman began to speak, but Brunhilde had gripped her by the throat before she could even blink. You really shouldn't run your mouth to people who can crush it like a fruit. Mortal, I'm a Valkyrie, know your place. She squeezed, and the women gasped for breath, clawing at Brunhilde's hand, but eventually her body went limp. I didn't know their history, but I wasn't going to question it. She didn't seem like the type to go all, how dare you, mortal, unless she was genuinely pissed off. Oh no, Topaz. The Grandmaster looked sad, but not emotionally sad. Like he just found out that his phone's battery ran out. His eyes then turned to Brunhilde. 142, oh 142. Why did you betray me? After everything I've done for you. What exactly did you do for me? She asked. He held up a finger. Well, I gave you a good life. She rolled her eyes. Right. I treated you better than most other people. Most other people were idiots, and I was good at my job. That may be exactly true, but... Do you mind if I kill him now? I cut in, not caring about this argument. Oh, you're welcome to try. She gestured for me to continue. I noticed that the Grandmaster's expression immediately changed. Ah, you told him. I guess that makes sense. He let out a sigh. You really are just ruining my day, aren't you? My home was just blown up, along with all my stuff. I collected that stuff over such a long time. And now, poof, all up in dust. And 142, no, Miss Valkyrie, you come and just, he made a twisting motion. Twisted the knife in, didn't you? Well, I guess I should stop playing around. I was confused by what he meant by that, but he raised his hand, and the ship above us shuddered, and he slowly moved it off to the side. Let's just get this out of the way. I don't want to have to replace this thing too, it cost me a lot of money. Did you just move that ship by yourself? I asked. He smiled a bit more genuinely. Oh yes, I did. You did tell him who I am, right? He pointed at Brunhilde. I'm the Grandmaster, darling. Do you think I go around calling myself that because of some inflated ego? Yes. Okay, that's partially true. Dear or dear, I'm an elder of the universe. He held his hands up as if that meant something. I stared at him blankly. The Grandmaster let out another sigh. Really? Nothing. Gods, these days, do they not tell their kids about the big shots in the universe? Not a god. He looked at me, then clicked his tongue. So you're not. Strange. He recognized divinity, though, that was concerning. I looked at Brunhilde, but she was just sitting by, bottle in hand. Her expression basically read, go and do your thing. Here's the thing, kiddo. I love pressing the reset button. He pointed up to the sky, and my storm parted. No, I felt an invisible force push through it and push it to the side. Let me ask you a question, why do you think all those pretty little wormholes aren't ripping the planet to shreds with how close they are, huh? I did consider that question before. Now if you answered that the great Grandmaster is keeping the planet safe, you win. He clapped his hand. But you know what? Let's go ahead and wipe the slate clean. I'll no longer keep them stabilized, I'll no longer keep them from expanding or consuming the planet. Have fun. He pressed a button on his belt again, and he teleported away. My eyes dilated for a moment as I felt the space crack and loop to a nearby location. I scoffed. Mirage entered my hand after a long time, and I swung it at the spot he was in, cutting open a bridge between where he was and where he just teleported to. He was apparently high up on one of the other buildings towering in the distance, and he immediately turned around and seemed surprised. I jumped through, and without hesitation, I stabbed Mirage through him. He didn't even voice a complaint or shout. In fact, he looked bored. Really? After all that, you went with a stabbing. Do you have any idea how many times I've been stabbed? I ignored him because I saw up in the sky, the wormholes were acting erratically. Normally, wormholes in close proximity like this either tear apart everything around them or collapse upon themselves, or in certain cases, they can merge and cause a whole different kind of chaos. There were dozens, sitting all above us. And they all began to react all at once. I took out a handful of talismans, throwing them at the Grandmaster, chaining him down with spiritual power. I pointed my finger at him. You who are crowned in the name of man, wearing the mask of blood and flesh, flying on 10,000 fluttering wings with thunder's carriage and an empty spinning wheel. Break the light into 6 pieces, carve a twin lotus on a wall of pale blue flames, and await the blazing fires to reach the distant heavens. I chanted the full Bakudo as my spiritual power surged. Bakudo number 61, Rikujikoro. 6 rides of light slammed into him from every direction, pinning him in place. He let out a noise, a grunt, maybe a groan of pain, but he snapped his head back up. Ah, magic, not the first time either. All right, you got me not going anyways, let's watch the fireworks together. He chuckled. He wasn't taking this seriously. Maybe Brunhilde wasn't exaggerating when she said he couldn't die. If he truly had no fear of death, then he really would just be treating it like a game. Gravity was beginning to distort. The wormholes were going to drag the planet from its normal rotation soon. They were starting to pull at the planet's atmosphere too, I could feel it through my divine power. I had a good angle to look down below, the arena was still chaotic, there was still plenty of fighting going on. Now the choice, do you run away and leave all the little teeny tiny bugs to their fate, or are you going to try and do something? He grinned happily. Don't mind me, take your time. It's not like the planet could be destroyed. I won't move from this spot and just let you do your thing. Go ahead and put on a good show for me. Annoying. I've had the storm inside me, compressed and thundering for a long period now. What I've done until now, that was just the tip of the iceberg, barely a fraction of what I had swirling around. I suppose it was time to let it out properly. With the time I had an idea. What if I put my divine power into a single point? It didn't explode outwards, I had been practicing my control. Come, aim no mirakumo no tsurugi. The sky pulled with my summoning, my expanding storm clouds, my lightning, and my thunder, it was all called back. From every corner of the world it had been spreading, an invisible hand tugged the strings backwards. It swirled down upon my empty hand, overlapping, crackling, and condensing downwards. My divine sword appeared between my fingers. It was weird, I just simply had a feeling I didn't need to use the full chant. The sword was slightly different, though, it was shining bright blue. Not from some alterations, but the edge of it was so compressed in my divine power that its normal black blade couldn't be seen. It looked more like a sword made of pure lightning. I'm not very good at naming things, so let's go with something simple. Let's call it sky-splitting. I grabbed the sword with both hands and swung it. It was heavy, like I was dragging it through mud. That was because space was bending at its edge. My divine power had become so potent that space was distorted before it finally cracked and shattered. A wave of lightning was released as a blade towards the sky. It slashed right through the wormholes, causing them to immediately destabilize and start to collapse into themselves as the spatial tunnels were utterly severed. It came to a stop and dispersed, but what remained was a sky that had been split wide open. All right, well played. I turned to look at the Grandmaster who just spoke, and I jumped back because an unknown energy spread out from him. That energy gave me major danger warnings, my instincts were screaming at me to be careful. It shattered my kid and forced my force out of his chest. I quickly retrieved it, but he stood there as if nothing happened. Impressive, really impressive. But, if you think that's going to be enough, he stopped and jerked his head up towards the sky. A rainbow light pierced through the sky, coming from deep in the universe. A very familiar rainbow light. Odin. The Grandmaster's expression's tone changed for the first time. The Bifrost came and went, and in its place, there was now a fleet of Asgardian ships hovering in the lower atmosphere of the planet. Line break. Basically, I had more than a few people not vibe with the arc or whatever. So I decided to release it all at once for the free chapters to get through it, for the most part. So, an 8-chapter mass release. If you missed it and jumped right to this chapter, this mass release starts on 610. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 699, Chapter 618 plus Arachne. Clint Barton POV. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Dive behind a big stone. I am not laser-proof. I could hear them hitting the rock behind me. I don't know if it's worse or better than bullets flying at me. Maybe it being new is what makes it scary. Thankfully Magic Man gave me some of his magic juice. I peeked over to shoot an arrow, nailing one guy in the mask. It went through it, and he fell over pretty easily. Ha, you may have lasers, but I have pointy sticks. Jesus Christ. I caught a big guy I recognized from when I went around recruiting everyone. He had the same shimmering blackish shield around him, like a set of armor, and he was just tanking shots like they were nothing. He grabbed a few guys, tossing them around like they were weightless. He wasn't that much bigger than me. It seems like the spell or whatever makes you stronger too, it's good to verify. He did say that, but it's hard to break the skepticism that was drilled into me from years of shield training. Escree. Everyone's favorite bugman was running around with an armful of bombs. The bombs he took off everyone and disarmed before. Obviously we couldn't just walk out into the arena without them on, but at that point, they were harmless. Or so I thought. I had to cover my eyes as he tossed one not so far away from me, blowing up a bunch of guards. Scree. Scrock. Oh great, I can't understand him anymore. Does that make it better? Honestly, that just makes it more terrifying. But you do you, little man. Just sit back and fire arrows, Clint, stick to what you know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They fell easily. Honestly, their armor looked shitty. Is that the right word? Like it didn't seem to be working all that well. If you're going to weigh yourself down with armor, you should wear something more practical. 16, 17. And I'm out of arrows. And I drew attention. Laser fire soared over my head, and someone's body was chunked through the sky as I jumped behind a different rock. I peeked over again, and a guy came running at me with a glowing stick weapon. Some kind of energy discharge, probably not a taser. There was a group running behind him too. Okay Clint, you can do this. Trust the magic man. Deep breath, deep breath. I jumped over the rock, running at him, catching him off guard. I jumped up, wrapped my legs around his neck and dove forward, using that to fling him off the ground and at the group behind him. I rolled, grabbed his stick that he dropped, and smacked the neck in the head. A laser hit my shoulder. It was enough that it kind of startled me. I felt the force of it, somewhat, but I felt no pain. Neat. I stabbed the stick forward like a spear and it burned a hole through the guy's chest. I looked away as he screamed. I didn't understand him anymore, but some things are universal. Out of pity, I killed him quickly before finishing off his friends. That was way easier than I was used to. It felt like lifting up a beach ball in all honesty. Thank you, Magic Man. Now, if you could make it stop raining, that would be great. I had to wipe the rainwater from my face again as the sky rumbled. It looked like we were winning. The spell he did was enough that most of the guys here could grab better weapons and start to turn the tide. Arrows, or a gun. I wouldn't mind a laser too. I was about to find one, but I noticed the large shadow overhead. Big ship. Lots of little ships started appearing too. Big guns, pointed right down at us. Did they not care that a bunch of their people were down here with us too? The fighting gradually stopped because everyone stopped and looked up at the sky. Uffler Gonather Toruant Kling, a loud voice boomed over everything, probably from the ship. The mechanical grinding of gears and mechanisms was equally loud as the guns adjusted themselves specifically to aim at us rather than just down. Still don't know what they're saying, but I could probably guess. I grabbed the other bow off my back. Come on, Magic Man, I'm putting my trust in you again. No arrows, no problem. Why would a magic bow need arrows? It was weirdly plain in look, for a magic bow. Sure, it was sleek, and the design wasn't something you would miss if it were tossed into a pile of other bows. But you would think a magic bow would be all glowy with impossible shapes and make no sense in shape and form, right? But it also felt really warm, not just hot, but like comforting. I put a finger on the string, and it began to glow as I pulled it back, an arrow forming in place, looking like it was made of fire, or rather, light. It felt really heavy in my hands all of a sudden. I just aimed it upwards at the big ship as the string was pulled fully back. With it, rays of light swirled around my hands and the arrow, and I let it loose. It nearly knocked my ass off the ground from the shockwave. But the light shot upwards and pierced right through the ship's metal hull, opening a hole that could let someone see up to the sky above. Not even a second later, a burst of light pulsed outwards from the ship it just hit, rupturing parts of it altogether, pieces breaking off, and the ship began to fall awkwardly from the sky, landing somewhere outside the Colosseum with enough force that it felt like another earthquake reverberated through the city. Yeah, okay, I breathed out. At least the rain stopped. Oh no, that wasn't it. There was now a hole in the clouds right above us. Holy shit. What the fuck did he give me? I have a small guess that this isn't just a plain magic bow. Shit, other ships, the smaller ones. I quickly pulled the string back again and shot more arrows, taking them down with the same explosive arrows that pinkish in the stormy sky above us, letting sunlight fall down. The smaller ships, the ones that were exploding from the shots, they fell down too, crashing into the nearby buildings, even one hitting the walls of the Colosseum creating a convenient exit for everyone. The silence was deafening despite the explosions and collapsing of buildings outside. Then they all started cheering very loudly. I think I heard my name being chanted. Well, Bint Clarton. You know what? I'm not even ashamed of that name. I had the big brain when I came up with it on the fly. The thunder above though drowned everything out, and the dark clouds looked like they were being pulled somewhere and gradually disappeared. I don't know what I was looking at, but the sky looked like it was cut open. All those wormholes in the sky, they started to disappear one by one, like they were collapsing into themselves. How the hell am I supposed to write a report about this when I get back home? There was another crackle of lightning and something zipped through the air, slamming into dozens of remaining guards. Then, it landed on my head. I looked up to see Magic Man's pet rabbit casually sitting on my head. But it wasn't paying attention to me, rather, it was staring up at the sky still and I followed its gaze. A bright light, a rainbow light, shot across the sky, and suddenly, a bunch of ships appeared. They sort of looked like Viking ships, some of them at least. For some reason, I don't think these are the princess's people she was trying to contact. They started firing down, not on us though. The other ships that were buzzing around, the ones that belonged to the owner of this place, they started to get blown up one by one. Several more flew in from somewhere else, to try and help, but the newly arrived ships made short work of them. I don't even know what's happening anymore. I just took the bow and kept aiming at the ships that I knew were the bad guys. I'll let someone else handle all that other mess, I'm just the bow guy with a magic bow. Line break. Wilhelm POV. I've never actually seen Asgard's fleet before. I never considered what Asgard's fleet would even look like. I mean, seeing it now, it looks particularly appropriate for the whole culture, but even still. Kind of jarring if I'm being honest. Odin. The Grandmaster growled, looking more upset than I had seen him before. Despite blowing all his shit up, threatening to kill him, and even flexing my divine power, he had remained detached and uncaring. That energy around him felt dangerous, though. Honestly, it was familiar, sort of, like, I vaguely recall something similar from someplace before. Regardless, I wasn't going to let him live. My divine power was, feeling drained. I've never felt like this before. I put everything I had into that slash, and I need a few to recuperate from that. Clearly, it needs more training. Odin, I know you can hear me. The Grandmaster shouted. You're breaking. A red light shot down from one of the high-up ships. The Grandmaster's face contorted, and a familiar spear pierced through his chest, and a familiar face on the other end was twisting it. Student, is this one the one responsible for your disappearance? Scat Hack asked. He did it. I pointed at him with full seriousness. Oh, that's bullshit. With a bright light, she cast a spell, and the energy around him flared up with a resounding burst of sounds and light. Scat Hack slid backwards, spear in hand. The hole in his chest slowly began to heal under our gaze. He ran a finger in the blood dripping from his wound, then licked it. Oh, cursed, that's something I haven't experienced in a long time. All right, if that's how you want to play it, Odin. He waved his hands, and throughout the city, many large and impressive-looking guns revealed themselves and started shooting upwards at the Asgardian fleet. They returned fire, but an all-out fight broke out. I sort of ignored that, questioning how or why Scat Hack was here, but I pushed those questions down for now. I was just happy to see her. All right, focus. I can catch up in a bit. He has some strange energy, and I heard he can't die. I spoke up. Scat Hack raised an eyebrow. Shall we test that? Ooh, what ya got, darling? He was utterly unfazed. I think I knew what she wanted. With a burst of Shumenpa, I slid to a stop behind him and ran him through with my divine sword before pushing him down onto his knees. Weirdly, his energy didn't respond, like he was just letting us do our thing. Scat Hack wasted no time. She held a finger up to him and began to draw a primordial rune. A primordial rune of death. Oh, that's not good. The Grandmaster recognized something. As the rune lay onto him, he twitched. Oh, I can feel the cold touch of death creeping up on me. Blood slowly dripped from his eyes, then his nose and his ears, and flowed out of his mouth. He coughed violently, and I think I felt his heart explode in his chest as he went limp and fell over. That felt far too easy. I kicked his body, pulling my sword free, but there was nothing. How did you know I was here? I asked. The Watcher of Asgard discovered your location. She responded. We all came. All. All of us that could come. She nodded. Your Fox and First did not follow for obvious reasons. Yasaka and Meridia. A small cough made both me and Scat Hack quickly jump back as the Grandmaster stood up. Now that was something. He wiped blood from his mouth. I haven't felt a death like that in a very long time. Good try, but not good enough. I inscribed death upon your soul. Scat Hack narrowed her eyes. Good effort, I give you a 9 out of 10. She was about to attack him again, but I put a hand up. Let me handle him. Can you go help the others? There's a bunch of people, well, I suppose you could call it a rebellion, and got someone down on the ground that came with me. She probably wanted to say something but just nodded. Very well, student. I will allow you to have this one. Despite not seeing each other for several days, perhaps a bit of worry on both ends, she left to go help with everything else going on. I could see a small blue silhouette in the air casting magic, shields, and spells raining down. And another purple arc of lightning slicing through an anti-air turret on the ground. And I think I saw Vanillana too, the iconic power of destruction erupting, and she wasn't wearing her normal clothes. I saw a ponytail and even armor, not anything all-encompassing, but something easy to move in but definitely prepared for a fight. She was tearing through a large vehicle on the ground as if it were paper. Grim flying through the sky, Nevermores, Griffins, and many other variants were joining the fray. They were all here, even if I couldn't find where Artoria was, or where Izzy was. Ah, where'd your friend go? You know, I prefer threesomes, they're just that much more fun. I let out a growl, and the Hogyoku inside of me shifted. Demonic energy erupted, and my demonic features revealed themselves. My horns on my forehead, my tail, and my hands are becoming sharper like claws. I breathed out, and with it, a wisp of the power of destruction came out. Well, aren't you just full of surprises? You would have made such a great fighter, you know. Everyone would have heard of your name, champion. I charged at him with my power of destruction flared up and tore at his flesh. I pushed him through the building, slamming into another across the street and tearing through that one as well before hitting a third. I was gripping at his flesh, ripping it apart, pushing my power of destruction into him. I ripped his arm off and disintegrated it, then I stabbed my hand through his chest, finding an organ, and pulled it out. Both my hands clasped his head, and I pushed my destruction into it, into his brain, rupturing every part of him. I continued to pummel him as the building collapsed. The metal, stone, and debris fell on us, and I kept tearing him apart piece by piece, but at no point did his expression change. After several minutes of mindless fury and carnage, I stepped back, letting out another breath. That same energy of his flared up again, and just as quickly, his body reformed in full health, unharmed and looking bored. All right, this is getting repetitive now. He held up his hand. I'll stop playing around. He swiped his hand, and I felt something dangerous coming. My aura flared up for what I had left, and I cast several spells quickly and activated my semblance at the same time. My vision was filled with that heavy and indescribable power, it blasted me back, and I felt the searing pain flow through my body. The next thing I knew, I was far, far away from where I had just been, resting in a pile of rubble from a building I had just been shot through. I looked up and saw the skyline, the skyscrapers, and the large buildings that still stood. There was a thin line running through all of them, and slowly, they all began to fall over. Ow. Will. A blue blur slammed into me, and I instinctively opened my arms to welcome her. I missed this. Odin. Grandmaster's shout could be heard from here. There was a collision of power from where I just was, and I suspect that Odin made an appearance. Hey, not to ruin the moment, but can I borrow your sword? My sword? She asked, tilting her head. Oh, that sword. She poked my chest. When this is over, you better be prepared. I kissed her forward, acknowledging her words. She pulled out the Elder Scroll, and with a flash of light, the skyscraper-sized burning sword fell into the ground, causing everything to rumble and shake. Thank you. I gave her another kiss on the forehead. Hanuman. I yelled out, and my shadow expanded, as if pulling itself off the ground, it took the shape of a large ape. And it grabbed the sword. I leapt up into the air, my shadow following suit. I could see it now. Odin held his spear up, releasing a bright beam of light, and the Grandmaster matched it, releasing an almost identical power from his hand. That's where I remembered it from. Odin noticed me, his eyes widened, probably recognizing the sword. And he quickly flew out of the way. Oh, poopy. The Grandmaster whispered as the massive sword slammed down right on top of him and erupted into a torrent of destructive flames. I landed on the ground, my shadow receding, and I let out some pants before catching my breath. Odin. Boy. He looked at me, touching down at my side. Thank you. I told him, and I doubted I needed to go into detail as to why I was thanking him. My new daughter was distraught. He harumphed. I did this for her. Surtur's sword trembled, and it was seemingly flung far away with an eruption of that same power, hurling it far away into a mountain where it impaled itself unmoving. The Grandmaster stumbled out of the hole he had been in. Odin, you're breaking a lot of promises. Odin scoffed. I promised nothing. You're invading my territory. You kidnapped my daughter's lover. Odin retorted, then glanced my way. The Grandmaster blinked. Everything that comes here is mine, I kidnapped no one. Odin snorted disdainfully, and I felt similarly. He also kept one of your Valkyries here for who knows how long, I added. Odin's eye snapped to me, and his already somewhat angry demeanor shifted, and he turned back to the Grandmaster. You dare. The Grandmaster's expression shifted, and he quickly brought his arms up as Odin released a powerful blast from his divine spear. I braced myself, watching the clash as it ended just as quickly as it finished. Come on, Odin. Two wielders of cosmic power, this isn't going to go anywhere. The Grandmaster tried to bargain, it seems. Cosmic power? Is that what it's called? It feels like it exists above divine power, which is somewhat of a first for me. There's southwest much in this place that I don't know about. Let's take him together. Odin's eye turned to me, he didn't immediately dismiss me. Despite our differences and our mutual dislike for one another, we both had a reason to despise this man now. He wields the power cosmic. From the birth of the universe, he and his ilk stole a piece of creation for themselves. An elder of the universe, they call themselves. His tone was filled with disdain. Oh, I'm going to blush. The Grandmaster said coyly. Use the spear. Musutingai told me. I don't know anything about cosmic power, but if we're talking about the power of creation. I took out my Longinus, and almost immediately, I saw both of their expressions change. True Longinus, balance breaker. Line break. Non-canon Omake, the little spider. The sounds of fighting could be heard a distance away. Percy, Annabeth, Luke, and Zoe couldn't extend the effort to pay attention to it because they had their own issues. Despite Zoe in particular having a lot of things she wanted to say, she also held her tongue in this moment as Arachne had gone off to fight her father. She thought it was suicidal at best, but she had her own problems. "Don't look at her!" Annabeth screamed, and they all ducked behind pillars or broken pieces of stone. Medusa was still around, and she changed from her humanoid appearance to her half-snake appearance. Her hair, turning into various snakes, all hissed aggressively, and her legs, becoming a long snake tail, had her slither through the shadows. Medusa was one of the most famous monsters in existence. Even Percy, who had very little knowledge about everything, knew who Medusa was and the whole legend about turning people to stone. "Duck!" Zoe shouted. Just as she did, a strong serpent tail slammed through the pillar of stone that Luke and Percy were hiding behind. They dived out of the way, scrambling forward, doing their best not to look back. Beyond turning people to stone with a gaze, she was a monster, and thus, strong in every sense of the word. Zoe had quickly shot 2 arrows blindly, one of them narrowly missed Medusa, and the other was far off target. Unfortunately, she couldn't very well aim properly, using the shadows behind her to make estimates. "Scatter!" Percy yelled, seeing a shadow out of the corner of his eye. He barely dodged a hand of sharp nails that dug into the nearby wall. Luke shot upwards to the sky, landing on one of the higher scaffolds. Percy darted through what used to be a window, half-collapsed as the monster chased him. She let out a hiss as an arrow hit her back, barely able to penetrate into her scales. She grabbed it, turning around, all of her snakes letting out their own hisses of anger, but no one was to be seen. Percy had taken the opportunity to make some distance as well. The monster Medusa slithered across the ground, hardly a noise made with each pillar she maneuvered around. Percy was catching his breath. In the distance, he could catch a glimpse of the battle happening over there, and it looked significantly more intense, making him calm down. He heard the noise, sword in hand. He was about to swing it, but Luke quickly grabbed his hand then covered his mouth, silently moving a finger to his lips. Percy silently nodded and calmed down. "Plan," Percy mouthed. Luke looked around and unfortunately shrugged. Percy couldn't help but wince. "Dost thou dare fight me, snake?" Suddenly, Zoe's voice boomed, startling both boys. As she said that, Annabeth slid to a stop behind the same hiding place as they, letting out pants. "She's distracting the snake, we need a plan." Topple a stone pillar on her," Luke offered. "Too small," Annabeth quickly analyzed. "Kick one over and make a big dust cloud, then we all jump her," Percy offered. Annabeth considered it too but shook her head. "We don't know how powerful her eyes are. If they can see through the dust even for a second, one of us is gone." "Water." Percy perked up. "Is there any water around?" "If she's moving around in the water, I can feel her and call her out, and we can fight her that way." "There's no water anywhere," Luke said quickly. "I was high up a second ago, it's dirt and grass in every direction." "Wait." Percy's eyes lit up. "I'll do the thing Arachne taught me. I can make my own water. The mana burst thing." Annabeth remembered that vividly. "Can you even do that?" Maybe. He never really got the hang of it. But no time like the present, right? Better than nothing, Luke decided on. "I'll do the first thing though, I'll help distract her by pushing over some of the lopsided pillars." He used his flying shoes to move back up into the air. "All right, Percy." Annabeth grabbed her shoulders. "Do you remember what she told you?" If they were betting on this, Annabeth was at least going to help as much as she could. "She said I needed to grab hold of my divinity and element inside and burst it out." Percy nodded. "Okay, and how do you do that?" "I haven't figured that part out yet." Annabeth face-bombed. "Do your best, I'll stand guard here." She took up a position at the stone doorway, dagger in hand, as she peeked over the corner. Percy took a deep breath. "All right, Percy. Divinity, it's my godly side, right? And water, lots of water. Think water." He stood up, taking deep breaths, doing his best to try and sense it. "Water. Water. 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 Water." He grit out. "Come on, water." Just then, he felt something like water hitting his face. Only to open his eyes and see Annabeth squirting him with her water bottle. "That's not helping." "Sorry." Annabeth ducked her head. Well, he didn't blame her, it wasn't a bad idea. He looked at a drop of water running down his nose and used his finger to catch it. He stared at it, almost entranced by it. With a bit of control, he could make it move around his finger. He could already control water, right? It was easy for him, he could even play around with it if he wanted. It was just about using the water inside of him, right? He didn't know the words to describe it. If someone were to ask him after, he wasn't sure if he could articulate it at all. Rather, he just called on the water inside of him instead. Zoe had come through the nearby wall, stone shattering as she hit the ground, groaning in pain and blood seeping down her face. Medusa let out a yell. "Child of Hermes!" she screeched, and then they heard Luke's own pained cry before Medusa ripped pieces of stone off the hole in the wall, slithering through. Zoe quickly climbed to her feet and shot an arrow, but it was smacked away by Medusa's tail. Her eyes were closed as she hissed in annoyance, wiping dust out of her eyes that Luke had thrown into them a moment prior. Before Zoe could escape, Medusa's tail wrapped around her foot and lifted her up off the ground. "Finally caught one of you brats." Mana burst, water. Percy yelled for no particular reason other than feeling like he should. A large amount of water erupted from him, a proverbial tidal wave emanating from his person. However, it just splashed against everything, getting everything a bit wet. It was far less water than he had hoped. "Did you just splash me with water?" Medusa's eyes slowly opened. "I guess I should thank you for washing my eyes out." Percy ducked behind a big piece of stone. "Humph, now to deal with you." The water on the ground moved, and it surged. Before she could look at Zoe, a hand reached out and punched her. Medusa let out a cry of surprise, nearly falling over and letting Zoe break free from her grasp. It only took her a second to recover, and all her snakes bellowed out. Her eyes turned to the source, standing right in front of her, her cursed eyes erupted at the course with a powerful cry. To everyone's surprise, nothing happened. Percy stood there, completely covered in water. Like a set of armor. It worked. He blurted out before slashing his sword at her eyes, blinding her. Medusa let out another painful and hysterical cry as she fell to the ground screaming. "I figured since everything in your house wasn't turned to stone, that means you don't turn everything to stone, right? It would be weird if you tried to drink a cup of water, and it just turned to stone because you looked at it." "Wow, that's really smart," Annabeth said in a rare moment of praise. "Thanks, Before Percy could finish, Medusa's tail struck him and sent him through another wall. He slid across the ground, the water around him falling as well. His insides felt like they were on fire, and he was fairly sure that some of his bones were broken. Medusa let out wails of fury, flailing around, destroying everything in her vicinity. The others had to duck for cover. Even without her stone gaze being a threat, just getting to her was almost certain death at the moment. Percy winced and coughed as he tried to stand up, only to tilt his head back and see that he was under the two divine items. He reached over and grabbed the lightning bolt. The sky trembled. Seeing that nothing bad happened immediately, he considered it all right. He looked at the lightning bolt in his hand and the thrashing Medusa. The others were out of the way, so he shrugged and thought, what would Arachne do? And as such, he threw caution to the wind before he threw the lightning bolt. The moment it was released from his hand, the shockwave swept him up off his feet and blew him away as a trail of lightning was left in its wake. It seared through everything, turning stone and earth to molten slag, and it vaporized Medusa on impact, but it did not stop there. It went through what remained of the stones and walls of the building and reached the sky before searing a hole in the sky itself and continuing onwards. Percy was prone on the ground, groaning. The others, just as flustered and confused, looked his way. They saw the missing lightning bolt and put two and two together. Percy held his thumbs up in victory. Line break. Arachne gripped her gi bog tightly and cast every reinforcement spell she could. She stood before a titan, a god in another name. It would be the strongest opponent she ever had. Atlas looked around, slightly dazed. He wondered if he had just been away from the world too long or if this was just something abnormal about this specific demigod. He could taste many different powers in the air that hung on the spears impaled in the ground. Many different powers that belonged to other parts of the world. You are an arrogant child. His voice boomed. Am I a little fly caught in your web? The scoff was loud enough that it kicked up a light wind. He pulled his arm back and threw a punch. No weaker than the one from earlier, it threatened to destroy everything in its path. However, to his surprise, his momentum seemed to weaken, and wrapped around his arm were hundreds of threads. Arachne pulled on them between her hands with all her strength, forcing his fist to stop just in front of her. A said, "This is my web," she declared and used the tense strings to fling herself forward, spear in hand, stabbing at his face. Atlas let out a grunt, snapping the threads, and used his hand to block. He flicked her away, but she landed gracefully on a thread in the air, making it look like she was floating. Petty tricks. He swung his other arm, trying to swat her like the proclaimed little spider she was. Arachne merely stepped backward, avoiding it, falling downwards as she grabbed another thread and yanking it. A spear from the corner was pulled out of the ground and shot at Atlas. The spear tip looked to be made of solid ice. It was a gift from Zekrom, crafted from a piece of the Winter Queen's ice crown. As it weaved through the air, everything around it froze. Shards of ice sprouted like jagged and sharp flowers. Atlas saw it coming and slammed his palm down on it but let out an annoyed, if slightly pained, noise as his hand began to freeze over. Arachne dashed across the ground, sliding between his feet, pulling on several more threads as they wrapped around his legs. He tried to use his other free hand to smash down on her, but she had already leapt in the air, narrowly avoiding it, landing on another suspended thread, pushing against it as it stretched and reached its precipice, then it shot her back, like an arrow loosed. She let out a cry as she stabbed Gi-Balg into his back. The tip of it was half buried before she was forced to let go. The Titan swung his whole body around, sending her tumbling off to the side. Atlas didn't let out a scream, he didn't roar in fury. He crushed the ice around his hand, and he snapped the threads around his legs. The spear in his back, he ignored as he glared at the girl. He was barely paying her any effort before. But now, his pride had taken a hit. Just an infantile wound, barely a stab, yet it was caused by a mortal child. Very well. His voice was low but carried weight with it. You shall witness the strength of Atlas, the one who bore the weight of the world. He pulled his arm back, and it felt like the world moved with it. Arachne's eyes widened as she realized he wasn't playing around anymore. She grabbed the nearest thread and pulled on it, retrieving one of her special spears. The mighty fist of the Titan came at her, pulling apart the ground as it split the air. Arachne gave her own answer. Gungnir replica, spear that strikes absolutely. The golden spear in her hand turned into a flash of light as she released its powers. It was like the ringing of a bell as flesh met metal, the resounding clang reverberated throughout the entire garden. Arachne coughed blood as the force knocked her back, but so too did Atlas's fist get deflected, sending him tumbling backwards at the collision of the two powers. The little spider hit the ground, rolling several times before she got back on her feet, blood rolling down the side of her face. But a few bad hits wouldn't stop her. Atlas, significantly less harmed, was more startled from the exchange. The spear of the Allfather. He blurted out, confused. Arachne didn't waste a moment, pulling a spear made of talismans out of the ground and throwing it at him. He went to swat it away, a casual dismissal, but as soon as he hit it, it exploded in a burst of talismans that surrounded him and all released magical effects. He covered his face as they rained down on him non-stop. Arachne dashed across the ground, picking up two spears. The true Longinus replica in one hand and a purple spear, technically a Naginata, in the other. The second was a gift from her Aunt Raiden, a replica of her own weapon. Kusanagi no Inabikari replica. She let out a roar as she jumped at him, true Longinus stabbed into his hand. It tore into his flesh much easier than he expected, enough that he let out a noise of surprise. That, and he felt the danger it posed. An immortal slaying weapon. He again couldn't believe the words he was saying as he let out a roar and grabbed the true Longinus replica with his other hand, forcing Arachne to abandon it as he pulled it out of his flesh and threw it far away. The force of it was enough to kick up a whirlwind, disorienting her. Atlas saw her falling through the air and threw another punch. In desperation, Arachne grabbed all the threads next to her and pulled on them. Hundreds wrapped around the Titan's arm, slowing him and minimizing the force, but they snapped as his muscles bulged and refused to back down. Several more spears came flying at him, but they couldn't even pierce his skin, much less stop his attack. Mana burst, destruction. Her power of destruction erupted out in a torrent as she forwent defense entirely and punched towards him instead, realizing that dodging or avoiding it was pointless. With a boost, with her own spells, now with her destruction out, she hit him with her full strength. Her fist was infinitely smaller than his, yet the obvious difference in size didn't decide the outcome. Rather, the two collided, and a cataclysmic boom followed. Arachne let out a cry, hitting the ground. Atlas's fist remained in the air, the clear winner. But he didn't gloat or declare victory, for his flesh had been seared and burned on his knuckles, and his godly ichor slowly seeped from between his knuckles. It was hardly a wound worth mentioning, but that wasn't an insubstantial amount of his strength in his current state. And yet, the mortal, the demigod girl, responded with her own punch and met his. Not only did she not die, but she wounded him in the process. In any other situation, he may have praised her. Especially seeing her stand back up with that broken arm of hers. He didn't know what power she used, only that it was able to reach him, and that made her a threat that needed to be removed. Still just a mortal, Atlas muttered. But even so, like a bug, I'll squash you. He raised his foot up and stomped. The ground shattered, rupturing in all directions. Her spears impaled in the ground had been dislodged, and she had lost her footing. Arachne looked at many of her precious spears that lay shattered and broken. Her heart felt heavy seeing it, but she couldn't mourn for them now. But Arachne gritted her teeth, casting a quick healing spell on her arm, and jumped onto the nearest thread. Higher and higher, she kept jumping from one thread to the next until she soared as high as she could go. The Kusanagi no Inabikari replica she held onto crackled, and purple lightning filled the sky. Even if her arm was broken, she ignored the pain and gripped her weapon tight. Atlas's head snapped up to the sky, there he saw what looked like an eye made of lightning peer down at him as a purple hue overtook the sun. Secret technique. Arachne shouted, holding the spear up, slashing down with it, dropping from the sky. Muzu no Hitotachi. It was a pale imitation that was replicated through the use of the replicated spear she wielded. But even so, she slashed downwards, and time seemed to freeze. Atlas stilled as a purple line separated the world in two from heaven to earth. Arachne hit the ground, and the sealed space was split in half, lightning jolted outwards before the space utterly collapsed. A moment later, the ground thumped as the Titan's knee hit the dirt. Atlas let out heavy breaths, ichor dripped from a wound down his chest. That blow wasn't yours. I don't know what god it belonged to, but you suffer the consequences of using it. Arachne's hands were trembling, and she couldn't raise them, burned from the release of lightning. It only took a few seconds later before Atlas stood back up. That space you created, I didn't realize, was disorienting me. I was moving slower than I normally do, and my mind too. He rubbed his arm. Clever mortal. Atlas opened his mouth again, but just as he did, another thunderous explosion erupted not far away, and they both could see a bolt of lightning tear through the world, exiting the gardens and leaving a gaping hole in the sky. Atlas shook his head. I should have never left things to that monster, that was my mistake. I'll need to go finish off those other brats myself now. I am not finished yet. Arachne had climbed to her feet, grabbing the closest spear. It wasn't a very powerful one, simply a spear that could float by and let the wielder stand on it in the air. Even so, she stood defiantly in front of him, her legs trembling to keep her upright. You can barely stand. Atlas snorted. Why do you still fight? Because I am Arachne Wathak Schweinorg, she declared. And I am a warrior. Atlas was going to give her a proper farewell. At the very least, he admired her courage and was going to give her the warrior death she deserved. But as he raised his hand, he suddenly jerked his head upwards. The sky above them that had started to mend itself from the lightning bolt had suddenly shattered. Someone had come bursting in through the exterior of the garden. You. Atlas looked at him as he landed next to Arachne. Nice to meet you. The name's Ares, god of war. He fixed his sunglasses. And patron god of warriors. Line break. A/N. Wilhelm and Odin team up to handle the Grandmaster. And his power is sort of named. Basically, the elders of the universe wield cosmic power that came into existence during the Big Bang. They're essentially on the lower end of the cosmic scale, around Odin's level, give or take. Granted, Grandmaster is a massive jobber in comparison to Odin, more like a toddler in how he handles it because he's not a fighter. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Arachne is also 4 ahead on these as well. Chapter 700, Chapter. Thor Odinson, MCU, POV. Come, friends, these mortals require aid. The warriors 3, Sif, and I descended upon this pitiful world of Sakaar. How long has it been since Asgard launched its mighty ships? When last has Asgard announced itself not with polite greetings but the clashing of steel upon a battlefield? And what a righteous fight it is. A mortal world held captive by a malevolent fiend that treats it as a playground. The warriors of Asgard descended with us. Many a Skuda landed upon the desert sands and broken stones. Asgardian golden armor glistened proudly. Father always spoke that one must never seek out war, but there are certainly exceptions. I landed upon the ground, my lightning announcing my arrival, and I used my mighty hammer to swing up at a large metallic vehicle of some sort. It was spewing fire, so I presumed it was dangerous for the mortals. It went soaring across the streets. Hear me, people of Sakaar. I am Thor Odinson, Prince of Asgard, God of Thunder. Lay down your arms and surrender peacefully. We are here to rid you of the tyrant and free you, to return you to your homes. If you find the courage to reject my offering, know that you will find no mercy henceforth. My voice, like thunder, boomed to the far corners of this mortal city. Well said, Thor. The perfect way to have everyone target us. Fandral gave a wry smile. His sharp Asgardian blade made short work of the mortals' weapons, who decidedly did not heed my warnings. Volstag's mighty axe cleaved one of those big stationary defenses that were targeting our ships. It exploded, and he let out a cry as he hit the ground nearby, merely brushing himself off with a hint of embarrassment. Ahem, yes, bring them on then. Ever so swift, Hogun weaved between groups of mortals, disarming them skillfully, yet sparing their lives. Despite his skill and strength, he is ever the merciful, despite my words. A mortal ship shook the buildings around us as it dropped between the glass structures, its weapons pointed at us. With a battle cry, Lady Sif, mounted upon her winged horse, used her sword to release a wave of divine power and cleaved it in half. And I could not help but find myself smiling upon seeing my newest sister join the fray. Most peculiarly, she wielded a banner as a weapon, but it possessed a point like a spear, so I held my tongue. Besides, she clearly knew how to handle herself. As expected of my new sister. Her spear broke through the mortal armor of another machine with ease, peeling off its weapons and casting them to the side. The mortals surrendered in her presence. It almost feels like a redemption, doesn't it? Fandal chuckled, blocking a blast of energy aimed at him and deflecting it back at the source. The last time we invaded a world. I answered, releasing my lightning upon those unwilling to surrender. I took no pleasure in their deaths, but I would be proud of my goals. 'Tis not my hubris that leads this fight this time. Our cause is righteous. I pat my friend's shoulder with a smile. And we didn't disobey the Allfather and sneak out this time, Volstagg added. Lady Sif landed next to us. I suppose the added help isn't remiss. She sniffed, though her tone carried with it a lark. We all laughed. Yes, this time, we fight with Asgard at our side. Sister, how fare thee? I called out to her as she used her banner to quite aggressively pound upon several mortals' heads, knocking them out. Ah. She perked up. I'm doing okay. I'll be better if I can find Wilhelm. A maiden's heart is a precious thing. My sister's heart is given, I must protect it. Heimdall, can you find him? I looked up to the sky. My vision of Sakaar is limited, Prince. However, with Odin's presence, my vision broadens. He has found the one you seek, and they fight the owner of the planet. Heimdall's voice entered my ears. Fret not, sister. For Heimdall speaks, the Allfather has joined the battle, and he fights at our friend's side. I raised my hammer up, and the gathering of Asgardian warriors cheered. To fight alongside the Allfather was an honor that this generation had never experienced before. However, my new sister immediately looked relieved. Good, that's the most important. More Scud arrive, bringing about more warriors with them. I lifted up a piece of rubble, and a group of mortals huddled behind the door. Come, we will take you to safety. Frightened, they said no thanks, but I did not fault them. Gods have descended, their mortal hearts must be turbulent. My friends also assisted, and we began to guide the mortals away as the Asgardian warriors formed a protective perimeter. Their ship's weapons rained down, a larger ship up in the sky that was being shot by Asgardian ships as well. How honorless. They shoot at their own people, uncaring. I spun Mjolnir quickly and ascended upwards. Have at thee. With a mighty roar of thunder, Mjolnir guided me into the ship's innards, piercing through the outer hull, and I continued until I breached through the top. I rained down lightning upon it, sending it falling from the sky. They had their own Skudas, it seems. Smaller ships carrying more of their warriors. Before I could attack, someone beat me to it. The screeching of bird-like creatures filled the sky. Black, with white mask-like faces and strange bone protrusions. The creatures belonged to one of the sister wives of my new sister. I met her only briefly, with but a name, but it was under unpleasant circumstances. I'm sure I'll know her better in the future. These ones are yours then, Lady Salem. I nodded and returned to the ground. I knew not from which hell spawned these malevolent creatures, but if they answered to my sister's sister wife, then I would withhold my judgment. Even if they felt dark and despicable at a glance. A wave of lightning spread out, and it was not my own. Purple. Thorodinson. The woman was briefly on guard at my sudden arrival before relaxing. Greetings. I was polite. Another of my sister's sister wives. A demigod, if I were correct. I bring good tidings, friend Wilhelm has been found, and my father is at his side. She smiled affectionately. I would have to speak with my friend and ask him how he was able to win the hearts of so many women. It is envious. Thank you for the information. She turned into a bolt of lightning as it danced across the ground, cutting across enemies with ease. What beautiful swordsmanship. Clearly, a warrior of great renown. I was unsure when Sister Jean requested to bring along all of her sister wives, but clearly, I was wrong. Speaking of lightning. A pillar of red lightning lit up the street not far away. Curiosity got the better of me. Bodies were strewn upon the ground, monstrous machines lay toppled and broken, and even a large ship was planted into the ground, showing signs of being cut. The two responsible looked to me. Greetings to you, God of Thunder. And to you, Lady Artoria. I recalled her name as well. And the other one. And Ser Mordred. Sup. I smiled because the second had the red lightning crackling around her armor. One with red lightning, the other with an invisible sword. My friend's acquaintances are very interesting. We shall drink and share battle stories after our victory. For now, we have set up a perimeter yonder. I pointed with my hammer towards where I sensed the others. Please guide the mortals that way. Artoria smiled. As you say. She turned to the other. Let's go, Mordred. I saw a group of civilians hiding not far ahead. Yes, father. Father. Did I misjudge? Was she not my sister's sister wife? I should keep an open mind. Perhaps it is something mortals understand that I do not. I quickly covered my face because the building in front of me was turned to rubble, if not outright removed entirely. My senses picked up no mortals within its confines, which is good. And I would believe the one responsible knew as well. Oh my, I'm sorry, I didn't see you there. The woman walked forward. I swallowed a little. I really do need to ask my friend about how this occurred. Another of my sister's sister wives came forward. I have Lady Jane in content, but I am dreadfully curious about his ability to attract such beautiful, and deadly, women such as this. Greetings to you, Lady Venelana. I politely greeted her as well. No harm was done, I said with a smile. Let me just take care of all this. She expanded her hands, and that black, almost fire-like power spread out and consumed everything in its path. It removed all the rubble and debris around us, clearing the path for our forces to eventually expand once our landing breach is solidified. And it felt exceedingly dangerous. By father's beard, what a woman. I was looking for Artoria. Did you see her? I raised my hammer, pointing in the direction they went. Thank you, she winked and went off to find them. Careful, Thor, she is a taken woman. And she is also a demon, with all respect. She is pleasant and clearly of the same sort as my friend, but as the Prince of Asgard, it's not good to have those thoughts. Now, I was some distance from my friends, but they did not need my support. Instead, I heard fighting much more intense happening further ahead. One of the arenas on this planet, where they use slaves to fight for the viewing pleasure of everyone. I took to the skies and flew to it quickly, the sounds of fighting becoming louder. I was about to announce myself, but I nearly ran into an arrow made of light as it shot down one of the mortals' ships. Shocked, I was as I found the source. Sorry. An apology came from amidst the battling. I landed on the ground. Hear me, warriors of captivity, I am Thor Odin of Asgard, and I fight on your side. I threw my hammer, it hit one of the mortals responsible for this heinousness, and it sent him into the nearby wall. Another ran up to me and I hit him with a mighty punch before catching my hammer returned and swinging it upwards on another, sending him over the wall of this arena. I hovered up into the air, gathered my lightning, and swung my hammer downwards after noting all the foes within my range. My lightning burst out and, carefully, avoided all the honorable warriors who fought for their freedom and instead found all the foes. The cheers were welcomed as victory was becoming ever closer. It has been a long while since I've fought side by side with mortals for such a glorious purpose. I found the one who almost shot me. Thor, right. I remember you. Ah, a friend from Midgard. I recognized him thus. A fellow Midgardian who was stranded upon this planet. Yeah. He was clearly breathing hard. Thanks for the help. 'Tis my honor to help. Asgard has defended Midgard for millennia. I said proudly. I'm really happy I didn't shoot you when you broke into the shield base for your hammer back then. He chuckled. I blinked. And I understood what he meant. Was he present when I went to retrieve my hammer after being banished to Asgard? I looked at the bow in his hand and remembered the arrow that nearly hit me, which made the hairs upon my nape stand up. Yes, I too am glad you did not shoot me. I took a few steps away. When did Midgardians become so dangerous? Line break. Wilhelm POV. True Longinus balance breaker. The holy power enveloped me. 12 pristine white wings sprouted from my back as all hints of demonic features disappeared. A halo appeared over my head. My eyes shifted. It expanded my vision, not in the physical, but I felt like I could peer into the future, even if briefly. Holy Spear of the Pure White Knight. The Godslayer spear rested comfortably in my hand. It had been a long time since I used Longinus's balance breaker. The Grandmaster looked at Odin with caution since the moment he arrived and treated me as irrelevant. Now, though, that same caution seemed to be sent my way. Likewise, Odin was also looking at me strangely. No word spoken, I moved first. My Longinus extended, its spear tip shot at the Grandmaster, who quickly raised a shield to block it. The holy power cascaded off the cosmic-empowered shield before I pulled back. Just as I did, a blast of cosmic power came barreling at me from his extended palm. Odin stepped in front of me with a cold harumph, and the tip of Gungnir ignited with the same sort of power and dispersed it at the tip. My wings flapped, and I shot up 20 feet into the air and thrust my spear again. The Grandmaster was forced back as he did his best to deflect it. Odin followed up by copying him, sending out his own blast of energy. Grandmaster quickly held a palm up to black it as he was slowly pushed onto his knee. I landed at his side with a flash of light, gathering holy power in my hand just as the spear retracted back, and I pointed it towards him. An explosion erupted at the focal point, and I shot out of the dust cloud it kicked up, leaving behind a crater on the ground. This isn't really funny anymore. The Grandmaster spoke, trembling slightly as he returned to his feet. I felt something in the back of my mind, like pictures, scenes, memories I hadn't experienced. I tilted my head backwards, and I felt a space fracture, like a blade, aiming for my neck. 2 points are connected, then everything is removed between those 2 points. The Grandmaster seemed surprised I dodged it. In fact, I moved before he did. Clairvoyance is nifty. I looked to see why Odin was just standing still, and he was actually standing still, completely unmoving. I saw a bead of sweat drip down the Grandmaster's forehead, his hand extending and trembling towards Odin. My eyes saw the truth. I quickly summoned my Zanpakuto. Reflect Musutangai. He had been locked in a time loop. The fact that the Grandmaster could so easily manipulate spacetime was frightening, but oddly, I felt reassured with Odin at my side. I felt a bead of blood drip from my nose, but I replaced the space around Odin with a relooped timeline, shifting it back to its right axis. The old god revealed a furious growl, slamming onto the ground right in front of the Grandmaster's face, and thrusting his divine spear with a shout. The Grandmaster grabbed it, but not before the spear pierced his chest. The two erupted in cosmic power, one fighting against the other. With a burst of Shuanpa, I was behind him and pushed the Longinus through his back and out of his chest. With that, Odin also pushed Gungnir through his chest, breaking the stalemate. The Grandmaster let out a shout and a gasp as he went limp on both our spears. Quick, scatter his soul to the four winds, he can't. Before Odin could finish, the Grandmaster's eye snapped back open, and from his person a burst of cosmic power erupted, blowing us both back. I hit the ground, rolling a couple of times before my wings fluttered around me to protect me from the energy that was running rampant. Odin slid to a stop and spat out a mouthful of blood. Now, boys, how about we just talk this out? He said that, but his expression was no longer relevant, emotionless, or playful. Odin, friend, buddy, pal. I'm really starting to get pissed off. I looked at Odin, and he noticed my gaze. Follow my lead. I stabbed the true Longinus into the ground and took out my staff of Magnus, pointing it at the Grandmaster. Ok Dug Odin. What about a magical attack that targets him at every level of existence? Casualty, space, time, physical, lifespan, soul. Odin saw through it in an instant. Of course, he would, it was a spell devised by his other self. He raised Gungnir just as I raised my staff. Ok Dug Odin. He overlapped his own on top of mine, amplifying it. It wasn't a matter of 2 + 2 = 4. It was several levels above a simple double. The Grandmaster flared up his cosmic power, but it started to get eaten away. Magical power exists on a lower level, I could accept that. But magical energy, being a lower-level energy, didn't mean it couldn't reach and overcome higher levels. Hell, the whole concept of Godslayer spells proves that point. And cosmic power, from what I was able to gather so far, was a higher level than divine power. My eyes allowed me to see the fight that was taking place on several different paradigms. His casualty was cut off by himself, he completely forwent his lifespan and personal time to protect it. Space was being contested, but soul was lost to him. His soul collapsed. His body began to break down. The Grandmaster let out a furious shout and reached through time at the cost of losing the battle for his spatial coordinates. Another Grandmaster appeared. But it inflicted a paradox upon the world. He pulled his future self into the past. His future self in that moment understood everything and released a large blast of cosmic energy right at me. Did he consider me the weak link here? I grabbed the spear, forced to abandon my spellcasting to block. To my surprise, Odin also abandoned his spell and came to my aid, flying towards me so fast it was like teleporting. Half-hearted shields appeared, but they were broken fully as we both suffered the brunt of the attack. The landscape around us changed, sand covered my face as I wiped it off, my brain was jumbled for a moment, and it took me a moment to regain my focus. Oof, a lot of things hurt now. Odin, while not bloody like I was showing some signs of getting hurt. He spat out another mouthful of blood before wiping. Can you still fight, boy? Of course. I breathed out. Just a love tap. We were both far from heavily injured by that. Can he even die? I asked. Odin didn't immediately answer. In the time of my father's father, he was still ancient. I know not what foul methods keep his life. Thus, I cannot answer. Joy. I closed my eyes for a second and realized the answer. No, he can die. He protected his causality before everything else. That means he has some kind of vulnerability. At one point in his existence, he was not immortal and was afraid we would target that. Odin stood in silent contemplation for a brief second. Your spear is no ordinary spear. Its origins are not something that should be spoken of. But together, let us put an end to this foul creature. I stood up straighter. I didn't know what he meant by my spear, wasn't it just from Big G? He's no warrior. Aye, he wields power like a child playing with toys. Odin nodded. But his power is still dangerous. Casually manipulating spacetime. If he were a real fighter, it would be much scarier. I can hold back his power cosmic with my own. I will leave the rest to you. Odin declared. The Grandmaster stood back up, his body, soul, and existence returned to normal. Behold, the power of Yggdrasil that courses through the 9 realms. Bestowed upon my father and his father. The Odin Force. The power enveloped Odin with such potency that it put everything previous to shame. Time-space was bending around it. In the most simple and direct method, he leapt at the Grandmaster, all that power gathered at the tip of his spear for a single thrust. The Grandmaster gathered his own power, similar to Odin, between his hands and pushed it forward. It didn't cause a cataclysmic eruption like before. Instead, the space between them broke, shattered, and produced a singularity. One that wasn't disappearing as the two of them struggled. I understand why he wasn't just throwing around large swathes of power now. The cosmic power is apparently very dangerous to everything around it, easily affecting reality if used improperly. My angel wings flapped with golden light, and I shot into the sky, my holy power reaching the precipice as I gathered everything I could. I need your help, I whispered to the spear. I hadn't only used this once, and it was with his assistance, but I had a feeling he wouldn't deny me. I felt like something was guiding me as I pushed towards it. And so the Lord saith. The world trembled in response. Let there be light. A voice that I hadn't heard in a very long time answered. OHREINSOF. The purest light of creation I'd ever managed had descended upon the world in a pillar of light. It fell upon both Odin and the Grandmaster. Odin found no harm within it, but it was hostile to the Grandmaster. The Grandmaster had lost his footing, his power slipped, and Odin pushed past his defenses and attacked him as well. The biblical god's mythical creation and Odin's cosmic power tore into him on every conceivable level. It broke through his attempt at a barrier, and it eviscerated his body, finding his soul, and every single tiny speck of it, it reduced to nothingness. There was absolutely nothing remaining of him as the pillar of light dissipated. I floated down, my balance breaker shimmering a few times, like it was about to run out of batteries and turn off. Odin and I stared silently at the spot, waiting for several beats until minutes passed. I don't know who was first, but my balance breaker wore off, and I fell to the ground exhausted. Odin, too, just plopped onto his butt and let out a breath of relief. Was he actually dead? I don't know, but he hadn't returned or regenerated or turned back time, or whatever it is he was doing before. For now, I'll call this a victory. Line break. A/N. Clean up next and going home. Is Grandmaster actually dead? Who knows? Anyways, this is basically the end of the arc as we wrap up. A couple chapters to wrap things up, then heading back to DxD to finish up a few things like the raiding game, then off to a new world. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 701, Interlude 50, Kunu's Hogwarts Adventures. The dueling club had been a big success. There were several reasons for that. 1. It got a large number of students excited to learn the art of dueling. Dumbledore and the other teachers were always thrilled when students showed such enthusiasm for learning. 2. The club authority seemed to be handed off perfectly to Professor Flitwick. After an unforeseen accident with regard to Professor Lockhart and his duel against Professor Kazuki, the former had lost credibility. Oh, he certainly retained his rabid fanbase. But the students inside the dueling club seemed to not really go bright-eyed to him at this point. And after learning that Professor Flitwick is a champion duelist, they got a lot more interested in being taught by him. And the third, and perhaps most important, reason is that the dueling club was a rousing success with most staff. The students seemed to forget about the whole Chamber of Secrets thing. Sure, in another time and place, the Hogwarts Whisper Mill may have been bouncing off the walls with regard to all the rumors and myths surrounding the notorious hidden chamber. But after what happened in the dueling club, the students had other rumors to focus on and circulate at lightning speed. Something about a certain fox girl summoning a demon bear. Something about her being immune to magic. Something, then, about sending Draco to infamy, again, after giving him a wedge so bad that he needed a very invasive procedure to remove said underpants from certain unfortunate places. There may or may not have been some broken bones discussed. And perhaps a few rumors that the Great Hall was set on fire. Though Kunu couldn't take all the credit in this regard. For the Hogwarts rumor mill was vast and encompassing. Professor Kazuki also got his fair share, but they were slightly less believable due to certain prejudices regarding Muggles. Ironically, it was the Muggle-born students who had the most trouble believing some of the rumors. For many that were born and lived in the wizarding world, Muggles were a sort of fantastical subject. Many almost treated them as another species. They knew as much about Muggles as they did about goblins, perhaps even less. So the rumors about how Professor Kazuki was a ninja, or that he was some half-giant, or that he was a former assassin, that being true, actually, the Hogwarts students were split. And when many went to ask Professor Lockhart about said rumors, well, it was hard to verify because he would go white and seemingly escape when mentions of the Muggle professor were made. But it also didn't take long for things to quiet down. School returned to normal, for what that was worth in a school about teaching magic. Oh. Ginny. Kunu called out happily. The red-headed girl flushed slightly as everyone turned to look her way. She was always a bit on the shy side, suddenly being the center of attention could get to her easily. Hey, Kunu. I love having class together, isn't it great? Kunu smiled happily. Yeah, great, Ginny muttered under her breath. You don't have to deal with Snape hating you just because you're a Gryffindor. Kunu puffed up her chest. We'll get a good grade today, I can feel it. She grabbed Ginny's arm and pulled her into potions class. It was one of the few classes that they had together. Slytherin and Gryffindor houses together, that is. It was one of the times that Kunu could also meet her other friend. Hey, Colin. She enthusiastically waved. Hi Kunu. He waved back just as enthusiastically. They didn't really hang out much outside of classes, but Kunu liked knowing she could still just call him a friend. One of her new friends. She hadn't had much luck with making more friends yet. It may have something to do with what's been happening at school, but who could say for sure? Perhaps it didn't help that a significant portion of her fellow first-years were sort of kind of terrified of her. But she wasn't put off. She was still the same bubbly and happy Kunu. And the fact that she made as many friends as she did was already enough for her too. It was far more friends than she had back home. And she treated Luna like her best friend, maybe they were actually best friends. Did you see the latest issue of Witches Weekly? Merlin, those robes were scandalous. Ginny found her own momentum after the initial shyness wore off. Bleh. Kunu made a face and noise. Robes are so ugly. Ginny gasped, mostly faking. How dare you? You humans are so weird about them. Just wear normal clothes. Like a muggle. Ginny made a face this time. They said that their clothes are all itchy and coarse. That's dumb. Kunu replied. I'll show you what clothes I packed. My Auntie Rin and Artoria picked me out a lot of clothes I haven't been able to wear yet. From Japan. Ginny's eyes lit up. Despite her words, she wasn't entirely serious. As a witch, she had basically been raised on robes and their extended accessories, but that didn't mean she wasn't curious or excited to see fashion from other places. I have some traditional things, but they're just normal clothes. You all are weird, clothes are the same everywhere. Even I know that. We're not weird. Ginny harumphed. Do you have anything in my size? Kunu paused, eyeing her, and then she held her hands up and pinched her stomach. I have some things that we can make work. My aunties made sure I had some stuff I could grow into so they're a little bigger. Are you saying I'm fat? Kunu stuck her tongue out, and Ginny stuck her tongue out back at her. Do you have more food? Merlin, I sound like Ron, but I really like what you let me try last time. Sure do. Kunu smiled happily. Auntie Izzy made sure I had a lot of home-cooked meals. You sure have a lot of aunts. Ginny gave her a side eye. Your mom has that many sisters. Is that a thing with you, Kitsune? Yeah, that. Kunu shook her head. My mom doesn't have any siblings. They aren't blood-related. Most of them come from Daddy's side. Oh, so your dad's family. Ginny nodded in understanding. Well, one is. Kunu trailed off for a second. Come on, I want the window seat. Kunu pulled Ginny over to the corner of the room. What window? We're in the dungeons, these windows are fake. But I like the fake underwater scene. I saw a whale last time. Kunu laughed. Ginny just rolled her eyes. Are you okay, Ginny? Your eyes look really dark. Kunu all but pressed her face up against the other girls. Ginny reeled back in surprise, nearly falling out of her seat. At this point though, she was sort of used to Kunu being weird. Yeah, I feel like I haven't been sleeping very well. I've been tired a lot more. As if to prove a point, an unconscious yawn came over her that she covered with her hand. Do you want to see the nurse? No, it's fine. Just tired. Ginny shook her head. Enough talking. Snape's voice carried through the room, not targeting anyone in particular, as the whole class had been chatting away. With a wave of his hand, Snape slammed the door to the room shut. The art of potions requires attention, dedication, and silence. He drawled, looking around. Now, set your books onto your tables and turn to page 47. You will be brewing your first potions. He tapped his wand against the blackboard, and it was suddenly filled with directions. You will follow each step precisely. To deviate even a hair's breadth will lead to disastrous results. The words rolled off his tongue with that same cold, calm, and almost nasally tone. If I see one dunderhead pointing their wand at something other than their cauldron, it will be immediate detention for a month. He paused, letting his words sink in. What are you waiting for, an invitation? You have until the end of class, which gives you an extra 15 minutes. Begin. The words on the board read, "Cure for Boils Potion." "You may ask any question, but if it is a stupid question, I will deduct points." He warned and didn't say another word. "All right, Ginny, do you want to crush the snake fangs, or do you want to heat up the cauldron?" Kunu asked. How good are you at controlling the heat?" "Pretty good, I'll heat it up first." Ginny nodded, and she grabbed the snake fangs, putting them in a pestle and using the mortar to grind them up into a powder. "Do I just add them in now?" Ginny was about to dump them into the cauldron, but Kunu stopped her. "You need to wait until it reaches temperature first." "What's the difference?" "It'll heat up anyways, right?" Ginny scrunched her nose. "Nah." She shook her head. "If you put it in too soon, it won't dissolve right at a high temperature. I think snake fangs need to be flash fried to get rid of anything left on the outside so it doesn't mess with the potion. That's why we're doing it first." Snape, who had been walking around the room, had been listening in, waiting for someone to make a mistake. He stopped dead in his tracks as he listened to Kunu's explanation. He was about to scold Ginny for being an idiot, but he held his tongue because someone else beat him to the punch. "Despite your terminology, you are correct, Miss Schweinorg." Snape loomed over them, finding himself surprised for even saying it. He expects a lot more chaos or difficulty in teaching this girl. He's had her for several classes at this point. She was loud, belligerent, otherwise unruly. Yet also, she got her work on to an adequate degree, wasn't late for class, and never missed an assignment. He expected a disastrous result for this first-time potion-making attempt, considering his own experience and what he'd heard from his fellow teachers. What he did not expect was someone who apparently had previous experience in the art of potion-making. He didn't immediately interfere even as Ginny all but cowered under his gaze. He instead took a polite step back to not hover. "All right, Ginny. It says to add 4 measures, I think that means the measuring spoon there." She pointed at a spoon on the table. "Add it in when I say so." Ginny quickly used the spoon to measure out what 4 measures entailed. "Throw it in." At her beckoning, Ginny all but tossed it into the cauldron. "Do I keep adding?" Ginny asked almost impatiently. "It only says once on the board. Even at this heat it's taking a while to dissolve. I don't think we should add more, it'll just build up and not dissolve right." Snape raised an eyebrow because she was correct again. He intentionally didn't write out every detail on the board. He gave them enough instructions to pass if they followed them. But he left out the details that would allow them to succeed. He didn't bother to teach those who didn't have the mind to understand why the directions were as they were. While he was a teacher, he wasn't here to hold anyone's hands. Kunu quickly took out her wand to wave it at the pot, magically mixing everything. "Okay, we need to let it brew for 33 to 45 minutes, it says on the board." "How do we know when it's done?" Ginny asked. "That's a big window, isn't it?" Kunu tilted her head. "I think we should be able to tell. It'll probably start bubbling or changing color if it's not an exact time." "Oh, that's easy." Ginny let out a sigh of relief. Snape felt his eye twitch. Not out of anger or annoyance. Well, partly because of those, but they weren't directed at Kunu. No, it was the fact that this random child, a child that wasn't human, who came from Japan, of all places, could put the equation together. That is to say, she had the basic thoughts to connect the dots to understand the instructions and not just treat them like they were baking a cake. It reaffirmed his own thoughts on the matter. It's simply that the students here were too stupid to properly understand the art of potion making. But reconciling what he knew about the girl with the competency he was seeing, it didn't help that she was swishing her tails back and forth almost like she was silently dancing in the spot she was standing while the cauldron continued to brew. "What do we do in the meantime?" Ginny asked. "Should we get everything ready?" "Sure." Kunu hummed. "My Aunt Jin says that it's important to have everything ready to go when you're making a potion because it's really delicate and you can't waste time looking for something if you forgot something somewhere." Are these slugs?" Ginny held her tongue out as she accidentally touched a bowl. "Oh no." Ginny lowered her head at the bowl. "What's wrong?" "There's something wrong with the slug." Kunu pulled one out of the bowl, holding it up for a closer look. Snape, who was about to walk away, stopped ahead, his head all but snapping at her. "Professor Snape. There's something wrong with my slug. Are they supposed to be dead or alive?" She waved it around, and a drop of slug juice was flung off and landed on another boy's face. He didn't see where it came from, but he apparently smelled it and started gagging, nearly knocking something into his cauldron. Mr. Keenly, -5 points from Gryffindor for unruly class behavior. He barely spared the boy a glance as he climbed back up on his feet. "Miss Schweinorg. The slugs should be dead. Is that your only question, or would you like more points deducted? But this one is alive." She wiggled it. Snape narrowed his eyes and all but glided to her side to inspect it. Ever so slightly, it wiggled, and Snape took out his wand, holding it up to the slug. His lips twitched because he was indeed alive. He couldn't blame anyone else because he meticulously prepared all ingredients for glass every day. It was rare, but every once in a while, he overlooked or missed something. 10 points to Slytherin, Miss Schweinorg. He waved his wand and floated the living slug to his desk, and another one flew over and landed on hers. Your replacement. What's the big deal? Ginny whispered to Kunu. Snape apparently heard her. The big deal, Miss Weasley, is that, he stopped himself, a bout of curiosity overcame him. Miss Schweinorg, would you kindly answer her question? Fresh dead things are different than long dead things. Kunu responded half-heartedly. Correct. Thought he would appreciate a more thorough answer. Your horned slugs were dried for 7 days in cold air to prepare them. The big deal, Miss Weasley, is if you threw that living horned slug into your cauldron, it would have turned from a cure for boils into a poisonous concoction that would have severely harmed, if not killed, any who drank it. Ginny shrunk her head back under his intense gaze. He ignored her. Miss Schweinorg. His tone took on a different hue to it. Less intense, tinged with curiosity. Do you have previous experience? Yeah. I used to help my Aunt Jin make potions back home. And Daddy taught me some things too. I even have my alchemy table with me. Do you want to see it? She was quick to blurt everything out once given the opportunity. Snape furrowed his brow, digesting what she just said. Alchemy. Oh, right. It's different here. Back home, Daddy says making potions falls under alchemy. Snape silently evaluated her words, not sure how to feel about them. Alchemy was considered a very sought-after, prestigious, and rare art to master. Normally, he would be offended with his potion-making getting swept up into the category of another school of thought, but in this case, it was slightly different, enough that he didn't immediately get angry. He was about to argue the intricacies of his art and how it differed from alchemy, sheerly on principle alone, but a table suddenly flopped out onto the ground in front of him. It wasn't large, about the size of a personal desk, but it just appeared at her beckoning. Once more he was about to raise his words of chastisement and perhaps confusion and demand an answer, but his eyes hovered over the table itself, the glass containers, the intricately carved symbols and grooves, and the various other bits and bobs that covered it. At first glance, one would think it looked like a mess of random stuff. But Snape was far from some unlearned wizard. An ingredient age indicator? He muttered. And an enchanted temperature measurement. A 2x2 drip delivery flask along with harmonized stirring spell work. He took out his wand and pushed it against another aspect of the table. A magical saturation measurement enchantment too. Many students stopped what they were doing to stare. Because they had never seen Snape talk with such a gleeful tone. Granted, it was far from the excitement that most people spoke with when it was something they were passionate about. But for Snape, it was like night and day. And these inlaid carvings regulate composition to disperse magical properties evenly. He wasn't talking to anyone in particular, he was simply admiring the craftsmanship. No, yes, that would save at least 2 steps on average. He stopped, seemingly remembering where he was, and looked up with a scowl. Are you all done with your work? Shall I grade everyone now? All the people in class quickly got back to work and became too afraid to look at him again. Do you like the table, Professor? Kunu asked after a while. Snape looked up again, he had become lost in his own little world and almost forgot he was in class again. It is intriguing. When he regained his sense of time, he saw that their potion was bubbling in the cauldron. He blinked once. Faint green with a hint of purple. His monotone, cold tone returned. Passable. He unconsciously defaulted back to his normal method of praise. Well done. He found himself adding that little bit at the end. Genuine surprise on his own part. Woo. Kunu held up a hand and high-fived Ginny. Snape looked at them and rolled his eyes with a snort of disdain. Their childish actions aside. He didn't understand why the other teachers had trouble with her. Beyond her enthusiasm and excitability, she appeared to be the picture-perfect student. Of course, his newfound fondness had nothing to do with her apparent talent or experience in potion-making. Nor did it have anything to do with wanting to get his hands on an alchemist table like the one she has. He briefly wondered if he should ask Dumbledore to find out her father's address and ask to purchase one. Overall, he thought that the first potion-making session could have gone much worse. That was until one of the cauldrons on the opposite side of the room exploded. He let out a long sigh. At the very least, he was happy he didn't have to worry about some students. Line break. A/N. Wanted to do a normal class with Kunu, and Kunu showing off a little bit without being a chaotic gremlin. I thought it would be funny that Kunu is the most normal in Snape's class out of everyone. While all the other teachers are talking about the chaos or insane things that happen in their classes, Snape is just sitting there like she's my best student. Kunu also having a small bit of talent in the art of potion making, I thought would be fun. Something that needs heat control would vibe well with her. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 702, Chapter. God, I was fucking tired. Odin looked tired too, but a different kind of tired. I think his age was catching up to him more than anything. But I also wasn't going to say that out loud because I didn't want to start something. I mean, I'm more than happy to run my mouth, especially to this Odin that I don't know, but he did come all the way here and to save me. And he called Jean his daughter. I should be polite to him just for that. Odds that we killed him. I rolled over onto my stomach and pushed myself up off the ground. Odin grunted, so that was about the most I could expect. Basically who knows. Cosmic energy seems dangerous. I spoke up again. He eyed me, and I think my probing couldn't be any more obvious. That's fine, I'm not the type to wheedle information out of something if I didn't have to. 'Tis the power of creation, from the birth of the universe. He held his hand out, and what he called the Odin force appeared in his hand as a multicolored light. I could feel the strength of it from here. It comes in many forms, from all different breaths of life. My father's father captured his own, bound to the 9 realms and Yggdrasil. It is wielded by the All-Father. But such power comes not without a price. For even gods like me cannot use it without consideration. And the Grandmaster? I asked. Odin's expression turns into a frown. A fool. Old he may be, but a fool nonetheless. Cares not for his base amusement. He and his kin are a blight upon the universe, seeking only to satisfy their own pitiful goals. Sounds like there's some history there. Odin reached out into the spot where the Grandmaster presumably died. His cosmic energy pulsed, and he seemed to pull on something. A different energy appeared, perhaps not different really. It was the cosmic energy of the Grandmaster. It was difficult to tell the difference at a mere glance, but after getting hit by it, I could more or less glean so. Come. Odin beckoned me over, and I followed along. His eye bore into the spear in my hand. Like he was seeing into its true nature, into all the secrets it held. It annoyed me ever so slightly. But there wasn't much I could do. If Odin wanted to know something, if he waved something in front of his face, it wasn't going to remain a secret for very long. Honestly, he was a frightening god. That tiny little wisp of cosmic energy was being suppressed by his own. It felt like it wanted to disperse, but Odin was keeping it together. Take this. Considering it your recompense. The All-Father spoke and all but shoved it into my hands. I took it but was confused at what he was doing. His actions were utterly without delicateness, and the energy around the little wisp pulled away, and I awkwardly tried to grasp it. I felt it enter my body and nearly panicked. I have it. My Zanpakuto spoke up. I will suppress it within the Hogyoku. Musu Tengai. Is it dangerous? I believe it can be beneficial, but at the moment, we are unable to utilize it. For now, keep it sealed within until such a time arises that we may benefit from it. I trusted my Zanpakuto, so I didn't question it. There was also the question as to why Odin just gave that to me. Giving me such a dangerous thing, huh? Odin scoffed, but he didn't deny it. The power primordial can do wonders. It can create just as it can destroy. The fool only used it with such petty direction that I was able to suppress him. Do not mistake that for the lowliness of his strength. Noted. I took his warning to heart. Want a drink? I took out a bottle of my peach wine. I think he was about to scoff again, but his eye dilated slightly at the bottle. I poured him a cup as we sat awkwardly and drank our very rare wine together. No one can say I'm stingy with those who help me. The wine was great for a plethora of reasons. If you could withstand its effects, it was a wonderful healing potion even if that wasn't its purpose. Essentially, it carried with it abundant life force from the peaches. It would increase your natural lifespan and even remove some aging from your body. But if you were hurt, well, it would pump you full of life juice, so it was only natural that it had healing properties. Though, ironically, it wasn't the best thing to drink while you were overly hurt. If I were on the verge of death, it may actually be detrimental because the life properties needed to be controlled by my body so they didn't rampage or overwhelm me. It happened naturally as with everyone else on my level, but I couldn't say the same if I were on death's door. I feel several divine powers over towards the city. Is Thor here as well? And others? I asked, not liking the awkward silence. My son follows me into battle. Odin's expression changed, a hint of pride peeking through. He leads the warriors of Asgard at the front. I nodded, feeling the foreign lightning. My divine senses were magnified right now. I don't think that'll stay this way, as it was mostly due to charging up for several days. Odin then looked at me with a narrowed eye. I was confused at his look, and he harumphed, getting up from his spot, and he abruptly put a hand on my chest. Control your lightning, boy. I felt the divine power inside of me sort of swirl and pull at his command. It was like a vortex, pulling it from where bits remained inside my body and gathering as he sort of wrapped it up in itself and had it settle down. At any point, I could have stopped him, but I wanted to see what he was doing. And genuinely, I was surprised. The ease at which he settled something that I felt was going to give me a headache. I felt significantly better now. Poor control, Odin spat out. Your control of divine power is insulting. I felt my eye twitch. Yes, well, the god I killed and usurped it from didn't give an instruction manual. Bah. Odin dismissed me entirely. My son could control his lightning better than you when he was a lad below my knees. How about I go find your son and we can compare notes? I smiled politely. Yes, we can find my daughter as well. Odin didn't react to my not-so-real threat. Let us see what her opinion is. Admittedly, I found myself at a loss there. Well played, Odin. I hesitated for a moment before saying something I didn't want to. Do you have any advice? Odin snapped his head back to me. He was looking off somewhere else, clearly distracted by something out of my vision. I think he wanted to say something, well, not mean, but our relationship wasn't exactly nice. Snarky maybe, but less snark and more of a half-insult. Your divine power is not yours by right of birth, yet you try to wield it as such. It is yours through right of conquest. My son is thunder, he is lightning, he is a storm. You are not, you must bend the storm to your will and command it. Most of my divine power questions, I went to Izzy with. She taught me a bit, but her teachings were, well, awkward. She was a born goddess, I was someone who stumbled into divine power. We were at two different starting points. It was like a bird teaching a fish that suddenly grew wings how to fly. For a bird, it was just natural. I would take his advice to heart. Shall we go find your wayward Valkyrie? I asked. Odin's attention on me did another intense double take. His expression hardened, and even if I didn't know this Odin very well, I could see quite a few emotions warring across his face. Guilt. There was a lot of guilt there. I walked over and poured him another glass of my peach wine. Some things didn't need to be said out loud. And it's not like we were friends. He downed it quickly, and there was a small nod of thanks. At the very least, I'll stop antagonizing him so much. Maybe. I won't do it in a malicious way. Show me where she is. Odin gathered his resolve, it seems. I held my hand out, and a large boat hit the ground in front of us. Well then, let me give you a ride, your majesty. God, I missed my boat. I missed having access to all my stuff. I really was a hoarding dragon, wasn't I? Don't be racist. Drake spoke up within my soul. I rolled my eyes at Drag's words. The ramp up to the boat fell down at my beckoning. Odin didn't even hesitate to walk up it, I think he was curious. Either that, or he was procrastinating intentionally by inspecting my ship. Maybe both in this case. I was very proud of my ship. He ran a hand along the wooden railing before putting a hand on the center mast. Beautiful. He spoke with actual sincerity. 'Tis a fine craft. No man can resist the boat. It's a shame it cannot sail the stars. He added. Yeah, a real shame, I grumbled. One day. Odin stood on the bow of the ship looking off into the distance as we took to the air. Could he fly over there? I saw him flying easily under his own power, so no doubt about it. But this was also Asgard acting on my behalf, acting under his orders. He wasn't just anyone, hell, he wasn't even just the Allfather here, the great god Odin. He was the king, the one all these warriors swore to follow into battle and willingly lay down their lives for. At the very least, I didn't want to ruin his image. I hadn't been able to get a clear view of what was happening before in regard to the fighting. My attention was focused on, well, other wings. Mostly regarding the threat to collapse the wormholes above the planet and destroy everything. And then the Grandmaster himself. As Odin said, I'm fairly lucky he didn't really know how to fight. Or maybe he just didn't care to learn how to fight. With how easily he manipulated spacetime, that wasn't something I would have liked to fight against with the big disadvantage of his apparent immortality. Shit, he trapped Odin in a time loop. That is impressive. I'm sure Odin could have broken it on his own after a few moments, but even still. There was fighting happening all over the city. There were still some ships in the air exchanging gunfire too. Never thought I would see two spaceships firing lasers at one another. One of them being a godly Norse spaceship. But here we are. The non-Norse one, which was easy to tell because it wasn't made of wood, eventually went down as the shields around it flickered until they disappeared. It got holes blown in it, small explosions erupting over various internals, and eventually it started to fall from the sky before crash landing and breaking apart in a fiery crash. The ship that was fighting it suddenly had winged horses descend from it with Asgardian warriors aboard them. Well, some of the winged horses were pulling the equivalent of Viking boats with some, noticeable, almost technological improvements. Were they Pegasuses? Or is that just Greek terminology? God forbid I call it something Greek, that would just be an insult enough for Odin to start throwing hands again. How's that little wisp of energy, Musutingai? It's been pushed into the Hogyoku. The Hogyoku is having trouble understanding it. If we wish to do something with it, it will take a long time. However, with my help, it has successfully been suppressed for now and isn't rampaging. He responded to my inquiry. I nodded. The fact that the Hogyoku could suppress even a wisp of that, it was impressive and spoke volumes about the one who made this thing. I would need to go back to that world line soon and ask for some advice regarding this thing. Peeking over the side, I could also see the scene below. Most of the large, towering buildings had been brought down, and the city looked like a literal war zone. There were enough fires and explosions happening that it couldn't be mistaken for anything else. I felt bad for the ones who got swept up in everything when they were just trying to live their lives. But also, I think I can say that they would prefer not to continue being slaves. It looked like Asgard was taking care of the civilians too. They were guiding mortals to safety and protecting them from the worst of things. Asgard's warriors were impressive. Einherjar as it was. Technically, they weren't gods, but they weren't mortals either. Spirits are elevated to a higher status upon death, or maybe those are just born into the status. From what I understand, not all the Einherjar here were previously mortals. With how big Asgard was, with how many people were in the city, they couldn't all be gods either. I shouldn't be surprised that Einherjar could have children, considering that servants can technically have children too. And the status of a servant is worse. In the case of being present in the world, servants are worse off. Einherjar, I think, counts more towards the living despite them being spirits. I don't know, it's weirder here than what I'm used to. Regardless, they were really strong. I think their average strength was above the average strength of Yukai even. Combined with their apparent higher level of technology and whatnot, well, they were quite a few leagues above the Yukai as a whole. Their golden armor should shrug off more firearms that hit them. Their mystical strength let each of them operate as a superhuman, tearing apart steel like it was made of paper. Even their archaic weapons were proving to be more effective than traditional guns or more advanced variants, as they could cut through military vehicles with relative ease. Several ships flew by, Asgardian, and the occupants only gave Odin a salute with a small nod of acknowledgement from him. No one stopped us, and if anything, the ships ahead cleared the way so nothing got in our path. It didn't take long to return back to where she had been left before. In fact, she didn't even move. She was sitting on her ship's ramp, a bottle of something in her hand as we sat down next to her. She saw me, then she saw Odin. Almost immediately, she shot me a look. I think it was something like, "You motherfucker." Maybe it was like an ingrained unconscious action, but she stood up, dropping her bottle. Straighter than I had seen, like she was standing at attention for inspection. Odin didn't say anything right away. The two looked at each other in silence for a painfully long moment. "Valkyrie Brunhilde," he spoke. "I didn't give him a name, did I?" "You remember my name," she said softly. "I have carved the names and faces of every one of my Valkyries into my soul for eternity." Odin answered with the pride of a king, but it was noticeably blunted by the look of guilt on his face. "Brunhilde, bearer of the fourth banner. This old mind of mine could not forget, let alone one of its leaders." Oh, she was a leader. I didn't butt in, it didn't feel appropriate. It was hard to gauge her emotions right now. "Brunhilde, bearer of the fourth banner, reporting to duty, All-Father." She spoke the words, but they sounded hollow. Odin noticed it too. "Asgard welcomes back its children." Odin responded. "I'm here to serve, All-Father." She spoke emotionlessly. Oof, I could feel that from Odin. If I noticed, barely knowing her, then he surely did too. It was plain to see she didn't fully want to return to Asgard. Some kind of hang-up. By the way Odin spoke, all the other Valkyries were dead. It wasn't a pleasant ending to the illustrious group. Odin showed more emotion than I had seen since meeting him. He let out a sigh, and his shoulder slumped ever so slightly. It felt like old age caught up with him far too much in a single moment. "Brunhilde, bearer of the fourth banner. You are hereby relieved of your duties. You are free to go where you desire with Asgard's full support." She trembled slightly as he said that. "However, if you wish to return home, you are always welcome," he added before turning around to walk away. Her expression changed quite a bit, like she wanted to reach back out to him or accept the invitation. I knew she was homesick as well. She just wanted a reason now. If he told her to come back home, she would do so without any hesitation at this point. The act of telling her that she could go where she wanted was apparently enough before. Maybe Odin didn't notice, or maybe he did and just felt too guilty to say anything. Regardless, we're technically blood brothers, right? I waved my hand and threw something towards her. She barely blinked, catching the jar of peach wine, or what remained of what Odin and I drank from earlier. You know, Jean wouldn't stop talking about how much she loved the stories about the Valkyries. It would make her day if you could come visit her at Asgard. If you agree, that's yours. It was a bold-faced lie. I don't think Jean would mind if I used her name. Odin shot me a look. I don't know if he wanted to punch me or something else, but that immediately changed as she opened her mouth. Deal. She said immediately. But I'm bringing my ship with me. I spent way too many years building this thing, and it's my baby. Odin opened his mouth and then let out a sigh, shaking his head. I met Odin's eye. And I think I saw him smile. Line break. A/N. Wrapping up Sakaar, that's more or less it. New World is coming up soon after dealing with the rating game mentioned before back in DXD. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 703, Chapter. My ship flew up to the sky, towards the biggest of the Asgardian ships. And boy, it was big. Where exactly were they hiding this thing? Because I'm fairly sure it would have been noticeable when I was last on Asgard. Asgard was like a floating city in space, well, a bit more than that. A floating landmass rather than a planet. Seriously, where the fuck did they keep this thing? My ship landed on its deck with significant room to spare. Like, it barely even inconvenienced the people running around up top. Of course, no one said a single word because Odin himself walked off the ramp that I sent down for him. In fact, they all lined up and bowed to him or gave him a proper salute. All except a few. I held my arms open, and Jean crashed into me, hugging me just a tad too tightly. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Odin's lips curl up and pretend he didn't see anything. I missed you so much. And I was so worried. She pushed her head into my chest. You disappeared and we couldn't find you. I think any residual anger or resentment just immediately washed away. I don't think there was anything, any kind of torture, that wouldn't be resolved in this moment. It's okay, I'm not going anywhere, I won't disappear again. I reassured her. Nay. She hit my chest, not very hard, but she looked up at me pouting sadly. We were really worried. Cute. I kissed her forehead like I always did. That seemed to cheer her up a little bit. I missed you too. I wanted to tell her that it wasn't a big deal and I wasn't gone that long, but I would be the biggest hypocrite if I dismissed their worry. I would have done a lot of questionable things if I found out one of my girls went missing. I was curious as to how I was found. It's not like the universe is a small place. But now that I think about it, if Heimdall and you work together, well, you have a very unique skill, don't you? She flushed and looked. I don't know what you're talking about. Aha. I pulled her cheeks because I couldn't resist anymore. She was way too cute. I wonder what Heimdall would say if I asked him. Do you think he would tell me about a certain holy compass? Nay. She stomped her foot cutely, giving me another pout. I couldn't help but chuckle and kissed her forehead again. Thank you. I wasn't sure how her revelation ability would work across vast distances in the universe. But even if she could just point Heimdall's sight in a general direction, that would significantly lower the difficulty in finding me. She didn't seem to want to release me at this point. Hold hands. I offered. We were together now. Officially that is, so she didn't really have to hold back or be embarrassed about certain things. She looked at me, and that same innocent shyness appeared on her face. She gave me a little nod and sneakily grabbed my hand, looking very pleased with herself after doing so. The same girl who flashed me her boobs just because. Odin wasn't standing far away. Far enough that it wasn't like he was looming, but close enough that I'm sure he was paying attention. The look on his face said a lot. I didn't think he would actually get protective of Jean. Not that I would expect him to take out his shotgun and give me the talk about dating his daughter. But there was definitely an eye being kept on me even if he didn't say anything or express any opinions. Oh well, what can you do? It's impossible to dislike Jean. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and another familiar face appeared. Carried upon a hammer, he soared through the air and touched down on the ship. My friend, you've returned. Thor looked happy to see me. My sister was beset with worry. You are in for an earful when you return home. He let out a laugh. I think Jean huffed a little. Partly out of embarrassment, partly because he was right. Thor, it's good to see you. I offered my hand, and he took it. You as well. Less joking, a sincere word of happiness that I was apparently safe. Curious I am, my friend. How did you end up so far away from Midgard? Thor asked. Even Odin slightly turned this way. I scratched my head. It's a strange story honestly. I was helping some people deal with a demonic possession. I met this strange sorcerer, he wasn't very strong. But then the demonic inside the person being possessed turned into a gateway of sorts. It was like a bridge to another dimension. If I'm not mistaken, I believe it was called the Dark Dimension. I was honestly not entirely sure of the details either. Which wouldn't have been so bad, it wasn't immediately hostile. But there was some eldritch, demonic, godlike entity in there that was far beyond me. I grabbed Clint, the person who got swept up with the portal, with me and tried to run through one of my own portals, but just that thing's hand ruptured space as we escaped, sending us spiraling through spacetime and ending up here. God, that was long-winded. Thor just blinked, looking thoughtful but not saying anything. Odin turned to me, looking more serious than I expected. Dormammu, he spoke up. The ruler of the dark dimension, his name is Dormammu, and he is a terrifying entity. You did well to run at sight of him, and the consequences were insignificant compared to being caught by that fiend. You know it. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Father. Why have I not heard of this thing before? Even Thor questioned. Odin frowned. It is not something to speak about in bedtime stories nor tales of honor and valor. The Lord of the Dark Dimension is an unspeakable entity that should not be repeated elsewhere. Even I would not wish to challenge such a being within its domain. Rare was it for Odin to admit any kind of inferiority. I think I got lucky then. You say this occurred on Midgard? Odin shifted focus. There are fools who wish to vie for that thing's power. He ran a hand through his beard. Yes, I understand. Midgard would be one of the most optimal invasion points into the universe from the Dark Dimension. I will have to think on this. The Sorcerer Supreme is currently keeping things under control. But if it worries you, I think he mentioned that Kamartaj and Asgard once had relations in the past. It's not too late to reconnect. Familiar names. I will revisit the archives and see what information I can provide. If Midgard can defend itself, Asgard will not interfere. Odin decided. That was it, it seems. End of discussion, he decided on the course of action. He was as frustrating as he was reliable. Holy shit, we were similar, weren't we? My friend. Thor leaned in. You will have to teach me. How does a man obtain the hearts of so many women together willingly? Come along, son. Odin grabbed Thor's cape, pulling him away. My daughter and her sisters have words to speak to him. Thor gave me a look of sympathy because he saw who was walking over. It seems like they all found out I was here now. Bar Meridia and Yasaka, they were all here. Jin ran up, just how Jean did, and I took her into a hug without letting go of Jean. I was expecting a scolding, but it didn't come. They were just happy to see me safe and sound. I found myself grabbed by Reiku and pulled face first into her chest. I'm really tired. I guess a nap wouldn't be too bad. Line break. On the Kree homeworld, the Kree Emperor gathered his closest confidants. Having taken over control of the Kree Empire after the destruction of the Supreme Intelligence at the hands of the Terran Carol Danvers, the Kree had gone through a drastic shift in only a decade. Between them, dozens of screens flickered in the otherwise loosely lit room. They were scenes from Sakaar. The Kree Empire was no stranger to the blood sports of this forsaken planet. As a warlike race, they enjoyed the spectacle, and many of the Empire's subjects watched the fights with glee. That's why it was brought to the attention of the overlords so quickly. Are these fabricated? No, they were broadcast live as they occurred. Impossible. Is it? Have we not experienced something similar on our own? Our supreme intelligence was destroyed by one of them. Thought to be a backwater planet, something not even worth conquering. The scenes showed Wilhelm performing feats that looked impossible. Not just him either. There were other images as well. Then it cut to another person, holding a bow and shooting down ships that, while far below their own Kree dreadnoughts, weren't something to scoff at. Terrans. Terrans. This despicable planet again. They have yet to even understand star travel. How does this occur? The Emperor raised his hand to silence the discussion. Peace. Note their names, for we have other concerns. Bint Clarton is the one with the primitive bow. One of the members spoke. The other, Kurosaki Ichigo. The scenes changed, and then it showed Asgardian vessels, and everyone in the room stiffened. The Kree were a race old enough to remember when the last time Asgardian ships sailed the stars. Asgard moves again. Pull back every available ship. Form a defense line and abandon every contested planet in sectors closest to Asgardian space. Another said in panic. The Emperor didn't interject because he had similar thoughts. Reaffirm our treaty with Xander and take defensive measures. The Skree Empire wasn't the only one. Xander, of the Nova Corps, also saw the broadcast. All the major planets across the galaxy, if not the universe, heard what happened. The Grandmaster was a name many knew, but few really understood. The ancient figure that predated their respective cultures by uncountable number of years. Yet, most knew that Sakaar was a world that didn't abide by any rules but his own. All but surrounded by major empires, it remained independent and never showed any sign of invasion. This alone spoke volumes about the ruler of this planet. Yet, this wasn't the piece of news that caused the most panic. The Terrans, Earthlings, were of course the topic of a lot of talks. That primitive planet was infamous for several reasons, and this seemed to confirm many of those rumors and legends. But what caused panic across the cosmos was Asgard appearing again for the first time in a very long time. There were very, very few mortals alive that remembered the last time Asgardian ships sailed through the cosmos. And their first action was to launch an invasion of a planet deemed untouchable. And from what everyone was able to gather, it was now conquered. Ironically, it caused a near unprecedented peace to abruptly take hold across most sectors of space. Because everyone was fearful of where the Asgardian ships would appear next, everyone pulled back into a defensive position. News reached even to the dark corners of the universe. The places where no eyes could look, where no light penetrated. The place where the monsters hid in the dark. My lord, I come bringing news. A cloaked silhouette with a spear or polearm weapon on his back came running into the room, collapsing on his knees in a show of respect and deference. Kneeled in front of a throne. Upon the throne sat the Mad Titan himself, Thanos. The Mad Titan held up a hand, giving him a moment of pause to catch his breath. Corvus, speak. My lord. Corvus Glaive knelt on a knee. I bring word from the planet of Sakaar. The Grandmaster's world. Thanos' voice wasn't loud, but it carried with a weight that made him shiver. Yes, my lord. Sakaar is conquered. Thanos, who was uncaring, now raised an eyebrow. Conquered. Amusement was clear in his voice. Who was brave or foolish enough to try and conquer a planet with no worth? The Allfather. The room immediately went cold at the words. Odin, Thanos spoke. The room became silent, only interrupted by the tapping of the Mad Titan's finger upon his throne. Odin, he repeated again. Odin, the king of Asgard. He let the words roll off his tongue. He truly moved the golden armies of Asgard once more. It's been confirmed, my lord. Corvus nodded. If you require proof. Thanos held up a hand. I have faith that you would not bring such information to me without confirmation, Corvus. Thanos went quiet again, but perhaps that was more tense than harsh words or anger from him. Why? It was a simple question, but it was also a heavy one. Corvus swallowed. Unknown. Thanos hummed as he closed his eyes. Unfortunate timing. His finger pushed into the metal throne, as if it were pushing into clay. I believe we were told that Odin was on his last leg, that he was approaching his final sleep, were we not? Yes, my lord. Where is Ebony Maw? He is, educating our prisoner, my lord. The prince. Thanos smiled faintly. Yes, perhaps it's time for us to put him to use, wouldn't you say? His education isn't completed, my lord. Ebony Maw says it will take more time before he could be persuaded to our thinking. I do hate half measures, but we may be forced to do so in this case. Odin isn't someone we can ignore in our plans. If we don't move quickly, we may forever lose the stone from our grasps. The prince said that Odin was decrepit, old, and soft. It seems we were misled. He will pay for his lies, my lord. Corvus stated the threat was not one made without true intention behind it. Tell Ebony Maw to increase the intensity of his education. I want him ready as soon as possible. We're moving up our timetable. Thanos ordered. And summon back the Black Order. If Odin is stepping out from Asgard once more, we can no longer sit idly by and wait patiently. Your will be done. Corvus bowed. Corvus left the room, and Thanos pressed a button on a console next to his throne. A little primitive planet holding an infinity stone. It showed an image of Earth. Let's see how weak you've become, Odin. If you can't even protect one planet, then there's no reason to fear you any longer. Line break. A/N. Changed point of view for second half, something I've done once or twice in the past. Felt it was appropriate here since I didn't want to keep switching POV to random non-introduced people in the universe. Sorry, I've been doing 2 ANK chapters every Sunday, but I'm not feeling well at the moment, so only one today. I also have a Boostify you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 704, Chapter. Death, death, death. Pain and crying. The world was on fire. A mountain was being burned down around them. Two figures, so similar yet different. One chose duty and restraint, the other chose greed and selfishness. In the end, both envied the other. Two Oni fighting to the death while the world around them was torn apart. Eventually, one was beheaded, but it wasn't a victory. Reika collapsed, crying, as if some part of her had died along with her enemy. A life that couldn't be lived, and a sacrifice of what she cherished in her fragile reality. It was one of the moments that led to her ego fracturing into her berserker state. An overcompensation derived from love. Everything about her had to be rejected, from her origin to even her gender, yet her only happiness was found in her love for those around her, which became twisted. A woman who never got to be a wife. A mother who never got to have children. An Oni that was forced to become a human. There was a reason that Reika never talked about this moment in her life despite it being her greatest achievement. Minamoto no Reiku, the great demon slayer who slayed the legendary monster of Japan, Shutendoji. It wasn't my first time seeing this, but every time it just reaffirmed my desire to make sure Reika had a fulfilling and happy life this time. In the end, her greatest desire was just to be accepted for who she was and be returned the love that she gave others. The dream cycle was starting to dissipate. It wasn't a normal dream, almost like a lucid dream. I was technically awake at this point, and if I forced myself, I could have broken out of this sort of subtle dreaming state, but I made sure to watch everyone to the end. My eyes began to properly open, almost grudgingly. My body was still tired, I suppose it was no wonder I fell asleep so easily. The ceiling was unfamiliar, I wasn't back home. Asgard. I was in a very soft bed. Master. I felt a hand in mine, and I turned to see Reiku at my bedside. I pulled her hand up and gave it a kiss. How long was I asleep? A little over a day. She told me. A whole day, huh? For someone who can go without sleep for months if I needed, it spoke a lot about how exhausted I really was. It didn't help that I did what I did with my divine power in that state. You know, I realized something. I smiled. Yes. She tilted her head curiously. Shutendoji was really short, it must have been hard to fight her. I noticed you missed her a few times. Reika's expression shifted a few times, but I could see the corners of her lips twitch a little, finding the amusement in it. Yes, she was quite annoying. Reika said rather firmly, maybe carrying a hint of bite to it. She leaned over and gave me a kiss. Did Master experience a dream? I nodded. You should expect something the next time you go to sleep too. The dream cycle was weird. I'm fairly sure that intense emotions sort of provoke an equivalent response from it. In that, if I experience a bad time, the dream cycle will show unpleasant memories. It's not 100% true, but sort of a rule of thumb. Likewise, when one of us has a dream cycle, the other will have one soon thereafter. That was more of an immutable rule for something as ethereal as a cycle of dreams can have. It wasn't my first time seeing Reika's worst moments, it wouldn't be her first time seeing my worst moments. We didn't talk about them most of the time. Neither of us was particularly well-rounded emotionally. We both hid behind our own emotional walls and how we dealt with pains. But weirdly, knowing that the other has seen those moments, it sort of helps. I don't want to talk about them, but I like knowing that Reika knows those things intimately. There was a reason that she answered my summons when I used no catalyst. We were very similar. I will see Mother again, then. Reiku smiled. Yeah, you probably will. I felt a twinge of pain, but the ruthless marching of time tends to numb the pain. If I saw her moments with the Oni, Reiku will probably see the last moments I had with Mom. Though, it's possible she also sees my last moments with Scathach before what happened in the Land of Shadows. It's a toss-up honestly. There's also the time I held Artoria in my arms and killed her in the Singularity. God, I need to stop thinking about this stuff. Are we in Asgard? I asked, changing the subject because I was not in the headspace to think about so many melancholic thoughts. That's right. They have been very kind and allowed us to stay while you slumbered and recovered. They have also had their healers oversee your recovery and monitor your health. They spoke that the device you had on you was something malicious and they wished to verify that it lasts no lingering effects. I let out a long breath. I'm probably fine. Musu Tengai would have told me if something remained. She ran a hand across my cheek. Yes, they were confident that there were no problems, but it didn't hurt to make sure. Who all is still here? Salem left, Reika said plainly. Not with any disdain or annoyance, just a matter of fact. I didn't fault her. She doesn't do well with gods. Reika nodded. It didn't need more explanation than that. Salem had trouble being around godly beings. Izzy was probably an exception, and I know Izzy had been noticeably careful and patient with her as well. It's as you said, there are no lingering effects from the obedience collar that had on you previously. However, your body is still experiencing exhaustion that it hasn't experienced in quite some time. Take it easy for a few days. Musu Tengai spoke up in my mind. I sat up in my bed. All right, doctor's orders, I'm to take it easy. Shall we go see the others? Do you need help getting dressed, Master? Reiku offered. Well, I think I can handle it. I looked under the blanket and I was wearing my unders, or a different pair. One of them helped me into that I suppose. It'll be nice to get into proper clothes again after a while. I thought about it, and I was actually in the mood to wear something else. Line break. Reiku held my arm as we left the room. Master looks very handsome. She beamed at my side. I don't wear a kimono often, I hummed. But it's nice. Most people that know me know that I have specific tastes, but that's not to say I hate the traditional clothing of my home country. There were some staff, palace staff, if I had to guess. Maids and such that took care of the day-to-day necessities. When they saw us approaching, they quietly stood to the side and bowed their heads. They were used to dealing with gods, so their attitudes weren't strange. Hell, it wasn't far off from how it worked back home either. You seem to know your way around here. Where are you taking me? I asked, because Reiko was the one leading me here. I had time to explore. We took turns staying by your side, so I know where some of the others are. Reiko explained. We went through some large ornate doors, which led to a very beautiful garden. Lots of exotic plants that I had never seen before. In the middle of it, there was a table with a few familiar faces sitting around. Well, look who it is. Frigga, the Queen of Asgard, sat with a teacup in hand, noticing my arrival. The other two occupants quickly stood up and came my way. Will. Jean smiled warmly and came for a hug. The other was Izzy, who was standing patiently, trying not to look eager for her own. I missed you. I whispered to Izzy as I wrapped her up just the same. She let out a small noise as if to reciprocate. You had everyone worried. She gave a small pinch of my cheek to express her dissatisfaction. Please sit down. Frigga gestured to the empty seats as both Izzy and Jean rejoined with Reiko and me following after. With a gesture of her hand, several maids brought over cups and utensils, and fresh tea was poured for us. I'm sure you want to go catch up with all the wonderful ladies that came to your rescue, but please humor this old woman. Frigga gracefully put a sugar cube into her tea and used a spoon to stir it. It would be rude of me to refuse tea with my mother-in-law. I followed suit, tweaking the tea to my tastes before taking a sip. Nay. Jean made a small noise of embarrassment, much to Frigga's amusement. Thank you for hosting myself and everyone. I started out being polite. It's a small matter. They have been wonderful guests. And it's not often I even get to talk with a goddess from another pantheon. She gave Izzy a warm smile. Izzy returned it as well. Asgard does have its own charm, and it was nice to visit. And of course, the interesting assortment of ladies was eye-opening. Why, I wasn't aware we had a brand new goddess until she showed up on the doorstep. She was talking about Jin, that much was clear. Well, what's life without surprises? I offered. Jin is a treat, so I don't mind. Everyone knows now that we have a new goddess, even if she comes and goes periodically. She went around blessing everyone's homes, so Asgard is quite enthralled with her now. Yeah, that sounds like Jin. And Miss Reiko here. Frigga settled her eyes on Reiko as well. I haven't seen a proper demigod in quite a long time. As you can imagine, we don't get out much these days, so it was also an enjoyable treat. She hadn't mentioned it, but I would guess Indra, if I'm not mistaken. Reiko, the picture of grace, nodded. Yes, he is my father. I thought so. His specific flavor of lightning is hard to forget. Having a son with the same domain, it's something I specifically have paid attention to. Frigga said wistfully. I believe the ladies that go by Artoria and Skathak are currently at the training grounds, enjoying their time as well. Oh, and not to forget Miss Artoria's child, Miss Mordred, yes. The question was more rhetorical. Certainly not least are the last two. Your paramour that showed a noticeable curse. It was a nasty thing. I would have offered her our healers to take a look, but by her demeanor, she seemed uncomfortable around us. Considering such, I could understand her circumstances, so I did not wish to offend. Thank you for your consideration. Salem doesn't do well around gods, for obvious reasons. I confirmed her thoughts. If she could tell Salem was cursed, then putting two and two together wouldn't be difficult. And that just leaves the demon, Frigga looked amused. I thought you were an abnormally rare exception, but exceptions don't happen twice like this, methinks. I got to enjoy tea with a demon in polite company. I can't say I've ever been able to do that in my long life. Venelana can be very charming, so I know that she at least kept Frigga entertained and gave her a pleasant conversation. Apparently, people in this universe don't look kindly upon demons or the extended demonic family of creatures. With good reason. And I shouldn't be surprised, we're devils after all. It would be weird that they just assumed good intentions while knowing our identities. As much as it annoys me, people are going to assume the worst if they know my demonic attributes and bloodline. Where is Venelana now? I believe she is chatting with the local brewers. She seemed quite interested in the variety of alcohol we make here. Frigga mused. Good. If Frigga seems casual about it, then there shouldn't be any trouble. She would be the one I would be most worried about considering our shared demonic heritage. You never know when you're going to get a crazy and just decide to go against common sense or reason because a demon. Though, she could handle herself in most cases. I still worry. You know, I was quite worried when I heard just how many ladies seem to be at your side. I can't say I'm not accustomed to the idea of sharing a partner. My own husband has had his fair share of mistresses and lovers over the years, with my consent. But my dear daughter here is oh so innocent. As a mother, I couldn't help but worry. Miss Frigga, Wilhelm isn't like that. Jean was quick to come to my defense. The goddess laughed. Do you see? How was I supposed to judge things based on her own words alone when her head is so far into the clouds? She reached over and gave Jean a side hug. But I'm happy that my worries were unfounded. If my Jean were being bullied or not taken care of, I would have had very stern words with the ones responsible. But imagine my surprise at how you all get along. Is it weird that I feel proud at her compliments? Seeing how well everyone treats my daughter and how much they care for you and there's nothing to gain from it, well, it would be foolish of me to clutch onto fears and suspicion. Izzy let out a little scoff, not indignantly, but more like an eye-roll response. I am far too old to get swept up in any of what you're suggesting. Oh, most certainly. Another point in your favor. As the mortals say, you have a type, yes. Frigga's eyes all but sparkled mirthfully. All your lovers are quite along in age compared to you. Jean here was telling me your age. How old was it again? Not even 30 Midgardian winters. Perhaps my daughter is the one I should be careful of, going after such a young man. Nay. Jean puffed up cutely, if not bashfully as she showed Frigga a pout. It just made the queen laugh even more. I can't say I've ever been shy about it. I knew I had a type. And they're all well aware. Izzy let out a small huff, looking very cute as I smiled her way. Frigga put a hand on Izzy's arm. Oh, he's much sweeter than the last one. I remember that man when Odin last attended a Skyfather gathering. He was always so serious, quick to anger, and arrogant. I swear, he could have competed with Zeus in vanity. Why am I not surprised? Izzy rolled her eyes. And lazy. That was another one. It was nice to see Izzy not so trepidatious around the topic of her former husband. Frigga looked like she was enjoying herself. I don't think he gets company here very often, so it must be fun for her. Oh, and before I forget. She wasn't slouching, but it felt like she sat up straighter. As Queen Mother, Frigga of Asgard, I must give thanks to you for the safe return of one of our lost and nearly forgotten. Technically, I didn't do anything. Had I not said a word to Odin, he would have found your wayward Valkyrie regardless. In fact, I should be the one, thank you, for helping me when I was in a bad position. I honestly didn't really do much. Gratitude should be given and accepted in equal measure when it's heartfelt. She spoke as if chiding me in a motherly tone. Her way of saying, let's both accept the thanks and move on. Now, I will extract a payment from you and our guests for services rendered. She turned her nose up in a faux haughty tone. It's rare for me to have guests that I can enjoy the company of, so I am going to shoo you away. She made the little gesture in a playful motion. I would like to suggest you go find my husband. He is currently at the shipwrights working on a project that you would be most interested in. Perhaps investigate sooner rather than later if you value the ship you left behind. My eyes widened in realization that I hadn't returned my ship to my storage and sort of passed out. I quickly shot to my feet. There better be a super god he can pray to if he ruined my ship. I was about to leave, but Frigga's throat-clearing stopped me. You do know where the shipwright is, yes? Honestly, I don't even know where you keep your ships. They're massive, and Asgard isn't that big. Line break. Frankly, I should have known. Of course, they would keep everything stored in a pseudo-pocket dimension. I was on one of their totally not a Viking boats as it left the gravity well of Asgard, artificially created, mind you, and sort of did a loop and went under the floating landmass. There were easier ways to get to it, like actual stairs or elevators or something, but this was apparently quicker. There was a very large hangar on the back that I hadn't seen before, for obvious reasons. And the ship flew right inside without any issues, passing through an invisible barrier I noticed, presumably to keep the breathable air and whatnot from flowing out into the vacuum of space. It was a bit busy. We entered, and space expanded exponentially. I think it was several times the size of Asgard itself. I noticed quite a few ships that had taken some damage that were currently being repaired. Others probably just routine maintenance from having fought for the first time in a long time. I saw a streak of lightning fly overhead and caught a certain ball of fluff into my arms. Sir Wiggles had been left out as well. I felt through our connection what he wanted and let Lady Wiggles out to accompany him. Lady Wiggles was showing a bigger belly. I think her children would be born soon. The two of them were happy to be reunited and sort of made their way back towards where he came from initially. Oddly, my ship didn't stand out amidst all the Asgardian ships. Sure, it looked different, but most ships here looked like they were made of wood. I knew better, of course, but they seemingly liked to keep to a certain look. I mean, if you're going to go all in on spaceships and a certain aesthetic, may as well keep with it. I gave a nod of thanks to my driver and hopped out onto the ship bay and made my way back to my beautiful and thankfully intact ship. Mostly. I heard rumbling inside but paused for a moment because next to my ship, it was Brunhilde's ship as well. I installed a familiar face popped out from below deck. Brunhilde was holding a tool that looked like a wrench but stopped when she saw me. "Hey old man, we got a guest," she hollered. I heard the ruckus already, another familiar voice hollered back. I may have stalled a second too because Odin walked up from below deck. But he wasn't wearing any of his normal regal attire. No armor, no cape, no fancy clothes. If anything, he was dressed like a normal worker, but his arms were covered in grease and dirt and maybe oil. Some splattered on his face too, and even parts of his beard looked like they were dirty. "All I'm going to say is, if you fucked up my ship, we're going to be throwing hands," I warned. Bah. Odin dismissed me entirely. I'm not too old to bend a brat over my knee. I felt my eye twitch. Brunhilde put her hands on her hips. "Don't get your panties in a twist, scrawny boy. I'm giving your ship an upgrade. Or, well, we are. Go on." She rolled her eyes and gestured for me to come up. "I'll show you what's going on." I followed her up and down to below deck. I looked at what was down here now. That was definitely not here before. "It's a hyperdrive." She explained. I was staring dumbly at it, and she patted my shoulder. "Right, Midgard is still primitive. I'll explain in a way you can understand. The machine makes the ship go fast in space." I gave her a dry look. "I understand the concept." She gave a cheerful smile. Fucking Odin was smirking behind us. I did some quick calculations and frowned. My ship shouldn't be able to handle the intensity of speeds that approach faster than light, even a fraction of it. Even the magical defenses and durability would be torn apart from the stress. "Do you think I would put this into your boat and just clap my hands and say I'm done?" She deadpanned. "We've been upgrading things, dumbass." "Well, excuse me." I rolled my eyes but found myself smiling. "What did you do?" "Added some good old Asgardian steel under the hood and made sure to put the wood back so it still looked the same. Enchanted, obviously. Standard Asgardian ship runes and spell structures. Without disrupting the existing magic and enchantments." I raised an eyebrow. She jabbed a thumb at Odin, who scoffed as if he were offended I even asked. "How, why exactly?" I changed my question. Brunhilde's smile slowly faded, and she let out a sigh. "Wanted to say thanks for everything. It's nice to be home again." "Ah." The old man joined in after I got started and he saw me tearing things apart. She said casually. Odin grunted, not caring to add anything. "Congratulations." She slapped my back. "Your ship is technically star-worthy now." Line break. A/N. Wilhelm's pirate ship is now star-worthy. All space ships beware. On a side note, I'm having surgery this Friday, June 26th, so I won't be posting this weekend and a few days after most likely. I don't know how long I'll be out, but I'll most certainly be on pain meds for several days. On a side note, due to popular demand, I'll be dusting off Through the Looking Glass for next month. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 705, Chapter. Is it weird to say that good things came out of being a slave for a small period? Sure, taking a new step forward with my divine power was important. Blah blah, getting stronger, refining my strength, and much celebration. Anyways. That pales in comparison to the fact that I have a ship that can fly in space. This is now one of the best days of my life. And I was doing laps around Asgard, in space, on my wooden ship. "Fire the cannons!" I yelled out. "Firing the cannons!" Brunhilde answered back. And the cannons below deck released a payload onto a drifting rock I was passing, blowing it into smithereens. We needed to go find pirates. No, I would be the pirate. Space pirate Wilhelm. Stealing from the rich, keeping for myself. This was great. The wind in my face, not actually wind, we were in space. But the metaphysical wind was in my face as I stood on the bow of my ship, sailing among the stars. Gramps would be jealous. They did a good job with the life support systems. I could see the magical arrays light up under the flooring and the rails and shimmer into existence in a sort of bubble that sustained the ship. Breathable air, minimalizing the influences of space travel, and even grounding everything inside with proper gravity. Of course there were a plethora of other attributes that help facilitate things. Lots of small details you don't realize until you try to make a spaceship. I wasn't even being facetious with the whole wind in my hair thing. My hair was actually getting slightly blown back, but that was the magical arrays dispersing various forces across the shields and ship, providing a sense of movement to assist with vertigo and stability. Essentially, it helps the people on board know where we're moving, which can be debilitating if the ship just went places and things around us changed shapes, getting closer or further away, without the brain going, how did we get here? Apparently it's very common for Asgardian vessels. Brunhilde came up to take in the view. How is it? Not bad for a maiden voyage, eh? It's amazing. I didn't hold back my praise. Thank you. She grinned. Too bad the old man was all harumph, hmpmh, grr, she mimicked his grunting. When I asked him to come. Well, we have a complicated relationship. Suffice to say, Odin didn't want to come for a ride. Despite everything, we weren't really close, maybe even still just bearing the presence of the other. I think if I tried to stay here, wheedle into some corner, he would be not so nice about reminding me that I should go. Obviously I have more decorum than trying to force a stay here, but the statement still stands. Just pull up here. She pointed me at the Bifrost as we got close. I shrugged, listening to her advice. It was kind of awkward because it wasn't really an unloading point, but considering we could just hop off and I could deposit my ship back into the storage, it wasn't much of an issue. Hello Heimdall. I greeted the guardian god of Asgard. Greetings to you, Wilhelm Schweinorg. He had answered back the same before. And Valkyrie Brunhilde. Ah. She held up a finger. What did I say before? Aunt. He corrected with a wry smile. Good boy. She grinned. You're older than Heimdall? I asked. Did I already know this, or did I forget? His mother was a Valkyrie, and she died in the line of duty, so he was raised by a group of others. I remember coming around to the fourth and seeing a little godling running around calling all of them Mom. Brunhilde chuckled. They were pleasant memories. He didn't correct it, so it must be true. Speaking of memories and the pleasantness therewithin. I took out another jar of peach wine and tossed it to him. He didn't even have to look my way to catch it. Thanks for the help, Heimdall. I'm told you were searching tirelessly for me. It was no different than my normal duties. But I am thankful for the treat, nonetheless. Well, just as Frigga said, gratitude should be given when it's appropriate. Thank you, I said sincerely. Brunhilde pat my shoulder. All right, your ship is working fine, you're on your own now, scrawny boy. I'm going to hang out with Heimdall and bum some of that off him. Heimdall didn't seem to mind, so I took that as my cue to give them some privacy. I gave a gesture of goodbye before using a bit of Schuenpa to travel across the bridge. Not my fastest speed, I was taking it easy. Easy for me. Time to check up on the others. Thankfully, I had a general idea of where the training yard was. It was sort of connected to the castle, sort of off to the side. But it was easy to find and not far away. As majestic as Asgard was, it wasn't very large. I heard the sounds coming within rather quickly, and the voices that reached my ears were ones I was accustomed to. Scathach was currently beating up quite a few Asgardians, nicely, in a manner of teaching, or sparring. They're a warrior culture, I would presume. Seeing Scathach and the others fight at their side, they were interested. I glanced towards the stands, sort of set up like a gladiator's arena, not really, I suppose. More like an amphitheater or a training yard that had seating around the edges that ascended upwards to look over it if anyone wanted to watch. It wasn't just Scathach, as my favorite blonde knight got up from her seat and quickly came over. She looked up at me warmly before going into a hug. Artoria let out a high-pitched squeak as I swung her around once. The way she puffed up was always so cute that I couldn't help myself. I'm glad they hadn't been hounding me about what happened and were fine with just seeing that I wasn't hurt. A mental load off my shoulders. Love you. I love you as well. She returned without hesitation. She grabbed my arm and led me over to the side where she was sitting. Yo. Mordred gave a wave. You good? She showed her own concern. I'm good. Doctor's orders, though, gotta take it easy. I nodded. Just a small smile was enough. Mordred still didn't do emotional connections well, so this was her being concerned, and I appreciated it. Clint Barton. I said with exaggerated enthusiasm. I heard that you're a hero. I saw him shooting sun arrows during the Sakaar thing. Am I? I don't feel like a hero. I feel like a guy with an overpowered bow. He responded good-naturedly. Was talking with your friends here. Well, one lover, one daughter/son-in-law. Calling them friends made it simpler, I suppose. I noticed he had my bow on his back, so he was keeping it safe, and I appreciated that he was doing it seriously. I don't trust people with my treasures lightly, but he's shown that I could do so in the future. Mr. Barton was telling us about his work back home. Artoria said politely. Mordred was enjoying the stories. Mordred shot a thumbs up, indicating that Artoria wasn't just being polite and humoring him. Frankly, they would be right up Mordred's alley. While she definitely enjoys just running in and fighting people, she appreciates fights on pretty much any level. Regular humans fighting regular humans. She'd still enjoy that from the side. She's not the type that goes, "They're so weak, I could do better." Well, not seriously. "Did Asgard tell you to stay for medical checkups too?" I asked. He unconsciously put a hand to his neck. "Yeah, they wanted to make sure the collars didn't leave any lasting effects. Bonus, apparently I had cancer, and they cured it. I mean, it wouldn't have shown up for at least a decade from what they said, but it was apparently easy enough to handle in just a basic checkup. So, there are some benefits." I blinked and didn't know what to say. "Well, you're lucky." Shit, even as happy as I am about my boat and everything else, I was not happy with my experiences on Sakaar. Clint made a subtle gesturing motion, so I leaned in so he could whisper. "Not to, accuse you or anything, or be weird, but I thought you said they were all older than you." He glanced at Artoria. "Oh yeah, she's older than me." I gave him a thumbs up. That earned a dainty hand pulling on my cheek from Artoria. She heard, apparently. "It's rude to discuss a lady's age." "Over 1,000, I reassured him. "Wilhelm." She flushed red. Mordred found it funny, though. "This guy is good with a bow, you should have seen him kicking these guys' asses. They kept wanting to challenge him to a contest, and he beat every one of them." Mordred grinned. He could probably give that annoying harp bastard a run for his money. That was high praise from Mordred. "Beat them all." I glanced Clint's way. "Who do you think I am?" He shot back. "I'm sure it was humbling for a bunch of Asgardians to lose to a human." Scathack spied me as she finished up with her sparring partners. That is, there were probably a dozen Asgardians sprawled out onto the ground and another dozen who were standing at the side catching their breaths from a previous beating. "Student." She looked at me sternly, but at this point, I could pick up the warmth in her tone. I couldn't help myself, I buried my face into her chest just as she impaled her spear into the ground, and she accepted me. She ran a hand through my hair, whispering to me soothingly. There, my student. I am here. Come." She pulled me up so my face was level with hers. "This scathack is happy that you are safe and well." She took the initiative to kiss me on the forehead, which made me feel a lot better overall. She was never the type that liked to show affection in public, or rather, in front of others. At least strangers. I loved her so much. "Did you have fun beating up everyone here?" I asked her. Her eyes smiled before her lips curled up. "It was enjoyable." "Did you meet Clint yet?" I gestured to him loudly enough so it wasn't just sprung on him. She put her hands on her hips. "I have met the archer, he is quite skilled. I understand why you allowed him to use a bow." She then poked me in the chest. "Sit, rest. I will not see you up and about if you don't need to be." It was spoken, but she all but pushed my butt onto the seat. "Watch him, he will do something foolish if we look away." The words were directed to Artoria. "I will make sure he doesn't cause trouble," Artoria said very firmly. "Stand up, it's time for the next round." Scathack shouted, pulling her spear free and walking back towards them. I rolled my eyes. Comparatively, they've gotten up to more shenanigans in their lives than I have. Sure, they're all much older than me and everything, but it's the principle. Despite this, Artoria put a hand on my arm that basically was a warning not to do anything. Affectionately. But still quite firmly warning me all the same. "Hey Clint, that bow looks awfully heavy on your back, why don't I take it back from you? You know, it's really not that heavy." He grabbed it, holding it in his hands. "If you want, I would gladly hold onto it for you. Did you get attached?" "Listen, I went through a shitty week. I think it's understandable that I get attached to a magic bow that shoots magic arrows." I couldn't argue with that. "All right, give it back." I held my hand out in a gimme motion. He was just being playful, he didn't actually try to keep it, I don't think. Well, he would probably gladly keep it if I was like, "Oh well, hold on to it," or something. It's like watching my daughter run off to her first day of school all over again. He sighed dramatically. "Clint, do you want a magic bow?" I offered plainly. He opened his mouth, and I could tell he was about to just unconsciously reject it, politely give thanks, and maybe say he doesn't need one. But I think his brain did a quick reboot and something just clicked. You know, I would really love a magic bow. If nothing else, I think it would make everything feel just a little less shitty. I understood. Despite the joke. As much as I love my new ship, it was still shitty. "Do you have any specifics? Size? Weight? Draw strength? Do you want it to shoot regular magic arrows, nothing spell-like? Draw the bowstring, and an arrow is created magically and is fired. Or do you want it to be like fire arrows, intent-seeking arrows, ice arrows, etc., etc.? I can customize. His eyes widened. Shit, give me a second. There were moments in a man's life where he had to stop and make a heavy decision after some deliberation. This was one of those moments. I mean, when was the next time he was going to get offered a magic bow? While he was thinking it over, the sound of thunder rumbled overhead, and a certain hammer-wielding god came flying over. There you are. He announced himself loudly enough. It's good to see you well, my friend. Thor was, honestly, a lot different than when we first met. I think it wasn't all sincere, not like he was faking it on purpose and trying to trick people, but like, he was trying to be that sort of person. He definitely had that attitude, he could make a room light up, he had the charisma. But he wasn't very well practiced at it, I think. It was all him, but there were some missing pieces he was trying to fill in, like an idea he was picturing and wanted to become. Or maybe I'm just overthinking it. It's just, I keep comparing him to Thor in my head with how similar they are, and Thor just sort of feels more natural. He was definitely better than that arrogant little shit when I first met him. Good to see you, Thor. Is Sakaar settled? I hadn't actually asked that question yet, and maybe it was a pertinent one. He smiled happily. Sakaar has been conquered, and the mortals are being sent back to their home worlds, as much as we can. We have contacted other worlds where refugees can be sent so that they will be welcomed. It is not a short process, but not long either. The planet only had a handful of mortal cities that needed to be freed. Weirdly, it made me relax a bit. Some tension I didn't realize I had before disappeared. Like closing a book or turning a page on a chapter one didn't care to remember. If it's settled, then I don't have to care anymore. It's impressive that Asgard could handle that mess so easily. Asgard is mighty, and the universe is reminded of it. He puffed up his chest. Well, he's still the idiot who loves a good fight. Mighty indeed. I think even I underestimated Asgard's strength. Thor chuckled. I have noticed that your divine might is much stronger now as well. I look forward to a friendly spar in the future. Oh. Did my divine power feel stronger to him? I'll need to ask Izzy about that when we get back. At ******* at. Clint POV. I feel very out of place. I'm just a guy with a bow. Technically, I don't even have a bow right now. Soon. My precious. Still though, they were nice to a regular guy like me. Even the god of thunder shook my hand as we were being sent off. That counts for something, right? I can tell my kids that I shook a god's hand. I can't believe Wizard Boy was telling the truth. You know, screw everything else, magic, gods, aliens, whatever. The thing that pisses me off the most is that he was telling the truth. The kid really does have a harem. And apparently, they're all a shit ton older than he is. I didn't want to judge, different cultures and everything, they're all adults, and I love my wife more than anything in the world except my kids, and I wouldn't want anyone else. But even so. Lucky bastard. If I thought I was capable of it, I would kick his ass. And it would be fully deserved, and I wouldn't feel any remorse about it. Just one little kick, he would fall off this fancy rainbow road. I don't even think anyone would mind. And it's worse because they clearly all care about him too. The sickening sweet looks, the puppy dog eyes, the affection. Bleh. Fuck, I miss Laura and the kids. They looked like they were arguing about something before Wizard Boy opened up some swirling rainbow portal, and most of them left. Except one. Read her file, Jean Dark. Like, the acutal one. I wasn't even surprised anymore. She grabbed onto his arm, and while he showed some manner of exasperation, he looked happy still. Trouble in paradise. I may have said it a little mockingly. He scrunched his nose. Have you met? This is my minder, Jean. I said I was just going back to tell your shield people I was fine, then check in on a couple friends before going home, but apparently, I'm not trusted with that. Be nice. Jean chided him. It's because they were all worried. Yeah. We haven't met in person, but I read your file. I held my hand out, and she shook it politely. Are you coming back with us? And out of curiosity, why no, swirly portal thing? Wouldn't it be easier to just do one of his portals that he showed? I figured it would be better to be, loud on our return, right where we disappeared, and with Asgard's support. He wanted to shove off responsibility to someone else. I could dig it. I think that was Odin who was standing not far back, and the Queen. I only met them briefly, I wasn't important enough to get like a face-to-face meeting. Whatever, this was already way above my pay grade as it was. Joan of Arc waved goodbye, earning a wave in return from the Queen. So the rumor that she was the Queen's adopted daughter was real. Thor smiled and waved too. I recognized our trainer from back on Sakaar as well. Turns out, she was a Valkyrie. That made things more convenient, I guess. I unconsciously touched my new little toy on my back. Despite my anxiousness, I did feel just a little bit giddy. Magic bow, my own magic bow. Okay Clint, keep your composure. And definitely don't let the kids get their hands on this thing. I still had the magic ring he gave me too. He didn't ask for it back, and I had the feeling that it was something forgettable for him. So, well, I wasn't going to say anything. Who didn't want to feel super strong? Pleasantries aside, we walked into the big round golden building that looked like it had a giant laser pointing out of it. Are you ready, princess? The god stood at the controls. The controls, with his giant sword, like it was some kind of key. I'm ready, Heimdall, thank you for the help. She cheerfully replied. As always, it is my duty and pleasure, princess. He slotted his sword into the thing, the mechanism, and the building started to spin before it shot a rainbow light from the totally not a laser. The wizard boy put a hand on my back. Okay, you're going to want to clench up so you don't have an accident. What kind of accident? The kind that you're wearing the wrong color of pants for. Ignore him, Clint Barton of Asgard, he speaks in falsehoods. Heimdall spoke with a dry tinge to his tone, giving Wizard Boy a small glare. The Bifrost is not so indelicate. Well, that's good. Asshole. He was probably doing it just to mess with me. But be careful on landing, mortals may experience some discomfort with a second taste of their earlier meal. What? I felt a hand on my back as I was pushed inside the glowing, bright light. Asshole. I don't know what happened, it felt like I was being stretched like a rubber band, then snapped back into place, and then it felt like I was free-falling. It reminded me of all the times I had to jump out of a plane. But with stars passing by, galaxies, and I think I saw Earth for a brief moment. It was beautiful. Then it was like the universe remembered gravity existed and pulled me downwards. I thought I was going to hit the ground, but it was soft as asphalt could be. I fell to a knee, but I wasn't hurt. Trippy. Good job, the first time's always the worst. The wizard boy patted my shoulder. Dick. We were back home, I knew that because S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately began swarming the area. Coulson. A familiar face that wasn't a god or a wizard or an alien. I could kiss you. Please don't, he said plainly. And it's good to see you back, Barton. Coulson. Mr. Schweinorg, I hear you had quite the adventure. And Miss Ark. He greeted them both. Am I to assume you will be willing to give S.H.I.E.L.D. a debrief? I'm just here to tell you I'm good. I think Clint can fill in the details well enough. Please keep in contact then, in case we have any questions. Standard procedure was not to try and contain him. I could see that Coulson really wanted to tell him to stay and explain, but there were orders from high up. Unfortunately, I still have to give a damn report. Agent Barton, prepare yourself for deanimation procedures, we're going into Protocol Alpha Red 7 to 15. Yeah, decontamination, I could use a good bath. Wizard Boy gave me a pitiful look. Good luck, Legolas. Yeah, I was going to need it. I owe you dinner. A good home-cooked one. I wasn't loud, but Coulson did a double take, surprised. Yeah, well, going through that shit, I think he earned the right to meet Laura and the kids at least. He was a nice guy. Beyond Nat, Fury, and Coulson, no one else in S.H.I.E.L.D. even knew about my family. He gave me a nod before Coulson pulled me away. Clear the way, decontamination protocols are in effect. If you get close, you're getting put in a lab with us for a week. Coulson shouted, and everyone backed away as he led me to an unmarked SUV, opening the door for me. Hit it. Coulson spoke as he closed the door on his side, getting comfortable in the seat. Sir, Alpha Red 7 to 15 aren't contamination protocols, I stated. You're right, they aren't. The passenger seat mechanically spun around. Sir, I stiffened. At ease, Agent, Director Fury responded. We have a 30-minute drive according to traffic, we're going to make the most of it. Thanks to our friends from above, we knew when you were coming, so we had time for an off-the-record debrief. Sir. That means tell me what happened, Agent, Fury said plainly. That's going to be difficult to do in just 30 minutes. Fury pulled out his phone and pressed a few buttons. There's an accident 3 blocks down, it'll keep us stuck for an extra 20 minutes at most. Proceed, Agent. I ended up on an alien planet. They both perked up. Before I begin, it's going to get weird. Weird is my wheelhouse. Fury looked unfazed. I shot down alien spaceships with a magic bow. I said very plainly. Permission to speak casually. I'll keep an open mind. He corrected. We'll decide what to say officially in your report later, tell me what happened in your own words. I let out a sigh. Better just rip the band-aid off. It started off when the demon sort of exploded and pulled me and the wizard into a portal, and we ended up in another dimension. There was apparently some eldritch demon god in there. We ran and got flung to another planet where we became alien gladiators. Agent, just a warning, you will be getting drug tested as part of your medical exam, Fury told me. It gets weirder, sir. Fury let out a long sigh. Yeah, I felt the same. Line break. A/N. Sakar is over. Wilhelm is going over to Camartage next chapter, then back home, and we move on to other things. A new arc is coming up soonish, the world is already up over for subs. Dealing with Rias's rating game then right on over. I'm doing better now. My surgery didn't have any complications. Just dealing with pain and stitches which need pain meds more often than not the past few days, but it's gradually getting better. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 706, Chapter. I kind of forgot just how goddamn cold it was up on this mountain. I mean, it was obvious, but I just didn't think about it. Quick, we need to huddle together for warmth. I said as I pulled Jean into my arms. She never fails to make the cute little noise when I surprise her. Servants are naturally resistant to temperatures, but even so, they can feel them. As evidence, I was staring very blatantly at Jean's chest. Maybe a revealing top and booty shorts aren't the best combination to trek into the frozen mountains, but I'm not complaining. Will, it's cold. She shivered in my arms, pouting at me. Cute. Ta-da. I let my arms light up with fire. Feel the warmth. Yeah, we could just go inside where the spells of the place have a constant source of warmth over the temple and whatever. But that's the easy method. Also, I noticed a particularity. Why is it that the fire in my hands is warming us up, yet holding it in my hands isn't burning me? The same would be said for anyone, not just me and my chaotic metaphysical biology. There is an actual answer, but I didn't feel like mentally articulating it. There was an actual reason we didn't just head inside. There was someone else out here. Sort of at the edge of the entrance, like maybe 10 meters away, there was a large old bell. It has very clearly seen some years. It was held up by a moderately sized scaffolding made of stone. I think it was for someone to announce their arrival. Whatever the case, there was something sitting on top of it, cross-legged, eyes closed, and covered in snow. A certain goddess of death without her powers. I grabbed a handful of snow, patted it down into the shape of a ball, and threw it. Childish. Perhaps. But my aim was impeccable. I hit her square in the face and startled her enough that it knocked her off the seat and into the snow below. You bastard. Hella shot back up to her feet. She was scowling, practically fuming with anger. I think the fact that she knew she couldn't do anything to me is what made her angry, not that I actually just hit her with a snowball. After a moment of glaring, she grabbed her own snow and packed it tight and threw it at me. Next thing I know, we were throwing, rather aggressively, I might add, snowballs at each other. I noticed Jean just smiling as she watched us. I hit her in the face again, and she let out a scream and charged at me. I was expecting her to either tackle me or try and throw a punch or a kick, but instead, she grabbed my arm, wrapped her legs around my throat, and put me in a chokehold. Apologize. She hissed. Never. I gargled it out. Jean squats next to us. Hello. Hella looked up. Hello. MMPHGH, I added. Did we interrupt you? Sorry, Wilhelm can be naughty sometimes. Hella let out a huff and released me, wiping the snow off herself as she stood back up. I was simply meditating. Didn't look like it was going well. I brushed myself off as well. Bit of a trigger on you. She got angry pretty fast. I think she was already pissed about something. The magic here is annoying, and it's been difficult. It was suggested that I find a quiet place to meditate and center myself. She crossed her arms. The cold is familiar. My oh my, I remember someone being so cocky, saying they'd learn everything so quickly, something about it only being mortal magic. Hella rolled her eyes and smirked slightly. Who said I didn't learn? I just haven't mastered it. And I don't do things by halves. I responded maturely and stuck my tongue out. Wilhelm and I came to visit. I hope we're not bothering you. Jean smiled. Hella studied her for a moment. I think it's because Jean is being completely sincere without an ounce of deceit that it made Hella have a hard time sort of dismissing her or being snide or rude like she would with me. A distraction is not remiss. She settled on. We just got back from Asgard. I said very plainly. Hella snorted. I care not for your meandering at Asgard. Odin deployed a fleet of ships and conquered a planet. That immediately grabbed her attention. I beg your pardon. Yeah, it was something. I was in an accident, actually, may as well go find the Ancient One because it somewhat involves her too. Hela had a strange expression on her face before furrowing her brow. Her interest was now piqued. In contrast, Jean grabbed my hand, looking at me with her warm smile. Was she trying to reassure me? Well, maybe she picked up on the hate in my voice when I mentioned that little debacle. Hela was annoyed that she didn't immediately get an answer, but that seemed more like her current irritation was still boiling over. She just stomped over to the gates and walked inside as we followed behind her. Camartage was the same as before, though I didn't expect it to change randomly overnight. It really did have a nice atmosphere. The sorcerers here didn't balk at our arrival or treat us strangely. Plenty noticed us, but it was confusion or uncertainty that held their gazes anymore. Jean and I have been here plenty of times now, and Hela basically lives here currently. Mr. Schweinorg, Miss Dark. Karl Mordo greeted us at the top of the stairs that led into the inner temple. Hello, Mr. Mordo. Jean smiled brightly, greeting him. It really was fascinating to see the degree at which her whole attitude was contagious. The stoic and expressionless sorcerer seemingly had a sharp light fill his eyes, like he wanted to respond in kind. Is this what they call charisma? That just by existing, everyone around them is just better for it. Do you seek the Ancient One, or is it simply a visit? He asked politely. Ancient One, please. Had something I should probably talk about, ran into your little runaway sorcerer, and things happened. I certainly did not forget that asshole that set everything in motion. His eyes widened. You encountered Caecilius as well. The way you say that makes me think there's a story. He nodded. There was a recent attack and move made by him. It would be best if the Ancient One explained, come with me. He waved his robe and produced a portal. It really is convenient that everyone is here and just makes portals wherever they want to go. Mordo. The Ancient One was in a room, talking to someone. He bowed as she gestured to him, and he quickly vacated as we stepped in. And guests. You don't sound happy to see me. I feigned faux hurt. I thought we had something special. Don't confuse your dreams for reality, Mr. Schweinorg. She shot back without missing a beat, a small smirk playing at her lips. What can I do for you today? Well, we very clearly came to her, so she knew we had something to say. He says that he met Caecilius, Mordo states. Her expression changed slightly. Let me guess, did you happen upon a creature of demonic variety and met my former student as he attempted to retrieve it? Pretty much 1-to-1. I nodded. Is this not the first time? Jean asked, knowing the story as well. Let me explain what we've been dealing with the past week or so. She tilted her head as she calculated the time frame. There were several breaches across the world that we responded to. At a few, we were able to catch the mindless ones. That's a name. Quite. She responded. They're the minions of Dormammu, the ruler of the dark dimension. Dormammu. Hela interjected. She had seemingly no care about these parts right now, impatiently waiting for things that interested her, but now her expression changed too. That thing is trying to reach Midgard. It has been for a while. We often prevent its attempts to breach our world. The Ancient One spoke casually. Hela looked genuinely surprised. Clearly, she wasn't involved with the normal jobs they take around here. By Dormammu, do you mean some massive eldritch demon thing that was difficult to even look at? I asked. The Ancient One snapped her head to me. Please don't tell me you met him. Blame your dumbass student. She scrunched her nose before waving her hands, producing her magic circles, and a few vivid scenes began to play in front of us. It showed her sorcerers battling some demonic entities, others of them fighting other sorcerers. A few that showed them trying to take care of possessed people. Roughly a week ago, as I said, we had quite a few breaches through the world's boundaries. We responded, as we always do. It was minions of the dark dimension, and we acted. Some of them, we were able to banish easily. Others, they possessed people to hide, and it took more effort to remove them. And a handful, our sorcerers were confronted with Caecilius. In person or projection? I asked. She tilted her head. I see you noticed one of his favorite spells. The steps through sand. It's quite a neat spell to utilize echoes of one's past to create a temporary copy of oneself. It has its disadvantages, of course. But Caecilius is nothing if not talented. Steps through sand. I get it. The footprints we leave in sands are echoes of ourselves. Poetic, I suppose. Luckily, we were able to repel him and stop his plans. From what we were able to gather, his goal was to use the mindless ones as a... She paused for a moment. Trojan horse. Her eyes lit up. Yes, I believe that would be an apt description. It's the one he used. She frowned at that. A beacon, a bridge, someone opening the gate from behind the walls. She waved her hand, dismissing the scenes playing out. The exact details, we don't know. He used one of them to tear a hole in time and space, and I got sucked into it with an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Fell right into the dark dimension. That is concerning. She looked at me like she was making sure I was okay. And you met him? More like, I saw him and ran away immediately. Just a hand wave of his caused my attempt to run away to shatter the space around us, and it flung us to some corner of the universe. I turned to Hela. Heard of the Grandmaster? She perked up. That ancient being. I know the name. He had a planet somewhere that he kept to himself. Landed there, wasn't doing so hot. Got forced into being a gladiator slave for a few days. But then Odin popped over with a fleet, and we fought him together. Don't know if he's dead or not, Odin wasn't confident in claiming so. But Sakaar had been conquered. Hela pursed her lips. If he couldn't do that much at least, I would have lost all respect for him. By Grandmaster, do you mean one of the elders of the universe? The Ancient One spoke up. Hela shot her a look. You know them. I know their names. The moniker Grandmaster isn't one so easily forgotten when it comes to a title. There were records left by the first Sorcerer Supreme, Agamotto himself. He gave a brief description of the powers in the universe. The Ancient One explained. Odin didn't give me a straight answer. Who exactly are they? I asked. If you want a better answer from me, you'll be disappointed. I've never left this planet, and our records are humble. They simply state that there is a group of ancient beings known as the Elders of the Universe, citing them as some of the oldest living beings since the universe's creation. Well, that's unfortunate, but what can you do? I doubt I'll meet any others in the future. You wouldn't happen to know where your former student currently is, do you? I have some unfinished business with him. I smiled politely. If I knew, then he wouldn't have been causing trouble. She gave the same polite smile. So all those demonic things were dealt with? I asked. Because the one I was dealing with went unnoticed until I arrived. It was a chaotic few days. If you hadn't dealt with it, we would have found it eventually. She replied. I couldn't fault her there. Their job really isn't easy. Hela sniffed. I was wondering what was different about you. It seems your divinity is more predominant. Did you have a difficult time under the Grandmaster's thumb? Was that concern I heard in her voice? And that's the second time someone told me my divinity is more noticeable. Actually, now that I had a clear mind and was able to think without distractions, it made sense. I was a Campione, not a demigod. Our strength increased through conflict. My divine power had become stronger because I was using it with a purpose. That's not to say I wasn't doing so before, but I pushed it to the limits, and my physiology responded in kind. Campione exists to kill gods, we are warriors. Warriors get stronger through fighting. However, I was more than a Campione, I had a great many other tricks, so my divine power had never been stressed so aggressively before. Something I'll need to consider. Did you come just to check in and learn about my former student, or did you come because of the festivities? The Ancient One's words snapped me out of my thoughts. Festivities. I blinked. The former, but now I'm curious. I didn't hear about any festivities. Nor did it look like there was a festival going on. Mr. Mordo, would you kindly explain? I forgot he was here for a moment. He bowed politely. We don't hold festivals like you would imagine. We are a simple society. We don't scorn decadence and pleasure, but if you want such things, you must seek them outside the temple in your own time. The extent of our celebrations are the exchanges of knowledge and wisdom with, perhaps, extended meals as a treat. I looked between them. So basically an open forum for everyone to exchange knowledge while you guys make some special meals. More or less. She didn't deny it. Isn't that what you normally do, though? Bar, maybe, special meals or whatever. I was confused. The nature of our studies makes it insular out of habit. The seeking of knowledge has one often wrapped up in their own world, reading old tomes, practicing in private. We hold classes and such, but it's far from what one would call socializing. So, some time ago, we decided to hold these open forum discussions, as you put it. It allows everyone a specific time to come out, discuss their own findings, exchange understandings, and bond over shared interests. Okay, that made more sense. Honestly, it sounded better than the clock tower. In light of the recent events, I thought it would be a nice opportunity to lighten the mood around the temples, she added. Sounds fun. I was being serious. Despite everything about me, I was, at my core, a researcher. I enjoyed discovering new things, creating spells, and understanding magic. How droll. Hela rolled her eyes. I leaned in towards the Ancient One. Tell me honestly, she's the worst student you've ever had, right? I am most certainly not. Hela quickly defended. The Ancient One's lips curled up. I wouldn't call her my best student. Line break. You don't have to follow me around. You can go back home. I know this isn't exactly your idea of a good time. Jean looked at me. She wasn't speaking much, not because she was upset, I think. But she just didn't have much to add. She wasn't the type to insert herself somewhere if she didn't feel like it was appropriate. However, she quickly shook her head. I like spending time with you regardless of what we're doing. I'm here to keep an eye on you, so it's okay. How easily she makes my heart flutter. Besides, I know this is something you want to do. And I like seeing you happy. Oof. Right in my heart. Are you two going to flirt in front of me this entire time? Hella was with us as well. Yes. Nay. Jean puffed up at me. She always gets cutely embarrassed when someone calls her out on it. I don't know why I'm being dragged along with you. Hella huffed. I have very little I could learn from the mortals here. The Ancient One is technically mortal, I pointed out. That is far different. You were probably the most difficult student for your teachers, weren't you? I was a phenomenal student. All my teachers had nothing but praise for me when I did my studies. I'm sure it had nothing to do with you being the princess. There was a big room open with many sorcerers coming and going. I pulled Jean in with me and snuck into the back because I heard a lecture going on. Hella stomped in, eliciting a small reaction, but otherwise, she was mostly ignored by everyone. If she's been here this long, most of them were probably used to her. The person standing at the front barely missed a beat. Which brings us to the issue of arcane momentum. The lecturer continued, pacing slowly before a floating diagram composed of glowing blue lines. Most sorcerers understand that a spell can possess force. Fewer understand that a spell may possess momentum independent of force. He waved his hand, and a glowing sphere appeared. A fireball travels because it is propelled. A portal remains stationary because it possesses no momentum. Yet a binding circle may continue expanding despite receiving no additional energy from the caster. I immediately perked up. That's interesting, he's talking about the metaphysics of spell work and how they interact with the underlying physics of the universe that exists in the physical spectrum. Another example is why a portal we create doesn't move despite the planet's rotation. Is it gravity affecting it? If so, then that must mean that a portal has weight. The answer was facetious, obviously wrong. If you opened a portal in a plane and it flew from one point to another, why does the portal remain within the plane's interior? He listed off several examples that made many of them thoughtful. I think there were plenty of the apprentices' ranks within the room. Is the answer not obvious? Hella scoffed, though she was polite enough to keep her voice down to almost a whisper so no one else heard her. They're beginners, give them a break. I ignored her haughty attitude. Why does it work like that? Jean asked curiously. It's because many spells don't always look at space the same way we do. Distance isn't a matter of walking from point A to point B. Why does a fireball we hold in our hands not burn us but explode on contact and melt something else? I added that last one because I mentioned it before. It's the intertwining of what we call physics and what we call magic. I interlocked my fingers together. Magic at its core is using higher dimensional energy to affect the lower dimension, our physical reality. Opening a portal on a plane lets it stay there because the spell structure holding it together isn't abiding by gravity. It's conceptually attached to a point in space, in which case it would be the surrounding plane, rather than a fixed point on the spatial axis of the world. Why does the fireball thing work then? If it's not hot in your hand, but it's hot and burns, then when it shoots someone or something? She asked. I unconsciously took out my wand to give a visible example to Jean as I made an image of a box appear. Inside the box is what we call physics. I've used this example a lot of times actually, but it's one of my favorites. When we cast spells, what we're doing is stepping outside of the box for the process, however, the end results have us ending back up in the box. I cast a fireball, it's hot in my hand, but it doesn't burn me or make me uncomfortable. However, when the casting is finished, when I throw it, the world and magic intertwine, and the rules assert themselves properly. Fire is hot, fire burns, therefore, the fireball I created now has these properties because it's the logic of the universe. That was a vast oversimplification, but it would do to help Jean understand. I looked up and realized everyone else in the room was quiet. Oops, I forgot where I was for a moment and sort of, rudely interrupted and stole attention. I apologize, I didn't mean to interrupt, I said quickly, realizing how it must have come off as I all but usurped his lesson. However, the sorcerer at the front only smiled. Everyone, take notes, that was a very good explanation. There wasn't an ounce of discontent from him. Purely happy about an explanation that fit the criteria of what he was talking about. Ah. It's been a while since I've been in an academic environment, hasn't it? I almost forgot what it was like. Regardless, I noticed Jean's thong peeking out, so I pulled on it. She let out a slight squeak, doing her best to keep quiet as she sent me an angry glare. But it was cuter than anything. Line break. I let out a yawn and stretched my arms after we left another open lesson, or whatever it is they were called. Jean was looking tired, so I figured that was enough for now. I wasn't that mean or uncaring. Though, I did heavily appreciate the fact that she was spending time with me doing something we both knew only I was enjoying. I needed to take her out on another date soon. Something fun. People began filing out of the room, and Hella opened her eyes as if she were just sleeping before. Are we finally done? You know you don't have to hang around, right? No one is forcing you. I pointed out. She scoffed but didn't rebuke it. I think, somewhere, she didn't have very many people she talked to, so she was doing this because she wanted to just be around other people who understood her. As in, not mortals in the normal sense of the term. Jean and I were far from normal. How far off are you on being able to leave without causing problems? I asked her. Hella didn't immediately answer the question. You can leave whenever you want, can't you? So what if I can? She grunted. You haven't felt like exploring the world. It's much better than being cooped up at this temple. I've explored many mortal worlds, what makes this one any different? I have nothing in common with mortals, I may as well stay here where I don't have to hide who I am. Truthfully, I didn't know what her thoughts were. I think there was something else, but I didn't know her enough to make any real guesses. I decided to change the subject. There was someone else on Sakar. She raised an eyebrow. Some I would care about, I presume, since you're bringing it up. A Valkyrie. I said pointedly, and there was the quickest flicker of recognition in her eyes. The last Valkyrie, from what I heard. Hella was silent for several moments. I wasn't aware one of them survived, I thought I killed them all. And there it is. Right. After helping Brunhilde, it turns out, I also released the one responsible for killing all her sisters. Well, isn't this a fucked up situation? You don't even feel bad about it, do you? I asked her. She scowled deeply. Why would I feel bad? Do you expect me to show mercy on my enemies? She stood up, all but slapping the table. The Valkyries were Odin's personal warriors, but I was the one who marched into battle with them. I trained with them, fought with them, and bled with them. And when Odin ordered it, they turned on me without a second's hesitation. She looked me right in the eyes. I didn't betray them, they betrayed me. She hissed before turning around and walking away. God, why are things always so fucking complicated? Line break. A/N. Things aren't always cut and dry. To Hella, she feels they betrayed her, to them, it feels like she betrayed them. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. We've on to the next world arc if you're interested. Chapter 707, Chapter. I didn't want to stick around too long. As much as I was enjoying my time here, I did want to get back home because I know the girls were worried. I was appreciative that they were letting me decompress without smothering me. Not that I would get angry or upset over anything like that, but it was nice to sort of breathe after the whole debacle without worrying. And I knew Jean wasn't having as much fun as I was. Even if she said she didn't mind just spending time with me, I didn't want to subject her to hours and hours of mindless lectures on different magical theories or subjects. Let's see. I told the Ancient One everything she needed to know. Updated her on my little adventure, learned a bit about her former student, and told her about Asgard's, rather Odin's, words about possibly offering some assistance. She was quite happy about that actually. I didn't know if she would have the whole ego or thoughts like we can handle it on our own, blah blah, pride, and tradition. No, I should have known she was the type to accept proper help if it's offered. Within reason. I know she would reject any sort of cooperation with S.H.I.E.L.D. as a whole, so I didn't even bring that up. Asgard lending some type of knowledge or aid was different than them becoming interlinked with an organization like S.H.I.E.L.D. that stymied their overall goals. Honestly, I haven't talked to Hella since she stormed off. I have a habit of putting my nose where it doesn't belong, don't I? I clearly didn't know the whole story or her own interpretation of events, yet I made comments about it. I try to be considerate when I talk to people. Granted, that's when I want to be. I do run my mouth a lot to people I don't care about or people I dislike. But I think this was an example of me putting my foot in my mouth, more or less. Not, like, any particular word, but more how I approached the whole thing. I think I may have been accusatory. I was definitely making assumptions, that was my fault. I acknowledge I could have just handled it with grace. I'm being very introspective today. Well, at the very least, I did notice Jean found something she was enjoying. It seems that some of the sorcerers here were of the playful sort. They set up a line of portals for a slide down the mountain in the snow. Jean came flying through a portal on what looked like a sled through several portals before being deposited back onto the ground near us. Fresh snow falling off her as she giggled happily. Yeah, what's the point in magic if you can't have fun with it? Thinking about Hella, I think I may have a way to apologize and maybe also help her. Well, before that, I may as well do what I came here to do in the first place. It's funny to think that I only stopped over in this universe for a quick second to ask for help. Then I get wrapped up in some nonsense, and here we are. I took out my phone and called up Carlson. I honestly should have taken care of this earlier today before I quickly ran away. But I didn't want to get swept up in their stuff any more than I already was. I do not play well with bureaucratic nonsense. Mr. Schweinorg, Carlson answered rather punctually like he always did. Hey Carlson. How's Clint? He is currently being debriefed while we're stuck in decontamination and biohazard containment. I suppose it wouldn't help if I said that he's fine. I'm afraid magic isn't an excuse that will be acceptable on our reports upwards if they ask us why we didn't go through the proper procedures. He said dryly. Fair. I acknowledge it from his end. You're stuck there too. I was in close proximity to Agent Barton. So for the next 72 hours, I am stuck within confinement. They let you have your phone. It's observation, not prison. Again, fair. I assume there is a reason you're calling. Unless you're offering up your own report, which we would very gladly accept. Ha, funny joke. I hope you guys don't confiscate the bow I gave him. Or the ring I let him keep. I figured I should mention that. Those were gifts. After a brief examination, they will remain within Agent Barton's person and as his personal property. Carlson replied. However, I am required to ask if it would be possible to receive similar such items on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D. With payment and such given for services provided. Compensation is up for negotiation. I'll think about it. Though Salem can do the same. If she couldn't craft mystic codes, I would eat my hat. Anyways, I mentioned before that I had something I wanted your help with before shit hit the fan. I recall. Right, so I'll briefly describe it. I have blueprints of certain devices that operate off an esoteric power source. The concepts behind them are within the range of technology that you guys would understand, I think. The issue is the power source. I was hoping if I shared these with you, you guys should reverse engineer them and make them powered by something more mundane. Mr. Schweinorg, I just want to be clear. You are offering advanced technology in return for us sharing with you our findings. That's not wrong. Granted, it was slightly more nuanced than that. Is that a problem? On principle, I do not believe S.H.I.E.L.D. would be against this deal. But I have questions. And keep in mind, this is not my wheelhouse, I would need to push this up the ladder. Shoot. First, I would like to know what kind of technologies we're talking about. I suppose that's the most obvious question. First, an alternative to a cell phone. I could describe it in more detail, but the blueprints and documents do a better job of it. Suffice to say, it's better than what you're using currently. Second, it's a type of, I guess the closest equivalent would be a radio tower. But it does a bit more than that. It plays into the cell phone device I just mentioned. Last, and probably the most important are, robots. There was a pause on his end. Robots. Yeah, like autonomous machines. Robots that can be utilized for various forms of work. The source I got this from is combat robots that they use in real fights. Personally, I hadn't seen them in action on the Remnant. But logically, they should have some sort of viability, otherwise, they wouldn't bother making them in such great numbers. Cost, expenses, utility, and something that makes them worthwhile. Honestly, I don't care about the combat aspects, I want ones that can do menial labor. Plowing fields, carrying heavy stuff, handling equipment, building houses. But I figured S.H.I.E.L.D. would be interested in combat robots as a genuine and proven concept. Yes, Mr. Schweinorg. Carlson's tone took a different and noticeable tone. S.H.I.E.L.D. would be very interested in combat robots. Okay, I think he was being sarcastic in the way he said it while being truthful. Great, I think we can work out a deal then. I was being honest too, I just want more, civilian applications for this stuff. But I do want the actual means, the documents, blueprints, and schematics, on how to build it all when you guys work out the kinks. On behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D., I will accept this deal then. I thought you said you had to ask your bosses. I said that in case I had to politely reject your offer. He responded without a hint of shame. You know what? That's fair too. However, this deal is based on the assumption that S.H.I.E.L.D. will benefit from the technology enough to develop it. Deal, I said immediately. What's the worst case? They decide against it, and then I'm back where I was before. I literally don't lose out on this deal. Do you have coordinates so I can just drop this stuff off at a location? And I'll include some of the esoteric energy that I said before. Be careful with it, because it can be used as a weapon. Please include instructions for dealing with this esoteric energy, please. Can do. I'll send you the coordinates after speaking with my boss. Thank you, Mr. Schweinorg. Thank you, Carlson. I hit the button to hang up. I like dealing with competent people. I hate bureaucracy, but there are people within it that know how to handle people like me who hate the system. And it's convenient that I can just drop stuff off at a random location they give me. I would make sure to give them enough samples of dust and write up a little dossier on its properties from the standpoint of a non-magic user. So, essentially how Remnant treats it. I quickly sent a message to someone else to set something up for Hella's thing. Will, did you see? Jean came running over to me. Which part, the mountain you rode down, or when you face-planted? I wiped some fresh snow out of her hair. She puffed up cutely and poked my cheek. It was really fun. You should try it. Honestly, I was tempted. Hell, I may have taken her up on that offer in a heartbeat normally, but I just don't think I was in the mood. I'm still sour from what happened. Saying I'm fucking pissed off wouldn't be accurate, but I was still mad. Though, every moment I spent with Jean lowered that anger a noticeable amount. I'll take a pass for now. I'm feeling kind of homesick, actually. I figured we could head home, but I wanted to say goodbye to Hella first. Alright, let's go find her. She grabbed my hand with practiced ease. At this point, I think she will take any opportunity to do so. For her, the normal things that people do when dating are still fresh and exciting. Just doing something like this was enough to get her flustered to a degree when I held it up. We left the main area. The area of the temple that had everyone gathered at least. The main courtyard and the connecting facilities. Hey Jean. You know, now that we're together, there's something I can do. Huh. She tilted her head, probably not processing what I meant by that. Oh well. I used my other hand to tilt her chin up, and I gave her a proper kiss. Not overly aggressive or enthusiastic, but probably the most affectionate one I've given her since. She made a whimper, not in a bad way, but like she sort of soft rebooted. She turned very bright red and looked away from me as we broke the kiss. We can do that more often in the future if you want. She used her free hand to shield herself. Cute. I missed you a lot, and I'm happy to see you again. Hee hee, she giggled absent-mindedly. I held myself back because I didn't know if she was going to explode at this point. Flushed Jean was hitting critical mass. I pulled her along. Hella wasn't very hard to find. Where was the quietest place away from everyone else? Literally on the other side of the temple. She was standing at the railing of a ledge, overlooking the mountains in the distance. It was honestly a beautiful view. What do you want? She obviously noticed us. Seems she was still in a bad mood. I'm sorry for making assumptions about your life. I had a feel that being coy or dancing around it would just make her more annoyed. For some reason though, she seemed surprised. You're apologizing to me? She spun around quickly, staring at me. Yes. Her lips thinned, and I couldn't tell if it was displeasure on her face or not. I'm not used to being apologized to. It's strange. I'm sorry. Was Odin really that bad? She let out a snort. Not just Odin. Simply, beings of our caliber don't often offer apologies. Many could see it as a sign of weakness. That's sad, Jean said softly. Perhaps. Hella was noticeably softer in her words when responding to Jean. Is that all you've come here to do? Well, I wanted to offer you something, an extension of the apology. If she didn't want it, then oh well. But I thought this would be good for her. The return of my true strength. She perked up. No. And now I no longer care about any gifts. Would you like to visit Asgard? I cut right through the bullshit. She froze. Come again. Explain properly. Jean pulled on my sleeve, a half admonishment. Okay, I was being a tiny bit teasing with how I said that. Did the Ancient One tell you where I'm from? I asked. Because she certainly knew I wasn't from this universe. She put it together rather quickly even if she never outright said it. Props to her, it took Odin back home a bit to combine all the facts to reach the same conclusion. You are from Midgard. She furrowed her brow. I have heard nothing else. All right, give me a moment, I'll give a good explanation. You have Yggdrasil, the world tree. I am familiar, she drawled. Do you forget who you're talking to? I rolled my eyes. I'm from a different Yggdrasil. If it's part of a greater forest. Why would you not just say you're from another universe? She looked at me incredulously. Do you think I am an idiot? Well, apparently, she grasped what I was trying to say immediately. I let out a sigh. Usually, I have to explain this more delicately. I am a goddess, I know the greater mysteries of the universe and what extends beyond. She crossed her arms, honestly sounding offended. Right. I pursed my lips. Look, do you fucking want to go visit Asgard at my home universe or not? She blinked, going quiet. I could see the interest. It was almost as if she immediately wanted to blurt out a yes. But then I think the realization of what I was offering had actually set in. I don't know Hella much, but I know her type. Now, she's overthinking it. She's going over in her mind everything that's wrong with what I just said. The idea of following along, what could go wrong? Why it's a bad idea. She's thinking of Odin. She's thinking of the inevitable conclusion that will happen if she meets Odin. If I had to guess, that is. We're alike in that regard. We overthink things. We, the clever sort, are the people who think we're very intelligent. We get so caught up in our own heads that we miss the forest for the trees. I'm lucky, I have a great group of people who will help kick me in the butt when I'm doing that. When I'm making a mistake, one of my girls will tell me. If I'm so wrapped up in my own head that I can't differentiate it from my ass, one of my girls will be there to slap some sense into me. So, at the very least, I could be there for Hela. I didn't know who was right or who was wrong. Hela, Odin, and Brunhilde. They all had history, and I had Northwest Real place in it. All I know is that right at this moment, I could help a woman who was lost and didn't know what she was supposed to do. And I was confident, because if I were doing something wrong here, I think Jean would have stopped me. Jean, get the rope. Jean perked and looked unnaturally excited. Is it my turn to finally do this? Or maybe not. Line break. A/N. So MCU is pretty much over. Wilhelm is just kidnapping Hela and bringing her to DXD Asgard because she's being a pooper. Moving on to rating game, then on to Next World, which we're already there on advanced chapters. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 708, Chapter. Maybe Jean was a bit too enthusiastic. I may have been somewhat joking when I told her to get the rope. Maybe I expected her to maybe sort of drag Hela along. What I did not expect was for her to actually tie Hela up and hold her up over her head. It was kind of comical because of how, well, weak Jean looks. I mean that in the nicest way possible. Jean looks like a normal girl her age, her arms aren't very big. Yet she was holding an entire person above her head without issue. In fact, she was smiling brightly. I think at some point, Hela realized that there was no escape and no amount of argument was going to get her out of this. The look on her face was interesting as she silently stared blankly from her new position. Well, I suppose it didn't matter in the end. We stepped out onto Asgard, my Asgard. The rebuilding had been going well. Most of the destruction had been cleared up, and a significant portion of Asgard had been rebuilt. There were still scars, of course. The World Tree had a hand on it. A scorched mark that didn't quite disappear. And with how big the damn thing was, it was impossible to miss. The palace had mostly been repaired, at least from an outside perspective. The opulence had returned, looking like a proper, godly palace. Frankly, I don't think it lost out to Asgard from over there. It was just different. Jean set Hela down, and the woman didn't even have the mind to utter a curse or demand to be released. She just stared. She didn't show her emotions much. Other than when she was annoyed or angered, that is. But I could clearly see a whole array of them flash across her face as she took in the sight. Asgard. She whispered, like the name was foreign to her. It must have been slightly jarring because it was significantly different than her own home. But at the same time, the essence was all but the same. Conceptually, it was Asgard. As a goddess of Asgard, an Aesir, it was her home. She barely batted an eye as Jean untied her. I waved at a group of Einherjar passing by who excitedly greeted us. Being a hero has its merits, it seems. She looked at them intently as they passed by, like one would an exotic animal, like seeing a horse with crab legs. Something so familiar, yet also so different. Would you like to go take a look, or would you like to go back to Kamartaj? I wasn't actually going to force her completely. More so, put the choice right in front of her face so she couldn't lie to herself or ignore it. I was an idiot, I wasn't an asshole. Something, you can show them the door, but you can't make them walk through it. Or something equally wise that I could tell myself that made me feel good. Her silently taking steps forward seemed to answer my question. Her head snapped up as a Valkyrie flew past. There was a split second where she stiffened and maybe even panicked slightly but relaxed as she continued flying by. Overall, the atmosphere here had improved significantly since I had last been here. People were now back home, children were running around. You could see the normal residents going about their regular lives. Ironically, seeing Einherjar, spirits, gods, and whatever else lived here acting normal didn't seem out of place. Maybe I was just used to living in Yukai, Japan, so this didn't startle me at all. Hela inspected it closely, walking down the cobblestone road. No one stared, at least maliciously. I wasn't an unknown face, people greeted us and brightened up as we passed by, but no one really paid attention to Hela. Well, except one person. Or an animal I should see. There was an apple tree at the center of a square, with a little fence around it for decoration. A red deer was plucking an apple from it, and everyone treated it as if it were completely normal. A child of Dunir. I remember the knowledge that I gained when I sat on Asgard's throne. Dunir, one of 4 ancient great stags, notable for their red fur. He was the last of his kin, the others were hunted and killed. He merged with Yggdrasil to give his children a reprieve, a safe haven. And he abandoned that to come to Asgard's aid during the war. As such, his reward was that he and his children were treated as sacred across the 9 realms and forbidden from being hunted or killed without cause. Obviously, if one of them attacks you for whatever reason, you're allowed to protect yourself. But they had more than just goodwill stopping it. While within the 9 realms, Yggdrasil itself offers them a magical protection. It looked at us, then it came hopping over. Did it remember me? It let me pet it, and it didn't mind that Jean did either, brushing up against her just as easily. This must be the younger of the lot, maybe a child even by their standard. It looked at Hela and pushed its head into her thigh, basically asking for affection. The stoic and emotionless death goddess hesitantly reached out and rubbed the young stag between the antlers on its head, much to the creature's delight. There was a faint rumbling in the sky, and a familiar figure came soaring down. "Greetings, my friends." Thor touched down upon the ground. God, he really is just like Thor back over there, isn't he? Just older. More experience. More mature. He definitely felt more self-assured in a way that came with time and wisdom. Hela's eyes widened as she stared at the men. Thor didn't balk or stare or ask questions right away, even as his eyes lingered on Hela. "Hello, little one, did you get lost?" He patted the young stag's back. "These little ones wander all around and get lost within the streets. It's best to help them back to the forest, otherwise, they get confused and scared." It didn't even struggle as Thor lifted it up over his shoulder carefully, if not affectionately. I had a feeling this wasn't the first time this had occurred. "Lady Hel, I almost didn't recognize you in that form. Did you come to visit?" Thor asked. Hela didn't have an immediate answer. I think she was sort of stunned into further silence and having trouble. She wanted to try a new look for when she goes out in front of mortals. "What do you think?" I spoke up in her stead. "Aye, 'tis good. Though, I say you have nothing to be ashamed of. But I know how mortals fear." He put a hand on her shoulder. "Know that none of us despise your looks, my dear niece. You are as beautiful as any other goddess." "Thank you." Hela responded absent-mindedly. "My father is within the palace. You are, of course, most welcome to come and go at your leisure," Thor declared before flying off with the deer over his shoulder. I had an inkling that he may have suspected something but didn't say it out of politeness. Why did he imply I was ugly? Her brain snapped back to reality. The you of here is named Hel, and she isn't ugly. She just has a unique look. I most certainly wouldn't call Hel ugly. In fact, I found her rather beautiful myself. And if not just me, I knew that Thorum also found her very beautiful. That was. She watched his retreating silhouette. "Technically, that was your brother," I responded. "He's very nice. Even the Thor back in your home is a nice person. He's younger, though, so you would be his older sister. Here, though, I think Thor is older." Jean tilted her head as she gave that further thought. Hel is the goddess of death, ruler of Nibelheim. And she is a well-respected and appreciated goddess. She came to Asgard's aid during Ragnarok and against her own father, who schemed to destroy Asgard. Here, Hel is the daughter of Loki, god of mischief. I gave her a brief explanation of the background of her counterpart. That despicable place. Hela could hardly believe it from her words. Who would want to live there willingly? Someone has to manage the souls that enter that realm. Hela's lips thinned. And that someone is me. I shrugged. No one is forcing you to do anything, I reminded her because she was taking a lot of things personally from her counterpart's existence. It must be jarring, so I was trying to judge or be mean. Her words returned at least. This place is magical. You like it that much? I raised an eyebrow. No, you fool, she huffed. I'm saying it literally. It's more magical than what I'm used to. The technology here is primitive, it's almost entirely created through magical means. Ah. That made sense. Sorry to disappoint, but the greater universe isn't something touched here. Asgard here is attached to Earth, Midgard, the same as every other pantheon you're familiar with that has ties to Midgard. No one leaves the planet, there isn't conquest across the universe or anything like that. She furrowed her brow as she digested that. I didn't know if that put her off or not. Maybe it was just weird enough that she didn't form an opinion. From my own home, from Zelretch's memories, I knew how scary the universe could be, so I wasn't going to change that now that I had a ship that I could reasonably use to explore. I could live a very long time, I would wait until humanity started to travel the stars. That man from before. Thor. She ignored me. That was Mjolnir in his hands. That's right. She frowned slightly. It's different from my Mjolnir. I think it's Thor's Mjolnir. I pointed out. It was mine first. She hissed, though it carried less heat than her normal temper. But it never liked me. She did mention that. Like it was waiting for someone else, as she described it. But also, I think it's a pride thing. At least he isn't embarrassing me. She harumphed. If he's going to use my hammer, then he should be at least this level. Did she gauge his strength just from that brief meeting? Do you want to go inside? Jean wrapped her arm around Hellas. The palace, to meet Odin. I may as well since I'm already here, she grumbled. Since someone kidnapped me. For some reason, she was glaring at me. You know we both kidnapped you, right? And I know very well that you're the one entirely at fault. She grabbed Jean's braid, yoinking it. Not hard, but like with annoyance. Do you think I don't know that this one would do no such thing without your express order? Jean had the look of innocence. Out of utter fury and anger, I pulled on Jean's cheeks. How dare she reveal me like this? She stuck her tongue out at me. She was going to get so bullied later. Jokes aside. You okay with meeting Odin? While I was being flippant about it, this is your decision. I don't want to assume anything or force you into something you're not comfortable with. I just wanted to double-check. Do you think I'm some sort of coward? She harumphed again. Besides, I'm curious as to what this Odin is like. What manner of person built this place? I can feel the power seeping out from every pore of this place, under every rock, through every branch hanging overhead. I want to see the one who holds it all in the palm of their hand. Was she feeling the collective faith of the Norse cosmology bubbling under the surface? The wellspring in which all the Asgardian gods draw their strength? I'm sure it will be something worth remembering. Odin is certainly something all right. Hela had a bit more confidence in her steps, like she psyched herself up. Putting on a front, or maybe this was her default. Perhaps her earlier self was more distorted, a reflection of being out of one's depth. The guards welcomed us silently as we passed, not even caring as we pushed open the massive doors to the palace. I knew where Odin was, I could feel him. He wasn't hiding his presence, maybe because I already told him ahead of time I was coming over with a guest. Ironically, the palace was designed similarly to the other one. And I knew exactly where we were going. The garden that Frigga met me in before, where we had the little tea party. Hell, I think Jean would be an expert on the layout of this place more than I from her own experience at this point. The old man was there, sitting on a bench. The whole scene was rather peaceful. Hela stopped as they got close. The person she hated so much was sitting in front of her. Her own father, the one who imprisoned her in that decrepit realm. A flurry of emotions she must be feeling. Oh, those are some nice legs. Odin rubbed his chin. I bet you'd be able to choke me with your thick. Ahem. I cleared my throat. Odin stopped, looking at me in confusion. Hela's expression was not a mix of shock and utter horror. Meet your daughter, Hela, I introduced. Well, fuck. Odin blurted out. That's about accurate. I knew that all along. Odin coughed awkwardly. Yeah, doesn't that make it worse? I asked. Odin seemed to realize that now too. Let's pretend this never happened. Hela was still staring at him incredulously. Let's see who's your mother. Skuld. Jodis. Reginleif. Asni. Bera. Jinlog. Herkja. Frida. Thorv. Ingen. Hrafnhild. Hild. Valgerd. Hungerd. Bera. You said Bera twice. I pointed out. It was more than once, haha. Odin let out a full laugh. I let out a sigh as I rubbed the bridge of my nose. Hela was about to say something but was interrupted by Odin again. His expression softened. You have Angerboa's eyes. Hela stilled again. What happened to you? Hela trembled as she said that. It wasn't anger, rather, I think she just realized that Odin was well and truly in front of her and she couldn't reconcile the two of them. Odin stood up, stretching his back. Oof. I'm an old man, I like to have some fun. Don't get angry. I knew you were mine the second I laid my eye on you. He glanced my way. She's an uptight one. Let me guess, her old man is the asshole you mentioned. Got it in one. My Odin is a king, a ruler, respected, and feared. Hela defended, oddly enough. Not what you are. Odin, to his credit, wasn't offended at all. I was like that too, you know. It feels like a lifetime ago, though. How many thousands of years has it been? Odin, the great god of war. Feared and respected among everyone. Hela furrowed her brow in confusion. Was it that unbelievable? What happened to you? It was gentler this time. Odin showed a sad smile. Come, sit with me. He pat the bench. I would rather hear about you. It's not often I get to meet a daughter that I don't have. You too as well, come on, join me. He told us to stay. Though, Jean and I politely took another bench close by. Hela reluctantly, cautiously sat down next to him. What's your name? Odin asked. Hela insta'd her. She said plainly. Odin smiled. I feel the death from you, a goddess of death. Umph. I can feel the hate you have for me too. Tell me about that. Tell you about that. Hela repeated and finally scoffed. There's nothing to tell. I was his perfect weapon. I was born and raised to be his sword that he pointed at the universe for conquest. I carved our names across the stars. And then, one day, he wanted to be a good person. Odin listened without interrupting her. We spilled the blood of millions, billions, and he suddenly decided that it was enough, that all the sacrifices were meaningless, that all my effort was irrelevant. That I was supposed to just go along with it, that we should just stop. She was working herself up, but Odin still showed the same calm and patient look. So, I refused. She crossed her arms. He imprisoned me in Niflheim. It left out a great many details, but it cut right to the heart of the matter. I too waged war across the world. The other gods, the other pantheons, feared my name. They feared the armies of Asgard. The ruthless god of war, they called me. I sacrificed anything and everything for victory. I may have lost battles, but I always won wars. I was undefeated. Weirdly, he didn't speak about it with the same fervor or reverence that Hela did. And then, I lost everything. He chuckled sadly. I felt like I had everything under control, that victory was simply a matter of grasping it between my fingers. But I let the most precious thing slip away. My dear Frigga died, and it was my fault. That was the day my heart died as well. The day that the ruthless god of war disappeared. Hela didn't interrupt him either. But she was much less composed. Her wounds are much fresher. I'm retired now. My son is on the throne, I can just do what I want. You gave up your throne. Hela exclaimed in disbelief. Is that strange? Odin retorted. You really aren't my Odin. She whispered. Do you want to meet your siblings? Odin suddenly asked. Vidar is a good lad. He grew into a better man. He's the current king, he's got the head for it even if he isn't as strong as Thor. And there's Baldur, he had some problems and he's being punished right now, but he's not a bad kid. And of course, you have plenty of half-siblings across Asgard, ha ha ha. Hela's eye twitched, and she looked horrified by how easily Odin talked about his bastards. Well, they say shock therapy exists. But I don't think this is what they were talking about. I'll introduce you to some good lads. If you were stuck away for so long, you must be pent up. Odin declared. Excuse me. Don't be such a prude, you're of Odin's blood, which means you're hornier than a rabbit. Hela let out a squawk of indignation and confusion, maybe more of horror, but that was a continuous thing. Or a lady, if that's what you want. We don't judge here. No, that's a lie, I will judge you if you pick a woman with small breasts. They need to be large and bouncy. Odin laughed. And like that, Hela, goddess of death, experienced her own death. Emotionally. Maybe even intellectually. Spiritually perhaps. Odin has that effect on people. And like that, it was our cue to leave. I'll leave her in your capable hands for a bit. I grabbed Jean's hand. She's been stuck in a stuffy temple for a while even after leaving her prison. Don't you dare leave me. Hela's eyes widened, and she panicked. Don't do anything I wouldn't do, I said cheerfully. Come along, Jean. You bastard, don't you dare. Hela's words disappeared as I took Jean and quickly escaped through a portal. She'll be fine. I think. Hopefully. I mean, it couldn't make things worse, could it? I stopped caring. Not because I was being callous, but it was hard to care about anything else as my face was pulled right into the soft chest of someone I loved. And then the fluffy tails wrapped around me. I of course recognized Yasaka immediately. And I found myself relaxing because I was finally home. Line break. A/N. Wilhelm returned and left Hela at Asgard to help kick her brooding and depression. I'm sure it'll be fine and nothing bad will happen. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 709, Chapter. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg, how do you plead? I demand death by suffocation, I replied. A fluffy tail playfully swatted my face. Yasaka was sitting on my stomach, not letting me get up from the couch that she all but threw me on after welcoming me home. Unfortunately, Meridia and Salem were both here glaring at me. I think that they're the ones that glare the hardest. At the very least, Yasaka let me hold my favorite tail. Fluffy. Though, most of everyone was here. It was good to be home. Reiko walked in, wearing an apron, carrying a cup of tea on a tray for everyone. It really contrasted with the so-called tension in the room, in which there really wasn't any. Frigga was nice. I get why you like spending time over there. Jin was happily chatting with Jean, as if ignoring me completely. It's fun. She's been teaching me how to fly one of their ships. She said that she used to fly them around when she was younger. Jean perked up. Thank you, dear. Izzy thanked Reiko as she set a warm cup of tea in front of her. It's no problem. Reiko smiled brightly in return. Tell me if it's to your tastes. I purchased it from Asgard when we were out. This is very good. Venelana chimed in. I'm surprised. I could have sworn I tasted this there as well and it wasn't nearly as good. Oh, I had to try a few things to get it how I wanted. I found out that the leaves don't like to be boiled in water and get too bitter. Reiko chuckled. Artoria was sitting a little far away, not in a standoffish manner, but she had Excalibur out, a rare occurrence when not in battle, and was wiping it down. It seemed to be a tradition of sorts. Or a habit ingrained in years of battle. It's just that she didn't usually do it publicly or in front of others. Her sword obviously had certain feelings and effects on people, it made them drawn to her or pull them to her, which made things difficult. But she was able to do it here with everyone without any issues. It might have been a trust thing, or simply, she felt comfortable doing it with everyone around. Thank you, Reiko. She still politely smiled as Reiko gave her a cup as well. How are you feeling? Yasaka asked as she patted my chest with her hand, still not getting up from on top of me. I'm doing all right. Though, I'm doing a lot better now that I have everyone with me. I gave a smile. Oh my, he's quick with the sweet words, isn't he? Venelana spoke up. Yasaka's tail playfully brushed against my face. He certainly is. What do you think, girls? Let him off this once. There is still plenty of time to give him a deserved beating. Scathack said casually. There's always enough time for that. Izzy snorted. You're off the hook this time, mister. Yasaka pat my chest again. Truthfully, I didn't really do anything wrong. They weren't going to go through a whole, how dare you almost get hurt, kind of thing when it wasn't because of me being an idiot. They were just playing around and checking up on me. At the end of the day, I did what I normally did, and somehow things went sideways in ways none of us could have anticipated. You can sometimes do nothing wrong, yet still fail. We're just happy that you are okay. Artoria gave her beautiful smile. It's not often that we are all gathered because you require help. It is a rare occurrence, isn't it? That's not to say I don't get into trouble, but how often is everyone called in to assist? I'm sorry for making you all worry, I said sincerely. I'll try to be more careful in the future. That's all we ask. Yasaka nodded. But you're going to make it up to me because I was worried for so long and I couldn't leave. I pushed my face into her tail. She just wanted some time together, using it as an excuse. I of course wouldn't reject her. If it puts you all at ease, I'll take it easy for a bit. Sometimes, it's important to take a step back in a relationship. I'm not the type that likes to stop marching forward, but I could make them feel better if I just didn't intentionally go seeking out trouble. Besides, I had some things I wanted help with anyway. Need help with magic or me? Jin asked, getting up from her seat. I considered it. Not in particular. Not in a dismissive way. But she was wanting a direct answer. She leaned in and gave me a quick kiss. I'm glad you're okay. And I know you won't want us to just stand around fussing over you. Take it easy, I'm going to go to work, all right? And I'm taking Jean with me. When Jin wasn't being playful, she was, well, this. Direct, wise, intelligent. Holding a semblance of authority about her from her existence as a near-deity-like figure in the minds of remnant people who knew about her. I'm going too. Jean blinked. Jin laughed as she pulled on Jean's arm. We haven't had a chance to spend much time together, so I'm stealing you away for a bit. We'll be home for dinner. Jean, to her credit, was not at all put off or dismissive towards the abrupt declaration. If anything, she genuinely looked happy. I like seeing them all getting along. By work, she meant the College of Winterhold. Jean, I think, would have fun exploring there. It was different than Camartage, there were more interesting things for someone like her. And I double Jin would stick her into library and tell her to help her sort books. Jean came over and gave me a kiss on the cheek. Her smile said it all, so nothing else was needed as Jin dragged her off. Well, if you want to relax a bit. How about joining me to watch Rias's rating game tomorrow? Venezuela brought up. Tomorrow. I furrowed my brow. Ah, I lost track of time. Right. You want me to go there? I questioned her instead. Venelana shrugged. I just thought you might enjoy yourself, considering that you lent a hand. Maybe you had a vested interest now. Or maybe just spend the time with me so I could show you off to all the other ladies. It distinctly did not feel like a guilt trip, and I appreciated her for it. She knew how I felt about most devils, and she was just presenting it as an option. Truthfully, as much as I disdain most devil culture and how much I think rating games are stupid, for the purpose that they use them for, I hadn't ever actually seen one. I'm not against the idea of rating games in general. I mean, teams fighting against one another, sparring, and training, it's a good way to get the younger ones into the mindset of it all. I just hate how serious they take it. It's a tool, it shouldn't be the end goal. Rating game champion or some bullshit shouldn't be what you're aiming for, but rather a result of your hard work. I kept my opinions to myself. Just as she knows I don't like devil culture in a broad sense, I know she wouldn't want me insulting her culture either. It's a big event, would we be dressing up? I asked. Miss out on a chance to show off. Who do you think I am? She quirked a smile. But that sounds like a yes to me. I would love to spend time with you, I told her honestly. As much as I care about the rating game, meh. I guess I should experience it at least once if I'm going to talk shit about it. She smiled warmly. Then I'll make preparations and pick you up tomorrow. Well, just seeing her happy was worth it. I gently pat Yasaka's leg, and she lets me get up from my prison. I gave Venelana a hug and kiss goodbye before opening a portal for her into the underworld. I will be leaving. Salem seemed to find an excuse to leave. I offered my hand. I'll walk you home. It was partly a joke, partly, I could see she was upset about something, and I don't think it was specifically at me. Walking home, so much as I opened a portal and led her through it as she took my hand. Her castle flooring was distinct as my feet touched on it. Something is bothering you. I said very plainly. More than before. I am upset. She said very plainly. I do not blame you. Are you blaming yourself? I could see her lips thin. I am not some fool that would blame myself for something beyond my control, she let out a huff. Illogically, perhaps I am. As ridiculous as it is. Do you want to talk about it? I offered. She let out a short grunt, still letting me hold her hand as she walked forward. I am not a good woman. Where's this coming from? Hush. She silenced me. I wish to speak, I want you to listen. I am not a good woman. I am old, I am not used to being around people. I have not had someone care for me in a very long time. I had thought that parts of me long died, and recently, they have been resurfacing. Feelings that I have not experienced since I were a naive and foolish girl. I listened to her, and it felt sort of rambly, but I don't think she had rehearsed any of this and was just saying it as it came. More than someone caring about me, I have not felt the caring of another for longer. I do not remember how I am supposed to act. I don't know how to comfort you if you need it. I do not know how to provide you with the warmth that they do. I am upset because for the first time in a very long time, I realized I was fearful of something, and it's easier to be angry. Ah. Sharing my thoughts with someone is not something I come to naturally. I am not a pleasant woman to accompany you for the rest of your life. I prefer isolation, I prefer solitude. I have killed a great many people. I feel little remorse or sympathy for others. I care not for anyone or anything not within my grasp. I was letting her get it out of her system. Was she bottling this up? Or was it simply something that needed to be said eventually once we reached a certain point? She let out an exasperated breath. And yet you show no sign of rejecting me. Despite all this, I enjoy the time we spend together. I do not dislike the others and would not reject their company. And I would be upset if something happened to you. I pulled her hand up to my face and kissed the back of it. I wish to share something with you, it is almost ready. Those eyes I purchased on the train, I have inserted them into a specially prepared grim, and it will project my memories. I want you to meet my children. She pulled away rather quickly as she said that and turned her head too. I would love to meet your children. I told her with full sincerity. It will be ready soon. She grunted. Now leave me, I wish to be alone. I knew she didn't want me to say anything. This was already the limit for Salem being open about anything, and she wants to be alone to reconcile her own feelings. Of course, I would be here when she's ready. Line break. I stepped back home, and mostly everyone was still here. I mean, I was only away for a few minutes, and they were waiting for me. Is she doing all right? Yasaka asked. Well, I suppose it wouldn't be weird for them to also notice that Salem was a bit off. She just had some things on her mind. I answered before making my way over to Meridia. Are you okay? Meridia looked up at me. I am angry. I noticed. Not at you. I nodded. We're the same, aren't we? I do not like it when someone touches what is mine. She frowned. The one responsible, I would very gladly show them my displeasure. Her expression changed slightly as I gave her a kiss on the cheek. I didn't ask her to go over there and beat up Dormammu, she knew why. I had a question because more than one person mentioned it. Apparently my divinity is more noticeable now. I leaned on Meridia's shoulder. Izzy was still here and looked at me. I was going to say something. It's much more predominant than before. I stressed it more than I have in a long time. I rubbed my chin. I'm wondering if I should keep doing so. I had some thoughts about it, and I want to focus on it for the time being. But I'm not exactly sure what the best method is. Artoria looked at me, and she had that expression like, are you an idiot, but politer and without actual insult in it. Wilhelm. I know nothing of divinity, but you are missing the obvious. Yeah. I blinked. She is right, Master. Reika chimed in. It is a sword. Artoria said very plainly. If you wish to become more accustomed to it, to become more familiar and experienced, carry it with you. Really. Technically, not all my divine power came from the sword. But I understood what she was getting at. Izzy. I looked at her. Izzy crossed her arms. I wouldn't say that's wrong. But I'm also not going to be able to give you the perfect answers you're looking for. You want to know more about your own divine power, what it is, and how to use it. That's like me asking you if my breathing is proper or if my heart is beating correctly. It's innate for me, it's something part of my existence. Fair. They raise good points, student, Scathack chimed in. And there is no harm in following their advice. Scathack was technically some level of divine. But not actually divine. Mostly, the world rejected that she was a mortal a long time ago, and therefore, she had some measure of divinity about her even if it wasn't the same. Though, as a servant, that was conceptualized into a god-slaying skill. So just summon my authority and keep it activated and on me. I repeated the advice and realized that maybe it wasn't so strange. Like, I always kept it sealed away. I only called it out when I needed to use it in that moment. It was a trump card, something I didn't show off and only used when the situation called for it. When did I ever just use it normally? The other Campioni, all they had was their authority. I realized this when my divine power had a measure of increase. But I hadn't considered normalizing the presence of my authority. There was logic and benefit to it. Alright, I'll just summon my authority. I wasn't used to doing it without a reason. Artoria says she doesn't show off Excalibur because it's not some bauble for others to gawk at. I sort of felt the same way. Like it felt weird just to take it out without a reason to do so. Don't do it inside the house, you'll make a mess everywhere, Yasaka stated. Fine, I'll just go outside and call on my storm. I said it sarcastically, but yeah. I saw Meridia roll her eyes. Come here. I didn't have a moment to register before she stuck her hand into my chest. Not just my chest, it went inside of me, burrowing down into my soul, and I felt her grab onto something and pull it out. Here. I absent-mindedly took my divine sword from her. Thank you. That was strange. I know that Musutingai didn't put up any resistance because it was Meridia, and that isn't something just anyone can do, but it still felt strange. No big displays of power, no summoning the storm. She just reached right in and pulled out my divine authority and handed it to me. It's easy to forget just how powerful she really is because Izzy couldn't have done the same thing. It still radiated power, it just didn't have the thunderous summoning that it usually did. I'm going to need to get a sheath for this if I'm carrying it around. Maybe something to suppress its power from radiating outwards. Meridia plucked a strand of hair from her head, and it immediately changed shape. Here, take this. It wasn't like gold, but it had a golden hue to it. It wasn't overly decorated, it honestly wasn't on par with Avalon, but nothing really was there. But it was a very nice scabbard, and I quickly took it and slid my sword into it. It fit perfectly, and it seemed to stop just the radiation of divine power outwards. Like, you could still notice the sword, it wasn't sealed away, it just wasn't shouting at everyone now. It's perfect, thank you. I gave her a hug from behind. If it pleases you, then that's all that matters. She lightly squeezed my forearm, showing a hint of a smile. I need some practice with this thing anyway. Reiku. Artoria, do you want to call Mordred and see if she wants to spar? May as well get the sword training in too. I think the best first step would be to focus on control, then I can work on doing what I did on Sakaar. I have something, I think. A way to better make use of it, but I'll need help. I'm sure Mordred would love that. Artoria smiled. Line break. A/N. First steps towards improving his divine power, rating game finally happening next, and then moving on to the next arc and new world. 2 Sunday chapters, coming in a few hours late, but all the same. Looking Glass and Splitter should be out soon. Though Looking Glass may sit behind a sub for a bit. We're in the next world so far, if you're interested too over there. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 710, Chapter 628 plus Arachne. I was surprised. Mildly, that is. But in hindsight, it makes sense. I dodged a quick thrust at my eye, then I used my sword to deflect another that was aimed at my heart. A flurry of thrusts came at me, a sharp blade aiming at all my vitals unceasingly. Just purely fast and precise. The iconic strategy and martial prowess of Achilles simplified into a few words. His sword wasn't very long, something time appropriate for his period even. If anything, it was slightly on the smaller side, a sidearm, so to speak. It was shorter than even my shortest blade, but God was he using it to devastating effect. If anything, the fact that it was shorter was one of its strengths. I was able to conceal the edge of it until he fully thrust it out, diminishing my perception of the blade itself by utilizing his body to block my vision. He would even adjust his grab on the blade, changing it with each thrust. On one that came for my neck, his fingers were wrapped around the pommel, making me misjudge the distance, and he barely nicked me before I could correct myself. On another, the base of the blade was between his fingers as he went low, hiding the vision of the blade with his chest and going for my thigh. There were times where he adjusted his grip completely and went for a backhanded stab. By all means, it was a beautiful performance of swordsmanship. If Artoria was the type that used overwhelming strength to overpower her opponent, and Reiko was the type to utilize sheer technique to overcome gaps, then Achilles was the type that used trickery or deception in his blows. Though, there was no thought in my mind about calling it underhanded, nor would even Artoria, who holds very firmly on honorable combat, say so either. Making openings, tricking your opponent's perceptions, utilizing advantages, and all of those sorts of things were fair game in combat. Hell, Artoria fought with an invisible blade much of the time. That being said, I had to narrowly deflect another stab aiming for my neck, forcing me to step back. I noticed Achilles' smirk appear at that moment, and his speed increased to another level for a split second, and he had already stabbed back out again at my heart. It caught me off guard, and I used my divine sword to meet it. As the two blades connected, there was an eruption of thunder and lightning at the point of contact. Achilles slid out of the cloud of dust and lightning that had been kicked up, coughing lightly and waving away the errant debris. "Ha, looks like I got you," he said cheekily. I grumbled because he was right. "Fine, that one was yours. Sword training is good." Training my divine authority was the priority, however. I was so used to just releasing all my divine power at an enemy that I wasn't used to using my sword for much more delicate purposes. A spar where I don't release large swathes of divine power was genuinely a bit difficult. I didn't do it consciously either, it was like a response to my emotional state, a split second of panic, and I lost control for that brief moment. "Where'd you even get a sword?" I asked him, taking out a bottle of water before taking a drink and then tossing it to him. "Bought it from a store around here. They had a lot of nice stuff." I was surprised that they had a proper blade from my time, so I couldn't help myself. He gave it a look over with a nostalgic smile before drinking from the bottle. "Does it feel weird using a weapon outside of your class?" I hadn't considered that until now. But he was a rider summoned with his spear. "There's a slight, off feeling." He scratched his cheek. "But it's not like I wasn't as trained with a sword as I was a spear. Muscle memory, or whatever you want to call it, kicked in, and it's about the same." He shrugged. "You were known for your spear, so you were just as good with your sword?" I asked him. All Myrmidons mastered their shield, their spear, and their sword. In that order. If you couldn't hold a shield up with your brothers, you weren't cut out for it. If you couldn't throw your spear and take a guy off horseback, we didn't need you. And if you couldn't handle a sword, you were useless. He said that with noticeable pride. But I admit, I was better with my spear. But I'm still passable with a sword, I am capable of being summoned as a saber, you know. But it's not my strongest class. That's still impressive, I gave the due praise. Siegfried. He gave me a flat look. I had to. Not that I'm not happy to see you around, but what brings you back? I stabbed my sword into the ground, leaning on it. Sis and I just got back from exploring some parts of the world. He shrugged. No real reason. Well, as long as they're enjoying themselves. Atlanta probably likes the journey, and Achilles follows her around. It reminds me of the old days, but not just traveling around Greece. I had some points when I was younger when I would wander around, kill some monsters, and save some damsels. You know, before I joined the army and all that. It was carefree. Not having any responsibilities, huh? Exactly. He nodded. Don't get me wrong, I would never trade my men for anything. But being a leader is tiring. I would miss the days of just training with Chiron, skipping out on paying for meals at restaurants, and the occasional village begging for a hero to save them. No marching orders, nor king trying to scream into my ear, and no political bullshit. Plenty of monsters to slay around here. Tons. Sis and I hunted a yeti in some mountains that was messing with the town. We killed some winged serpent thing somewhere else that was pretending to be a god and demanded sacrifices. Oh, and we killed some giant sea monster over on the other side of the world. Sounds like they had been having a good time. So, did you learn anything? He looked at me with his cocky grin. It seems like you emphasize almost everything on quick thrusts. He rolled his eyes. Pretty sure my stupid nephew could have said that. We had bronze weapons back in the day, they bent, chipped, and snapped much easier than steel and iron. So if you caught someone's armor wrong, you lost your sword for good, and it's already your secondary. So you had to be very precise with your attacks. Made sense. Let me give it a shot. I pulled my sword out of the ground. If you don't mind. He spun his sword in his hand before laying it over his shoulder. All right, show me what you got. My sword wasn't made for quick thrusts. That isn't to say that it wasn't made for thrusts in general. It was, well, a standard longsword. Slightly shorter than a European longsword, but the general principle was the same. And, obviously, I wasn't some novice that didn't know the basics of swordsmanship. But, I was trying to approach things from that mindset. That was another thing from my time on Sakaar. When I was without most of my means, it sort of opened my mind up to some possibilities. It's easy to get comfortable with what I have. That's not to say I wasn't reaching some profound enlightenment on the way of the sword or any nonsense. Just, a different angle of thought, I suppose. I have the bad habit of tunnel visioning things. And that could also apply to my own growth and training and learning. Well, I didn't think I was going to match him, but what harm was there in just giving it a shot? I leveled my sword up over my forearm, indicating very clearly what I was going to do. Without hesitation, I stabbed forward. He rolled his sword in his fingers before taking it in a reverse grip and swung it up to block, but the moment they connected, he seemed to realize the problem and twisted his wrist. His sword sort of snaked around mine and turned into a deflection instead of a blunt parry. Smart. Truthfully, I was more like Artoria. My thrusts may not be the fastest, but I put a lot of strength into them. But just as well, that isn't to say that they're slow. I released my own flurry of thrusts at him. Some slower, some faster, some stronger, some weaker. He could more or less keep up even if he wasn't matching me in pure strength. But he couldn't block them head on, he had to resort to deflecting them as precisely as possible to avoid damaging his blade too. The fact that his non-enchanted, historically accurate bronze blade didn't show even a chip in it was a testament to his skill. But I did notice one problem on my end. A small spark danced across my blade, turning into a tiny little snap of lightning that arced across the edge. I quickly stopped and stabbed my sword into the ground. This temperamental bastard. It's not like it was alive in a normal sense. I suppose in the same way that other mythical swords have a sort of will, so does mine. And as one would expect from an authority of storm, it didn't like being contained. I've never had problems with it in the past because when I used it, it was to release all that power. Even when I was using it on Sakaar, my authority in general, I was releasing the storm within myself. I was, at this moment, keeping the growing storm contained within the sword itself. And it did not like that. A storm was loud, it was destructive, bombastic, and fury incarnate. From primordial times, the storm was one of man's greatest fears. The sound of thunder as our ancient ancestors hid in their caves was a herald of utter terror. And I was trying to get it to behave and stay quiet in its proverbial box. I know that I'm not unique in having issues like this. I remember that God had his own issues with his authorities. Authorities had their own wills as well. It wasn't something I was born with. I controlled it because Susanoo let me. He took his loss in grace and didn't pout or stomp his feet. I think that's one of the reasons that my authority came to me so naturally. But I never really used it, wrongly, before. I'm most certainly not using it in the same way as its original owner. And that was my goal, much to my detriment right now. I did have a plan, it was just going to take a while. If I can do what I did on Sakaar without days of build-up, it will be meaningful. Because that slash of mine was without a doubt one of my strongest attacks to date. Achilles was patient, and I was grateful. He at least knew what I was doing, so he wasn't going to call me out on it or get upset that I was wasting his time. Putting a hand back on my sword, I could just feel it. The storm wanted to be released. Nope. I forced it back down again, not letting anything leave from within the sword. I let out a sigh. What a bastard. Well, not something I've ever had problems with. Achilles put his arms up in a what can you do sort of way. My dad's spear had a bit of bloodlust to it that I had to get used to, but that was about it. Well, if it's going to throw a tantrum, I'm just going to ignore it. I was starting to get annoyed. Anyways, want me to enchant that thing so it doesn't break? If you got the free time, I wouldn't mind. I held my hand out, and he tossed it to me as I took an enchanting table out of my ring and set it up on the surface. Anything special you want? I was just going to add durability. Can you make it so it doesn't tarnish? Easy. I waved it off. How about adding cool flames to it? I said that jokingly, that earned a snort from him. More seriously, I'll stop the edge from dulling easily, make it more durable, and make it retain its luster. Thanks, I appreciate it. He smiled. No problem, it's something easy. I've been curious about something. He crossed his arms as he watched me work. Why exactly do you play with swords? I mean, aren't you a magus? You know, not many people have actually asked me that question. I realized this right before I was about to answer. They just sort of take it at face value. And, well, it's a very deep, emotional, and philosophical reason. I'm starting to regret asking. Honestly, I just like swords. I like having treasures. I want to be able to use my treasures. So here we are. Fair enough. He looked like he agreed with me. It's hard to argue with the logic of, I just like it. It really isn't that deep, despite my joke. When I was starting out, I was deciding what I wanted to focus on, and I liked both magic and swords. Obviously, my repertoire expanded beyond that. I even have some spears, but the general idea stands. I looked at my divine sword again and frowned. I should head back over to that world and maybe get some advice. The heretic god Odin seemed to be somewhat amicable, or maybe I could squeeze something out of Athena there too. Hey, are you guys done yet or what? I want my turn again. Mordred yelled from over where everyone else was. I grabbed the sword off the enchanting table and tossed it to Achilles. He gave it a swing and smiled happily. All yours, Saber. Achilles held his hands up as if to surrender to her whims. Finally. Ready for round 2. Mordred grinned, walking over, her own sword materializing in her hand. I glanced at Artoria, who was sitting with the others, and she gave me just a smile. It was her turn, technically, but she didn't interject here. I had been going between them all, taking turns, as it were. Ironically, Mordred was probably the best sparring partner for me in this instance. She fights more like a berserker, but not a mindless type. She knew how to use a sword, but she did things her way and how she liked to do them. But at the core of it, she was wild and unpredictable. And she also had the strength and speed to back it up. It made it hard to keep focus, which was good training. I pulled my divine sword out of the ground, pointing it at her, and she didn't waste a word, simply charging at me. Line break. It was a nice way to decompress. Some might say that sparring, fighting, or training isn't taking it easy, but compared to most of my life, this is practically a vacation. The sheath on my sword was working well, I had it leaning up against the wall to the side, and it wasn't really making a ruckus. Though as far as taking it easy went, nothing beat being able to take a nap while laying my head in someone's lap. Izzy smiled down at me from above, and she gently ran a hand through my hair. It really was nice to be back home. I was going to have a nice family dinner with my family and not have any worries or responsibilities today. Just as I had that thought, I felt my kaleidophone buzzing in my storage. Fuck off. I answered it immediately. Love you too, Odin answered. What do you want? I'm busy, I asked. No, you're not, don't lie. Odin snorted. I let out a long sigh, I knew how he was. Do you want me to hang up for you? Izzy offered. Oh hey, it's the cougar. Odin's voice came through. I will end you, Izzy hissed. Wow, haven't heard that one today. He hummed. How is Hela? I realized exactly what he meant by that. Not giving you any problems, I hope. Is that him? Tell him to take me back right now or I will end him. I heard a very distinct voice in the background on his end. About that, Odin replied. Yeah. Yeah, Odin said casually. I've been trying to get her laid, but it needs some work. Odin let out a long sigh. Despite being my kid, she has no riz. Please don't say that. I felt my eye twitch. That's how the kids say it these days, right? I'm young, I can keep up with the young uns. Oh my god. I let out a groan, and I could hear Hela on the other end groaning too. I'm starting to sympathize with her now. I'm still going to kick your ass when you come back. Hela said plainly. Good luck with that. How are your powers again? I responded. A series of ancient Norse expletives came from the other end. Well, I suppose it's technically Asgardian expletives that the Norse adopted. Why did you call me, Odin? I finally got down to the heart of it, because he usually doesn't call without a reason. Alright, have something serious. Figured since Rizlis over here was with me, we could do it as some father-daughter bonding. I ignored it. Ignoring it. I wasn't going to comment. And remember how I said I was going to make plans to retaliate against our little problem? Oh. I sat up in realization. Shit, I forgot. That's on me, my mind had been elsewhere. It's fine, we hadn't set anything in motion yet. But I had a thought. Odin was making some noise in the background. I didn't know what he was doing, but he was doing something. Anyways, I gave it proper thought. Despite his casual tone, I knew that he was serious when he needed to be. He was very reliable, despite sometimes wanting to punch him in the face. If he said he was doing something, I could trust him to do it. If he gave something proper thought, that meant he treated it with the seriousness that it deserved. What thoughts did you have? I realized, why can't we be the terrorists? My immediate reaction was to call him an idiot, but I gave that statement genuine consideration and found myself realizing that I couldn't actually argue with it. Obviously, he was being facetious with the way he worded it, but I could pick up what he meant. You're not wrong, I admitted. It's not like we're some comic book heroes that have to wait for the bad guys to fly out into the city and start causing a mess. Hell, we're not heroes in any sense of the word. Why exactly do we have to play nice? What do you need? I asked. Can I borrow that eye of yours? He asked. That's how I knew he was actually serious and had a real plan. Well, I confirmed it at least, and he wasn't just playing around, not that I was suspecting him. He was hesitant around this thing and wouldn't ask for it if it weren't for a purpose. It only took me a moment to calculate his location based on the connection through the kaleidophone, so I opened a portal and tossed the eye through. Thanks. Odin responded from his side as the portal closed. Do you need help? I asked him. It's fine, it's not actually very difficult. Rizlis over here can help me. The only difficult part is making sure the, traces can't be connected back to us. Did I even want to know now? If I had to guess, he was going to blow someone up. Multiple someones probably. You know, while you have her there, she can probably help with the destroyer. I remembered that he was still working on that or something. He said he could get it up and running, and I trusted him. You have my destroyer. I could hear her shriek from the other end. And that's my cue to hang up. See you later, brat. If you're bored tomorrow, watch the Devil's Rating game. I'm going with Venelana, and I gave one of the contestants a huge gun. Sounds fun, I'll watch if I have time. He hung up. Right, now where was I? Oh yeah. I laid my head back down in Izzy's lap. She welcomed me back into position, seemingly uncaring about the conversation I just had with Odin. I pulled her shirt up slightly so I could look up it from below. No brah. She gave me a little pinch on the cheek but didn't rebuke me. And all is right in the world. Line break. Non-canon omake, the little spider, part. Uncle. Arachne exclaimed happily as the god of war landed between them. One of Zeus's brats. Atlas scoffed. Ares glanced at Arachne, giving her a grin before focusing back on Atlas. Yeah, this should be the first time we're meeting face to face, huh? Atlas narrowed his eyes. The world is different in this era. Even I know that you're breaking the rules. Am I? Ares laughed. What are you going to do about it? Atlas was silent. He was only half right. Arachne picked up her gi-bog that had been discarded, dislodged from Atlas's back some time ago. Let's fight together, Uncle Ares. Can you still fight? He eyed her. You got hit pretty bad there. He was bloodthirsty. He was a warrior. He relished in a fight. But that didn't mean he was foolish or oblivious to what winning a fight meant. Contrary to what many think, a warrior needs a good head on their shoulders. A warrior was someone who could judge a situation properly. I can still fight, Arachne huffed. A few ribs were probably broken, and some other damage as well, but she wouldn't let that stop her. Ares, however, just nodded. As the patron of warriors, he had to respect a warrior's will. If she said she could still fight, then she could fight. He held his hands out, a mace appeared in one hand and a sword in the other. Thank whoever it is that threw Pop's lightning bolt through the garden. Mom is pissed, but it made an opening that let me jump in. He slammed his weapons together, making a loud ringing sound. Are you going to fight me, boy? Atlas looked down at Ares. I was old before even Zeus was born. Ho. Ares chuckled. Maybe. But you're not at full strength, are you? Hercules told me about his experience holding the sky up a long time ago. It's not an actual weight, it is pressing down on you just enough that it requires your full strength and the tiniest bit more to hold up. It was a matter of willpower, and you had been holding it up for thousands of years. Atlas frowned. Even if I hadn't fully recovered, I'm still more than strong enough to beat an uppity little brat like you. Wah. He isn't at his best. Arachne cried out. Ares snorted. Of course not. Do you think he would have been able to last as long as you did if he were at full strength? You're good, kiddo, but you're not that good. But it's fine, he's not at full strength, but he also can't use his divine form. Arachne spun her spear. Fine, I will support. Ares nodded, then he charged forward. His mace swung forward, and it met Atlas's fist with a cataclysmic thunderclap. Ares had to grit his teeth, but in a contest of strength, he was pushed back. However, Arachne was up at Atlas's eye level, thrusting at his eyes. Atlas was forced to abandon a follow-up on Ares, and he swung his arm to casually block her strike. Despite her being significantly less of a threat compared to Ares, Atlas also was forced to acknowledge her strength up to this point. He couldn't afford to get hit by one of her strange weapons. Arachne shifted her spear to block it as he knocked her away. Atlas took that opportunity to shoot at Atlas as well, kneeing him right in the face. The ancient titan let out a groan as his head snapped back, and ichor spilled from his nose. But that was far from enough to disorient the titan of endurance. His foot shifted back, he clenched his fist, and the full weight of his strength bore down on Ares. Before he could hit the god of war, a nearly invisible string wrapped around him and pulled him out of harm's way. Atlas's fist sent out a shockwave that ruptured the earth and even shook the garden as it collided with the garden's metaphysical boundaries. Nice one. Ares shouted, sliding across the ground as he caught his footing and ran back at the titan. Each of his steps sunk into the ground from the force, like a stampeding elephant. Annoying brats. Atlas roared furiously, holding his arm up to block Ares' sword, and then he caught the mace with his other hand, grabbing it and ripping it from Ares' grip and throwing it to the side. The sword of the god of war pushed into the titan's flesh, but it got stuck as Atlas flexed his muscles, then grinned. Clench up, boy. The titan's fist swung down again. Ares abandoned his other weapon without hesitation and raised both his arms up to block. Despite putting everything into blocking it, his guard broke and divine blood sprayed from his mouth as the titan laughed. Atlas barely noticed as the god of war clenched his hand, the light reflected a handful more threads. He twisted them around his wrist and pulled them with his full strength. Atlas quickly turned around to see Arachne flying at him at high speeds. The threads of hers used as a slingshot. The titan jerked his head back, barely dodged a fast-flying Arachne, her spear slashed against his cheek, ichor falling upon the ground. She touched the ground next to Ares again, using her spear to break her momentum as it dug into the ground. You okay? Ares asked, letting out a breath. I can still go. Arachne was panting heavily. Did you measure him properly? Ares cracked his neck. Yeah, I got a good measure of him now. He's a level above me in strength, but I'm slightly faster than him in his current state. It's acceptable. Atlas still towered over them. Even from dozens of feet away, his presence was looming. Despite this, Atlas didn't just charge recklessly, he wasn't a mindless berserker or someone who didn't know how to fight. There was a reason he was the Titan general. Let me borrow one of your weapons. Arachne barely hesitated. She pulled on one of her strings still remaining, and a spear shot over to him. He grabbed it without thought, opening his mouth to say something, but it snapped shut as soon as he registered what he held in his hand. I will go first. Arachne roared. Mana burst, destruction. She erupted in demonic power and destruction, slamming into the Titan. Alta slapped her small body to the ground, causing a crater, but she rolled to the side as he attempted to stomp on her, and then she stabbed at his leg. It was more or less a bug bite, but it was enough to cause him even some mild discomfort. What the hell did you give me? Ares finally blurted out. Aim no Naboko replica. Arachne said happily. Fucking what? Ares answered, but he had no time to think about it as he leapt at the Titan as well. Atlas shifted his attention, punching at Ares again. But even his eyes widened as Ares thrust the spear in his hand. It was as if the world were pulled along with it. The land and sea wrapped around its blade, a distant act of creation dwelling within the spear's creation. Ares found his strength draining. If he had the question of why Arachne hadn't used this spear before, this was the answer. Because for him, even as a god, it was draining to use. The tip of the spear touched Atlas's hand, and the metaphysical barrier around the garden cracked. The arm of the Titan trampled, and various parts of his flesh ruptured, spraying his divine ichor everywhere as Ares was blown too far back. Even his own hand felt numb after merely using the spear. He stabbed it into the ground and let out a roar. Atlas matched it, and the two started throwing punch after punch at each other. Just as he said before, just ever so slightly, Ares was faster. He stepped into it, the Titan's large fist missing him by a hair's breadth as Ares' fist landed on his flash. The Titan felt the impact, but with a furious howl, he ignored it and kept throwing punches to match him. A second dodged, another hit, but the third landed, nearly knocking Ares on his ass, but he forced himself to stay up. Each hit was enough to blow apart a skyscraper, yet they threw dozens at each other in quick succession. For every 2 or 3 punches Ares landed on him, Atlas only managed to sneak one in, yet it was enough that Ares found himself losing the exchange. He was Atlas, the Titan of endurance, for a reason. Despite this, every punch just made Ares laugh. His expression grew more unwieldy, becoming more and more maniacal. "Is that all you got?" He spat out a mouthful of blood, taking a hit that shook the gardens before launching himself back in and throwing his elbow up, landing on the Titan's chin with a thunderous boom. Atlas shouted, his fist swung down again, harder this time. As if he pulled from a hidden reserve of power. It smashed onto the god of war's cheek, smacking him to the ground. It was almost comical the way he bounced off the dirt. It was fast and hard enough that the sound exploded after he had already hit the ground, as it followed with a shockwave that could flatten a mountain. Atlas looked down at the small god who wobbled back to his feet, spitting out a glob of divine blood stuck in his throat. "My mom hits harder than that." Atlas's brow furrowed. "What's wrong with you?" Ares grinned through blood-dripping lips. "It's called a distraction." "What?" Arachne slid between his legs. Her hands were together, and a faint ominous wisp of demonic energy escaped. She pushed them upwards towards the Titan, releasing her struggling fingers, as if she were using all her might to keep them pressed together. It was only brief, but they could see a small star sculpted out of a black energy carrying with it a nefarious and demonic feeling. Extinction Star. It erupted outwards as Ares pulled her back just in time. Atlas howled again as everything was consumed by demonic destruction. The star of destruction didn't dissipate. Arachne had compressed it down far enough that it continued to consume everything around it for several moments. Onwards, a concurrent torrent of destruction continued to spread outwards. It also allowed Ares to take a much-needed breather, if even for a second. But before Ares could relax his guard, his instinct flared up, and a familiar hand reached through the rampaging demonic power, grabbing Arachne just as it dissipated. "You will annoy me no longer." Atlas yelled, utterly furious. His body, something he took significant pride in, had looked repulsive now. His divine biology meant he began to mend himself almost automatically, but half his body looked like it had been burned away, peeled off, or otherwise shredded. "No, you don't." Ares shouted, grabbing Atlas's leg, lifting him up off the ground. Atlas growled, realizing he had no time to worry about the mortal in comparison to the god he was fighting, and took that split second to instead throw her so he could get back to fighting Ares. It wasn't a mere toss in the air. With force enough to shatter mountains and rupture the earth, he sent Arachne hitting the ground hundreds of yards away, hitting the ground and continuing on. She skipped across the ground multiple times. She let out a whine with each disorienting smack against whatever stood in her way. Maybe it was chance, or maybe Atlas just had that good an aim. But Arachne crashed through the remains of the building that the others had been staying at after their fight with Medusa. She hit the ground one more time and collided with one more object. The little spider's head spun as she looked up after finally coming to a stop, realizing what just happened. She had collided with the helmet of darkness and knocked it out of the way of the sky. And now, the sky began to descend. She quickly tried to get to her feet, but her body didn't listen to her, and she fell back down. "Don't worry, I got it." Arachne's eyes widened, recognizing the voice, and she could see who was standing protectively over her. Percy was pressing his arms against the sky, gritting his teeth. It slowed slightly, but his arms were shaking and it was pressing down further and further with every second. "Percy." "Hey," the words died somewhat in his mouth as he let out a strangled gasp. "Holy sure, Molly, this is heavy." He said it jokingly, but his arms were struggling visibly. Arachne's lips trembled, realizing that he was holding the sky up to protect her. Her breathing became quicker, and it wasn't because of the intense fight she had been involved in just a few moments prior. The strange feelings in her chest didn't cause her to just watch mindlessly, though. She looked around quickly to find an answer and discovered it. With a wince, she reached her hand out, casting one of her magical threads towards the helmet that had been knocked to the side and yanking it to her. "Uncle Hades." She shouted before climbing to her feet and placing the helmet on Percy's head. "Need your help." The sky pressed down again, almost causing Percy to fall to his knees. But before it could fall even further, the temperature around them chilled just ever so slightly. The eye holes of the helmet glowed, and a dark fog enveloped Percy. Percy let out a grunt, and slowly his legs began to straighten themselves back out again. His trembling arms, while still struggling, are looking much better. "Go, I can handle this." Percy's voice sounded somewhat distorted through the effects of the helmet. Arachne looked at him, her eyes turning uncharacteristically soft. She found herself wanting to say something, but she knew she didn't have time to waste. "Mo." Mr. Blueberry. Arachne called out, seeing him flying towards her, her spear in its mouth. In the excitement, she forgot that she had Mr. Blueberry stay back and guard the car. Or, mostly, she didn't want him to get hurt, so she made that excuse before. Her body was screaming at her, but it didn't stop her from giving him a quick hug before grabbing her spear. Protect Percy, Mr. Blueberry. She patted his head. Moo, it nodded its head. Each step was wobbly, but with each step taken, she regained her momentum from before. She cast several spells on herself, accelerating forward at high speeds. Expecting to see a fight, she couldn't find the giant titan anywhere, but her eyes landed on Ares and something else. Ares coughed, opening his mouth. Divine ichor flowed out rather than words before he wiped it again. He was leaning up against a severed arm of Atlas, but he wasn't faring much better. He's going to get the apples. If he eats them, it's enough to heal him and get him back to full strength. There was an urgency in his tone. He swallowed down his own pain and grit his teeth, holding his hand up and pointing at the little spider. Take my blessing. Fight through your pain. If you're not dead, that means you can keep fighting. A red light enveloped Arachne. The damage she had sustained so far didn't disappear, but the pain vanished. A state where one could ignore pain and harm to keep fighting. The blessing of the god of war. A will stop him. She felt a renewed vigor inside of herself, despite knowing it was fake. Runes appeared under her feet, and with a shockwave, she sprinted forwards, running to where the golden apple tree was. She remembered where the other girl had pointed it out before. The sounds were heard quickly. Another fight, shockwaves, furious roars. Arachne noticed the space was different. She passed through an invisible barrier. A realm within a realm. The realm within the garden that the golden apple tree was housed in. It was a secondary realm to protect the garden from something else. The dragon that guarded it. Within this smaller realm, it was more like a desolate landscape with only one thing growing. Ha, you're too late. Atlas laughed, ripping the branches off the tree and tossing them into his mouth. He wasn't alone, Ladin was there, trying to stop him. But Ladin was never meant to fight gods or titans. Even with Atlas's weakened state, even if Ladin could have beat him, he couldn't stop the titan from simply devouring the apples in front of him as they fought. He punched towards the dragon, calling it a disgusting beast, causing several of his heads to snap back. Its hundreds of heads all tried biting him, but his divine power had erupted, holding them off. Arachne took that opportunity to launch her own attack. Silently but deadly, she thrust at his eye again. Do you think that trick will work after you've tried it so many times? Atlas didn't even turn fully before grabbing her leg and using her to hit a dragon head before tossing her away. Arachne hit the ground, disoriented. She looked up to see the titan and the dragon continue their fight. With a flurry of punches, dozens of dragon heads were blown apart. Ladin was said to have 100 heads, but she didn't remember all the myths about it. Could it regenerate like a hydra? The many heads bit down on him, but they barely even fazed him as he ripped them off or continued to rain down punches on the mighty dragon. With every second, his divine power continued to rise. Once he reached a precipice, he grabbed another few apples off the tree, swallowing them. The dragon roared angrily each time, but try as it couldn't move the immovable titan. Several of its heads released breath attacks. Each head carried with it a different one. One of fire, one of poison, and one of ice. A myriad of variations of elements released. Atlas wasn't entirely unaffected, but with his growing divine power, his returning strength, and his body healing, he was able to ward it off. The dragon was losing in a prolonged fight against the titan of endurance. He reached for the last handful of apples on the tree. Stab and penetrate, pierce and drill. Both dragon and titan looked towards the abrupt source of the magical energy flare-up. It wasn't just that, an intense bloodlust enveloped her spear so that it even became visible. Gi-Balg alternative. She threw her spear. Her mother's original spear was passed down to her father and then given to her. If it didn't carry with it the blessings of the spear witch, it would be even stranger. It was a pseudo-noble phantasm. And it turned into a solid red light and jutted through the air. It turned at sharp angles, avoiding the heads of the dragon before it found its target. It slammed into Atlas's hand, pinning it to the tree. Ladin wasn't mindless. It saw an opening and took it. All the remaining heads opened their mouths at the same time and released a breath attack. Atlas was forced to pull his hand free by letting the spear tear through his flesh and yank it off that way, remaining pierced into the tree. His newly rejuvenated arm had shielded him as best as it could, but his divine flesh was eroded with each passing moment. Atlas let out another shout, but this one carried with it unmatched power and divine intent. Just the sound was enough to disrupt the many heads of the dragon. If you care about this tree so much, then you can mourn for it in pieces. Atlas, rather than punching towards the dragon, wanted to destroy the tree in a fit of rage. The dragon roared in panic and tried to stop him, but it couldn't stop him in time as the Titan's mighty fist, with renewed vigor, released a blast enough to blast right through this smaller realm, like the metaphysical barriers were made of paper. The sky around them cracked and looked like glass that was barely being held together. The dragon could see splinters of the once sacred tree fly past its many eyes. The momentary lapse caused it to be taken off guard as the Titan grabbed its necks, wrapping them up under his arm, lifting the beast up, and slamming it into the ground. Continuously, he slammed the dragon into the ground over and over. Several more of its heads were torn apart before the Titan finally eased his anger towards it. Landon fell to the ground, unmoving, barely a sliver of energy left in its eyes. The Titan scoffed, kicking it once as it went sliding across the dirt. Time to finish things with that god brat. He grunted, turning to go back and find Ares. Near its head, the ground trembled, a few rocks were pushed away, revealing a magical barrier, and Arachne poked her head out. The dragon looked at her, she looked at the dragon. After a moment, Arachne held her hand out, and a familiar tree fell onto the ground. Landon's many eyes widened, staring at the sacred golden apple tree plop out right in front of it. Ace stole it while he was looking away. Arachne gave Ladon a thumbs up. The tree itself was missing about 2/3 of its trunk. Arachne only had time to sever the top half of it under the eyes of Atlas, but that was still more than enough for it to regrow. The ancient dragon stood up, staring at her. It had many thoughts in this moment. Its only job was to guard the apple tree, it didn't care about anything else. And even this mortal in front of it was an invader, an intruder. Its job was to kill any who approached. Its many mouths opened but stopped. The ancient dragon's body shivered in a primordial way. Because as it looked at the little creature, it felt two eyes staring back at it. A massive red dragon appeared before it, illusionary, only visible to its own eyes. And it glared at him, just daring it to try. Have you ever drunk wine before? Arachne was oblivious to all of this, but Ladon's eyes then jolted again, staring at the small jar of wine she had opened. And do you like peach? Line break. Ares was gasping for breath, doing his best to recover. Despite what many think, a god isn't immutable nor inviolable. They get tired, they can take damage, and they can be put down and winded. Especially in this state. He couldn't go full throttle. Atlas wasn't wrong when he said that Ares was technically breaking the rules. He wasn't supposed to intervene like this when Atlas hadn't done anything that warranted their intervention just yet. It was still a quest, it was still a prophesied quest at that. He never did tell Arachne that the little symbol of his, which turned into a pin that she stuck to her shirt, served more than one purpose. Something, in return for her giving the cabin back to him, it allowed him to come to her aid. Granted, she never technically agreed to that, but he didn't think she would get upset for the interpretation of events. So in reality, he half broke the rules, half abided by them. It was up in the air if he was going to face retribution or not. But frankly, that was the least of his concerns. Just as Atlas couldn't assume his divine form, Ares was limited as well. Beyond that, he swallowed the ambrosia given to him. Get out of here, kids. He looked at the demigods who had come to help him. He couldn't say he had any particularly high opinions of any of these ones, but the fact that they came to help him in his time of need did raise their status in his eyes. He's coming. Ares let out a breath. Seems the little spider couldn't stop him in time. He's back how he was before we started fighting. He took one last glance at Annabeth, Luke, and Zoe. Go, I won't forget your help. The mortals didn't argue. For one, he was a god. For two, they could feel the presence approaching. Ares knew this was going to be a tough fight. Best case, he can grab the kids and get out. Worst case, he may need to regenerate in Tartarus after a few decades. Dying was never pleasant, even for gods. Thankfully, there were still plenty of spears scattered everywhere. He picked up a random one, finding himself impressed with its quality once more. He didn't know where she got all of them, but he could respect a warrior who liked to collect good weapons. Little god, you're not looking so good. Atlas laughed, each step of his carried a tremor. Yeah. He leaned against the severed arm. I've seen worse. Atlas's lips twitched in annoyance. His severed arm was an insult to the highest degree. He took immense pride in his strength, durability, and endurance. And all of these had been tested today by these intruders. Just as they were about to begin, the garden shook again. They both looked in the direction of where the golden apple tree stood previously. Cracks began to form in the sky, in the space between the two realms, and then they shattered completely, accompanied by dozens of roars. Landon came charging over while Arachne stood on its front head. She raised her hand up, and a white pillar of light shot upwards, tearing through the false sky of the garden and reaching the real world. Releasing restraints. This is not a battle for personal gain. This battle is against someone stronger than me. This is a battle with courageous allies. This battle is an honorable one. This is a battle against a foe unwilling to yield. This is a battle for survival. The restraints that her Aunt Artoria put on her replica spear. It was the only way that she would let Arachne have a copy of her sacred spear. It was a trump card among trump cards. Not something she could take out on a whim. But even so, the last restraint clicked into place. This is a battle to protect those I cherish. The white light erupted violently, taking on the form of a spear, as if it were made of intertwined ribbons, not of steel or iron. Ares did the smartest thing in his long life. He turned around and ran in the opposite direction. The lance that shines to the ends of the world. She pulled her arm back, and the pillar of light answered her. Rhongomyniad replica. Line break. A/N. Atlas is learning the power of the pay-to-win player. It should be noted that technically, there's no such thing as a Rhongomyniad replica, because even a replica is still just a terminal, albeit weaker. I also have a boostify you can't use the above under the same name. A/N. Rating game next, and then we move on to the new world. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 711, Chapter. Rizavim POV. Lord Rizavim, I have good news. Kateria Leviathan barged into the room where I was looking over some research data. One moment please, Azidahaka. I politely told my companion. It seems there is something worth interrupting us for. For her sake at least, I do hope it is worth it. The dragon's human form just hummed noncommittal and didn't reject me. Quite a polite evil dragon. Perhaps the evil dragon with the most patience out of any I've met. Though, I suppose it takes patience to master magic to the degree that he did. She somehow survived my little clash with him, so she must have some sort of survivability instincts and know not to interrupt me when I'm busy. Speak, Kateria. Yes, Lord Rizavim. She swallowed. One of our field reports came back. They found another seal that started to become active. I raised an eyebrow. That is in fact good news. Though, I would question if it was worth interrupting me for. They say that the object, something part of the seal, was connected to several more seals that they were able to trace back and find their counterparts. Oh. Now she had my attention. Finding one seal was, admittedly, almost worth a celebration. They were difficult to track down at the best of times. Dear old grandfather made sure that they were well hidden. But finding multiple in a small time frame. Dare I say, I should offer praise. What object are you mentioning? Azidahaka spoke up. I read the documents on these seals, and none of them so far were objects. The seals use locations as a prison. If something were so easily removed, then they wouldn't have been proper seals. He raised a good point. They said they're like pearls, about the size of someone's head, but they hold the same corruption within them. The report says the team leader found the first one on a pillar, chained down. Azidahaka's eyes lit up. A pearl. Was it close to a source of water? It was an island. She nodded. The dragon rubbed his chin. That makes sense. What about any natural phenomena? Storms? Hurricanes? Was the island concealed in some way? There were whirlpools surrounding it, so no mortals have stepped on the island, Kateria reported. Though they disappeared once the pearl was removed. Pearls are connected with the sea. To use a pearl as a focus while the surrounding sea acts as the anchor to suppress it. Clever, Azidahaka praised. And you say there are more? The glint in his eyes seemed to intimidate her as she stiffened under his gaze. Why yes, there are 7 more. 8 in total. A strange number. Could it mean something, or was it random? He muttered. The biblical God doesn't pick things like this by chance. Could it be a trap? I asked. It's not impossible. But the biblical God, why hasn't he placed any other traps until this point? It seems he put everything into seals and concealment. Grandfather was never one for traps. He was much more direct. Rather than trick you or trap you, he would have just had some sort of trigger on the island to smite intruders in the first place. 6 is a powerful number, 7 less so but still holds significance. 9, as well, holds importance across many different philosophies. 8 does have some nuances to it, but it is significantly less than the others. I'm inclined to believe there is at least one more pearl missed. Azidahaka voiced out loud. Tell them to keep them separated for now. Bring the first pearl here for us to inspect, send the others to separate strongholds, I ordered. Yes, Lord Rizavim. She immediately turned around to leave. A mystery, I hummed. One that piqued my interest. I was starting to get bored finishing up projects from others. As novel as some of these projects are, I like to work on my own projects. Azidahaka agreed. I am annoyed that I was resurrected after all the competent magicians had disappeared. I shrugged helplessly, earning a sigh from him. If you want to express your annoyance, you know who's responsible. I told him. The dragon snorted. I don't have a death wish. That brat of yours got far too strong too quickly. Well, a dragon that isn't blinded by its own power, how quaint. I've never seen an evil dragon scared before. I couldn't help myself. He glared rather dangerously my way. Do not mistake my words for fear. I have no fear of death, I just want my death to have some meaning if it happens again. I despise waste. Fair enough. Lord Rizavim. Kateria's voice returned, and with it, the prize held in her arms. It was quite large. Well, it does certainly have the beast's malevolent energy confined within it. What do you make of it? After giving it a quick look, I handed it over to the dragon. He looked around it, as if trying to find anything wrong. And then his expression went blank for a moment. Fuck. Just as he said that, an audible crack ripped through across the surface of the pearl, and a faint light shined out from underneath. Without hesitation, he threw it to the side and cast several shields up around us. The world was filled with light, fire, ice, lightning, and every manner of effects that I lost count. I was fairly sure a piece of a blade also shot past my head. Once the commotion died out, the dragon lowered his shield, and we stood on the only patch of ground in the vicinity. The entire compound had been reduced to dust, the sky of the dimension gap greeted us. Kateria was lucky again, she was close enough to be shielded by the dragon's spells. Well, I voiced. It was a bomb. The dragon's expression was unreadable. Kateria, dear. I told you to send the others to other bases, yes. I looked at her. Why yes. And you followed my orders? Yes, Lord Rizavim. How unfortunate. I couldn't even blame her because she followed my orders. Frankly, I believe it would be my fault in this case. There goes another batch of minions. I picked up a piece of the pearl that remained off the ground. It was starting to disintegrate in my hand before I crushed the remnants. Azi Dahaka, please start investigating the one responsible. Line break. Wilhelm POV. I don't wear a full suit often. I adjusted my tie a little. You look good in it. Venelana stepped next to me in front of the mirror. And it's not a normal suit. True. It was a dress suit, not the type of suit you wear casually. For those who wear them casually, that is. I honestly prefer to forget the jacket and stick with just a vest. I don't hate wearing the jacket, but, yeah. But you look much better. I took her arm and playfully spun her once. She let out a cute giggle. You're more than welcome to take a better look if you want. She winked, lifting up the hem of her dress ever so slightly. Ignoring the temptation, it was very cute. Regardless, I did like dressing up. Frankly, I don't even know where it came from. Sure, Zelretch's memories have him being a certain way about forward presentation. A man of his stature, of his position, you had to at least look the part. But I was a tad more on the particular side about it. Just one of my many quirks, I suppose. One of the little things that makes me, me. Did you already say goodbyes to everyone? Of course. We're ready when you are. Venelana told me. Though, if you don't mind, I have the method ready. Then by all means. I held up my hand for a moment. Wait, nearly forgot the most important part. I grabbed my divine sword, pulled it out of its sheath to inspect it before sliding it in, and then tied it to my waist. Does it look off? I was taking their advice to heart. I was going to keep it out, on me, and just with me as I went about my normal life. It felt weird having my authority activated without using it, but it was definitely something I should get used to. You look dashing. She reached over and slightly adjusted my collar. Very handsome, if I do say so myself. The underworld isn't really a place I'm on good terms with either. So having my sword out, even if I'm not using it, it sets a certain image. She threw down a teleportation circle. And technically, I was hijacking it with my own magic because my magic resistance wouldn't let it work otherwise, but it was more or less the same conclusion. I was holding the door to her car open. That's how I like to think about it. We stepped through, and I looked up to see the blue sky above. Fake, obviously. Now that I saw it again, it really did remind me of that world I visited briefly with Yasaka. Though, that one gave me a much more annoyed feeling. It felt more like a cage than just a simple false sky. Still, whoever created the fake sky here did a phenomenal job. Credit where it was due, it was quality craftsmanship. We just hopped right over to a massive stadium. My king. I recognized the voice. My queen. Venelana played along. Hello, Mozart. I held my hand out, and he took it readily. And to you, my young friend. A wonderful day to meet again. I was happy to hear that you would be joining in on the festivities. He seemed excited. Festivities, huh? I raised an eyebrow. Why, what else would it be? A celebration of my king's daughter's freedom from an arranged marriage. I feel the inspiration coming on already. I've been practicing with my saxophone. I gave Venelana a look, but she just seemed amused by it all. I'm glad she had a peerage that she liked. I didn't care for it and even disliked the concept of it, but it wasn't something I could comment on. If someone made the willing choice to become a devil, who was I to dissuade them? Everyone is free to make their choices with all the consequences or benefits that come with them. That being said, I'm still happy for her. Is it only Mozart? Are you expecting someone else? Venelana looked at me with a coy smile. Don't worry, she's somewhere around here. Trisha. I followed her gaze. There were a few people here already, so it took me a moment to find the right person. She was talking with someone but looked like she quickly, albeit politely, excused herself and quickly came over. Lady Venelana, Trisha curtsied. I told you that you don't have to go that far. Venelana was speaking about the overt show of respect. It's a habit, Trisha replied. Back home, it's ingrained, even in private, to show that differential attitude and acknowledge a superior's status. I said casually. Is that so? Venelana tapped her chin. If you want to do it, I won't mind. I just want you to know that you don't have to. She pulled Trisha into a quick hug, much to the other woman's chagrin. I will keep that in mind, Lady Venelana. Flustered her on purpose, I'd say. Magi aren't used to physical affection. That's when I noticed the person I was looking for. A little head of white hair peeked up over a seat, and next to her, to my surprise, a red head of hair was right next to her. Big brother. Milikas called out before coming running over and actually dragging little Olga with him. He ran up, practically with stars in his eyes as he stared at me. It was still strange to have a brother like this. But to also know that he looked up to me with such admiration. I hesitated for a moment, but I eventually reached out and ruffled his head. It's been a while, huh? I caught Venelana's smile warming from the corner of my eye. I see you've become friends with Olga too. Have you been taking good care of her? Olga too was slightly flustered. Yeah, we've been playing a lot. All my friends like her too. He nodded excitedly. I noticed that Olga was wearing a dress this time, and she looked absolutely adorable. Must resist the urge to pat her head. Lord Schweinorg. She did a curtsy. Cute. Venelana grabbed Milikas into her arms. Little Milikas here got into a bit of trouble because he snuck out taking Olga along with him. Imagine our surprise when we find out he was fighting against some stray devil. I raised an eyebrow. We beat him. Milikas said heroically. Olga was amazing, she beat him up with us. Olga looked like she didn't know what to say, and as he praised her, she just got even more embarrassed. Should I congratulate him or give him a stern talk? I'm conflicted. I looked to Venelana. Don't worry, he got plenty of scoldings from his mother. She was reassured. In that case. I put my hands on his shoulders. Well done. If someone was scolding him, then that means I didn't have to feel guilty about praising him. Speaking of scoldings. I noticed someone coming our way. A certain maid. Milikas, what did I tell you about running off on your own? A lot of important people are going to be present, you need to be on your best behavior. Graphia Lucifuge. I don't think I would ever forget her face. Though, it's not like this is the first time meeting her since I was just a kid. It certainly dredged up some unpleasant memories and emotions, but I wasn't so young anymore that I was going to act out on impulse. Mom. I wanted to play with Olga, Milikas whined. You can play with her later. Come along, Milikas. Graphia held her hand out, and Milikas reluctantly moved to her side. Madame Gremory. She greeted Venelana. Graphia. Venelana played along as well, like she had been used to the song and dance for a very long time. Despite being her daughter-in-law, the woman insists on doing this properly, it seems. She looked at me. Lord Schweinorg. I thought we were just going to politely ignore each other and pretend the other didn't exist. At least that's what I had decided upon in my own mind. Truthfully, my first instinct was to say something sarcastic or backhanded. Miss Lucifuge. Ever so slightly, I think there was a phantom of a smile that gradually formed as I said that. Say goodbye, Milikas. Bye, Grandma. Bye, Big Brother. Bye, Olga. Milikas waved as Graphia very firmly grabbed his hand and all but dragged him away. He's always such a sweetheart. Venelana cooed. Lady Gremory, if you don't mind, we will go find out seats, Trisha stated. Go ahead, I'm going to talk to some friends. Venelana gave her the okay. Trisha, like a mother, took Olga's hand as she went off, and Mozart followed behind, seemingly wanting to get his seat as well. I was about to say something, but I was cut off by Venelana grabbing my hand and giving me an affectionate kiss on the cheek. I'm very happy right now. Thank you for being nice. Well, even if it wasn't for that reason, I would have done so in hindsight. I rubbed my cheek and found myself being bashful for some reason. I don't know what it is, but she can really bring that out of me for some reason. Come on, I want to show you off to my friends. It seems like it was my turn to be dragged away. I hadn't actually met her friends before. This was an important step, right? There was a blonde-haired woman and a black-haired woman that she was dragging me right towards. They both brightened up upon seeing Venelana. Oh, Venelana, I didn't think you would make it. I thought for sure that you would be at home, getting ready to console your daughter after her loss. The blonde-haired woman held a hand up in front of her mouth as she giggled. My, how adorable. You're still in denial that you think your son is going to win. Venelana copied her mannerisms, putting a hand over her mouth as she laughed. Weirdly, I didn't feel like they were actually snipping at each other. More like, it was a playful thing they were doing between friends. Are you going to introduce us, Venelana? The black-haired woman spoke up. The way she spoke, that tone, I had a sneaking suspicion I knew who she was. Wilhelm, this is Reina Phoenix, Lady Phoenix. And this is Sophia Citri, Lady Citri. Girls, this is my men, Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. Venelana did the introductions. Ladies, it's a pleasure to meet you. I swept my arm under me, doing a polite bow to them. They were Venelana's friends, I wanted to at least show I had manners. Lady Citri looked at me the exact same way her daughter did. That sort of resting, judgmental face. Not quite the same as resting bitch face, but the same general concept. My daughter has told me about you. Who's your daughter again? I said playfully. Her lips curled up. Yes, I definitely see how you get on her nerves. Both of them. You're the young man who tossed my son out a window. Lady Phoenix eyed me. He deserved it. I offered in consolation. I felt like saying something blatantly false would be inappropriate. She clicked her tongue and let out a sigh. Probably. That boy has his head lodged far too deep up his own. We get the graphic imagery. Lady Citri cut her off. Riser is an idiot, we know. Watch it, Citri. Splish splash, does the little firebird want a bath? Venelana just laughed at the two of them arguing. Come now, don't embarrass yourselves. I think you're already doing enough of that yourself. Lady Citri put her hands on her hips. Your own grandson, Venelana, really? The Phoenix matriarch joined in. Venezuela's expression changed immediately. How is your cousin doing, Reina? Oh, I'm sorry, I mean your husband. The Phoenix matriarch's eye twitched. And Sophia. Venelana looked her up and down. How unfortunate. And what does that mean? Sophia narrowed her eyes. I'm just saying. It must have been a long time since someone took interest in you, huh? Venelana pushed against my side. Unlike me. I have a handsome young man who just loves putting his hands on me. The two of them were silently fuming at this point. Hold my earrings, I need to strangle a bitch. I'm going to drown her first. The Phoenix and Citri ladies were giving death looks. But all of a sudden, all three of them just started giggling together. Look at him, he probably thought we were going to fight. The Phoenix woman pointed at me. He cleans up nicely. Sophia Citri gave me another once-over. I can see why you picked him, he checks a lot of your boxes, doesn't he? I was surprised too. Venelana smacked her lips. And I admit, it's been fun in other ways. Oh my. Phoenix playfully fanned her face. Dear Venelana, speaking that way about her own grandson. It seems like you all get along very well. I couldn't help but say it. We've been friends since we were kids. Venelana explained. Ah, the good old days of running across battlefields trying not to die. Only a few of us huddled together because there was no one else we could trust. Lady Phoenix reminisced, somewhat sarcastically, but it did paint a picture. There was an announcement, like a bell or something. They all looked like they understood what it meant, but I was in the dark. Looks like we're getting ready to start. Lady Citri stated. Venelana, you should bring him around more. Dinner, drinks, bedroom. I'd be fine with any of those. I'm sure you would be. Venelana deadpanned. She smirked in response. Bye, she waved to me. She is such a slut. Lady Phoenix shook her head. It was nice to meet you. Please be gentle with Riser in the future if he does something stupid. I'll be sure to be nice. I was amused by the way she worded that. Definitely sounded like a mom who loved her son but recognized he was a dumbass. Come on, the show is about to start. Venelana interlocked her arm with mine. Your friends were nice. They're a lot, but thank you for meeting them. It means a lot to me. I don't have many friends these days. Of course. I didn't think I needed to be thanked for that, it's what partners do. Though, I'm surprised Riser's mom was so lackadaisical about everything. Is she not upset that you're against the marriage or not wanting Rias to marry Riser? Well, it's sort of complicated. Honestly, we're just letting whatever happens happen. Let the kids settle it as they say. No point in ruining our relationship over something we can't control. She just smiled. It was Zio and her husband that made the marriage contract in the first place. I can't say I'm happy about it, but it's not like it's a strange thing in our society. That was a rather mature way to handle it between friends. We have a booth down here. She led me to some stairs that opened to a very expensive-looking room. It really did remind me of a large sports stadium, complete with the VIP booths. Vene. Zio, Venelana greeted him warmly. I brought Wilhelm with me. I noticed. Welcome, my grandson. I believe this is your first rating game. He held his hand out, and I shook it. I didn't really have any bad relationship with this man besides who he's related to. But if I could get past that with Venelana, I saw no reason why I had to hold it against him. It is indeed my first rating game. I decided just to treat it exactly like a sporting event. Not the cultural phenomena that they seem to revere it as. I noticed that their son wasn't present, presumably he was with the other leaders. However, Mozart, Olga and Trisha all had seats here too. It seems like they were settling into things quite well if they were already mingling with the Gremarys like this. But, just as I thought that, the booth door opened. Mama Gremory, I heard you were here. I brought Zeki with me so we could. Sarah Fall stopped dead in her tracks while staring at me. That's right, my father was there right next to her as well. You. She pointed at me in exclamation. Now, I could continue to be mature. But. Who are you again? I asked in confusion. She immediately got angry. Heh, never gets old. Line break. A/N. Rating game starting. It shouldn't last more than a chapter. But yeah, we're finally here. Almost 3 million words, and it's finally Rias's rating game. Woo. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 712, Chapter. Was it petty? Absolutely. Would I do it again? Most assuredly. Venelana just patted my leg with a barely held back chuckle. I knew the lines to not cross. She wasn't going to get upset if we just casually sniped at each other. Besides, I didn't intend on that becoming the atmosphere here. Hello, dears, Venelana greeted them. Serzex and Serafal. Did you two come to join us? I thought you were sitting up top with Lord Bale and the Ancestor. Zeoticus asked. Serafal's eye was twitching like she wanted to retort at me, but I ignored it. Well, there was one little problem with that. Which was? He asked. That Lord Bale and the Ancestor were there together. My birth father deadpanned. Ah. Weirdly, I sympathized. I spent a few hours with her. It was something. Where's Ajuka? Venelana asked. He drew the short straw. Serafal chirped happily. I noticed both of them had their eyes drawn to the sword at my hip. I shouldn't be surprised, for them, it was probably fairly obvious even if I wasn't trying to broadcast it. But seeing how it was just sheathed at my side, they didn't say a word. I didn't say anything either. Even as we both stared at one another, it was as if there was a silent agreement to stay in our own lanes. The two of them quietly sat down on the other side of Zeoticus. Enough distance that we didn't have to brush shoulders, metaphorically speaking. It might have been odd that the de facto leaders were able to just get up and walk away during such an event, but I remembered that this wasn't an official event. It was being treated as a spectacle, but it was technically a private affair. Serzex, did you just drop the mess into Graphia's lap? Venelana took that motherly tone, like, answer carefully. He flinched slightly, forcing a smile before clearing his throat. She's taking Millikas around to the other houses and doing their greetings. Venelana let out a small sigh, shaking her head. Despite the new weird, if not tense, atmosphere, I could tell that Venelana was happy right now. She knows I don't like him, she knows he doesn't like me, yet we're sitting in a room together without fighting. To her, we're both family. I couldn't bring myself to ruin it for her. Wilhelm, how is Yukai Japan? Zeoticus asked, clearly just making small talk. It's doing well. They're settling things after the war. It'll probably take some months before things return to normal. Though, it seems that a large portion of the ones who fought don't want to go back to their regular jobs. There are plans to expand and consolidate the remaining soldiers into long-term positions. Obviously, I didn't say anything that was supposed to remain secret. And a thought occurred, was the proper nomenclature soldier? Was warrior a more proper description? I would have to ask later on what they prefer. But after fighting, a lot of Yukai realized that they were born for it, some maybe literally. After fighting in the Fey realms, who would want to go back to mundane jobs? Well, quite a few of them. Perhaps fewer than 20% wanted to remain professional soldiers. But even so, Yasaka wasn't unwilling to expand its own military power. It was just the logistics of it. And hopefully, my future gift will help with this even more. Thankfully, there wasn't a need to continue with the small talk because the speakers boomed to life as things were finally starting. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. An announcer's voice erupted over the speakers, magical in nature, so that everyone in the arena could hear it plainly. Are you all ready for an exciting match? I could make out the one speaking, a man with a pompadour. A rather large pompadour, impressively so. Not my taste, but I will give credit where it's due. As someone who takes care of their own hair, I could understand the time and effort they put into taking care of that thing. Oh my, he's always so excitable. I'm glad we were able to get him to do the event today, even if it's an unofficial rating game. Venelana smiled brightly. Seems he's rather famous as an announcer. Let's get our teams out. The announcer threw her arm to the side, and a teleportation circle sprang up. On one side, we have Riser Phoenix. I recognized him from the previous times. He was a cocky little shit. Venelana glanced over to Trisha and Olga. That's Riser, he's part of the Phoenix clan. The name isn't just a coincidence, their regeneration and ability to spring back from death is comparable to that of the mythical bird. Even Mozart looked intrigued. How potent is it? Can they recover from full death? If it's regeneration, then wouldn't dying mean that it would be ineffective? So, it can't be simple regeneration. Olga tilted her head. I saw the others look at her as she posed the question too. I had the urge to interject, but it wasn't my place. Venelana was teaching them. It's based on their demonic power. Even if their entire body is destroyed, they can spring back to life in a burst of flames as if nothing happened. So long as they have enough demonic power to do so. Venelana explained. Ironically, a drawn-out fight is both their strength and weakness if you know how to go about it. Their regeneration takes a lot, and they usually base their fighting style around being able to take blows that would be debilitating for others and trading damage to gain the advantage. It's true that one should play to their natural advantages, they shouldn't blindly follow them without consideration. What do you think, Trisha? How would be the best way to go about handling a Phoenix member? Venelana asked. I think the question was partly directed at Olga, but she didn't want to put the little girl on the spot. She was very clearly still a little timid around all these figures. The most direct answer would be to curse them and let them tire themselves out before engaging. Trisha pushed up her glasses. If that's not possible, some method to cause them soul damage would perhaps cause them significant enough damage that is not possible to mend through their normal methods. Oh, that's their weakness, isn't it? Mozart joined in. If you attack their soul, that would be the basis of their regeneration. I would bet that they cannot regenerate soul damage. Or if they can, it would be significantly more difficult. Trisha nodded. Perhaps illusions to distract and distance ourselves. If we had time to prepare, a large witchcraft ritual to curse the land that leeches onto whoever passes through. Based on how they fight, they're most certainly the type to rush in without consideration. Disorientation is key. Disrupt their senses. If their regeneration is triggered from sufficient damage, then the key is a continuous, albeit light, disruption. A melody that causes dizziness and headaches would work wonderfully for an opening performance. Mozart seemed to be enjoying the thought experiment. If it's an unconscious, physical response, then it would also gradually drain their reserves, essentially working just as well, Trisha added. Indeed, either way, it would serve its purpose. If we have time, I believe the cleanest solution would be a quick severing of their soul from their physical body, Trisha said casually. Mozart rubbed his chin. That's an interesting direction. If the soul is disconnected from the main body for a split second, then what would the response be? Would it try to regenerate a new body? Naturally, the soul would reaffirm its connection by itself, but if it were in the process of regenerating a new body, then it stands to reason the action would continue, creating a mutation of some kind. Would it rewrite the regenerative blueprint housed within the soul? Would it cause their regeneration to go out of control? Would it cause backlash and therefore soul damage? Yes, that was my line of questioning as well. I believe it would be worth the effort to experiment with. Trisha nodded. Olga looked completely at ease, but everyone else, bar Venelana, was looking at the two of them like they had grown another head. Wouldn't it be easier just to create a vacuum around them so they choked to death over and over? It would also serve to neutralize their fire elemental advantage, Olga chimed in. I heard Serafal nearly choke. And now, let's give it up for the challenger, Rias Gremory. The second teleportation circle lit up, and Rias and her peerage arrived. The timely arrival lessened the awkwardness in the room. Venelana clapped happily. Kick his ass, Rias. No one was surprised at who she was cheering on. This is going to be a standard match. Peerage versus peerage, field battle. The announcer declared. Since the advantage in numbers is held by Riser Phoenix, the advantage of choosing the battlefield has gone to Rias Gremory. Let's get the arena set up. I could see the magic flare to life. I was honestly surprised. The hundreds and hundreds of magic circles filled the arena and surroundings. It's not that the fighters disappeared from view, it's that a miniature world enveloped them. I would almost call it a reality marble, but it was significantly simpler than that. Perhaps a pocket dimension would be more apt, but even that wasn't quite accurate. Maybe calling it a solid illusion would be best. We could see on massive screens all around what was happening on the inside. Koho. Smart of her. I acknowledged. Rias apparently got to choose the battlefield in a simple fight between peerages. At first glance, it may seem comical that she literally chose her high school, but when you think about it deeper, it's actually very intelligent. She knows the terrain perfectly, for one, and the most obvious. But for two, there are plenty of places to take advantage of if you know ahead of time. Good places for ambushes, good places for hiding, and good places to get a bird's-eye view. It's actually not super easy to siege a school. Schools are built in a way that's supposed to help students sort of migrate in certain directions. That means if you can take certain positions ahead of time, it will give you an advantage because there are only so many ways you can be confronted. Of course, that's assuming you can't just simply destroy the school in its entirety. But at their level, it's strategically good thinking. Now, on paper, our power of destruction is a counter to a phoenix's regeneration. Venilana went into teaching mode again. Our power of destruction allows us to cause maximum damage with minimal effort, meaning that we can beat them at their own game in a prolonged fight. And it means that usual blows that they should shrug off require more energy to regenerate from. The peerage nodded, having nothing to add. I noted how she said in theory. Rias's biggest problem right now is that she lacks combat experience. Riser, despite my disdain for him, apparently has plenty. Let the match officially begin. The announcer shouted, and everyone seemed to lean forward in their seats. We see Rias Gremory's team all taking out armor. Leg guards and arm guards. They waited until right at the start to put them on so Riser's team wouldn't see. I'm glad they're using the armor I went through the effort of sending their way. When did Rias get those? Her father asked. I don't remember buying those for her. They were a gift from Wilhelm. Venilana leaned onto my shoulder, giving me a bright smile. That earned a glance from the other devils in the room. Riser's team has taken a spot at the edge of the forest outside the school, while Rias's team seems to be setting up a defensive. What's this? Rias Gremory's rook, Kaneko Tuju, is scaling the building towards the highest point. Oh, what's she doing? Zeoticus asked curiously. As an Nicomata, she has good climbing skills, perhaps her plan is to take the high ground or survey the battlefield. My birth father mused. But she's a brawler, she can't help it if she's away from the fighting. Seraphal tapped her chin. Venilana looked at me, and I think she saw my growing grin. Kaneko had a little pouch on her hip, and she reached her entire arm into it and started to pull it out. What's this? Rias Gremory's rook is taking out a weapon, a gun. Seraphal blinked. What's that? An utterly massive sniper rifle. With her strength, she didn't even need to use something to keep it level, it was the same as holding a piece of cardboard for her. The question everyone had, why is she using a gun? And the resounding boom answered that question. Quickly following it was a response from the announcer. Riser Phoenix's pawn has been retired. There was a moment of silence in the room. Not out of respect for the fallen, but the sheer what the fuck that was written across everyone's face. What was that? Seraphal asked again, but in a much different tone. That is the Anzio anti-material sniper rifle. It fires 20 by 102 mm rounds at 1006 meters per second. Strong enough for piercing through armored vehicles, both aerial and ground. Weighing over 59 kilograms with a length of 2 meters. With a capability of exploding heads at over 5,000 meters. I declared happily. Maybe a bit too enthusiastically, because everyone was staring at me. Another explosive shot reverberated through the speakers. A second of Riser's pawns has been retired. Did you give her a damn cannon? Seraphal shrieked at me. You're goddamn right. I said proudly. That's against the rules. It's not, I checked. Seraphal face-bombed. It didn't help that Mozart started cackling in delight. Oh my goodness, we're going to get so much hate for this. Seraphal let out a sigh. We're going to have to ban firearms after this because of you. I knew who she was talking about. But I was far too proud of myself to care. Just a second, we're getting a complaint and... The announcer paused, as if receiving a message. We have an official comment from Satan, Beelzebub. The use of firearms is not prohibited within the rules, so the match will continue. Serafal dropped her face into her hands. It looks like Riser's peerage has adapted. They've taken cover within the school buildings, but they're down 3 pawns now. The cameras, or whatever means they had of recording what was happening inside, were showing both teams running around the school, somewhat like chickens with their heads cut off. Though, Rias's team looked like they had some semblance of coordination. They split into groups. Rias Gremory's knight and her pawn have entered the gymnasium, and they've come into contact with both of Riser Phoenix's knights. He continued to narrate, but I sort of drowned it out as I watched. Kiba and Issei were together as they seemed to anticipate the arrival of the Phoenix peerage members. The 2 knights, one wielding a large 2-handed sword, the other a more traditional knight sword with some armor and a standard English longsword. Kiba wasted no time engaging the 2-handed users, while Issei all but leapt at the one with the smaller sword. For Issei, the girl immediately tried to slash at his neck, but he completely ignored it as it hit his aura and instead grabbed onto her, refusing to let go. She couldn't shake him off, and she couldn't swing her sword at him like that. It was incredibly stupid, but also fantastically smart at the same time. I did tell him to use his aura that way, I suppose. The knight girl was inexperienced, otherwise, she would have been able to throw him off or deal with him. But he was able to pin her down despite being weaker than her, based on how I judged the 2 of them right from the get-go. Kiba's fight was a bit different. It took me a moment to realize what he was doing because he was being pushed back. He really shouldn't be getting pushed back because I knew he was much stronger than her. For kids like them, their strength levels were very easy to gauge. Now Issei. The 2 had some kind of plan as Kiba called out to him. Issei all but threw himself off the poor girl as Kiba lured the other one close by. Then, Kiba dropped the sword in his hand onto the ground and dove out of the way. It completely confused the 2 Riser knights and most of the watchers until a crack formed across the sword he just dropped, and a noticeable amount of demonic power seeped out until it glowed brightly and then exploded. Riser's 2 knights have retired, the announcer declared. Kiba and Issei weren't unharmed, they were partially caught in the blast, but they were standing back up. Issei is better off considering his aura. I clapped. Well done. Making an exploding sword and using yourself as bait. If you weren't willing to go at least that far, then you didn't deserve to win. They were both more than willing to take the blast with their enemies too, I could see it in their eyes. They just simply had the opportunity to take advantage of the confusion and clinch a better victory. Did Kiba just make an exploding sword? Serafal asked. I think he did. Sirs X Lucifer said dryly. It wasn't weak either. For that kind of explosion, he must have been pumping it full since the start of the game. Serafal clicked her tongue. He's going to be exhausted. Oh, what's this? Both Rias Gremory's knight and her pawn have taken out potions of some sort. Their complexions look better, they're breathing easier, and they immediately started running again without pause. What could have been in those vials they just drank? The announcer's voice filled the room once more. Ah, stamina potions. Not a bad use, I revealed. Serafal's head snapped to me again. Stamina potion. Yeah, is there a problem? Only 1 healing item is allowed. She furrowed her brow. 1 of each type, isn't that? We have another comment from Satan, Beelzebub, after a complaint was made. After a short analysis and a clarification of the rules. The rules state that only 1 type of a single healing item is allowed to be consumed by each team. As the potions used do not heal the recipient, they restore one's energy or stamina, they are not against the rules. They looked at me again. The rule is a single healing item of any individual healing item. As in, they can use a healing potion once across their team, and likewise use a Phoenix Tear as it's a different type of healing item. It was an archaic rule from what I understood, because it never got updated. They only really had Phoenix Tears to worry about until this point. Credit where it's due that Ajuka was able to glean its use from just a glance. I suppose I should have expected as much. You did this again, didn't you? Serafal looked at me. It was so nice of him to give Rias those potions, wasn't it? Venelana smiled at Serafal. Serafal's eye twitched. Yeah, nice. I'm the only one who's going to have to hear all the complaints after this is over. Because bearded men above, their pants at this sort of thing. Another explosive gunshot was heard, snapping their attention back to the screens. Riser Phoenix's rook retires. That's 4 taken down by Rias Gremory's own rook. It showed Kaneko looking up at the camera, making a pew-pew gesture with her hands. I'm so fucking proud right now. Serafal just let out a groan. In hindsight, I'm actually glad I agreed to watch some. This is actually sort of fun, I think I understand why people like watching raiding games now. Oh no, it looks like we may have a big swing in the favor of Riser Phoenix's peerage. The announcer declared as the screens turned. Rias Gremory's queen is surrounded. It showed Aquino in the cafeteria with several of Riser's peerage circling her. I propped my chin up, curious to see what she would do. She held a finger up to the ceiling, and a small little burst of fire shot out and hit right into the sprinkler system above. It immediately started filling the entire room with water, making everything wet. I vaguely recall that she had a moniker of sorts, and it seems like the others there remembered it too because there was a brief moment of panic. Aquino cast several spells quickly, and the entire room filled with lightning. What's this? Rias Gremory's queen is using the water from the sprinklers and then using her own lightning magic to shock everyone, even herself. The announcer shouted in excitement. And she wasn't stopping. Her lightning continued even as her skin was being charred. A couple of Riser's peerage did their best to cast spells in response, but the constant lightning surging through the room made it impossible. They were screaming out in pain and unable to concentrate. Riser's bishop, rook, and remaining pawns all retire. He exclaimed at the torrent of cheers coming from outside our room. Holy moly, that was metal. Seraphal didn't hold back. Look at her, she can barely stand. She hurt herself just as much as Riser's peerage. She must be in a lot. What's this? Rias Gremory's queen also took out a potion, a red potion. After drinking it, we're seeing all her wounds disappear. The announcer cut her off. Seraphal looked at me flatly. Healing potion. She scrunched her nose at me. Despite the advantage of numbers turning in the favor of Rias Gremory, we see that Riser Phoenix has remained unmoving from the same spot this entire time. The thing is, they can hear when one of their peerage members gets retired, but that's about it. So, he knows that he only has his queen and his sister, the other bishop of his, still alive. Rias Gremory has now made her appearance in front of Riser. Is this going to be a confrontation between kings? The announcer continued. Riser's queen and bishop stand in front of him, but here comes Rias Gremory's own peerage. Her pawn, her knight, and her own queen stand at her side. It's a standoff. Rather quickly, the fighting started. Kiba charged forward, dodging an explosion cast by Riser's queen, but his sister came in and clashed with him. Issei tried to tackle her, but he got a face full of fire. Riser's sister was startled as he all but shrugged it off and grabbed onto her leg, letting Kiba slash at her chest. The Phoenix girl technically died once there. Obviously, her regeneration made it a non-issue, but let the two of them win a death on her with such an easy maneuver. She lacked enough combat experience as well. She quickly exploded in fire, sending the two of them blown away. Aquino was trading magic attacks with Riser's queen. One of them utilizes lightning, the other using some spellcraft centered around explosions. It was about even. I flicked my finger to filter out the other sounds so I could hear Rias. You're not going to win, just give up. In your dreams, Riser. Fight me, you coward. I bet you have a small dick. Rias blurted out in quick succession. Small dick Riser, small dick Riser. It was childish, but it was apparently working because Riser got angry and started throwing fire at her. Go Kaneko. A shout from Rias as she sprinted forward. It seems that they all forgot about the cat girl with a cannon. An explosive gunshot rang out and hit Riser right between the legs. I was sure that every man watching had winced, myself included. It didn't matter your race, your alliances, or your origins, but if you were a man, you felt that. Despite their regeneration abilities, they still feel pain. And you could see the look on Riser's face as he let out a howl before flames burned in his crotch and it returned to normal. He barely had time to register what was happening as Rias screamed in a high-pitched war cry. I think it was a war cry. But she ran right at him and tackled him to the ground. He was recovering from getting shot in the balls, it was enough that he was distracted. Combined with his cocky attitude, it wasn't surprising that this happened. Rias, while holding him down, pulled out a blue potion and quickly downed it. Aquino, do the thing. Aquino, in her left hand, diverted her attention and cast a spell around Rias and Riser. I raised an eyebrow because I recognized it. When I said for her to think outside the box, I didn't mean copy me, but it's also not a bad idea. A bubble of water surrounded both Riser and Rias as she held him inside. It became clear what she was doing. Olga clapped her hands. See, I was right. She was drowning him, which is basically choking him to death. I can't believe this, Rias Gremory, after drinking another mysterious potion, is holding Riser rightly in a bubble of water. She's showing no signs of needing air, but Riser is having trouble breathing. Seraphal looked at me. Water-breathing potion. Her eye twitched. The other members of Rias's peerage were doing their best to keep them occupied. Once a king goes down, that's an automatic win for the other side. Unfortunately, it wasn't going to be that easy. Riser was, well, he was an idiot. But he was an idiot that could become the incarnation of fire, and normal water wasn't going to cut it. His body burned, and so too did the water get burned away. Rias was thrown off, showing burns across her arms, face, and chest, but she just sucked it up without a single complaint. Rias, you're going to pay. Rah. Rias jumped at him again, her arms ignited with destruction as she grappled him. Her destruction tore into him, while his flames burned her. Maybe she took my advice a little too literally. She didn't need to trade like this, she wasn't a brawler. The smart thing to do would be to stand back and start to drain his regeneration at this point. He still hadn't recovered from his drowning, multiple times at this. She would have been able to take a big chunk out of his reserves. Kaneko, again. Like I'll let that happen again. Riser roared, and his flame surged, protecting his groin. But this time, the bullet went right through his head. His head regenerated almost immediately. He opened his mouth with a cocky smirk, presumably to taunt, but rather quickly, it was filled with a potion. Rias stuffed a healing potion in his mouth. What the foo? Riser spit out the bottle, questioning what the hell she was doing as he threw her off him. But Rias let out a shout, tackling him again, and took out another health potion and shoved it into his panting mouth. Riser once more spat it out, confused because it didn't do anything. However, Rias stood up, making a pose. I win, good game. Riser paused. What? You just drank 2 of the same healing item, that's against the rules. I win. Well played, Riser, it was a good match. Her words seemed to have an effect on the others, because both sides stopped fighting completely. What? Ahem. The announcer cleared his throat. We have a ruling from Satan Beelzebub. As per the rules, they make no clarification about how healing items are delivered, only that the consumption of more than one of a type of healing item is grounds for disqualification. Since Riser Phoenix was the recipient of 2 healing potions, he has been disqualified. Rias Gremory wins. Though he said that, you could hear the awkwardness in his voice. You know, it may be debatable, as it's clearly against the spirit of the rules, even if it's following the letter. But also, her brother is literally Lucifer. The room was silent. The stadium was silent. But I stood up. While Rias took a very much undeserved pose, depending on your perspective, I couldn't help myself. And I clapped. Line break. A/N. Rias wins through pure skill. Is it stupid if it works? I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 713, Interlude 51, Kunu's Hogwarts Adventures. It was another day at Hogwarts. Since the initial incident with the whole Chamber of Secrets opening, there hadn't been any more. At this point, the teachers were successfully able to redirect the student body's focus away from it, so it settled in the background. At this point, many just thought it was some kind of bad joke. Which suited the teachers just fine. And with the recent success of the dueling club, the students had much more interesting things to talk about. Classes continued on as normal. And as the students entered Medea's class, they saw a piece of chalk writing freely on the board. The soul is an organ. For some more of the faint-hearted, this was somewhat of a foreboding tale. All right everyone, get in your seats, chop chop. Medea clapped her hands. We're going to jump ahead a bit because we need to cover several different topics before we reach the next major subject. We covered rituals, we covered casting, and we covered the concept of magic. Now, we're going to talk about the soul. Oddly, despite her classes not being mandatory, they were always full and even sometimes overflowing. In fact, it was a record for a class not part of the normal grading curriculum to have such high attendance. Her class was not part of the NEWTs or OWLS testing that happened at certain intervals. Word had spread, and most magical families had all but demanded their children take this class and pass it with flying colors. Many of them threatened consequences if they didn't listen. Older families knew the benefit of a witch as old and powerful as Medea teaching a class like this, even if its subject matter was such that it was making many question what they knew about magic. Professor. A child raised his hand. Yes, you, the Hufflepuff. Medea acknowledged him. Are you saying the soul is real? Child. There are ghosts in the hallways. Medea gave him the most deadpan look she could muster. Oh. Her lips twitched. Any other question? A hand went up. Yes, Miss Granger. Medea wasn't good at memorizing so many names, but she at least recognized this one. Aren't things related to the soul dark? She asked, knowing that the ministry classifies nearly everything related to the soul as dark magic. Miss Granger. Medea took the same exact tone as just a moment prior. Outside this door, in your school for children, there are ghosts. That managed to shut Hermione up, much to the giggling of both Harry and Ron, who were seated next to her. A glare from her made them stop. Now, as I was saying, we're going to talk about the soul. What is the soul? And keep in mind that we will be approaching this purely from an academic standpoint. I don't want to hear any of your beliefs or religion. She began to write on the board. The most basic description we'll use is such: the soul is a record that acts as a blueprint of the body. And what does that mean? The class was silent as they watched her continue to write on the board. There are 3 elements that compose what a human is: mind, body, and soul. It is something dependent on the body, not belonging to the same material world. It can be called a higher existence. It's why ghosts can go through walls and why they can't interact with normal matter. Because they currently exist on a higher level. A hand went up. Professor Flitwick. Medea acknowledged him. I believe I know the answer, but I wanted to ask. The reason that muggles can't see ghosts. Medea nodded. A good question for the students since they didn't ask it. If ghosts exist on this supposed higher level of existence and can't interact with the material world, then why is it that you all can see them wandering the halls? Why is it that your muggles can't? The answer is obvious: magic. Magical energy permeates your body and allows you to peer at these higher mysteries while remaining within the material world. Medea casually wiped her hands free of chalk dust as she looked around. She was waiting for questions as they finished writing. Truthfully, many of them had questions, but it was hard to pose a question properly when given this kind of information. All right, moving on. Now, here's a fact for you all. What is the only existence that is considered eternal in the material world? She looked around, and she saw Hermione raise a hand. It's rhetorical. The soul is the only existence that is eternal in our world. What does that mean, Professor? A young girl in Slytherin colors, several years older, raised her hand and asked. What do you think eternal means? Medea posed the question. Immortal. The girl answered. Not a wrong answer, but it's not right. Technically, the concept of immortality doesn't exist as you know it. Living forever is not a possibility. You can live a very long time, but everything eventually dies. Medea clarified. She perked up. Yes, Headmaster. Dumbledore was also intrigued as he sat at the back of the classroom. It had become routine for him to supervise her classes since what happened before. That seemingly contradicts what you just said, does it not? You said souls are eternal, yet then you say that everything dies. Despite what many think, Dumbledore actually had no problems with people discussing the more intricate details of the world. Things that many may consider dark. What Dumbledore didn't like was unsupervised discussion or ignorant and misinformed spreading of information. You had to walk the delicate balance of acknowledging facets of the world but also in a way that didn't make your students want to go off and try them. Perhaps in his old age, he erred a bit more on the safe side, but all the same. He was young once and delved deeply into the mysteries of the world, as many often did. Well, that was touching on a more advanced subject, but I'll cover it briefly. Both statements are true, even if it sounds like a contradiction. Allow me to explain why. They grabbed the piece of chalk and continued to write. Is it possible to destroy a soul? Medea turned around to look at her class as she repeated the question. Is it possible for one to destroy a soul? There were a few hesitant shakes of the head. It's entirely possible to destroy a soul. In fact, it's not particularly difficult. Her blunt words had many go silent. The talk of souls in general had many somewhat uncomfortable. It was an ethereal topic that even in their magic societies, it was something almost taboo or not well understood. What is a soul? Where does it come from? Many questions like this remained unanswered for the longest time. However, Medea was uncaring. To her, taboos or societal norms regarding magic and magical research were utterly ridiculous. Now, what does that mean when I said that souls are eternal? She saw that even the teachers were waiting for her to explain, so she continued. Because, as I said, souls are essentially the blueprint of a person. If you take someone's soul and put it in another body, your soul will begin to overwrite their body to match the blueprint of the soul. If it doesn't collapse first. Many missed it, but Dumbledore's eyes lit up as if he were enlightened by something. What does death mean? To destroy a soul means to destroy its concept of existence. The same way you can kill a person by destroying their body if they are blown up into a million pieces, your soul can be destroyed. But just like a body leaving behind remnants, the soul breaks into what are called spiritons. She wrote the word on the board. Souls can be measured. They can be calculated. They can be observed. The measurements of these soul particles are, as I said, spiritons. She tapped the board. And when a soul is destroyed, it turns into spiritons and disperses back to the wellspring that souls originate from. It is a conceptual death, but the bases of a soul remain in perpetuity. Silence filled the room. Miss Medea. Flitwick swallowed. Are you saying that souls can be quantified? Of course, Medea answered easily. How else could they be studied? To her it was normal, basic even. To them, it was like telling them that the sky was actually red, and snakes were a type of insect. I hope that answers your question, Headmaster. Medea turned back to him. If you want to delve into it further, we would have to go over the topic of death and what happens after death and such. Which would take far too long for this lesson, and it's very off topic. Yes. Dumbledore too was a bit taken aback. He was currently digesting this new information and trying to reconcile with his own outlook and understanding. I believe there's a scientific term for this on the Muggle side of it. Matter can be neither created nor destroyed, just changed. Medea added as an afterthought. It's not far off. She began to write on the board again, thinking everyone was content. She missed the vast majority of the class, just staring blankly. Now, back on topic. Souls, the blueprint of what is conceptually you. Just like how the body carries with it a gene, your DNA, your soul also records you in a concept. It's why possession is such a poor method of survival. Dumble's fingers ran through his beard and stilled again. Pardon. Could you repeat that? Possession. Yes, please. It's a poor method of survival. It's mostly used by older magicals that want to try to extend their life. But with each possession, you lose parts of the blueprint that makes up your soul, you slowly lose parts of yourself. A soul rot, if you like. Similarly, this soul rot also affects souls that stay out of a body for too long. There are exceptions, of course. She gestured to the school. Places with enough magical energy can anchor a soul in a more solid shape and prevent the world from rejecting them. Professor. A hand rose. Yes, you, Gryffindor. So bringing someone back to life isn't possible. That's a good question, but it has a lot of nuance to it. What are the parameters you mean for bringing them back to life? If you mean a recently deceased person whose soul is still available, it's not difficult to remake a body for them. But since it's not their true body, their lifespan won't be very long. What if they've been dead for a long time? What if you want to, I don't know, bring back Merlin from the dead? Medea let out a huff. Why anyone would want to resurrect that pompous fool, I wouldn't understand. What? The boy blinked in confusion at that statement, the majority of the class sharing the same sentiment. Medea ignored it and continued. What you're proposing is true resurrection. It's technically possible, but realistically improbable. To even begin theorizing the steps needed to accomplish something like that you would need. Medea tapped her chin. You would need perhaps the equivalent of 1,000 Hogwartses in the Department of Magical Energy, and that's a conservative estimate. The boy just nodded dumbly, but several students had stopped taking notes while a Hufflepuff student accidentally snapped their quill. But it wasn't a bad question. 5 points to your house. Medea waved her hand, remembering the whole points thing. You see, the biggest mistake a necromancer usually makes is assuming that the soul is a person. Ahem. Dumbledore quickly interrupted. And thankfully, with his control of Hogwarts, he was able to make the bell ring a few minutes earlier than normal. Oh shoot, it looks like we went off topic too much. Alright, I'll assign some reading. I expect everyone to read it thoroughly. Medea waved around a little booklet she made. I'll be giving a test on it at the end of the week. Medea pouted because she thought her students left her class bored or uninterested. In truth, many of them had their worldviews shattered and were having trouble piecing them back together. Dumbledore was staying behind, keeping a pleasant smile on his face while he watched the students depart. He had to have another conversation with Medea and ask her not to talk about things like necromancy to students. Come on, Harry. It's the perfect time. Hermione nudged him. Don't worry, Harry, we're here with you. Ron also supported him. Harry let out a sigh. Fine, I'll ask her, okay. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, silently casting a spell over himself to hide his presence. Miss Medea. Harry awkwardly came up to her. He unconsciously shrunk back because she cut an intimidating figure. Medea turned around to look at him and the two others. I'm not giving an extension on your homework. No. I mean, it's not that. Harry licked his lips. It's, my scar has been hurting, and someone told me that you could help. The curse mark on your forehead? Medea asked, tilting her head. If it's hurting, why do you still have it? Harry blinked. What? Medea put her hands on her hips. If it's hurting you, why did someone not remove it yet? Come here. She gestured for him, and with a silent nod from Hermione and Ron, he stepped forward. I was told it couldn't be fixed. Whoever told you that is a fool. Medea snorted. Dumbledore nearly choked but tried his best to remain hidden. Who told you to look for me? Medea asked. Kunu's dad. I met him at the train station. He gave me a piece of paper and said it would help with the pain and said to come find you if it still hurt. Take that paper out for me. Medea demanded. Harry reached into his pocket, pulling out the crumpled talisman. Medea picked at it with 2 fingers like she was picking up someone's discarded sock. Of course, that brat sent you my way. Pawn his problems off on me, huh? Well, I guess I am a teacher. It stopped working after a while. Of course it did, it's not meant to keep being used. As much as I hate to admit it, he is fairly decent, so his talisman lasted longer than it should have. Professor, you can cure Harry's scar? Hermione asked. Child, who do you think I am? I could have healed this weeks ago if you had asked me. Medea scoffed. Really? Ron's eyes lit up. You hear that, Harry? She can heal you. Dumbledore too was rather astonished by her claims. Cursed wounds like that were not easy to heal, and they almost always left scars like what Harry had on his forehead. Medea shook her head. I thought you kept it around intentionally, so I didn't say anything. She grabbed his cheek, tilting his head. Why would someone want a cursed scar? Hermione asked in confusion. I can think of 10 different reasons off the top of my head, and they almost all end in, because it makes them stronger. Medea responded absent-mindedly. Huh, you got a piece of someone else's soul lodged in here. What? Hermione's shriek drowned out the same exclamation from Harry and Ron. Even Dumbledore was startled. He had perhaps theorized the possibility, but to hear it confirmed so simply. It suddenly confirmed a lot more questions he had that he was never able to answer before. There's someone's soul stuck to my forehead. Harry was all but hyperventilating. The scar, but I suppose it's the same thing. Medea let go of him. See, can you remove it? Harry looked worried, or rather, terrified. Child, I ask again, who am I? Medea shook her head. I swear, children these days, they have no respect. I can remove it right now if you want, it won't even hurt. I think. Probably. It won't hurt. Harry breathed out in relief. I mean. I'll do what I have to, but please remove it. Medea's expression softened and she patted his head. You're a brave boy. But don't worry, I can have this settled in a second. She held her hand up, and suddenly, an ominously shaped dagger appeared in her grip. It's just going to be a little prick. Miss Medea. Dumbledore immediately revealed himself, stepping forward to stop it. From his perspective, she was about to stab one of his students in the head with a blade. All spells will be broken, rule breaker. The words carried weight with him as she swung the dagger before the boy could react. Just as it made contact with his forehead, there was a loud shriek, a ghastly wail, and a cascade of magical energy exploded outwards from Harry's scar, causing both Hermione and Ron to nearly fall over. Just as it came, it disappeared. Harry had closed his eyes, feeling a pulsing and bloated feeling in his forehead, like pushing a splinter out of your finger but bigger and out of his head. For Harry, it was like he was seeing a new color for the first time. It was like when Hermione had fixed his eyesight on the train and he could suddenly see without glasses, yet everything just seemed brighter. What a nasty little thing. Between Medea's fingers was a wriggling mass of inky blackness that gave off an ominous feeling. Inside you go. She stuffed it inside a glass container, corking it. The piece of soul bounced around inside, unable to escape. Is that? Harry breathed out. The piece of soul attached to you, or was attached to you? She replied. The kids weren't idiots, they could guess the soul's owner based on the fact that it was from his scar. And who famously gave him his scar? Here you go, a souvenir. Medea pushed it into Harry's hands. Now, don't forget to do your reading. And if you're not feeling well, go see the nurse. I can remove the actual scar itself if it doesn't heal on its own, but it should mostly heal. She all but shooed them out of the room, leaving the trio of students dumbstruck. Harry. Dumbledore stopped him. Headmaster, Harry responded blankly. I'll take care of that. He held his hand out. All right, Headmaster. Harry handed him the container and soul piece as the trio went on their way. Dumbledore looked at the retreating back of Harry, then at the container in his hand. Finally, his eyes landed on the teacher in front of him, who was happily cleaning off the chalkboard as if nothing of importance had just happened. He let out a long sigh. The year wasn't even halfway over yet, but he knew it was still going to be a long year. Line break. A/N. Medea, I'm helping. Dumbledore, please stop helping. Forgot to do this interlude a couple chapters ago, so it's slightly late. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 714, Chapter 631 plus Little Dragons. The arena was in an uproar. The thing is, I didn't know if people were excited or pissed off. I think it was about split down the middle. I could imagine that a lot of people who placed bets on the match were not in a good mood right about now. But for me, I couldn't be happier. Seraphal was grabbing her pigtails, pulling on them while she cried out. Rias, why did you do this to me, Rias? Do you hate me this much, Rias? Of course, Rias on the screen had the most smug look I've ever seen. It was a large contrast to Riser screaming, stomping, and making a scene. Right up until he literally got dragged away because of quite a few words he said. But Rias just ignored him. Which, I'm pretty sure just made him even more pissed. Well done. People are going to say she didn't earn it, but I knew the truth. I knew where her skill level was at right now. While I thought Riser was a dumbass, he wasn't weak by their generational standards. He was on a level above Rias. Not only that, but his sister was probably stronger than Rias now too. His queen, at a minimum, was on par with Aquino, if not stronger too. I would say that his pawns were lacking, and Rias beat out his peerage in quality otherwise. But he also had quantity on his side. Now, that isn't to say that Rias couldn't beat Riser in a fight. Weaker people could beat stronger people, there was no inviolable measurement of strength in the world. Many factors came into play in a fight. Rias had a great many things stacked in her favor that might have let her win in the traditional way. She had closed the gap over the past months rather impressively as well. But she didn't take him in a direct fight at all, which was, in hindsight, rather smart. If she started throwing around her strength, Riser may have started taking things serious. As it stands, from start to finish, Riser looked down on her and her peerage even as they eliminated the majority of his peerage beforehand. Confidence that is intertwined with arrogance. Blind confidence. Rias's first attempt to drown him was, well, I wouldn't call it inspired. I pulled that same shit with Aquino, but kudos to her for trying to apply it. It's not like I don't copy other people all the time. That was the first nail in the coffin. If it worked, great, if it didn't, that was part of the plan. It made Riser think that Rias couldn't find him for real. That she was much weaker than she actually was. He let his guard down, ironically enough, despite nearly getting drowned. It was a stupid trick. That or some iteration of it was probably what he told himself. Even the next time she engaged him, she just tackled him blindly while shouting. It must have been ridiculous to Riser, who had fought other opponents in raiding games who could actually challenge him. And Riser was completely unconcerned about help because his strong sister and strong queen were taking care of his other peerage members. In his mind, they were taking care of business, but in actuality, Rias's peerage was doing their best to keep them busy and out of the way. That led to Rias being able to pull her little stunt. It was planned. Maybe it wasn't the plan, probably one of several plans. If the potion thing failed, I have no doubt that Rias would have started fighting for real. But she most certainly earned it in my book. A win is a win, and a loss is a loss. The burns across her body proved her victory. Venelana grabbed my arm. Come on, let's go see my daughter. / I'll go handle things with the Phoenix family, go congratulate Rias on her victory. Zio told her. Thank you, Zio. Venelana was, without a doubt, beaming with joy. I don't know if it came from the fact that her daughter won or the fact that she could gloat in front of her friend. Either way, Venelana was happy, so I was happy. She didn't bother to bring along her peerage or drag them along. She didn't need to drag them along for every little thing, and this was her going to see her daughter. Mozart gave a polite wave of goodbye. No, take me with you, Mama Gremory, I want to have words with Rias. Serafal's very fake smile twitched. Venelana didn't seem to mind. I looked at my birth father. He was happy. He wasn't shouting about it, nor was he overly concerned. He seemed more thrilled at the outcome of the match rather than the specifics. I kept my opinions quietly to myself. If not for Venelana, I felt like I owed it to Rias. This was her moment, regardless of the steps taken, she should be able to enjoy her victory. She grabbed my arm, hooking hers around me as we moved towards another part of the arena. Locker rooms, were that what they were? Where the participants hung out before the raiding game started. I honestly didn't know the name as we entered. Mom. Rias's voice called out as she ran up and hugged her mother. The only time Venelana let go of me was to hug. I'm so proud of you. I looked around the room, it was more like a hotel room if I were being honest. But devils are ostentatious by existence, so I wasn't surprised. I looked at a certain kitty, and she met my gaze. I raised my thumb up. She raised hers up in response in a very proud way. Well done, kitty. You did well. I promised myself to secretly send her more guns in the future. Stronger guns, bigger guns. Rias. Serafal collapsed to the girl's legs. Whyy, do you have any idea how much whining I'm going to have to deal with now? Rias, to her credit, simply struck a pose, I think the one from Sailor Moon. Not my problem. Wah. Serafal fell to the ground. Big brother. Rias threw herself into her brother's arms. I won. Yes, I saw. He deadpanned. I'm not going to say I'm not happy, but we're going to have a difficult time getting people calmed down after this. He let out a sigh. I'm going to get accused of nepotism again. What, nepotism? In Devil Society? I never. Be nice for Venelana's sake. Venelana looked my way, I think she could feel it. I gave her a polite smile, and I saw her giggle silently before squeezing my arm warmly. That was certainly a unique plan, Rias. Venelana spoke. Rias flung her hair back hastily. Well, it was one plan of a few. I'm just glad we didn't get to Plan D. What's Plan D? I couldn't help but ask. I think Rias realized I was there for the first time, like genuinely surprised I was there, as she then looked at her brother, like she couldn't believe we were in the same room together. Fair, I guess. I was going to pull Riser's pants down. She admitted without a hint of shame. There was a moment of silence from the others. I raised my thumb up. She returned it as well with a grin. You, why would you want to see his dick? I didn't miss the reason it was called Plan D, his sister was right there. Rias pointed out. Seraphal paused. Huh. It would have distracted her, probably, maybe. If she were trying not to look at Riser's tiny dick flopping around, then I think Issei and Kiba could have beaten her. Rias explained. That's certainly a strategy. Venelana responded. I don't know if she was proud or embarrassed by Rias's plan. But hey, I think it was a good plan. I'm curious, how did you even think to use the strategy that you did? Venelana changed the subject, presumably not wanting to talk about Riser's dick anymore. Oh, well, I was reading the actual rulebook after I got all those potions because I wanted to make sure I wasn't breaking a rule, you know. I never actually read them before, Rias admitted. And I was reading over the healing items, and it actually specifies the benefit of a healing item. I think it was because some teams carry multiple Phoenix Tears on them, but only one can be used. Seraphal was done playing and was nodding along. Right, I remember that. Ajuka wrote it because only one healing item was what was decided on to be used. But we didn't want to limit how many could be carried by a peerage. If a rook were the type to get beat up and they were on the other side of the field, but the king was carrying the Phoenix Tear, then that would make it kind of redundant. The Leviathan Stan let out a long sigh. It was meant to add a level of battlefield awareness for the peerage to coordinate on. Multiple people have a Phoenix Tear, but only one can be used by a peerage per game. So you had to decide if you were hurt enough or if you being healed would contribute the most to the battle if you weren't near your king to receive a specific order. And I abused the shit out of it. Rias nodded. Rah. Seraphal tried to jump at her, but Rias's brother grabbed her by the collar. If only one were allowed to be carried into a match, then it would obviously only ever be carried by the king, as the king is the most important piece considering the match is over if they lose. Satan Lucifer weighed in. That was the thought, and we wanted more dynamic decision-making. That, and there was an incident years ago where someone dropped their Phoenix Tear, and it shattered on the ground. Then someone else in the peerage took one, and the other team tried to argue that this counted. So we had to make sure that it clarified that someone had to be the recipient of the healing effects to count. It painted a rather specific picture that left it open to be exploitable. Yup, and it didn't clarify that the one benefiting from it had to be the one who willingly took it. Rias beamed. Only that taking two would result in a disqualification. Sirs Lucifer let out a sigh just as Seraphal did. Phoenix Tears are extremely expensive. No one thought to use one like that before. And before now, Seraphal looked at me. We didn't have healing items normalized like this. Not my circus, not my monkeys. Ajuka was the one who wrote the rulebook. Sirs pointed out. And now he gets to rewrite it. Seraphal's smile twitched. Because now we're going to have to ban a lot of things. Like other potions and guns, maybe. And of course, clarify new rules that healing potions on opponents don't count. Don't care, I won. Rias said smugly. Seraphal looked like she wanted to strangle her. Her peerage looked just as proud, though. She looked at me. Thanks, Wilhelm. For all the help. I honestly don't know if we would have won without you. God damn it. I'm not good at getting thanked by people who I don't have good relationships with. I flicked my wrist and held out a card. Here, take this. As a congratulations for winning. I already cleared it with Odin. If you want, you can head over to Asgard and get several months of training. They'll let you join in with the Valkyries to learn magic or go through the same training that the Einherjar do. And they have a bunch of gods willing to tutor. Truthfully, I was going to give it to her either way. If she lost and fell into despair, I wouldn't have been able to handle Venelana being sad. So I prepared this just in case that Rias was going to get depressed after a loss. Rather than saying something, she just threw her arms around me in a hug. She isn't that bad. Line break. I quickly stepped out of a portal back home. Wilhelm. Yasaka was lazing on the couch. You're back already. Where's Venelana? Wilhelm is back. Artoria called out from the kitchen as she peeked her head around the corner. Everyone else busy. I looked around. They're all elsewhere. We thought you would be gone longer. Probably spending the night at Venelana's. Yasaka said that in a joking way, albeit probably true. I ran away. She threatened to break my hips, I admitted. Yasaka opened her mouth and did a double take. And that's a problem. Why? I grabbed my favorite tail of hers before giving Artoria a kiss on the cheek. Oh, it wasn't. I just didn't want to get in between her and time with her family. They were celebrating and all happy and, I felt out of place. You know she wouldn't have been upset with you there. Artoria gave me a look. I know she would have happily told me to stay. I acknowledged it. But it wasn't just me, it was the person I also didn't have a good relationship with being awkward that I was there. And Venelana didn't deserve to have her son being awkward around her and her daughter while they're celebrating. That and Rinia's appeared, and things got rather chaotic. That was part of it as well. I thought it was best to escape while I had the chance. We were watching the match as well. Artoria spoke up. It was interesting. Yasaka started laughing. I was reading all the comments online, it's a hoot. How many people are pissed? I asked. Less than you think. You know devils have a history of abusing rules and fine print. So seeing someone do so in such a blatant way actually earned a lot of respect from many people. You know, I can see it. You're not working. I sat down with Yasaka, grabbing multiple tails before rubbing them. As much as they were a sensitive part of her, not necessarily because of touch, but more emotionally, she loved it when I played with her tails. I'm taking a short break. I came over to lay my head down. My little refuge in a world of constant working. She let out a small whine, and I felt bad. I hope Shield can do what I asked sooner rather than later. Yasaka abruptly grabbed Artoria's skirt and pulled it over, causing her to fall between us. She let out a little yelp before settling down, presumably accepting her new seat. You have that look, Yasaka accused, pointing at me. What look? Like you're going to go wander off. I don't have a look like that, I defended. You do. Artoria backed her up. You have the wanderlust mindset. I recognize it as well. You do not like sitting still unless you have a reason to do so. Admittedly, I was thinking about heading over to the world where I obtained my divine authority. That had been at the back of my mind. Maybe ask for some pointers on managing my sword. Artoria raised a finger and poked my cheek. No. Simple, cute, and left no room for argument. You're still resting. Or at least, what that amounts to for someone like you. No intentionally go looking for trouble. Going to a world where gods descend to cause chaos is intentionally looking for trouble. Yasaka clarified. That's unfair. I found myself pouting. I'll tell you what. You can go there, or Artoria here will unbutton your shirt. You can make the choice. Why me? Artoria flushed. Because I like seeing them too. Yasaka said without a hint of shame. Artoria let out one of her cute huffs. I do not mind. I have already given you permission to request my breasts whenever you are in the mood. I know Yasaka was just playing around, teasing Artoria for the fun of it, but the way she just said that, well, I really couldn't even bring myself to reject the offer even if it was just a joke. I threw my hands up. Fine, resting. I won't intentionally go looking for trouble. But I do hate sitting still. How about we go back to that world from before? I would like to see if there are other good fruits like the apple. Artoria's bashful look immediately shifted. Food. Like the apple from before. A relaxing trip, and I can continue with my training. I pat the sword at my hip. It wasn't like I was ignoring it this whole time. I was consciously keeping my authority contained while it was at my hip. Yasaka, however, let out another whine. I can't, she said sadly. I have work I need to finish up. But I don't want to stop you both from going. How about you both get a head start? I'll join up later once I can find a good place to justify taking a few days off. Are you sure? I don't mind waiting. She reached over and pulled at my cheek. Don't worry about me, dear. Go, satisfy your need to move around. I'll be more than happy just to spend time together doing some adventuring. She really didn't seem to mind. I suppose she didn't have the same sense of adventure that I did. She was the type to seek out, explore, and be content enough that she was satisfied for a while after that. I looked at Artoria. Actually, when was the last time we went out exploring together? I couldn't remember off the top of my head. Skyrim. It has been long. Artoria nodded. I would be thrilled to go on an adventure with you, Wilhelm. Would Rin or Mordred want to come? I knew how important they both were to her, and I wanted to make sure they were included. Rin has secluded herself in her workshop for the time being. She said not to disturb her for a couple weeks. I believe she mentioned she was practicing her magic. And Mordred went out with her master to visit back to his home. He said that he wished to retrieve some personal items and she was going along to make sure he wasn't harmed. Ah. Well then. I shot to my feet. No time like the present. Artoria got up and took my head. Off to a new world to explore. Line break. Non-canon Omake, the Little Dragons, part. It was odd for several of them. Despite this supposed to being an all-out war between different masters and servants, they were all watching two servants fight while waiting patiently at the side. If anyone cared to take measures, it very well could have ranked among the most peaceful and polite Grail wars ever to happen so far. Two knights were fighting beneath the night sky, under the gazes of many other historical figures. Gwaidra was doing his best as he deflected a consecutive spear, but he couldn't get close to his opponent. Contrary to his struggle, his opponent was genuinely surprised. Is it your class that has your abilities limited, or was this just a consequence of your life? Lancer spoke as he thrust his spear, hitting the flat of Gwaidra's blade, pushing him back. For a fellow servant, your strength and speed are lacking. Apologies, it would be the latter. Gwaidra answered without any shame. Lancer frowned, because he was intentionally trying to rile up his opponent. Honorable didn't mean that you didn't invoke tactics during fights. If a few rightly placed words caused your opponent to leave an opening due to anger, then that was a failing on their part. However, what made Lancer frown even more was that despite the fact that he was clearly superior to his opponent in both strength and speed, he was able to keep up. It was like his opponent was exceedingly experienced with dealing with spearmen. Which, while not impossible, was odd because the vast majority of knights did not use a spear as their main weapon like he did. It contradicted his instincts right now. As someone as experienced as him, he felt something was very off. For some reason, his opponent felt young. Skilled, but young. Yet he should be a servant, and even if a servant were summoned in their youth, their skills imparted over years wouldn't have disappeared. But at the same time, he seemed extremely capable against him specifically. He couldn't recall a knight, specifically one that could be summoned as a caster of all things, that was so trained to counter spearmen. There were two inviolable facts that all spearmen must adhere to. Swiftness and precision. A spearman who was flat on their feet was dead. And a spearman who lacked precision was even worse. A spear was longer, heavier, and more unwieldy than a sword. It required a different set of principles and understanding. Every time you thrust out, it was an opening that your opponent could take advantage of. Therefore, every thrust had to be absolutely precise. Be it aiming for a killing blow or doing your best to create an opening. Whatever the reason for your thrust, if it failed, it meant you were a breath away from dying. Likewise, if you lacked the swiftness in any action to be able to utilize your spear properly. So it made him furrow his brow how, every time he went for a killing blow, his opponent almost instinctively knew how to defend himself. A thrust to the heart. It was like his opponent was reading his mind. His neck. His eyes. His lungs. His legs. He was starting to think his opponent had either some kind of battle awareness that transcended martial prowess or, he had spent years training against a skilled spearman that constantly tried to take his life. Lancer had changed his tactic rather quickly. He wouldn't get thrown off his own momentum and tempo just because his opponent was more fickle than he realized. Instead, he just leveraged his superior physical ability and slowly began to grind away at his opponent's stamina. The clashing of steel continued to ring out, but gradually small wounds began to appear on Gwaidra. Small cuts on his arms, his legs, and his chest grew as time passed. Each one was infantile, but together, they started to take their toll in gradual increments. Up above, Gyneth clicked her tongue. Your servant is going to lose. Ryder spoke up. What? How do you know? The fight is still going. Waver blurted out in confusion. Don't speak nonsense, even the girl realized it. You're still too green. Ryder grabbed Waver's head, giving it a little shake. The fact that as a caster servant he was able to keep up with a lancer this long is impressive. Ryder rubbed his chin and then looked over at Gyneth. Unless he isn't a caster at all. What do you mean by that? Waver blinked. Her servant isn't a caster. Then what servant is he? Who knows? Ryder's lips curled up. He had some guesses at what was going on, but he kept them to himself. He found the situation more than amusing enough to watch silently. Gyneth wasn't one to take a loss. Technically it would be her brother losing, but her brother was acting as her servant, therefore, it would count as her loss, and that was unacceptable. She took a big breath before shouting. Lancer, where's your master? Is he too much of a coward to come out here? I bet he has a small dick. Small dick master. Waver let out a noise of startlement while Ryder just laughed boisterously. She learned this from her Aunt Rias. It was easy to piss up the noble types like this. It even caused Lancer to pause in his fight as everyone, even Saber and her master, looked at Gyneth blinking in surprise. How dare you insult my master? Lancer pointed his spear up at Gyneth. I'll have you know that my master isn't small-dicked. Did you check, huh? That's pretty weird. Gyneth grinned. Lancer's eye twitched. Ryder just laughed even harder as Gyneth jumped off the chariot, landing on the ground. Wanna have a dick measuring contest, huh? I'm giving him a handicap already by being a woman, but frankly, I still think he's going to lose. She continued to mock. Lancer gaped at the shameless taunts while Gydra sighed under his helmet. How uncouth. Saber whispered next to her own master. Lancer's face twitched before he turned his head. Who dares insult the lord of the Archibald family? Some came all but stomping out of the nearby buildings. Slick back blonde hair, a blue trench coat, and a posture and expression that all but screamed that he felt like he was above everyone present. Sup? Gyneth threw up a peace sign. Small dick say swat. What? The men questioned in confusion. It took him a moment and Gyneth snickering before he realized. His face turned red. You petulant brat. Name yourself, and I will know which arrogant child I trash before demanding that your family head come and beg me for your life. Oh wow, no wonder Waver fucked off from your classes. Talk about small dick energy. Gyneth was unperturbed. His eye twitched, and he looked like he was going to erupt again, but he swallowed down his anger as his gaze turned towards Waver. Waver, up above, swallowed himself as that intense gaze landed on him. My former student. The venom was clear in his voice. Prancing around with the servant you stole from me. Oh ho. Was I supposed to be your servant? Ryder rubbed his chin. Seems like I got the better end of the deal here. The lord of the Archibald family's jaw clenched. It is beneath me to argue with a mere familiar. Ha. Ryder let out a long sigh, his expression changing. Lancer, you should warn your master about running his mouth. Master, please let me handle this, I will defend your honor. Lancer all but pleaded. I am Lord Kenneth Elmeloy Archibald, I do not need you to defend my honor. He scoffed in response. Come, girl, you wish to insult me, so I will teach you the difference between our noble bloodlines. Gyneth had to hold back her own snort and laugh. All right, Castor, keep playing with Lancer. I'll deal with this boomer and send him back to his old folks' home. Gyneth casually waved towards her brother. The Archibald Lord harumphed. The only praise is that you did not run away. At least you have some smidgen of noble virtue in your dirty blood. Tweet tweet, motherfucker. Gyneth snapped her fingers, and a bird flew down from the sky. It, ever so briefly hovered in front of Kenneth before exploding. Saber instinctively stood in front of Irisaville at the side while Lancer's eyes widened, almost trying to run towards his master before Gydra intercepted him. Is that all? A sharp, condescending voice cut through the smoke before a hand did. Wrapped around Kenneth was a metal-like material substance acting as a shield. Scalp. The metal around him was actually mercury, as it deformed and reshaped into a tentacle-like appendage, lashing out towards Gyneth. Gyneth let out a scoff of her own, she slammed the butt of her staff onto the ground, and the concrete under her feet alighted with a purple grid-like pattern. Sigma Pi, Sigma Sigma Nu Mu Epsilon. A purple shimmering shield surrounded her as the whip of mercury, strong enough to slash through steel, collided with it, only making it vibrate intensely. Kyneth raised an eyebrow. So, you have some skill. Gyneth twirled her spear and gestured at him with a come-at-me motion. Fervor, me sanguis. Scalp. Scalp. Several more appendages slashed at her like knives. Gyneth was already prepared as she slid one leg across the ground, ducking under the first, and in her free hand, a spell circle appeared. Ice Storm. The next appendages that came at her were enveloped in a sweeping cloud of frozen air that burst outward from her hand. It froze almost completely, coming to a stop before it could hit her. But that didn't stop the third or fourth. Despite this, Gyneth didn't look at all flustered. She rasped her hand against the ice, using it as a basis for her next spell. Conjure, Frost Atronak. The ice twisted to answer her summons, taking shape into two large frozen golems. The mercury tendrils collided with the newly summoned missions. The first golem was pierced right through but warded off the attack. The second had fended off the tendril but got cleaved in half for its effort. Her staff waved through the air, and there was a faint sound of bells that followed it. An ethereal chime transformed into a hazy image around her staff, as if it took on a completely different appearance. Order, Gyneth whispered, but loud enough that everyone heard it. She slammed her staff onto the ground, forming a pentagram. Heaven and earth, be purified. Yin and yang return to one. Purge the impurity. By decree. With a wave of light, the outstretched tendrils were enveloped. For the first time, Lord Ichabald's eyes widened in horror as he recalled them immediately. His eyes were now transfixed, even as the extended tendrils returned to his person, the mystic code he created. It was because there were now puddles of mercury on the ground that were once pieces of his mystic code. It wasn't simply severed. If that were so, he could reclaim the pieces easily, as his mystic code, volumen hydradrum, was made of liquid, of mercury. He could easily reintegrate discarded pieces. However, that was in the assumption that they were still parts of his mystic code. No, the pieces now discarded had been utterly removed, severed on a conceptual level. They lost all mystery within them, and it was just now a puddle of mundane mercury. While on Myota wasn't Gyneth's favorite branch of spellcasting, it wasn't that she was unfamiliar with it or unpracticed. She had some talents in it, even if it wasn't something she focused on. And just like her father, she took bits and pieces of it and used them in her normal repertoire when needed. How? Lord Archibald forced out. Did you sever the connection to my supreme mystic code? Is that really the question you should be asking? I think you have other concerns. Gyneth pointed at the mystic code of his, and his eyes traveled to the spot she was noting. There was a piece of paper that had been attached to one of his tendrils that he didn't notice when it was recalled. Gyneth snapped her finger, and the corner of the paper sizzled, then ignited before it erupted in another explosion. The dust cleared again, and Kenneth was breathing a tad heavier. His clothes were singed and ruffled, his face slightly pale and a bit rough, but beyond wiping some blood from his mouth, he still stood tall. Did you think that would work a second time? He yelled arrogantly. It had almost worked, to his anger, but he quickly found his pride again, only to see some strange orange sparks in the air take the form of some magic circle he didn't deduce immediately. In the blink of an eye it had shape-shifted into the form of a whip, or perhaps a sling. It had grabbed a piece of concrete off the ground and flung it at him. Archibald was slightly out of breath as it came at him, and he was utterly taken aback. It made it so his reaction was slower than normal, and before he could utter any word, the rock smacked him in the head. Boom, headshot. Archibald stumbled backwards a step or two, but he didn't fall over. His head had snapped back, but it slowly returned to its normal position. His expression was one of serenity, perhaps emotionlessness. The anger had boiled over completely as blood flowed down from his forehead. By the power of this command seal, Lancer, kill this woman with your full strength. He held his hand up as the command seal glowed beneath his glove. Lancer hadn't been standing around, he had been fighting with Gwydra this entire time, doing his best to try and keep an eye on things, which made the fight carry on much longer than he would have liked. However, as soon as the command was issued, his body was forced to react. Don't you dare. Gwydra yelled out, but Lancer moved far quicker than the younger boy anticipated. Boosted by the power of a command seal, his spear came flying over towards Gyneth. Lancer, are you going to kill a master so shamelessly? Saber found the action utterly honorless. Yes, it was a command seal, but he didn't even try to resist it. Ryder hesitated for a moment before he was about to intervene as well. He had been enjoying the little fight between the two masters. It had been much more enjoyable than he had thought. Usually, fights between magi were boring to the ancient king, but for some reason, it had grabbed his attention. Ryder paused, though, surprising him. Even Saber looked bewildered. Gyneth's whole body tilted backwards as the spear narrowly missed her head, a few stray strands of blonde hair drifted off into the wind after being severed, and her hood was now shredded from the top. But she was unharmed from Lancer's proper attack. A master had just dodged the attack of a servant, a young master. Perhaps if it had been someone more experienced, older, and trained in the ways of martial arts, it wouldn't have struck them so startlingly. But she was, to their eyes, a proper magus. Gwyneth's whole body fell backwards in that same action, her legs flipping over her head as she cartwheeled backwards to avoid the blow. Her leg twisted around the shaft of his extended spear. Using her momentum, Lancer realized what she was doing and snapped out of his shock. He had to abandon a follow-up attack because she was about to rip his spear from his grasp and fling it away. Lancer had to adjust his grip, using both hands to hold it firmly, which gave her the opportunity to escape his range. You dodged my— Lancer was about to voice his own disbelief until Gyneth interrupted him. Man, you guys really should pay more attention to where I put my hands. Lancer looked down. Right at the spot where she used her hands to press against the ground to cartwheel away, there was now a talisman left in that spot. Another explosion erupted with Lancer at the focal point. From the dust cloud, everyone could see the servant skid across the ground as he used his spear to keep himself upright. He wasn't really harmed, just a bit scuffed, as his magic resistance was more than enough to stop any real damage. But sometimes, damage to pride was more significant. Don't touch my sister. Before Lancer could recover, he saw a wave of red and black fill his vision as Gwydra slashed out with a wave of destruction. Lancer was forced to summon his second spear, using both to block the attack and being pushed back once more. Sister. Ryder voiced curiously. But most didn't linger on that specifically, because Gyneth's ripped hood blew back, revealing her face completely. There were continued looks of surprise and confusion as they looked at her, and then they looked at Saber. Why do you look like me? Saber shouted. Because from where everyone was standing, she looked like a nearly perfect twin for Saber. Ah shit. Gyneth awkwardly scratched her cheek. Would you believe me if I said it's an illusion? They did not in fact believe her. Line break. A/N. The next world is coming right up. Figured I may as well jump right into it. Actually, I was thinking about doing a small faux segment about the rating game since I haven't done one in a while. I thought it would be better than just writing several scenes from the characters instead. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 7:15, Chapter. We stepped out onto a patch of grass, and the fresh air immediately hit us. There was a pleasant gust while the sun shone down above us. It was neither too hot nor too cold. Honestly, it was like the picture-perfect type of afternoon. It's quite beautiful. Artoria commented, looking around. And it smells nostalgic. The lack of modern invention reminds me of some places back home where the air tasted sweet. No pollution? I asked. She shook her head. More than that. Something simply missing in the modern era that is hard to explain. She flatted out her skirt before squatting down and running a hand through the grass. Other than the concerns I had about this place, the fake sky, and the weird presence I felt on the wind, I couldn't argue with her take on it. There was a weird sense of peace here. Not in a bad way. Like, my instincts weren't warning me about impending danger or anything of the like. And my instincts were usually top-notch when it came to things like this. There's a path down that way and there's an apple tree up ahead. I pointed over to the side. And over here, I pointed to a small pond. Is where Yasaka found her little pet. The slime. Artoria had a very clearly amused expression on her face. I have found her sleeping on it on more than one occasion. The concept isn't foreign to me. I have even seen some in my period in Britain. Merlin explained to me that it was simply an amalgamation of mana that took shape and failed to develop intelligence or life. I didn't even think that she may have had similar things back home. But it makes sense. More or less the same. It isn't alive and basically acts on some predetermined instinct or actions. Though, it wasn't pure mana but some type of elemental, lacking most of the nature of such beings. I fixed my collar before adjusting my sword that was still on my waist. Do I look the part of a proper knight? Shall I ask the lady if she would like a proper escort? I held out my arm. She giggled and took my arm. Then I shall be your lady escort, Sir Knight. We headed over to the beaten path. A quick glance showed both a footpath and what looked like carts having pushed down the dirt here over years. Though, it was hard to make any true guesses. Her eyes were quickly drawn to the apple tree. It's funny how she can have just such a one-track mind sometimes. I have a theory. Yes. She looked at me. I think the mana in the air is getting absorbed by the tree and, by extension, the fruits. I pointed to one of the apples. There's a lot of mana in the air, but not aggressively so. It's almost gentle and seems to play nice with the surroundings. What went unsaid, of course, was that this made the apples taste better. I wouldn't be surprised if they were much more nutritious than normal apples too. She didn't have an answer. Mostly because she was looking up at the apples above her head. Then she looked at me with a longing expression, one mixed with a cute little pout. She didn't want to say it, but I could read her thoughts. I let go of her arm and then quickly lifted her up onto my shoulders. She made a little squeak in embarrassment but settled as she grabbed my head to keep herself from falling. But she was now just high enough that she could grab the lowest hanging ones off the tree. She happily snatched several and even leaned over my head and politely gave me one before biting into her prize. Is it good? MMPH. I'll take that as a yes. Honestly, this alone made the trip worth it. Seeing Artoria act like a, well, girl was always a treat. When she just allowed herself to be more open and carefree, not thinking about propriety or her own image. What do you want to do? We can just randomly explore outwards, or we can go towards a city I saw in the distance back with Yasaka. I gave her the option. Are they humans here? Artoria asked after swallowing from bulged cheeks. Probably. I wasn't 100% sure. But when I went to New Worlds, I did have certain parameters keyed into the calculations. Most of which were the optimal conditions for life to develop in a world and, by extension, life that we're familiar with. I could write a thesis on the concept of humanity evolving or being created across unconnected world lines, but I didn't care to think about it right now. Just that it was a common enough occurrence that it could be calculated based on worldly conditions. If there is a city, I would like to visit. I intend to purchase a gift for Rin and Mordred. She was unconsciously kicking her feet from on top of my shoulders. Even if they aren't humans and we stick out like sore thumbs, I'm pretty good at weaving illusions. I patted her thigh. Got fairly good at it when I had to tweak things to take into account my magic resistance. Then onward. Whatever I was about to say was cut off by a very loud explosion. Both Artoria and I had our heads snapped towards the source. Over a hill, we couldn't quite see the explosion itself, but we saw the dust cloud ascending upwards. Well, I suppose plans changed. We can't not investigate now. I used a quick burst of Shuanpa to move towards the direction before setting Artoria down next to me. Down the hill, there was a lake. But more importantly, there seemed to be a humanoid child of some sort. She was surrounded by some other humanoids but was distinctly not human from just a glance. They had fur, black skin, and these weird masks on their faces. The sounds they were making were distinctly unintelligible to my devil senses as well. The girl, on the other hand, looked significantly more human. My eyes caught one of the non-human creatures surrounding her. It was similar to the others, but much bigger. Of the others who were, perhaps, slightly shorter than a normal person, this thing was at least twice my height. And it was carrying a giant tree trunk as a weapon. Neither Artoria nor I needed to say a word to each other. We were already moving to save the little girl within the blink of an eye. I appeared in front of one of the non-human creatures, getting a better look at it. My eyes scanned it briefly, seeing more details of it. Its overall physical shape was very similar to a human's, muscular and skeletal structure were nearly spot on. But that's about where it ended. I gave it a swift kick, sending it bouncing backwards. Artoria was on the opposite side, grabbing one by the arm and tossing it through the air before going to punch another in the chest. They seemed hardier than a normal human. I'm guessing increased physical strength and durability. Their reaction speeds leave much to be desired, however. Regardless, I was about to reach for the young girl to get her out of harm's way first and foremost. But I saw her hand swirl in a fiery aura before a strange object appeared in her hand. She hadn't even noticed us yet and was instead looking at the bigger creature out of the group. I didn't blame her, we came in very fast, and that thing must have been frightening enough for a girl her age, perhaps 5 or 6, that she couldn't focus on anything else. If it weren't for the hint of mana that spread out at her gesture, I would have assumed she was about to throw her toy at it. Then I realized the important detail I missed in hindsight. Like, where did the previous explosion come from? The girl threw the toy-looking thing, and the mana surged even more before igniting and exploding. I sort of just stood blankly as my hair whipped back, and that big creature was reduced to dust. Artoria shared a similar befuddled reaction. I think we both had to double-check, mentally, if we just saw a literal child throwing powerful bombs at monsters. The answer was yes, yes it was. The little girl turned around with a very proud look on her face before blinking in surprise at our presence. Mr. Dilex. She looked at me. And Big Sister Jean. She looked at Artoria. Did you come to fish with me? So many questions were now opened up, and she barely said any words. I noticed her ears immediately, pointed, like an elf. I didn't want to make assumptions, especially since Medea also had pointed ears. She was a little cutie though. A red hat that covered a blonde head of hair, a little red dress, a pair of matching boots and gloves, and a backpack. I noted her language too. My devil senses let me pick it up and translate it, so it was a normal language. But to my ears, it also sounded very similar to German. Hello, what's your name? I decided to just take the nicest approach. Mr. Dialect knows Klee. She puffed up her cheeks indignantly. Klee is Klee. Well, I guess I know her name. A glance at Artoria showed how funny she found the whole thing. Big Sister Jean, why do you look different? Klee looked Artoria's way. How does she look different? I asked curiously. Big Sister Jean is smaller. Klee declared, trying to put her hand up above Artoria's head. Did Klee get bigger? Or did Big Sister Jean get smaller? Did you shrink, Big Sister Jean? Artoria was about to answer, but Klee cut her off again. Big Sister Jean is smaller here too. She pointed at Artoria's chest. Ah, that was a critical hit. She now looked like she wanted to bury her head in the sand somewhere. I apologize, little one, I am not this Jean you speak of. My name is Artoria, perhaps I resemble the one you know. Artoria spoke, trying to remain reserved, but I saw her lips twitching. Klee seemed to evaluate her for a long time. Not Big Sister Jean. She tapped her little chin. But if not Big Sister Jean, then why is Big Sister Jean with Mr. Dialek? Big Sister Frida says that Big Sister Jean and Mr. Dialek want to give Klee a little brother or sister, that's why they don't take Klee out to play when they're together. There was a lot to unpack there, and I'm sure in her young mind, it made a lot more sense. Right, there was probably no convincing her. What are you doing out here? Playing with bombs? I asked. Klee was fishing. She said innocently. Both Artoria and I didn't really have a response to that. And the, monsters? I asked. Mean Hilichurls came to be mean to Klee, so Klee taught them a lesson, she said proudly. Did Klee do good? I unconsciously reached out and rubbed her head. Klee definitely did good. She preened under the praise. Klee thought Mr. Dialek was weird and never smiled. But now Klee sees Mr. Dialek smiling and thinks he should smile more. I'll keep that in mind. Klee, Artoria spoke up. Are you supposed to be out here alone like this? Her concern was still towards the young girl being by herself where apparently monsters could get to it. Klee immediately looked down, not wanting to answer that question. Klee just wanted to go out and play. Klee wasn't being bad. Is Klee in trouble? Artoria's stern look immediately melted. Why don't we take you home, Klee? Okay, Klee will go home. Klee is tired and wants a nap. She yawned before reaching her hands out. Klee wants to hold hands. She grabbed both of our hands together with her in the middle. She very clearly mistook us for others, and I had a feeling we wouldn't convince her at this point. May as well just take her home, huh? Artoria and I shared a look that seemed to sink. All right, Klee, let's get you home. Why don't you lead the way? I didn't know where her home was, so best phrase it in a way that lets her lead us in a playful way. Klee can do it. Klee remembers how to get back home. Klee is good at remembering. She said excitedly as she began to pull us forward. Line break. She actually did seemingly know the way home. She took us on a few paths, and we had to backtrack once or twice because we went the wrong way. But eventually, we found ourselves on what looked like the main road. As we walked further, there were signs of civilization. A broken cart on the side of the road that looked like it had been there for years. Rocks in the form of a footpath. Even wooden fences started to pop up. That's when the actual city came into view. It was big. Immediately, I could see the large walls that surrounded the city, but after that, I realized the city itself sat in the middle of a large lake. And the windmills. I saw a lot of windmills. Big and towering over even the stone walls. There was a single bridge that connected the city island to the mainland, and many more silhouettes came into view as well. Artoria's eyes lit up because they were knights. Proper knights. Though, I noticed their armor wasn't a full set like one would assume. Instead, it was shoulder guards, a half breastplate, arm guards, and everything else looked to be either some chainmail or a type of leather armor. I didn't judge it immediately because I had no idea what normal led to this being the standardized armor around these parts. The most obvious assumption is that they prioritize maneuverability over a solid defensive armor. Thankfully, I didn't need to weave any illusions. It looked like the people coming and going into the city were humans. In fact, Klee with her pointed ears seemed to be the outlier here. Klee just all but skipped forward, uncaring about all the looks being sent their way. Actually, a few people waved at me. I'm guessing she wasn't the only one who mistook me for someone else. Did I really look like someone else here? Now I was sort of curious. The security was fairly lax. Not that it didn't exist, there were several knights standing about, but no one stopped us. Nor did they stop anyone else for that matter. Even the large gate was opened, and people just simply came and went as they pleased. Klee led us inside, and we found ourselves stopping. Artoria and I took in the new sights and were pleasantly surprised. Immediately, the entrance was covered in different stalls, carts, or people with tarps thrown out with goods being sold on them. A market. I did a double take because I saw someone who looked Japanese. Particularly, their style of headdress and the fact that they were wearing a kimono with also Asian features. The hammer of a blacksmith not far down the street caught Artoria's attention, and I too was genuinely curious enough to go check it out. But also, there were just so many new sights and smells that reached me that I didn't even know where to begin. But first things first. Alright Klee, let's see if you can find where home is. I said it playfully again to hide the fact that I was utterly ignorant of this place. Mr. Dialek wants to go home. Okay. Klee will take Dialek home. That's not what I meant, but she just continued to pull us forward, and I could only sigh. The immediate, centered path was a gradually ascending staircase, which Klee led us up. On either side, there were stores with people going in and out. Once we got up further, I noticed tables set up, a clear restaurant if the meats, vegetables, and other things were any indication. They even had a large pot and stove out in front. Quite a few people were happily eating and chatting while sitting around. On the other side, I noticed a jeweler. Which was good, because we didn't have any local currency, but I definitely had some jewels I could sell. Klee paused in front of a large ornate fountain as if trying to remember where to go. Klee remembers. Mr. Dialek's home is this way. Klee has never been inside. Big sister Jean says that it's a grown-up home, and Klee shouldn't go inside. But since Jean and Dilkus are with Klee, that means Klee can finally go inside. She pulled him further into a side street. There were many tables set up, lots more restaurants and stores set up with plenty of foot traffic moving about. Based on the architecture and building materials, this felt like an early rendition of something like Berlin. The lack of any electricity made me assume that it was pre-industrial as well. Noteworthy were the lantern lights set up everywhere that looked like they needed manual lighting. Once we got close to our destination, I understood what Clee meant by an adult home. It was a bar, or a tavern. Angel's Share, it was called. Thank God, I was afraid that it was called an adult home for a different reason. Plenty of patrons outside too. Many of whom got loud and greeted us, mainly me, as we got close. I politely waved and smiled at them, which seemed to throw them off guard. Let's go inside. Clee wants to see what's inside. I shrugged and pushed the door open. I really didn't have any good reason to stop it other than that she was told by someone else not to go inside. But I didn't know where I was supposed to drop her off at, but she apparently knew the owner or worker here or something. I think I can be forgiven in this instance since I was trying to get her home properly. The inside was, well, a tavern. A nice-looking tavern. It had a good atmosphere, the decor was tasteful while also being slightly rustic and freely placed. Thank the Archon you're finally here. The bartender looked our way, my way, and looked utterly relieved as he all but flung himself over the bar counter. Thanks, boss, for covering for me. My mom really wasn't feeling well, and I wanted to be there when the doctor visits. Pardon. I blinked. Don't worry, we're all caught up for now, but there's a party of 12 coming in a few hours. He patted my shoulder. We're running low on wolfhook berries, you may need to send someone out to get some more to get through the night. The bartender left the building before I could realize what was going on. I looked back then at the empty bar. I then looked at Artoria, and she also had a confused look on her face. With a shrug, I got behind the counter. Guess I'm the bartender for tonight. I leaned on the counter. What do you want? Clee wants apple juice. Clee climbed up onto the stool as Artoria sat next to her. Well, this isn't the weirdest situation I found myself in. Either way, I think I can manage. Line break. A/N. In Wilhelm's first foray into Genshin, he gets to Mondstadt and is mistaken for Dialek immediately and gets handed the proverbial keys to the bar. If it wasn't clear, yes, this is Genshin. Next arc, I think will be Campione. Wrapping up Campione plotline. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 716, Chapter. Here you go, try this one. I set a drink out in front of Artoria. It was blue and white with a mint leaf on top for decoration. She grabbed the drink and took a sip, her eyes lighting up. I can taste the mint and berry in it, it's a pleasant taste. I can barely catch the bitterness on the end. Funnily, Artoria wasn't much into bitter stuff. Beers, for instance. Oh, she could drink them without a word of complaint, but she much preferred something sweeter, like cocktails or mead or something like that. It's called a berry and mint burst, I told her. Clee wants to drink it too. Clee pouted from behind her glass of apple juice. It's a grown-up drink, Clee. Clee, grow up. Mama told Clee at Clee's last birthday that Clee was big now. She tried to argue. How about I make you a special drink just for you? I looked around at the ingredients I had available. Luckily, or I suppose not, there was a paper with a list of drinks and even pictures and prices of them under the bar. Realistically, that's probably something every bar does, even back home. I just found myself feeling appreciative for it. Clee wants something good. The small girl clapped her hands. Can Clee have a snack too? Clee's tummy is hungry. I have some snacks if you would like. Artoria took very quickly to acting like a mother to her. Here are some crackers and some fruit. That made the little girl happy enough, and she quickly began to stuff her cheeks with the treats. I learned about the currency here too. Apparently their money is called mora, and it's thereabouts the same as yen back home in pricing. Hey boss, can I get a sparkling berry juice? A patron over at a nearby table held his hand up, calling out. On it. I called back to him. I found the ingredients listed on the paper. Valberries, whatever these may be, they were red and looked like cherries, if only much bigger. Perhaps crossed with a peach in looks, but the insides were more cherry than peach. Let's see, apple juice, about half a cup. And contrary to its name, it wasn't a non-alcoholic drink. The sparkling aspect came from another ingredient that made it fizzy like a soft drink but still retained its alcohol. But first, I grabbed a bottle of something called dandelion wine off the shelf, already open, and poured in about a third of a cup. Then I added in the bubble of something called a lake light lily. From the paper, it says that it comes from a different region, which is neat. The moment I added the little bubble, it dissolved and made the entire drink carbonated. Then mix it together until it sets properly. Order up, I called out. The patron quickly came over. Thanks, boss, looks good. He set what looked like gold coins on the table. The mora, as it's called. It was strange. It was like paper money, but in the form of coins. The few coins he set on the table were 1,500, which is what the drink costs. which, if you compare it to yen and then to pounds, would be about 10 pounds, give or take. Much more reasonable. But the strangeness was the fact that the coins themselves each had different values on them, like paper currency. One coin, looking exactly the same as the other, had a noticeable 1,000 on it, while the others had 100, and there were two 50s. And I was fairly sure it wasn't actually gold. It felt more, I don't know, metaphysical. Like it didn't have an actual physical state to it, it was some type of energy molded into the form of currency. It was very interesting. Definitely a unique way to create a currency across a world, if this is the currency used elsewhere, while also overcoming the issues that precious metals exhibit. Boss, another wolfhook juice. On it. I saw another table call for a drink too. I took out a few wolfhook berries, they are like giant grapes, with spikes. Though, the spikes seemed to soften after being picked and left to sit for a few days. I tried eating one, and it was genuinely like eating a grape but sharper. In a good way, that is, very sweet. But the spikes on the bottom of the fruit seemed to absorb a certain sourness to them, like the insides retained the sugary sweetness, and the sourness seeped downwards. It made for an interesting contrast. I squeezed out the sweet juice, then plucked off one of the spikes and squeezed out the sourness from that. I found the bottle of wine that the recipe called for, pouring in the amount. And adding a sprig of mint, I mixed it together. Order. The patron came over, thanking me and setting the money down before grabbing his drink and heading back towards his table. I didn't forget about Klee either. But I took out my own things. Let's see, some orange juice and one of these berries, let's add one of the carbonated bubbles too and a tiny bit of sugar to sweeten it a tad. Mix mix mix. Try this, Klee. It should taste closer to soda than juice, but not overly unhealthy. Yummy. Klee exclaimed. I glanced at Artoria, who gave me a warm smile in return. I leaned on the bar, giving her a certain look. Ma'am, how do you intend to pay for your drink? Payment. There was a moment where it took her a moment to realize I was being playful. If you are accepting, I have a method to pay. She leaned forward and I caught her meaning, joining her in a kiss. Will that cover the bill? I suppose, but it's considered polite to leave a tip. She gave me a playful smack on the shoulder. For some reason though, a lot of people were looking up from their drinks and taking peeks our way. Big Sister Lisa said that when two people kiss, that means they're married. Are Mr. Dialek and Big Sister Jean going to get married? Klee asked. Artoria nearly choked at that, but I couldn't help but laugh. I didn't have to hold myself back at this point and reached over to pat her head. Perhaps in the future. I saw Artoria out of the corner of my eye turning a faint shade of red. The door to the tavern swung up. Dialek, I heard you're bartending today. How's my favorite? The one who entered could be mistaken for someone young, wearing green clothes and a matching hat, and he was carrying a lyre in his hand. Very, intentionally, flamboyant. He stopped to stare at me. I looked back at him. You're not Dialek. Something was off about him as well, but I decided not to linger on it. I was new to this place, there were bound to be things here I didn't understand or that were strange to me. I was just willing to take things as they came at the moment. What gave it away? You're smiling. He chuckled. Well, more like you're not scowling the entire time. The man walked up and sat next to Klee. Mr. Venti. Klee greeted him. Hey there, Klee. He smiled warmly at her. How did you get here? Big Sister Jean and Mr. Dialek brought me. She said casually, ignoring the man's remark from a moment ago, or maybe not hearing it. Oh. He looked up at me and then at Artoria as if to evaluate us. We were walking down the road and saw her surrounded and attacked. She then blew everything up, but we were worried about a young girl like her out there by herself, so we tried to walk her home and, well. I gestured to the general situation. He chuckled. That makes sense, Klee can get rambunctious. Ah, so they are aware of her preference for bombs. Travelers then? He asked. Yes. Artoria answered. This is our first time in this city. Ah, then welcome to the city of freedom, Mondstadt. He declared happily, strumming a few strings of his lyre. But, how did you end up behind the bar? I walked in, the guy bartender handed me the proverbial keys, mistaking me for someone else, and here I am. I shrugged helplessly. Venti, as Klee had named him, was silent for a minute before bursting out laughing. I can't wait to see the look on Dialek's face, this is going to be great. People keep calling me Dialek. Do I really look like this person? I asked. It's close. Venti squinted. There are some differences, if you didn't know him very well or spend enough time with him, it would be easy to mistake. I have apparently been mistaken for a woman called Jean. Artoria spoke up. Venti turned to her with the same look. Well, the resemblance is there, but forgive me if I say Jean is a tad taller. But you look remarkably similar in the face area, perhaps you could pass as sisters. No insult taken. Artoria said simply. I am aware I am not tall. I reached out and took her hand because I know she wasn't thrilled about such statements. Oh, this is going to be wonderful. His eyes practically grinned with how happy he looked, for some reason. Big sister Jean, Clee needs to use the potty, Clee spoke up. Will Jean take Clee? Of course. Artoria immediately answers. Venti cleared his throat. Upstairs, around the corner, there's the ladies' room. Thank you. Artoria said politely as she held Clee's hand and took her upstairs. There was something familiar about this person in front of me. I was coming to the conclusion that he wasn't human. The air around him tastes strange, not in a bad way, but noticeably different. Gentle, kind, sweet. So, traveler, where do you hail from? I'm curious where Dialec's doppelganger was born. Oh, a bit far away, I answered vaguely. Far away, huh? Pretty far. I've traveled pretty far myself, I might know where it is. Yeah. Heard of Japan? He smiled politely, but his eyes squinted a tiny bit. Not a name I've heard, no. I'm Venti by the way. Venti, the fabulous traveling bard. He declared as he set his lyre on the counter. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg, at your service. He acknowledged my name, but his eyes were drawn to my side. Specifically, he was staring at the sword on my waist. There was the faintest notion of trepidation in his gaze as he pulled his eyes away. That's an interesting sword you have there. Feels like one I've seen before over in Inazuma. Is that so? I responded casually, but I was myself starting to get skeptical about his identity now. But that piece of information was curious. Someone had something similar to my divine sword. I may look into that at a later time. What brings you to Mondstadt? He asked. Was he probing me? My intentions. Well, no reason to be impolite, I was new around here. Vacation, maybe. I got myself into a bit of trouble recently, and everyone around me told me that I was going to be taking it easy for a while. So I decided to travel around and see the sights. Artoria is my wonderful girlfriend who is joining me on this little adventure and exploration. I smiled warmly. I could see him relax ever so slightly. Vacations are good. There are lots of things to see and do here in Mondstadt. He held his arms out. Lots to drink too, we're the wine capital of the world for a reason, you know. His tone changed. If he was evaluating me before, it seems he accepted my reason for being here for now. A nonverbal acknowledgement that I wasn't here to cause trouble. Because I'm pretty sure he recognized I wasn't normal either. Was he some kind of protector here? Did he seek me out on his own and just use my looks as an excuse? Either way, I didn't feel hostility from him even if he seemed dangerous to my senses. I know Clee's mom. He gave me a glance. She's as scary as she is scary. Aren't you supposed to say, scary as she is beautiful, or something like that? I raised an eyebrow. Well, she is very pretty. But no, she's really scary. She's also nice too, she watches over the borders. Have you met her? Her name is Alice. Sorry, can't say I have. Just arrived here, you see. Still taking in the sights. He was hinting at something, but I didn't know what. Clee's a sweet girl, though. She probably didn't need help, but as a father myself, I couldn't bring myself to not intervene. He smiled at that. Yeah, she's a little menace. He said with a chuckle. She's a member of the Knights of Favonius just for the fact that she gets into trouble and Jean needs to act like her minder. He grabbed his lyre off the table, gently strumming the strings. His action was minimal, yet it produced a rather charming sound. I didn't know much about a lyre when it came to music, but I could see that he had plenty of experience with it. Let me say again, welcome to Mondstadt. And let the Anemo Archon watch over you and give you his blessing. The City of Freedom is open to anyone who carries no ill will. The wind around him shifted as he said that. If you live here, can you tell me about the Anemo Archon? I had no idea what that actually was, so I figured I may as well try to dig into some answer. Haha, you want me to tell you about the Anemo Archon? Let me do it in song. I cleared my throat, interrupting him. I would prefer words if I were being honest. Ah, where's the fun in that? He pouted. How about a free drink for your trouble? His eyes lit up. What do you want to know? He dropped his instrument on the table like it was trash, looking very excited. I think he may be a bit too excited for a free drink. Just the perspective of someone who lives here. I shrugged, making it seem like I was asking casually. Well, everyone knows the Archon, the god of freedom, Barbatos. He started, making me blink at the name. Because that wasn't a godly name where I came from. That was most definitely the name of a demon from the Ars Goetia. I didn't interrupt him, though, it could just be a coincidence. Unlike the other archons, the Anemo Archon doesn't appear publicly, or almost at all, even during big events. The Archon cherishes freedom above all else, wanting everyone living here to follow their hearts and not spend all their time worrying about what the Archon thinks or wondering what they should do to follow the Archon's will. A god of freedom, huh? It's a bit ironic, isn't it? A city of freedom, a god of freedom, yet they still have a night order, they follow rules and oaths and guidelines. I didn't actually know anything beyond those names, but if there was a night order, it wasn't hard to make those assumptions. Is it? Isn't true freedom to find your own laws and beliefs to bind you? Venti smiled happily. They willingly choose to abide by a collective will, a belief in prosperity, order, and fellowship for a common goal. The chains we bind ourselves with are the ones we cherish the most. Exactly. Venti looked at me with genuine agreement. Freedom isn't about having no laws or conscience to do what you want. It's about picking your path and following your heart. He patted his chest. The romantics who dedicate their lives to crafting poems, the acting grandmaster who works herself tirelessly every day, and the merchants taking carts of goods across the lands. Each one of them was given the freedom to choose what they desire most in life and pick the paths they walk. You called them chains, but in truth, those are the bonds called life. He spun around in his seat, holding his hands up in the air, letting out a melodic hum. The drunkard is free to drink. The knight is free to serve. The merchant is free to chase fortune. None of them are less free simply because they chose a path. Freedom only loses its meaning when someone else decides your destination. You'd make a pretty good priest. I pointed out. He chuckled awkwardly. I don't think I'd be a very good priest. I prefer getting drunk too much. Speaking of. He tapped his fingers on the bar. I was promised a drink. Given the clues, I had a fairly good idea who I was talking to at this point. He did a very good job of hiding his true essence. I don't think I've ever met one that could hide themselves so well in front of me like this. A promise was a promise. But I can't give away someone else's property for free. So, how about something from my own collection? I held my hand out over the bar and produced a jar of peach wine. His attention immediately focused. I could see the moment his eyes zeroed in. Would you like to hear a story? I asked him, playing around with the jar of wine. A story. He perked up, but his eyes were glued to the wine jar. I love stories. It starts in a faraway land. High up in the heavens where the Jade Emperor rules, the king of gods. I was abridging it significantly, but I wasn't going to spend hours explaining the depths of Chinese mythology. His wife, the queen of gods, has a sacred garden. It was full of peach trees. But they didn't grow normal peaches, they grew peaches of immortality. A curious name, Venti hummed. Can anything truly be said to be immortal? A name is a name. But these peaches were said to bestow lifespan based on their age. Thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, millions of years. To a mortal, that may as well be immortality. For the mayfly who lives a night, those who walk past evening must look immortal to them. Venti answered. What we name is based on what we see. Few can look beyond their own horizons. I uncorked the jar, and the peach aroma drifted outward. I saw Venti take a deep breath, and his fingers drummed the tabletop unconsciously as he licked his lips. Of course, if such a thing were true, proper peach wine couldn't be made with only one ingredient, right? What if there was another ingredient added? In another distant land, in the depths of the underworld, where souls were forced to pass over the river Styx to reach their final destination. What if water from this river was added to it as well? I was being playful. At this point, I think he knew that I knew. I don't think he would admit it, though. So, here I was, presenting a wine that a mortal really shouldn't drink, basically tempting him like the devil I was. He knew I wasn't bullshitting. He could smell it. Maybe the stories I was making up, but the wine itself, that wasn't something he could deny. And he made it clear he was very into drinking, so let's see what decision he makes. I was curious to see if he would reveal himself like that and basically let me call him out. Or would he keep playing dumb, and we could keep our polite charade up? It didn't matter either way, at this point, we were just playing around. Before he made his choice, though, the door to the tavern swung open again. The person walking in stopped immediately, and his eyes landed on mine. I stopped too because, for a moment, I thought I was looking in a mirror. Red hair, ponytail, well-dressed. Holy shit, there is someone who's almost my twin in this place. Who are you? He asked immediately, defensively, the clear accusation in his tone. I took my eyes off Venti for a second, and when I looked back, he was gone, and so was my jar of peach wine. Right, I'll be making sure he pays for that later. But for now. Dilek, is that you? I heard Klee was at your bar, you know I don't like, a woman came over, all but pushing past him, a blonde-haired woman. Silence again. The woman stared at me, then at Dilek. I presumed that's who it was. She did look strikingly similar to Artoria. Big Sister Jean, how did you get down here before Klee? Did you jump out the window? Klee came running down the stairs, Artoria behind her. But then Artoria froze when she also looked at the other two. Then Jean and Artoria stared at each other. The resemblance was honestly not far off from how closely my Jean and Artoria looked. Why are there two Big Sister Jeans and two Mr. Dileks? Klee asked in confusion, looking at the newcomers here. Is this Big Sister Jean and Mr. Dilek getting married too? Are they going to give Klee another brother or sister? The Jean that walked in went completely red at Klee's blunt question, and even Dilek looked startled by her words. Faintly, across the evening breeze, I could have sworn I heard someone laughing hysterically. Line break. A/N. Wilhelm meets Venti, who sort of pokes at him to make sure he's not a threat running around the city and decides that he's fine. Then steals his wine as Dilek finally arrives. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 717, Chapter. I've been to many worlds at this point. I have seen many things, I have done many things. Even in my previous life's memories, there was so much that I explored and did that not much can really make me, well, surprised. Sure, I'm a person, I get surprised every now and then. But something that genuinely makes me pause and consider the sheer unlikeliness of something happening. Like, finding my apparent doppelganger in a random world, not even Earth, that I went to for fun. This Jean woman and Artoria looked similar enough. But that's where it ended, they looked similar enough to pass as siblings if they wanted. I could easily see why they could be mistaken for the same person if you didn't get a good look or you didn't know the person well enough. A random person on the streets. They see Jean here walking down the road and turn down an alley. If they saw Artoria walk out a second later, they would probably assume it was the same person. And it's obvious to say that she was beautiful. If she looked similar to Artoria, then nothing but beautiful could be used to describe her. I think what really made it was that sort of soft yet authoritative expression that she defaulted to. And she sort of had that noble air about her, same with Artoria. There were differences up close, of course. Facial features differed here and there, like her eyes were bluish-purple in the candlelight, while Artoria's were green. But all that paled in comparison to me and my doppelganger. He looked at me, I looked at him. Klee's comment startled them, but they refocused on me and Artoria now. He raised his hand up to point at me, looking like he wanted to say something. I may have copied him. He waved his hand, and I waved my hand. He put both arms up, and I mimicked him again. Stop that. He demanded. Fine, fine. I relented. He crossed his arms, and I did so too. That made him scowl. Listen, I'm going to need you to stop trying to seduce my girlfriend here. I gestured to Artoria. Artoria let out a small noise while Dilek's eyebrows shot up. What? Seducing my girlfriend, I reiterated. I am not, he shook his head. What could I possibly be doing that makes you think that? Look at that pouty face. Those handsome features. Those deep eyes. That meticulously cared for hair. How do you think she fell for me in the... Artoria pulled on my cheek. Please excuse him, he was using this situation as an excuse to praise himself. I've been seen through. It's not conceited if I'm complimenting someone else, and they just so happen to be my near twin. I demand to know what's going on. He finally commanded. Klee thinks this Dilek is too grumpy. This Mr. Dilek should smile like other Mr. Dilek. Klee added her 2 cents. Klee, come here. Jean squatted down slightly, and Klee walked over to her as Jean picked her up into her arms. Klee is tired, Big Sister Jean. Is it time for Klee's bedtime? It's very much past your bedtime. Jean kept a polite smile, but it was somewhat accusatory towards us. I didn't take offense, and I don't think Artoria did either. We were both adults and could understand how it looked from their end. I can provide an explanation if you wish. Artoria spoke up. Please. Jean replied, with Dilek still staring a hole into me. Wilhelm and I, she gestured to me and herself. Were traveling the road towards the city when we discovered Klee here. She was a young child out by herself, so we were concerned about her safety. Jean's expression softened. I see, you must be new to the city. Dilek scoffed. Of course, otherwise I would have heard about someone impersonating me before. And get out from behind my bar. I put my hands up and walked out from behind it to Artoria's side. She was apparently fishing. I added to Artoria's explanation. That got a reaction from both of them. Is that so? Jean's eye twitched, and Klee had the picture of innocence on her face. Something tells me that they are more than aware of Klee's habits. We were new to the city and did not know where to send her, and she led us to this establishment, thinking it was. She looked at Dilek. Your home, I believe. Mistaken Wilhelm here for you. Dilek grunted. We walk in, your bartender thinks I'm you, tosses me the proverbial keys, and heads on out. I felt bad leaving your bar unattended, so I have been playing bartender for the past how many hours. The money is in the safe under the counter, by the way. I helped along. Well, it looks like their guard was slowly lowered. It was, admittedly, a wild story, considering. But it was also a logical sequence of events that explained everything clearly. Charles just handed the tavern over to a stranger. His eyes twitched. In his defense, he was apparently expecting you and, well. I gestured to myself and then to him. That's not the point. I have a reputation, my bar has standards. I actually have experience in mixing drinks, and the recipes are written down under the bar. I told him. He paused for a moment. There were no complaints. I shook my head. Your recipes aren't exactly complicated. And they were fairly well detailed and had a few good tips written alongside them. He grunted, crossing his arms again. I wrote those. Well, I wasn't just fucking around. I mean, I was, but not to the detriment of the business. I have a sense of propriety. When I fuck around, I do it in a way that doesn't screw over other people, usually. Jean cleared her throat. Perhaps introductions are in order. Artoria nodded politely. I am Artoria Pendragon. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg, I said politely as well. Dilek. My doppelganger just grunted. I am Jean Gunhilder, acting Grandmaster for the Knights of Favonius. Jean was much more polite in comparison. I apologize for the, odd welcome to the city. Mondstadt is welcoming to everyone, and I hope you enjoy your time here. Nay, I understand the confusion. Your reactions were understandable. Artoria responded. Well, the two of them reached a conclusion rather easily. Artoria seemed interested as well. Was it because Jean here was a knight? Acting Grandmaster, she called herself too. That meant she was the head of the knights, if I was guessing correctly. No, I should apologize. It's been hectic after the storm terror situation was resolved. The security has been lax due to celebrations, and I came in here more aggressively than I should. Jean sighed helplessly. I understand coordinating many knights can be an arduous task. I have experience with that myself as a knight. Ah. Jean's eyes lit up. You're a knight as well. Yes, I would summon forth my armor, but I believe it an inappropriate setting. Artoria smiled faintly. Both Dilek and I were watching the two of them and how easily they slotted into polite conversation. Jean cleared her throat. It seems that the misunderstanding has been cleared up. I need to take Clee home, Jean glanced down and saw that Clee was already asleep in her arms. Far past her bedtime. The misunderstanding hasn't been cleared up. Dilek looked at me. Why do you look like me? I blinked. Well, when two adults love each other very much, they. Dilek held his hand up. You know what I mean, he accused. I'm asking why you look specifically like me, not our similar looks. You both really do look alike. Artoria seemingly agreed. Your hairstyle, your style of dress. Even the way you stand is very similar. Jean nodded. It's almost like it was intentional. I can confirm that this is how he normally dresses. Artoria spoke on my behalf. Dilek is the same. He spends a lot of time to make sure he looks well dressed. Ah, Dilek is the same. Kia says how Dilek spends most of the morning taking care of his appearance. It's called style and class, I huffed. First impressions are decided foremost on appearance. I am a business owner, I must look my best every day. Dilek let out a small scoff. Jean and Artoria just giggled as if it were some inside joke between them. Standing next to him, there were differences that became more obvious. My shoulders were just a tad broader, and I was a bit taller than him too. I think his hair was just ever so slightly darker than mine. And he wore his ponytail lower than I did. I think I was more muscular than him as well, even if neither of us were of the bigger sort of builds. If I had to guess, I trained more than him, and it was showing a bit. Dilek seemed to relent, letting out a sigh as he rubbed the bridge of his nose. I suppose that no harm was done. Other than to my reputation. I'm going to have to deal with rumors now about the acting Grandmaster and me dating. Jean has the embarrassment to flush at his comment. Can I give you some advice? I responded. He raised an eyebrow. Advice. I put a hand on his shoulder. You miss all the shots you don't take. It took a moment, but Jean let out a noise not dissimilar to Artoria when I get a rise out of her. Dilek gave me a flat look. I want you out of my tavern. Noted. Artoria took my arm. Acting Grandmaster, it was a pleasure to meet you. Jean smiled and returned towards Artoria. Welcome to Mondstadt, I hope to see you around more. We were about to leave before Dialek stopped us. Wait. He called out, rummaging behind the bar. Your payment for working tonight. He set some mora out on the counter. Despite my misgivings, you performed adequately, it seems, and upheld the standard of my establishment. Well, I wouldn't say no. I scooped the money off the counter and slipped it into my pocket before depositing it into my storage. We didn't have any local currency here, so it was appreciated. I'll come back for a proper drink later then. I said my goodbyes, and he didn't reject them. So. Yeah, all's well that ends well. But I was definitely going to come back and mess with him. I couldn't help it, it was too much of an opportunity to pass up. When was I ever going to find a nearly identical, grumpy version of myself? Line break. Well, that was interesting. The sun had already set by the time we left, but there were enough lights around that it wasn't too dark. That, and the moon and stars were out. Well, not the real ones. That fake sky was still a tad unnerving to me. I like it here so far. Artoria smiled. I very much am excited to explore more of it. Seeing her happy would make any complaints disappear. If I had any, that is, at this point in time, I felt rather similar. The girls were right, I'm the type that loves to wander around and explore. I have something I would like to request. Yes. Would you mind if I stepped away, just for a moment? There's a certain bard I need to go have words with. Ah, the gentleman from before. He did not appear human. Did he do something to anger you? Artoria tiled her head. He stole my jar of peach wine. I felt my eye twitch. She gently patted my shoulder. Don't cause any problems for the people here. I kissed her cheek. I'll behave. I took out the mora and slipped it into her hands. Find a restaurant. Her eyes lit up. If you take too long, I will begin my meal without you. She warned lightly, but I knew it wasn't an empty threat. I saw a lovely restaurant on the main street I wish to try, you can meet me out there. I love this woman. Shit, I just realized. I forgot to take a picture, no one will believe us without a proper picture to go with it. Operation, take a picture of Dialek and me together is now at the top of my priorities list. After I go kick a bard in the butt. I watched Artoria move towards the main street before I closed my eyes and pulled on my divine authority of Hanuman. Putting context clues together wasn't hard. A Nemo Archon, strange wind, his divine authority probably has to do with wind. So, I just tried to trace it back until I poked something again. And almost immediately, I felt something react, almost startled. Found you, you little bastard. My feet pressed against the stone ground, and I disappeared with a burst of Shuinpa. I didn't know where I was going, except for the general direction. Heading to the north side of the city, ascending several flights of stairs. I found a large cathedral with a massive statue out front of their god. And just like that, I found my target. Legs dangling over the edge of the roof of the cathedral, I saw a certain little god holding my jar of peach wine in one hand and his harp in the other. I slid to a stop a few feet away on the overhang, making him yelp in surprise. Surprised to see you here. Lovely night we're having, isn't it? I smiled warmly. He sprung to his feet like a startled cat. Haha, I can explain. Can you? Well, maybe. Give me 10 minutes. I think I can make an excuse that will satisfy you if I have that much time. Yeah. Or is that enough time to finish off my wine? He paused, looking down at the wine jar. I didn't expect you to catch on so quickly. Wanna see something cool? I changed gears in an abrupt way that he seemed taken aback by. He paused for a brief moment. All right. I took out my brick. What's that? A brick. Is there anything special about it? I use it to hit people. He swallowed. I think we got off on the wrong foot. Did we? If we sit down and talk things out, I think we can reach some sort of peaceful resolution. How much of my peach wine is left? Don't focus on the small details. Have you ever been hit in the face with a brick? That's a very specific question. He took a step back. I would, cautiously, like to remind you that you promised me a free drink. A glass. I was going to offer you a very small glass. I deadpanned. You can't blame me, this is the best wine I've ever had. He whined. Take pity on me. I'll pay you back. Do you like songs? I can play you as many songs as you want. I swung the brick through the air like I was practicing my swing. I'll owe you a favor. What if I want to call in that favor for you to stand still? I asked him in return. It seems we reached an impasse. Venti straightened up. Unfortunately for you, there's one thing I'm very good at. What's that? Running away. He gave me a cheeky grin as I casually tossed my brick at him. I clicked my tongue because it went right through him, like a mirage made of wind as it dispersed. I hummed as I stretched my legs and then my arms. That poor fool. Drake spoke in my mind. He has no idea what he's in for, does he? I was going to go easy on him, just make him pay me back, you know. I wasn't that angry about the wine, I was basically just going to get information out of him, maybe some local currency. Being in the good graces of a local god wasn't that much of a loss, all things considered. But now, he had to overstep upon my domain. How dare someone claim they're good at running away in front of me? I felt my divine lightning spark under my feet before I moved, leaving an arc of lightning that danced across the stone beneath my feet. I touched the top of a house for a brief second before shooting down to the ground and moving fast enough that the people around me couldn't even see me clearly. To them, it felt like a gust of wind and blown through, nothing else. And then, I could see him. It was like the wind taking shape, a head turned around, and eyes widened like he was genuinely shocked to see me there as I reached out for him. He was fast, very fast. Honestly, I think he was faster than me, but he wasn't going full throttle. Well, neither was I, but we both didn't want to cause actual damage to the city from our little game. Venti touched the ground gracefully between two people, pivoting and turning into a gust of wind as I followed right behind him. Just as I was about to grab him, my hand went through him again like an afterimage, but made of wind. I could hear him laughing behind me. I called on my divine authority to smack into him. Not hard, just a foreign wind slammed down on him, and his laughing abruptly turned into a panicked yelp as he fell off a rooftop. I dived right after him, and just as I was about to grab him again, he did a backflip and turned into another gust of wind, reforming some dozen feet away as he started running on foot through the streets with laughter that was still being carried on the wind. He was having fun. And I suppose I found myself smiling too. All right, you little bastard. He was gradually increasing his speed in small increments, which is why he was escaping me each time. Don't think I wouldn't notice. So, if he wants to play like that, so be it. He was like a gust of wind dancing between the people of the city. To my eyes, I could see him plain as day, his silhouette as he took bountiful steps between the passing people, careful to never bump into any of them. Not a single person noticed his presence. If he wanted to play in the wind, then I would be lightning. I wrapped my legs in my divine lightning and shot at him again. Once more, he was surprised to see me upon him again. My lightning intertwined with his wind as we danced again, him barely keeping out of reach of me with each step we took. But I was gaining on him. A few more steps. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a hand reach out and yank at Venti's collar, pulling him to the side. I slid to a stop, a burst of wind following me that jolted some of the people around us but, otherwise, caused no harm. Is this the one who stole from you, Wilhelm? Artoria asked, sitting in a chair, at a table full of food, having casually snatched him from the air. Like a cat being held up by the scruff of the neck, Venti looked defeated, even pouting. Fine, I surrender, he continued to pout indignantly as Artoria set him down. I was so focused on you that I didn't notice the lady here. He finished with a sigh. I took a seat next to Artoria. You are welcome to join us, if you like. Artoria extended the invitation. A free meal. Sure. He smiled brightly, taking the third seat. Ah, good choice, I love the meat natto. Meat natto. It's bacon wrapped in another type of meat, usually ham, sometimes beef, pan-fried until perfection, then finished in a broth. He explained happily. And their sweet madam grilled chicken here is to die for, what a nice spread. Thank you for the meal. He dug in without hesitation. Artoria didn't seem to mind. I'm sure she could have guessed that we weren't really having a real spat, so she was being polite. You know, I wonder if there's something good to drink with this. What do you think, Venti? Hey. Stealing is wrong. Artoria said very bluntly. Return what you have stolen. Venti waved his hand, and the jar of wine appeared in his grasp as the wind shimmered around it. There's about a quarter left. I felt my eye twitch. Artoria, I'm going to get my brick. Wait. Venti held his hands up. I can, well, I don't know what you would want. I rubbed the bridge of my nose. You know, I haven't had a game of tag like that in a long time. Not since I was still a wind spirit and used to play with the others, a long, long time ago. He looked nostalgic. I'll tell you what, give us some information, and we'll call it square. I relented. He perked up. I've traveled far and wide, there isn't much I don't know. Yeah. I respected his confidence at least. What's the deal with the sky? He spat out the food in his mouth, nearly falling out of his chair. Don't just say something like that so casually. What, is it supposed to be a secret? Venti looked away. Really, don't just talk about that in the open. And I really can't talk about that. There are rules even I have to follow. That's interesting. Ah, I forgot introductions. Venti perked up. I am Venti, the traveling bard. I knew already, but Artoria hadn't been properly introduced. He's also the god of this city, the Anemo Archon, god of freedom, Barbados. Venti choked. Hey, don't just say that so casually too. Don't ruin my disguise. Artoria smiled politely. I am Artoria Pendragon, it is a pleasure to meet you. No reaction. I mean, I don't like to really show myself, but I live with several gods at home. I know many deities. Artoria said plainly. Venti just stared blankly. You both really aren't from around here, are you? Depends on what you mean by that statement. Venti scratched his head. Well, I'll just say this, I've met several people in my life that aren't from this world. I raised an eyebrow, and even Artoria paused in her eating. Heck, there's someone in the city right now that doesn't come from Teyvat. The traveler helped solve the problem that Mondstadt was having just recently with poor Dvalin. Dvalin. The locals call him Storm Terror. It was a pitiful thing. Venti smiled sadly. He had become corrupted by the abyss and was causing havoc, wrapping the city in storms and wind. I joined with the traveler and a few others to put a stop to it. Speaking of, I still need to return the Elwire. Jean had been giving me death stares while I was celebrating with everyone the past couple days. There won't be any problems with Artoria and me behind here, will there? Venti gave a shrug. Not from me, I realized you wouldn't cause any problems. I'm a pretty good judge of character. He puffed up his chest. But from others, well, I can't speak for anyone else. Just be careful, but the traveler hasn't really been secretive about his origin. He basically announced himself the moment he arrived. Someone not from this world here? Did that mean not from this dimension or not from this planet? I would have to meet him then. If I had the impulse to cut the sky open, hypothetically, what would happen? Please don't. Venti tensed even as I said that. Bad things. Very bad things will happen. I put my hands up, indicating I wasn't going to push the issue anymore. It just grated at me for some reason. Is it all right if I keep messing with Dilek? It's not often that one finds oneself a doppelganger. Venti let out a loud laugh. You have my blessing to do so. I like him. Thank you for allowing us to remain within your city. I have been enjoying my time here so far. Artoria, ever polite, thanked him for his allowance. Venti's expression changed, looking less playful. Mondstadt is the city of freedom, I freely welcome you within our borders. As I told Wilhelm here, as long as you don't cause trouble, I won't reject your stay here. As far as I'm concerned, you're just travelers from a bit further away. For a god, he was pretty nice. Most gods, well, they weren't this open and inviting. Now, about payment. I tapped the table. I said I would answer questions. You must have a lot of questions, right? Yeah, I did ask you a question. How did that turn out? I crossed my arms. He slumped in his seat. I don't have any money. You're seriously poor? Flat broke. I spent all my money on wine. I sort of felt pity for him at this point. I think this is the first time I've met a poor god. And I've met a lot of gods. I think that made him even more depressed as he let his head hit the table. I do have some stuff stored away. Some things I didn't want to just sell to the humans living around these parts, or things I couldn't bear to part with for something as whimsical as money. Yeah. I perked up this time. Like what? Old paintings, artwork. I have some weapons from some old friends, or some things I won in a few, bets over the years. I have some rare minerals. Weapons. Maybe some swords. I was interested. His lips curled up. You know what, I have some things I think you would like. Let me go find my stash, it's only a bit out of the city, then I'll come back and let you pick something. I'm sure it'll make you satisfied. He disappeared in a gust of wind. Along with several plates on the table. And of course, he took the jar with him. I rolled my eyes but didn't say anything in complaint. If he was going to pay for it, then by all means, he was welcome to take the rest. I reached out and took Artoria's hand as she smiled warmly at me. I had a feeling this was going to be a fun adventure. Line break. A/N. Establishing the timeline that Wilhelm arrives, it's like right after the Dvalin incident but before Venti got his gnosis stolen. Like, the city is still in celebration mode, if that makes sense, the storm terror thing was literally like 1 or 2 days ago. I felt like it was the best time to slot in, letting the traveler be an established entity so Wilhelm doesn't really usurp that role. But also early enough for Wilhelm to get involved in anything I want him to. But don't expect him to just follow the traveler around getting involved in every plot. Wilhelm will be doing most of his own thing. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 718, Chapter. Waking up with someone you love in your arms would never get old. Being able to lift up the blanket and see the only thing she was wearing was her panties was even better. I couldn't help myself, I squeezed the tushy. Artoria shifted against me, letting out a noise of acknowledgement. She was awake, but she was not a morning person. Honestly, she's similar to Rin in that regard, both of them are just not morning people. But honestly, her perpetually tired morning face was just too cute as she opened her eyes with her messy hair. I wouldn't mind waking up to this every morning for the rest of my life. Is it morning already? She yawned, rolling to the side. Despite her not being a morning person, it was somewhat negated by her sense of punctuality and nature. That is, once it was time to get up and get dressed for the morning, she forced herself to do so without hesitation. She looked my way as she got out of bed, she noticed where I was looking and pouted ever so slightly with a hint of pink coloring her cheeks. You continue to stare so intently, it is not as if it is not a familiar sight. She didn't cover herself, however. Well, until she started to get dressed. Usually, I would prefer a shower beforehand. And I'm fairly sure that Artoria has come to adore a warm morning shower too. But the room from the inn that we rented for the night didn't have personal bathrooms. Funnily enough, they did have running water and plumbing all around. That was an interesting thing to learn, so maybe this world is as primitive as I first imagined. Honestly, it just makes me more excited to explore it. Thankfully, I knew spells to clean someone enough so you didn't feel icky without taking a shower in the morning. Unfortunately, I had magic resistance that prevented even beneficial spells from the outside. And I don't know whether to be thankful or not that I could put my finger down my throat and cast the spell inside of me, and it still works. I slid to the edge of the bed, and Artoria found herself in my lap, sitting comfortably like she owned it and happily leaning against me. I am lethargic, she said in a deadpan. Yeah. I couldn't help but feel the same way. I think that was the first time we actually gorged ourselves. She seemed slightly embarrassed as she nodded. We were big eaters, she was a dragon incarnate, and I was whatever the fuck I was. It was normal in our part of the world that we eat a lot. Hell, we both enjoyed eating, it was pleasant, and there weren't any real negative consequences for doing so. Getting fat. I don't think that was possible for her, and it was very difficult for someone like me to get fat. So, basically it just meant feeling shitty when we overindulged. But the thing is, we don't usually overindulge. We weren't gluttonous. I think there was a firm line there between being a big eater and overeating. And we definitely passed it last night. I don't think we could be blamed either. The food here was amazing, to put it lightly. Everything tasted so much better than we were used to. Artoria once told me how good food was once she started eating in the modern world. She compared what she ate back in Camelot to mashed potatoes, how everything usually tasted bland or without much flavor. I now understand how she felt. It had something to do with how this world operated, how the mana in the environment looked to be converted to elemental mana. I was able to take a few guesses, and I could see how the wind in the air around the city was heavily elementally aligned. That kind of thing was rare back home. Like, even if you found a magical lake or something, that isn't to say that it was filled with mana that became elementally aligned. Dust was an example, it was elementally aligned in crystallized form. But becoming elementally aligned naturally was rare enough that I think that's the cause. Plants getting infused with mana imbued with the element of wind as opposed to a neutral concept of just plain mana. Because regular mana didn't tend to have overt effects on natural life unless it was in overt amounts like in the Age of Gods. And even then, it still was probably falling short in comparison because an elementally imbued plant mutates proportionally to the new alignment. Animals eat those plants and absorb that kind of nutrients and elemental affinity. And the dinner that ends up on our plate tastes much better than normal food. I guess we're going to be sourcing our food from here from now on, aren't we? She looked up at me with the most beautiful smile. We can purchase foodstuffs as we explore. Yeah, there was really no downside to doing so. Just this alone made everything worth it. Wilhelm, she spoke up again. I'm hungry. I had the faintest inkling that she wasn't talking about food. Line break. Artoria held my hand as we walked out of the tavern. The atmosphere is rather lively still. Artoria noted, looking very pleased with herself, for various reasons. I was, perhaps, a tad more drained in energy. Venti did say that they're celebrating after some kind of attack. She nodded. Yes, it is familiar. It is easy to forget the common people that suffer while the knights fight. I know she didn't mean that dismissively. Just that, as a knight, you're so focused on the enemy in front of you that it's easy to forget that behind you, the common people are suffering just as much. Knights band together, fight together, bleed together, and claim victory together. The common people see the start and the finish and suffer in between when conflict arises. What's on the agenda today? I asked. Mayhaps we view their blacksmith. I am curious about the arms they wield in these lands. Artoria offered. And I know that we both share the same interest. I would be thrilled. Well, it'll be a good way to spend time until we can find Venti. He does owe me payment, and I don't think he would try to run away, so I wasn't in any overt hurry. I think it was near the entrance. Yes, I smelled the fire and coals when we first entered the city. Artoria beamed and led the way, pulling on my arm. There weren't as many people out as last night and the evening when we arrived, but it was still early morning. I imagine that plenty of people are sleeping off hangovers or catching up on lost sleep from late-night celebrations. We made our way back down the center stairs that led to the gate entrance. The open market was still there, but more than half the stalls and sellers had yet to set back up for the day. Artoria's ears perked up as she pulled at me, and we found the blacksmith rather easily. It was an open smithy concept. Which had its advantages, I supposed. It makes it much easier to forge when you aren't stuck in a cramped room with smoldering heat. But I could imagine that it was easy to get distracted by all the noise and commotion of the city. Hey there, folks. A younger gentleman, perhaps around my age, greeted us as we approached as we clearly intended to go towards him. Forge is just heating up. If you want to set a commission, it's probably going to take a few hours. Behind him, there was an older man, gruff, big beard, sweat-dripping muscle, the kind of figure you would expect to work a forge. We are travelers, and we come to inspect the craftsmanship. If possible, is there a selection of wares we can browse? Artoria asked. Something already made. Absolutely. The men perked up. Master Wagner, I'm going to pull out a few weapon racks early. We got a couple customers, he yelled back over the noise of a hammer hitting a few pieces of steel. The blacksmith paused, turning around. He looked at both Artoria and me for several moments before setting his hammer down. Go ahead and bring out the custom equipment too. Really? All right. The younger man's eyes sparked, and he went behind the forge before wheeling over a few weapon racks with an assortment of weapons. Here you go, folks. Anything in particular you're after? Swords, spears, great swords, lances, spears, we got it all. The blacksmith glanced at my divine sword at my waist. I could tell he was curious, but it wasn't something I was going to let a human inspect. It sounded harsh, but I think it would be for the best. The blacksmith, without a word, reached for a sword off the rack and tossed it to me. I caught it with ease and gave it a light swing. Good sword. The blacksmith grunted. It's called Lion's Roar. It was made with some electro crystals from Inazuma and some trichorite from Sumeru. It's good with pyro and electro. I didn't recognize half the words he said, but I could catch most of the meaning. So, it was a fire and lightning mystic code sword. The name, I presumed, came from the guard being in the same shape as a lion's head. Unfortunately, it fell short of my other swords, so it wouldn't become one of my armaments I use in a fight, but even so, I wanted it. What's the price? 10,500,000 mora, he said plainly. That was, honestly, not a bad price. If anything, that felt kind of cheap as I mentally compared monetary conversions in my mind. It was more than worth that price. He had a good eye too, being able to pick that out for me. Got one for her? I asked curiously. He grunted and went to another, different rack, pulling off a large greatsword. Master, that's the younger man was about to speak up as he tossed it to Artoria, but the words died in his throat as she snatched it out of the air and twirled it like it was weightless. In her hands, it was swung, lifted up, and casually slashed through the air despite being taller than she was. The blacksmith shot the other a look. Don't judge a book by its cover, Schultz. He clasped the younger man on the shoulder. If you want to be a good smith, you need to be able to read the people who wield your creations. It is a good sword. Artoria had the same reaction as me. However, I prefer a smaller blade. The blacksmith grunted. Didn't have a heavy long sword that you'd like. Does it have a name? Artoria asked. It's part of the Favonius Knight armament sets. The blacksmith crossed his arms. They're all made the same way. Just a Favonius greatsword. If anything, that probably made her more enthused about the weapon. She appreciated a series of weapons crafted with the Knight Order in mind. It made things easier when there was an array of weapons of the same standard to choose from. How much for the greatsword? I asked because I knew she liked it even if it wasn't her normal weapon of choice. Well, if we were going to be here, why not play around with some local weapons? It was part of the charm of exploring a new world like this. 5,500,000 mora. He said plainly again. I don't mind paying, but would you be open for a trade? I did have some mora, now we paid a visit to a jeweler near the restaurant we sat at last night. Suffice to say, I have a bit of local currency at this point. I have some metals you probably haven't seen before. Let me see. I set down a few things from Skyrim on the table. Moonstone, malachite, corundum. I listed them off, nothing overly insane, but some impressive metals that you can make some good weapons with. The blacksmith took his hammer and lightly knocked on each one before picking them up and weighing them in his hand. I'll take the trade. He put his hammer down and held his hand out. I could tell he was excited, maybe even thinking he got the better end of a deal. He probably never heard of these metals before and thought he was getting them for a steal. Well, we both got what we wanted in the end, so it didn't matter. I took it happily. Thank you for the trade. Artoria held onto her sword happily, so I knew she was pleased. Got any sheaths for these? I asked. The blacksmith grunted. I'll add them on. Line break. It felt a little weird having two swords at my waist, but I also felt like it made me look imposing. Artoria had her greatsword strapped to her back, tilted slightly because, well, it was very long. But all the same, she was very pleased as well, and she liked her new weapon, even if it wasn't her normal pick. Where to now? I asked. We can walk around the city. I wish to explore it a bit more, perhaps see the sights. She offered. That's. Oi, Dilek. A voice called out, and I subconsciously turned towards it. A man came walking over, waving casually, clearly familiar with Dilek. It wasn't until he took a few steps closer, getting within reach of me, that he stopped and looked at me really. I noticed his eye patch, and his particular fashion choice was worth noting. Not many guys can pull off a boob window and a half-fur coat into a cape. But, well, credit where it was due. Oh, you're not Dilek. He muttered. Sorry about that, you must be mistaking me for my twin. I responded. He let out a chuckle. I heard that there was someone who looked almost exactly like Dilek walking around, but really. He rubbed his chin, inspecting me closely. It's almost uncanny. You look very similar. Truly, it's hard being this handsome. I said helplessly. He let out a bark of laughter. Definitely not Dilek. I'm Kia, cavalry captain of the Knights of Favonius. He shifted his footing, standing up straight and pulling her arm across his chest in a polite salute. Apologies for the mistaken identity. It's not the first time. Artoria said humorously. Ah, and you must be the one that was being mistaken for Grandmaster Jean. He eyed her too. I heard rumors that Dilek and Jean were dating now, publicly. Alas, I'm now disheartened to hear that it was a case of mistaken identities. Artoria's lips twitched as she held back a small laugh. Mayhaps, but they appeared close. Kia's one eye twinkled. They certainly have history. I am Artoria Pendragon, this is my boyfriend, Wilhelm Schweinorg. It is a pleasure to meet you, Sir Knight. She politely introduced us. Ah, to be called Sir Knight. I'll be writing this compliment all day. He chuckled. Are you too new to Mondstadt? I assume because the rumors only started recently. We arrived here yesterday. I nodded. We've been enjoying seeing the sights and all that. The food is wonderful as well. If you want my recommendation, we have the best beef in all of Teyvat. I've been to Liyue and Sumeru, they may beat us in seafood and vegetables, respectively, but when it comes to our cows, they can't be beaten. We'll make sure to thoroughly test this claim. Artoria responded. Kia smiled. It's the perfect time to arrive. The city has been celebrating the past couple days, and I suspect it will continue to do so through the week. I heard about that, something about a storm terror. I asked curiously. Did the news not travel that far away? Kia hummed. That's right, the Dragon of the East Wind, one of Mondstadt's 4 winds. Word on the street is that something happened to anger him some time ago and he finally lost his mind and went crazy. A dragon, you say? I perked up. That's right. Such mighty beasts are rare these days. It was certainly a spectacle. He confirmed without any hesitation, meaning it must be common knowledge. Thankfully, we managed to settle things before it got any worse. We have the traveler to thank for his help. The second time I've heard about this traveler. Curious. So, anywhere you want to visit specifically? I can give you good recommendations, Kia offered. You are kind, thank you. We were sightseeing while waiting for an acquaintance to reappear. Artoria replied, seemingly getting along with him pretty well. I was told about the Knights' headquarters in the northern parts of the city. Mayhaps a look would be enjoyable, if it is open. Kia laughed. We have people coming around all the time, though the insides aren't usually open for tours if that's what you're hoping. But the headquarters for the Knight Order is impressive in itself and worth a look. I wouldn't mind. If Artoria wanted to take a look. Maybe we'll see Venti on the way. I hummed. Pardon, did you say Venti? Yes. Oh, you're acquainted with the wandering bard? Caria perked up. If you're looking for him, I just passed him not long ago. He was with the traveler on the way to the cathedral to return a sacred artifact that I heard they borrowed to help resolve the storm terror crisis. I shared a look with Artoria, and she gave a nod. The cathedral isn't far away from the headquarters, is it? It's down the road, not far at all, Kia confirmed. Would you like me to show you the way? Are you sure? Do you not have other duties to attend? Atria asked in concern. It's no matter. Part of my duties is to help the citizens of Mondstadt. He puffed up his chest. Come on, I'll show you the way. Very well, thank you, Sir Knight. Artoria smiled. I actually saw the cathedral already when I was chasing Venet, but I didn't get a good look at it. I'd love to actually act like a tourist this time and take in the full breath of it. Artoria took my arm again as we were led through the city. It was about the same as I expected, ascending the stairs towards the northern parts of the city. I noticed this before, but I think Artoria was feeling very at home in a place like this. It must have reminded her of Camelot a lot more than I initially suspected. Something caught my attention, I breathed out, and the air was significantly colder. I turned to Artoria, and she noticed too, and we weren't the only ones. Stay here, I think something is amiss. Kia told us as we walked up the stairs, noticing some frost on the ground. A shadow appeared underfoot, and a figure leapt out of it, wearing a mask and red and black cloaks. There was a trinket on Kia's hip that glowed bright before a sword appeared in his hand and he deflected a dagger from the newcomer that was aimed at his chest. A Fatui. Kia seemed to identify him immediately. How dare you attack a knight of Favonius in Mondstadt? This pathway is closed. The Fatui, as he had been named, let out a metallic voice under his mask. I raised an eyebrow, then looked at Artoria, who basically gave me a silent go-ahead. With a short burst of Shuanpa, I moved past them, and the cathedral courtyard opened up to me. I paused because I saw Venti on his hands and knees and a woman stepping on him. Literally, actually. She had something shiny in her hands. And honestly, I felt like this whole situation was rather familiar. There were other people too, but I didn't pay them much attention for now. Because I made a new friend, and it looked like he wasn't in a good spot. I moved again, appearing at their side. The woman's eyes actually tracked me as I got within her range, widening at seeing me. I could feel the cold air coming out from her as the source. Oh, what's this? It looks important. I snatched the object from her hand. It sort of looked like a chess piece. Line break. A/N. Wilhelm, ooh, shiny. Eisen suddenly feels infuriated for a reason he can't explain. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 719, Chapter 636 plus Arachne. You know, if looks could kill, I think I would be dead right now. This woman was giving me one of the most intense death glares I've ever seen before. Wilhelm. Venti called out to me, surprised to see me here. Hey there, Venti. Did you hire a stripper? Did I interrupt something? I asked, and he immediately squawked at that. How dare you? The woman hissed, and the temperature dropped immediately. She reached out and grabbed my arm. Insolent worm. She tried to freeze me. Her ice powers were impressive. I could honestly feel the ice starting to creep onto my skin, which, considering my magic resistance, spoke volumes. Oh, that's chilly. I stomped on the ground, and the ice around me shattered, and the cold air dispersed. She took a step back in startlement. Venti coughed as he stood up. Ice was wrapped around his legs a few moments ago, and it was now gone. Ha, I didn't think I'd see you here. Well, you still owe me payment. I am good for it. The woman was staring at me now, chillingly. Heh. Ice pun. So, I wasn't interrupting, was I? I saw her stepping on you, and that kind of thing can cost a lot of money, which I know you don't have. Venti let out a cough. It wasn't like that. Listen, I won't judge. I think she will, though. A wave of cold air hit us as I held my hand up, warding it off. Who are you to interfere in my matters? Her voice carried on the cold wind. Without waiting for me to answer, it was like an avalanche spawned out of nowhere, surging towards us. I put a hand on my divine sword, but I shifted it to the lion's roar instead and drew it, slashing it in one fluid motion. The oncoming avalanche of ice and snow was cut through with a surge of lightning arcing across the blade and through the air. Thunder roared across the courtyard with the vanishing snow and ice. I looked back at the other people. I saw two more of those masked, cloaked people holding down someone else who broke free and punched one another. Who that? I pointed at them. That's the traveler. Venti told me. I noted that away. A blonde-haired kid that looked younger than me, but I don't know. Didn't he feel young? His choice of clothes was interesting, and there was a floating fairy at his side. curious. And who's the stripper? I asked. Venti nearly choked again. That's one of the Fatui harbingers. Right, I forgot you don't. Venti sighed. I'll explain it later. Helpful. Very thin, almost imperceptible, blades of ice shifted through the air. I swung my sword to match each one, ice shattering on contact. The woman stood opposite of me, a little strange thing floating above her hand. Some kind of magical focus. Some mystic code of sorts. I am La Signora, the 8th of the Fatui harbingers. Her words were laced with venom. And I will delightfully rip your tongue from your mouth after taking back the gnosis. I relaxed, not because I wasn't taking her seriously. My instincts told me that she was holding back quite a bit of power underneath. But because someone else stepped in. A familiar greatsword flew past her as she twisted her body, and it embedded itself in the side of the cathedral. Excuse me, I believe I misheard you. Artoria stepped forward. Did you just voice your intent to harm my boyfriend? Sometimes, I step in to deal with something when my girls are targeted. Sometimes, they too like to step in front of me. Protective Artoria made me feel good. The woman scowled. A little girl coming to interfere now too. Her lips curled up mockingly. How precious. This little bug is your boyfriend. She raised her hand towards Artoria. Then let's see how he feels when you've turned into an ice sculpture. An intense blast of cold air erupted from her hand, turning everything in its path to pure ice. Artoria just stepped forward, armor shimmering around her as she gripped an invisible blade between her hands. Strike air, hammer of the Wind King. The wind sword that acted as a sheath around her true blade had released its bindings and equally erupted forward, like a hurricane focused towards a singular point outwards. The two opposing forces collided for a brief moment before the wind pushed through the air and La Signora found herself having to hold her arms up to protect herself. Her feet dug up the cobblestone ground, the tiles and stones shattering beneath her heels. She caught herself from falling down, her nails dug into the stone as she braced herself. I think Artoria took exception to the little girl comment. I noticed Venti was staring at Artoria's sword. Almost like he was transfixed. I wonder what he was seeing from his point of view. As a god of wind, could he see what was underneath? That's enough. A voice called out, and a body went sliding across the ground. I recognized one of those Fatui people, and Kia walked over, clearly having just been in a fight because there was another one of those guys over his shoulder. La Signora looked at her, then at us, and clicked her tongue. Retreat. She ordered, and those Fatui people sunk into the shadows as La Signora herself got up and turned around but glanced our way. I'll remember you, you both, she spat out before she leapt over the side of the balcony that overlooked the city. I looked back, and that traveler had been dealing with a handful of Fatui as well, and they began to retreat just the same. Not going after her. I looked towards Kia. He shook his head. It's enough that I caught them in the act. If I really tried to stop her, the Fatui harbingers aren't so simple. A fight would cause destruction and death within the city like this. Ah, I could understand his standpoint. He didn't ask me, I didn't offer. It's not really my place, I was just a tourist here. I hope we don't get billed for the damage caused. I scratched my cheek. Kia chuckled good-naturedly despite the situation. Don't worry, I'll put in a good word. Traveler, are you all right as well? I'm fine. The guy called out, waving his hand. I'm sorry I can't act more politely, but I need to go report this to the Grandmaster. This is a severe overstep by the Fatui, and by extension, Snezhnaya has a lot to answer for now. Handle your affair then, Sir Knight. Artoria spoke. Kia gave a polite bow of his head before quickly heading off. No one could fault him for not sticking around to make sure everyone was okay. At a glance, we were all standing without any major wounds or harm. And from the sounds of it, another entire kingdom just acted within their sovereign borders, or something like that. Tone-deaf bard, are you okay? The little fairy came floating over with the blonde-haired kid at her side. Haha, I'm fine, I'm fine. Venti held his hands up. Looks like you got hit hard too, traveler. He smiled in response. I'm fine, don't worry. Hello. I waved over Venti's head. Little fairy person and this traveler I heard about. Paimon isn't a fairy. Paimon is Paimon, the little fairy answered. Your name is Paimon? I repeated. The little fairy puffed up. That's my name. Well, alright then, that doesn't sound ominous. I guess demonic names here are common. I am pleased to see you are unharmed, Venti. Artoria had pulled her greatsword free from the side of the cathedral before walking over. However, I am confused. Why did you not defend yourself? I was taken off guard. Aha, he doesn't sound too convincing. Hey traveler, come here. I want to introduce you to a fellow traveler from outside Teyvat. He changed the subject, something I wasn't oblivious to. The blonde-haired kid did a double take. Outside Tevat. You're not from this world either. Wow, you're just like Traveler. The little fairy exclaimed. Just stopped over for a trip, to see the sights. Calling it a vacation wouldn't be incorrect either. I smiled. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg, at your service. And this is my girlfriend, Artoria Pendragon. She gave a polite nod. I'm Ether. He returned. I'm actually looking for my sister. I don't know if you've happened to see her. Sorry, I just arrived here literally yesterday, I said helplessly. But your sister is missing. How did that happen? The fact that he said that so abruptly, in first meeting, meant something, I suppose. Well. He scratched his cheek. I'm not entirely sure. I remember trying to run away from someone calling themselves the sustainer of heavenly principles, and my sister and I got separated. I woke up near Mondstadt and met Paimon there. I noticed that Venti flinched slightly at that name. First time hearing that name, or title, too. I felt a little bad because his shoulders slumped with a sigh. You're from a different world, like the Traveler. The little fairy got up really close to me. More or less. What's your home like? Is it big like Paimon's? Big, blue, and green. Lots of land, lots of water. Not too dissimilar from what I've seen so far, I said briefly. I'm curious, what exactly happened here? Ether awkwardly shrugged. We were walking out of the cathedral when we were ambushed all of a sudden. All eyes landed on Venti. Someone else coming after you about a debt. Venti choked again. Well, not entirely wrong there. Let's just say that Tsaritsa and I don't have that good of a relationship. Aha. Can I have that back now? He pointed at the thing still in my hand. This. I held up the chess piece-looking thing. I would have to be daft to not notice some of its peculiarities. It felt like an authority in crystallized form. Is that what that mean lady attacked us for? Paimon asked. Tone-deaf bard, what is that? Venti sighed. I guess since you're involved, you have the right to know. It's my gnosis, it's proof of my authority bestowed by Celestia as the Anemo Archon. I looked at the chess piece in my hand. This is your divine authority. Venti nodded, maybe he wasn't used to that terminology. They know about your identity? Artoria asked, maybe a tad rhetorically at this point. That's right. Tone-deaf bard said not to mention it to anyone else. Did they know too? Paimon blurted out. Hee, they found out pretty quickly for certain reasons. Venti coughed into his fist. Please don't spread it around, I don't want everyone to start worshipping me when I'm just being Venti. I wasn't ignoring Ether over there, I had quite a few questions for him, and I think he wanted to ask me things too. But at the moment, I figured it was best to know what was going on because I just stuck my hand into something I didn't intend to. All 7 Archons possess a gnosis. If one of the Fatui Harbingers wanted to take mine, that means Annie is really making a move. Annie. The Cryo-Archon, I think her full name these days is Anastasia Fyodorovna Sneznaya. I don't think she'd like me calling her by her nickname anymore. Venti said softly. We had a falling out about 500 years ago, and she cut ties with the others too. Well, it's none of our concern, I suppose, I decided on. Except, why exactly were you letting her step on you? Was it just your preference? I mean, I understand. Paimon let out a high-pitched noise while Ether snorted, holding back a laugh. It wasn't on purpose. Venti whined. I'm not really as strong as I used to be. An Archon draws strength from the worship of their people. I don't really show myself or participate in public or have everyone worship me like the others do. I flipped his hat off his head. Please, you have more than enough power to defend yourself if you wanted. Either you wanted her to step on you, or you were letting her take this thing. See, can I have that back? No, it's mine now. I firmly refused him. He was very lackluster about wanting it returned. Give it back. He reached for it, but I held it out of his reach, he was fairly short. He kept trying to grab at it, and I finally put a hand on his head to keep him away. It's important, I need it back. Then you shouldn't have lost it. It wasn't on purpose. Yeah, then if you were really overpowered, then good luck taking it back from me. Either admit that you wanted her to step on you or that you were letting her take it. Artoria let out a sigh at our antics. Forgive him, he means well. It's all right, it looks like they get along well. Ether replied. Where's my payment, Venti? I have it, I brought some stuff with me. Give me my gnosis back and I'll let you pick something extra out of my stuff, all right. Should have said that beforehand. I released him. Treasures, show me your treasures. I said excitedly. Tone-deaf bard has treasures. But he's also poor and trying to get people to buy him drinks. Paimon titled her little head. Venti slumped his shoulders. I'm a performer, I make my money through performances. I like to travel and earn my way through my music. So it's normal that I don't have a lot of money on me. I'm sure you are very talented. Artoria tried to placate him, but I think it just made Venti even more depressed. Fine, here's what I brought. He waved his hand through the air, and a gust of wind rolled in, dropping several things onto the ground. Right, you couldn't do anything, right, Venti? You were powerless, weren't you, Venti? You couldn't stop her from stepping on you, could you, Venti? You know, it's okay to have preferences. I didn't let her step on me. Venti looked like he was about to start crying. I ignored him for now and looked down at what he brought. As he said before, there were some paintings, works of art that I was genuinely appreciative of. I wasn't an artist, I wasn't someone who could create something like this, but I appreciated the talent that went into such things. Is that Storm Terror? I pointed at a painting that depicted a boy and a dragon. Dvalin. Venti corrected me. The people here started calling him Storm Terror after he got corrupted by the abyss. I looked up at Ether. And you stopped him. With the help of Venti. He nodded. He was bigger in person. Really couldn't stop her, huh, Venti? The look of utter defeat on his face said it all. I wasn't kink-shaming. I was lying shamefully. There was a difference. I understood completely, look at Salem. That woman had the same look that Salem sometimes has and, it admittedly does things for me. Despite appreciating the artwork he brought and some other interesting trinkets, I already knew what drew my attention. There were a handful of weapons on the ground. I subconsciously reached out and grabbed a sword that immediately caught my eye. That's a good one, it's called Skyward Blade. I blessed it a long time ago at the height of my strength. It's imbued with the divine power of wind. Venti explained the sword I just picked up. It had a somewhat short handle, and the guard was wide with ethereal, feather-like constructs protruding out of it. The blade itself was a long sword, about 2.5 fingers in width, that faintly glowed. It was a good sword, a very good sword. It didn't lose out to my other swords either. Leagues above the lion's roar on my hip that I was just using for fun. I picked it up and held it in my hand. It was light, extremely light. I could barely feel I was holding something in my hands. Of course, I gave it a light swing, and it practically sang through the air. It wasn't that it cut through the air either, it was that the wind just seemingly made way for it, reducing any kind of resistance. Fast, it was really fast. I could feel it with a few stabs and slashes, the power of this sword lay in its speed overall. My first thought was, how fast would it be if I sent it flying through the air? My hoarding instincts were kicking in. I wanted it bad. I had to force myself to set it back down. Because there was another sword among his stuff that caught my eye. What is this? I asked, touching the second one. Is it made of stone or metal? That's an interesting one. It was made by Morax, the Geo Archon over in Liyue. Venti smiled. I won it in a bet from him a few centuries ago. I kept it around just to tease him with. Like my skyward sword, this was imbued with his power of the earth. It has the nifty ability to increase its weight, making it somewhat hard to use. It was hard to describe its actual shape. It was like someone took a piece of ore that was embedded in a rock and carved it all up, smelted it, and reforged all of it into a weapon. Yet, it retained jagged lines and sharp edges but was also meticulously crafted. Does it have a name? Summit Shaper. Morax told me how its previous wielder once used it to cut off the peak of a mountain. Venti chuckled. I picked it up, and it was significantly heavier. At its base, it was heavier than my other swords. Not anywhere close to being unwieldy, especially to someone like me, but it was enough that the observation was noteworthy. And it could increase its weight. Was there a limit? Imagine a sword weighing tens of thousands of pounds coming flying through the air at you. I could tell this one too was no less than my other swords. Divine even. Perhaps not a divine construct, but created by a god. That put it leagues above any kind of normal weapon just from that alone. I kind of wanted to keep this little chess piece thing of his just to lord it over him. But goddamn, I lost all desire to keep messing with him after seeing what he actually had. And his treasures didn't just end at those two swords, he had a bunch of other things. I saw a bow that didn't lose to the sword, it even had the same style to it. A spear as well. It looks like he created a bunch of different weapons with his own blessing. One for payment, and one in return for your little trinket. I held his, what did he call it, his gnosis. I held it up for him. Deal. Venti snatched it from my hand before I could offer any kind of rebuttal. Fuck it, I don't care anymore. I grabbed my two new swords. Hey, traveler. Venti called out to Ether, who was standing there silently, looking over the stuff that he brought as well. Since I went through the effort, you want to pick something out too. Since you helped me with Dvalin, I felt like it was the least I could do. Aether's eyes shined. I recognized a fellow loot goblin when I saw one. Hot damn though. I've been here 2 days, and now I already have 2 new amazing swords. Best vacation ever. And it's not like I was getting involved in whatever nonsense that was. I doubt I'll run into what's-her-name again, or whatever fatui they're called, since we're just here to sightsee and enjoy some peace and quiet. Artoria put her arm around me and smiled at me as I excitedly held up my 2 new swords. Yup, I was sure it was going to be a pleasantly peaceful adventure. Line break. Non-canon Omake, the Little Spider, Chapter. Rongaminiad. The weapon was noted as a divine construction, something capable of cracking the planet. It was merely a terminal, an expression of its true face. It was the pillar that held together the layers of reality. The weapon in Arachne's hand was a replica. A copy of a terminal. But in the most basic terms, a replicated terminal, it was still a terminal. It would be more proper to say that it was simply a smaller and weaker terminal. The garden's realm barriers trembled and then began to break down completely. The swirling golden light swept them up, like dragging the colors off a painting. It pulled away the texture of the garden with it. The barriers of the garden were gone in a flash. And with it, the surrounding mists also were surging towards it, a hurricane that consumed everything around it. The garden was revealed completely, defying natural order. It contradicted the rules of the world. Immediately, it shined a great big light upon the fight happening. It wasn't just the Greeks. Every pantheon, every god, and every mystical entity felt the unbridled, unconcealed mystical forces surge outwards, revealing the hidden truths of the world for all to see. Mortals looked upon the mountaintop in confusion as golden light, towering trees, and titans appeared. They could understand that something was wrong, but their common sense had trouble processing what was happening. Arachne stood on top of the charging dragon laden, her spear turned giant, swirling, spinning lance that bent reality, and it came right for the titan of endurance. Atlas was no fool. Maybe he wasn't as witty or intelligent as some others, but he was someone who had experienced more fights than were possible to count. He saw the approaching spear, it was coming for him. He couldn't dodge, he couldn't avoid it. His instincts screamed, his divine instincts told him that this thing was capable of killing him. He let out a roar, and his body expanded, his divine power erupted, and he assumed his divine form. It was an insult to his pride that he was forced to take his divine form against a mere mortal, but he didn't even have time to be insulted because he reacted almost instinctively. They were called titans for a reason. The already huge Atlas, his size increased exponentially. He towered over Ladin and Arachne, but she didn't pause. The lance protected her from the negative effects, and she thrust her spear forward. He threw his arm out, the titanic muscular divine appendage could crush both Ladin and her in its palm. However, what he expected didn't happen. He let out a cry as the spear collided with him, his divine form began to unravel, or rather, it was pushed back. Anchor! Arachne shouted, and the spear pushed forward, slamming through the great titan. His divine form disappeared, and like a nail being hammered down, Rongaminiad replica pushed through his core and anchored his divine form back down. The pillar that fastened together the layers of reality was used to nail his divine form back down to his sealed state. The titan let out a cry, a shout, and a defiant struggle, but the mountain below him was pierced through, and he was slammed into the ground. Reality rejected the titan's existence. It continued to drill down into him. His divine form disappeared, the titan spat out blood as the divine spear tore through his chest completely despite his best efforts. The great titan, the infamous general of Kronos, had been pinned down to the ground. The spear of light slowly faded, leaving the wounded titan struggling on the ground. Why, blood spat from his mouth. Why can't I use my divine form? He roared. My domain, my power. He was weakened. It was physical exhaustion, it wasn't even the wound he now had, the hole in his chest. It was something deeper, something metaphysical. Something conceptual. Part of his existence had been sealed away. What is that spear? He bellowed with full rage and indignation. Mortal. With sheer willpower, he forced himself back up to his feet. Go Ladin. Arachne roared in response. The 100-headed dragon, though missing quite a few heads at this point, charged right into the titan. The two large entities collided with a catalytic impact. With a thunderous boom, parts of the mountain that overlapped with the garden were blown away. Without the metaphysical barriers to hold things together, the real world was now getting affected. Both the titan and the dragon bounced off one another. Ladin's many heads roared and hissed, while Atlas let out a furious shout and the two started throwing themselves at each other. His fists moved faster and faster, with incomprehensible roars, he threw punches perhaps faster than he ever had before. In response, Ladin furiously responded, its many heads biting at him, slamming into him, tearing at him. Ladin's eyes glowed red with fury, it stopped caring about its own damage and did everything it could to damage the titan with each trade. The fight of the two entities caused the weather to change. The shockwaves were felt across the continent. A mythical fight that hadn't been seen the likes of for thousands of years. Laden, now. Arachne yelled. Atlas, in his blind fury, had focused on the dragon, but he snapped his head to the source, the small mortal who had dragged him down to this state. One of the heads where Arachne stood flung her up into the sky. Wrapped in her palm were threads, hundreds if not thousands. She grit her teeth and used her full strength to yank them forward in addition to the momentum that Laden provided. They were connected to all her remaining spears, all her weapons that were scattered upon the battlefield. They were flung high up into the air. She quickly drew a pentagram into the air, forming a magic circle, then pointing towards the ground where it impacted right between Atlas's legs. Strings shot out from the magic circle, and they connected with the broken strings she had used just a moment before to send her spear airborne. They wrapped around the spear's strings, then pulled them downwards. The sun shone across the edges of many, many different spears for the briefest of moments before spears began to rain from the sky. Laden pulled back, and Atlas threw his arms up to cover himself. Each spear was pulled downwards with the force of a missile. The first one missed Atlas, hitting the ground, but with enough force that it caused an explosion of force erupting at impact. The second slammed into his thigh, hilting itself into his flesh. The third hit his shoulder, his tough muscles stopped it halfway. They were numerous, it was difficult to count them all, and it was a torrential downfall. Atlas screamed incoherently, it was impossible to tell if it was pain or anger. But the spears rained down upon him, causing his knee to hit the ground as they continued. Once more, the Titan of Endurance had been brought to his knees. His breathing was ragged, even after eating all those apples, he was back to an even worse state than before. Even if he had both arms, his divine power was stymied and sealed, his divine form inaccessible, and his domain was fluctuating. Hey big guy, don't forget about me. Ares, while making the smart decision to get out of the way before, wasn't the type to run away from the fight. He was covered in blood, but that was just to his advantage. He had already jumped into the air, holding his hands out. His own divine blood, his ichor, slid down his body and condensed into the form of an utterly massive spike mace. He swung it at the side of Atlas's head, cracking him across the face. The Titan let out a strangled gurgling as his head snapped to the side, teeth flying out of his mouth. His jaw even dislocated. Despite this, Atlas's eyes flashed furiously, and he rammed his head into Ares. The god of war was slammed into the ground, but Atlas also fell over. He tried to stand up, but he forgot one key detail. The very angry dragon was still present. It used its head to pin him down, the struggling Titan wasn't able to gather the strength to fight it. He ripped another head off, but two more bit into his arm, injecting him with venom or flames, and pushed it back down. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw something up in the sky. A flash of red. Stab and penetrate, pierce and drill, Gi-Balg alternative. Arachne let out one final roar as she turned into a streak of light and pierced down at lightning speeds. With his remaining strength, Atlas ripped his arm free, flesh torn from the dragon's teeth as he pulled away. The spear slammed down into his open palm. The Titan Atlas and the demigod Arachne both had no words to say but the sounds of their own roars, the willpower of two creatures that refused to back down. The spear pierced through his palm, but he clenched his fist, and it went no further. One last shout joined the duo. Ares dropped from the sky, his heel landed on the butt of the spear with his remaining strength. Atlas's eyes widened as the strength of both of them was enough to overcome him, and the spear stabbed down into his chest, pinning his hand completely. The Titan finally lost all remaining strength, and his eyes rolled back, unmoving. The two of them also ran out of strength, and with the last bit exhausted, they hit the Titan's flesh and rolled off the side. Their erratic breathing led to a shared smile. Then, Laden lifted its remaining heads up to the sky and let out a triumphant roar. Arachne was bleeding from all over her body, she had several broken bones, she had internal damage, and she had a concussion. Her ribs were most likely fractured, and her aura was all but depleted. However, she fought against a Titan, and with help, she won. Granted, it could not be said that she won by her own hand, but what matters is who's standing at the end. Around the garden, the mist surged. It wasn't a natural response, rather, the goddess of magic took manual control. The fight was no longer secret, the conflict, the damage, and the entire struggle had been revealed to everyone who was able to look over in this direction. With that, the sky thundered and a lightning bolt dropped from the sky. With it, various gods appeared. Zeus in particular was standing at the forefront, and he was now holding a very specific lightning bolt in his hand. The Olympians arrived. Line break. A/N. Wilhelm acquires treasure, Wilhelm is pleased. Had those two swords been planned from the beginning of the story's start, it wouldn't have just been like a random thing. And of course, as Wilhelm arrives, it's tradition that he severely derail the main story of whatever world he arrives in. As I said before, I don't plan on Wilhelm usurping the traveler's whole role or identity or with he He's still weak at this point, so it makes it look like Wilhelm was sort of dunking on him with the Signora thing, but he gets strong fairly quickly. Also worth noting, Signora is significantly stronger than that. She just didn't want to start a fight in the middle of Mondstadt for the knights to swarm her either, so she chose to retreat once a knight found out what she was doing in their kingdom. For those who don't know Genshin, the details will be explained more in the next chapter, where Wilhelm gets a better rundown of the world. If you want to read 4 splitter chapters ahead, here too. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 720, Interlude 52, Kuno Hogwarts Adventures. Dumbledore sat at his desk, staring at the glass container that held one of Voldemort's soul pieces. Pieces, plural. It wasn't until he had this that a lot of thoughts sort of snapped into place for him. The idea that Voldemort had separated his soul wasn't one he initially considered, but the proof was in the pudding, as they say. Who was to say that this was the only one? Dumbledore's immediate thought was that there was no way that someone would be foolish enough to mutilate their soul into more than 2 pieces. But then again, he didn't think there would be someone foolish enough, in this day and age, to split their soul at least once regardless. He admitted, to himself, that he underestimated Voldemort's resolve. Tearing apart your soul was not something the faint of heart could or would do. At the very least, it took someone courageous to do something, as vile as it was. If someone asked him, he would freely admit as well that he would not have the courage to pull off a stunt like that, even if it weren't a crime against nature and magic. Nonetheless, Dumbledore had all but retired to his office for the past few days. He was kicking himself for not realizing sooner. It all made sense, the scar, the dark mark it left, and the pain that Harry was feeling when Voldemort was nearby in the form of a wraith. It was the piece of soul left behind that was reacting. Dumbledore wouldn't be surprised if Harry found some newfound talents in magic after he healed up properly as well. The soul piece must have been sapping at his magic. If nothing else, he could be sleeping a bit better from now on as well. He had been so focused on this the past few days that he had completely forgotten what day it was. The call coming through his Flo was barely enough to pull his eyes away from the piece of soul within the flask. He looked over to see who was Flo calling him. Ah, Headmistress Sumiko-san. Oh, Dumbledore, I already said you don't need to bother. If I'm going to be here in England, we can just stick to your English niceties. Dumbledore realized that was today. Yes, of course. He quickly put the flask of Voldemort's soul away. I assume you're requesting permission to flew over. If you wouldn't mind, I'm sitting in the ministry office right now, I just cleared customs. Dumbledore quickly scrambled to make his office resemble something presentable. Yes, of course. I'm lowering the wards now, you're welcome to flew over. He tossed a few things out the back window, hoping no one would see them as he sat back down in his seat, trying to appear as if he were all prepared for her arrival. The flu flashed as the headmistress appeared in his office. She let out an immediate sigh. It's good to be out of the ministry. I swear, if I had been there for another hour, I think I would have been arrested for kicking one of your aurors between the legs. How many times am I going to get asked what the purpose of my visit is after saying the same thing over 10 times? Dumbledore chuckled as he gestured at a seat across from him. She happily took it, relaxing in the chair. You know how the ministry is. They're very strict when it comes to your parts of the world. Ironically, it wasn't racism. They looked at me as if I were some dark wizard, she added air quotes and shook her head again. I love your school, Headmaster Dumbledore, but I very much dislike your ministry. Dumbledore held back his tongue because he felt like he would agree with her if he didn't. Different cultures have different values. He tried his best to sound wise. The problem is that many over here have seemingly gotten it into their heads that our culture is dark. That was the crux of the matter. The ministry viewed a lot of practices and magic taught over in parts of Asia as dark, which had become a point of contention between governments over the years. Many things, such as rituals to honor the dead or magic that would be classified as necromancy over here, were freely taught in Japan and other parts of Asia. Dumbledore could potentially see how it could be misused and misconstrued by the masses, but to him, there were absolutely no problems with their practices. I have heard that you are having your own difficulties, yes. Something about an ancient witch coming out of the woodwork to be one of your teachers. The headmistress changed the subject. I admit, I am not as familiar with Western figures, but even I have a cursory knowledge of Medea. Yes, our newest magical theory teacher, Dumbledore smiled. It's been interesting. There have not been any painful inquiries from your ministry. So far, it's only the kind I can ignore. He responded. Ah, how quaint. She smiled knowingly. As a fellow school head, she understood exactly what he meant and knew how to play the same game he was playing back home. I assume you went over my memories? Dumbledore asked. If your eagerness is anything to go by. The woman adjusted her posture slightly. I admit, I was taken aback. I expected there to be some kind of misunderstanding, or perhaps a trick. A kitsune, you need to understand, is by nature a trickster. Not always malicious, but they are not humans. They find humor and jokes often at the expense of others. They don't find joy in pain, but their jokes and tricks can often lead to it. Oh. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. That doesn't sound like young Kunu though. She is a very sweet young girl. The headmistress frowned. Yes, that also concerns me somewhat. Yukai don't usually deviate from their own species norms like that. I wouldn't say it's impossible for, say, an Oni to be a pacifist and vegetarian, but it would be an incredibly strange and rare sight. I understand, I suppose. Only to an extent that he did. It's just hard to reconcile the words you're saying to the young girl in my halls. Perhaps I don't wish to generalize an entire species of people. Humans come in all shapes and sizes, it would be foolish to make an absolute claim about ourselves. It's a courtesy I would extend to every person in the world. Stories and legends give warnings for a reason, headmaster. Warnings deserve consideration. They should not become judgments. Wisdom handed down by our predecessors is valuable, but so too is the wisdom gained from meeting someone with one's own eyes. I concede this point. She at least acknowledged his stance. But consider mine. You have a tiger in your school and are defending it by saying that it will not eat or maul anyone, that it's a nice tiger. I acknowledge your point as well. Dumbledore relented. But I believe we are, but who we choose to be. And Kunu has been a wonderful young lady, if a tad, mischievous, as you would say. There haven't been any mysterious deaths. Headmistress Sumiko. Dumbledore blinked. What, exactly did you expect to see when you came? Headmaster. Allow me to be frank. Please. He gestured for her to continue. I had fully prepared for you to have been replaced and for the girl in question to be wearing your skin as a prank. I see. Dumbledore swallowed lightly. I think there may be some cultural dissonance between our understandings. The headmistress awkwardly changed the subjects. I imagine you are comparing our Yukai to your goblins or your centaurs, yes? Dumbledore nodded. The comparison did cross my mind. I was spending a few days polishing up on my own folklore, both in and out of my home. If I were to draw a comparison, Dumbledore would be it. The Yukai from my home are more comparable to the myths of fairies from your home. The unpleasant ones. Oh. That landed far better for Dumbledore's understanding of the world. And you will still defend her, yes? Without hesitation, Dumbledore replied. Then that eases my concern. I know your character, at the very least. I know you would not be fooled easily, even by a kitsune. If you would like, we can go meet her and observe her for a bit beforehand. Dumbledore offered. If you wouldn't mind, I know this is an odd situation to find yourself in. Bringing an outsider to spy on one of your students. Dumbledore dismissed it. As long as we don't invade her privacy or go overboard, I believe it will be all right, asterisk. Line break. The headmistress of Mahudakoro and Dumbledore walked through the hallways. She did appreciate the whimsy of Hogwarts. It was different than her own school. At Mahudakoro, they prioritized a sterner learning environment, a tad too much in her opinion. However, it was traditional, and it was hard to change traditions that had been passed down for hundreds of years. Though, she couldn't see herself overseeing a school like Hogwarts. It went a tad too far in the opposite direction for her tastes. Dumbledore had cast a simple glamour over them, hiding their presence from all but the teachers. She stepped out of the way as they passed by a ghost, something they certainly wouldn't permit at Mahudakoro. They made sure to exorcise all ghosts that appeared in Japan when discovered. Though, it seemed that Japan had a higher tendency for specters to emerge for some reason, as opposed to their Western cousins. Which is why they had a more aggressive take on the appearance of apparitions. Dumbledore gestured for her as he peeked around a corner. She followed suit and laid eyes on the girl for herself for the first time. She had seen the memories that Dumbledore sent over, but to see them herself, through her own eyes, to verify them explicitly, made her heart beat faster. She counted them, 9 tails. A little blonde-haired girl with fox ears on her head, 9 tails swaying behind her. She was standing on a table, swinging her tails back and forth, singing something that the headmistress didn't care to focus on. She had cast her own spells to see if there was illusion at work, if there was something hindering her own vision. But everything came back negative, there were no more magical interferences, nothing clouding her mind or altering the view of the young girl. A 9-tailed fox. A Kyubi no Kitsune. Something straight out of myths and legends. Miss Schweinorg. Get off the table this instant. A shrill voice rang out, the deputy headmistress saw Kunu and earned a stern word of reprimand. As she turned away, Kunu stuck her tongue out, and the elderly teacher stopped in her tracks. Miss Schweinorg, did you just stick your tongue out at me? Detention after classes today. Kunu let out a yelp as she jumped off the table back into her seat. Dumbledore just chuckled from behind their concealment spell, but the headmistress was still staring incredulously. There has yet to be a week that Miss Schweinorg here hasn't gotten detention. Dumbledore informed her. Pardon. Schweinorg. Ah, the name of her father, Dumbledore explained. The headmistress blinked. She had a great many questions, and more were just added on top. Who are those girls? She asked him. The one that was singing along is Miss Luna Lovegood. I dare say that she and Kunu have become best friends rather quickly. They have a tendency to get into trouble together. The other, the one with the bright orange hair, is Miss Ginny Weasley. She was originally friends with Miss Lovegood, but it seems that Kunu had decided they were going to be friends as well. Ginny has been opening up since the start of the year. She was normally a quiet and introverted girl, and Kunu had the habit of attracting attention around her. It forced the young lady to get more comfortable around her peers. Dumbledore pleasantly explained their whole friendship dynamic. It wasn't that he kept track of every student's relationships in school, but sometimes there were students that made it impossible to not keep an eye on them and what they get up to. She's friends with humans. That's right. The headmistress went silent again. She was seeing, but it was hard believing. She knew that kitsune were pranksters, they liked to have fun, and they liked to get into trouble. But they were also regal, they had dignity and pride even when playing their games. They wouldn't lower themselves to acting like this. She watched as the legendary Yukai then got into an argument with a boy several years older than her. They traded some childish insults until the boy took out his wand and the Yukai raised her fist threateningly. The boy went immediately pale, turned, and ran away. Ahem. It seems she has made an impression on her housemates as well. The Slytherin house has had trouble adapting to those of inhuman blood. But it seems Miss Kunu has made inroads with them. I could tell. The headmistress said dryly. It was very clear what kind of understandings they had come to. I'm curious, headmistress. Why exactly are you so interested in Miss Kunu? Beyond her species. The headmistress snapped back to her senses as she processed that question. You don't understand, Dumbledore. We have had legends and stories about nine-tailed foxes for a very long time. But they were considered just that, stories. If it turns out they were real, then what else? If we can prove that maybe some of our stories and earliest legends weren't fables, then it can open the door to many more possibilities. Dumbledore remembered the comparisons he made. How would he react if she said they had an angel going to school in Japan? It would certainly open up a lot of possibilities and make them question everything they really knew about the world. Would you like to go meet her? Dumbledore offered. Sumiko swallowed but nodded her head. Dumbledore removed their concealment as they approached her. Miss Schweinorg, Miss Lovegood, Miss Weasley. I didn't do anything. Kunu immediately blurted out defensively. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Are you sure about that? The owls asked me to do it, they wanted to look pretty. He didn't actually know if she did anything, he just felt like it was appropriate to pretend. But now, he at least knew why the owls flying in and out of Hogwarts were covered in glitter. He would circle back to that later. Even if he found it amusing. Dumbledore cleared his throat as the three girls just stared at him. Miss Kunu, I would like to introduce you to someone. This is Headmistress Sumiko. She runs the Japanese magical school Mahudakoro. She was interested in meeting you if you wouldn't mind sparing a few minutes. Japan has a magic school? Ginny asked. Of course they do. Where do you think Japanese magical beings learn magic? Luna responded. Daddy wrote an article on it a few years ago, they're one of the best schools in the world. Headmistress Sumiko smiled. That is a lovely thing to say, Miss Lovegood. I thank you for the compliment. Konnichiwa. Luna smiled happily. Kunu has been teaching me a little bit of Japanese, it's hard, but I've learned a few words. The headmistress blinked but then smiled. Konnichiwa to you as well. Finally, the headmistress and Kunu looked at each other. Kunu was a bit uninterested but was being polite. As for the headmistress, she was just trying to find the right words. She was about to speak Japanese but decided to stick to English out of politeness for Dumbledore, who was hosting. Good evening, Miss Kunu. Since we're in England, I hope you don't mind me sticking to English. Hello. Kunu waved back. I'm Kunu. I'm Sumiko Hatsune. She introduced herself back. Your English is very good, I noticed you weren't using magic to translate. I was wondering if you wouldn't mind answering a few of my questions. Okay. She said plainly. The headmistress was careful, choosing each word specifically. Can you tell me about your mother? Mama. What about her? Is she like you? Of course, she's my mama. Kunu puffed up. Are there any more, Kyubi no Kitsune? The headmistress asked a bit more bluntly. Huh. Kunu scratched her head. No, it's just me and Mama. Mama said that Grandma died a while ago, so it's just us. And where do you live? Kyoto, Kunu answered. I heard Kyoto is a beautiful city, it must be nice, Luna chimed in. You can come and visit during summer if you want. I don't think Mama would mind, I could show you around. Oh, I'll ask Daddy. Luna's eye brightened immediately. It's short notice, so we can probably just fly over in an airplane. The ministries don't usually check about that sort of thing. Dumbledore did a double take and realized that he was in fact correct. The ministry was fairly strict with cross-continental flowing and port keys, but they didn't do anything to monitor Muggle transportation methods. Just tell me before. You won't be able to find the way into our home. It's a special place in another dimension. Daddy calls it a pocket dimension where we live. Dumbledore's eyebrows shot up. Before he could ask, the headmistress beat him to it. Miss Kunu, are you saying that you live in a pocket dimension? The term was not unfamiliar to her. Aha. Kunu nodded. And other yokai live there? Aha. Several. Lots. Hundreds. Way more. Thousands. Mama said millions. And millions. The headmistress went pale. Dumbledore's eyes widened and didn't react in time as she fell over and fainted. Line break. A/N. The headmistress of Mahudakoro meets Kunu. It goes about as well as expected. Headmistress, there are thousands of yokai we have to manage around Japan. Kunu, oh yeah, my home has millions in a pocket dimension over Kyoto. Headmistress, faints. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 721, Chapter. I swung my new swords through the air a few times. My new skyward blade slices through the air so quickly. I wasn't even trying to be intentionally fast with it, yet it seemed like every swing of the sword had it moving faster and faster as it sliced through the air. No, it didn't slice through the air, it was like the air parted for it, then wrapped around it and pushed it forward. With every swing, it gathered the air around it, causing it to move even faster. This had the side effect of making it extremely sharp. Even if that wasn't its main strength, I was gleefully happy to discover this nonetheless. I could tell already that this was now my fastest sword among all my treasures. Granted, I wasn't including my divine sword in that, but that was sort of cheating to try and compare them. Mirage. Greed. Whisper. Ascalon. Sword of Destruction. Dawnbreaker. I had a lot of swords already, and I used them all consistently. They weren't just merely treasures to my dragon-hoarding sensibilities. They were part of my power, they were important parts of me at this point. I held each of them dearly. Now, I had 2 more to add to that number. Not just my new skyward blade, but now my summit shaper as well. I set the skyward blade down before focusing on my much heavier summit shaper. As one would expect by the name, it was in fact fairly heavy. Not unbearably heavy or anything like that. But its general weight would make greatswords or even warhammers feel insecure. It makes sense, considering its origin. And I wasn't talking about its special ability either. The fact that it was forged by a god of earth, or Geo-Archon, as Venti said. Venti's sword was fast, it was free, it danced in the wind. Summit shaper here. It was heavy, it was unyielding, it was firm. If I didn't have supernatural levels of strength, I wouldn't have been able to wield it properly with just one hand, despite it being a one-handed sword. I increased the weight of the sword in my hand, just gradually at first, until I got a sense of it. It was more a mental calculation that translated to the sword's weight. It wasn't like a direct vocal command or that I had to use measurements I was unfamiliar with. 100 pounds, 200, 300. The sword continued to increase in weight in my grasp, and I couldn't help but smile as it passed 1,000 pounds and my arms trembled. I could lift 1,000 pounds, it wasn't difficult, but it was just a tad awkward to hold a sword properly at that weight. My arms weren't used to the distribution in this way, but that was fine. My intention wasn't to physically wield it at this weight the entire time, I had plenty of plans to make use of this thing. I noticed too it wasn't simply increasing in weight. The kind of magical or divine ability the sword would require would be astronomical. Rather, it was using the concept of gravity to imbue itself with weight. The difference was academic, but it was an important distinction to make. Sorry, I kind of got swept up in the excitement for a moment. I noticed Artoria watching me silently. She smiled warmly, pushing her hair behind her ear. I am not offended. I enjoy seeing you happy. Would you like to try them out? I offered. I was protective of things that were mine. But it was an entirely different story when it came to people I cared about. Honestly, if she asked, I would give them all to her without a second thought. She took them happily and started to swing them around herself. As a master swordsman, she could easily get a feel for them. I looked over towards Venti and Ether. Ether also had a new sword in his hand that he was happily swinging around. It didn't look inferior to the 2 swords I had just gained, but I wouldn't be able to tell unless I got my hands on it. It looked almost decorative at first glance, but appearances can be deceiving. Artoria looked pleased with my weapons too, and she grabbed my arm again as she handed them back to me. Her own greatsword was retrieved from the side of the church wall and returned to her back. Nice sword. I gave Ether a thumbs up. Yeah, it's a good sword. He grinned. Better than the one I was using before, that's for sure. Seems like you have experience, huh? He nodded. I remember using a sword for most of my life. Though, I can't remember the details about it. He scratched his head. Memory loss then? I hummed. He shrugged. I suppose. I think my memories will return after traveling around for a bit and looking for Lumen. Lumen was the name of his sister then. If you both are satisfied, I'll put my stuff away now. Venti called out as all the things he plopped on the ground were swept up by the wind and disappeared. You can probably take down the wind barrier around the area too. I spoke up. Barrier? What barrier? Paimon doesn't see a barrier. The little fairy looked around in confusion. Mister, I couldn't stop her from stepping on me, put up a wind barrier to hide the commotion fairly early on, I revealed. Hey, he looked away. What is that thing on your waist? Artoria pointed at a specific trinket hanging at his side. I have noticed something similar on others, and it has given off a certain energy. My vision. Venti reached for it, like a cat trying to grab its tail. He spun around in a circle until he caught it in his hand. I keep forgetting you're not from around here. He chuckled. Oh, I know. Paimon spoke up. It's a vision. We learned that people get them when they do something amazing, and it lets them control the elements. She looked very proud of herself. Right, Ether isn't from around here, so he must have learned this recently too. It's odd to meet someone else not from the world I'm visiting like this. Well, that's not entirely wrong. Venti smiled. It's not about accomplishing a big feat, but that sometimes happens. It's bestowed upon people by Celestia, it's a sort of recognition. Mine is fake, it's just something I carry around so people don't question why I can use an MO. But it's more like your ambition, your will crystallized and given shape. It corresponds to one of the 7 elements. Anemo, Geo, Dendro, Electro, Cryo, Pyro, and Hydro. Huh. I inspected it a bit more closely. So, it's a status symbol. A bit. Venti didn't deny it. If you see someone of status or someone strong, it's likely they have a vision. But they can appear on anyone. There are a few kids here that have their own visions. You already met Klee. I had a feeling he was giving just vague, general knowledge regarding it. But yeah, I remember Klee had something similar. I think that's what she was using to make bombs. It seems they're more useful than simply controlling the elements in a basic sense. Neat. But, well, it's not only visions that let you be strong. He added unhastily. That's right, I remember meeting several people who could do stuff without a vision. Ether rubbed his chin. Those Fatui could use elemental power without a vision too. Not to mention, I don't need a vision. Those guys that just appeared. I hummed. That woman, did she have one of these visions too? Venti shook his head. Well, the Fatui have some technology that lets them use elemental power. I've seen machines that let them use various things. As for the Harbinger, she doesn't have a vision but has a delusion. I feel like I felt the ominousness in your voice. Venti chuckled again. It's something that Tsaritsa made. They're similar to visions in how they work, but they come with a price. Just be careful if you see someone with one, it means they're strong. You know, this world is starting to sound really neat. Lots of exploring and seeing to be had here. I looked over at Ether. You can use this elemental power too, huh? I didn't miss him saying that. Ether nodded. When I touched the statue of Barbados when I first woke up here, I started being able to use an MO. I looked at Venti, and he held his arms up. Hey, don't look at me. It's not like I blessed him or something. That's all on him, I was just as surprised to see it too. He quickly defended himself. So, the people here use the power of the elements in combat. That is good to know. Artoria was pleased with this newfound information. You'll fit right in with your sword. Venti grinned. That was pretty neat, I've never seen something like that before. I've met pretty much every type of wind in Teyvat, and the winds wrapped around your sword were a new experience for me. I could hear the twinge of excitement. He did say he used to be a wind spirit or something like that. Artoria smiled at the compliment. I could imagine that it must have been strange for him considering that her invisible heir was basically a noble phantasm and wasn't a physical entity like he was probably more familiar with. Either way. If you don't mind me asking, where are you from? Ether looked at me this time. It felt like he had this question on the tip of his tongue for a while. Our world is called Earth. Though, it's also called Terra or Gaia, depending on who you talk to. It's all the same really. I briefly explained. It's about the same, Habitable for humans, gravity, oxygen, earth, and oceans. I waved my hand through the air. Why, does it ring any bells? Where are you from? Ether scratched his cheek. Sorry, I can't remember. I have some bits and pieces, but they're still hard to place together. I think I've been traveling for a really long time with my sister. I didn't know if an Earth existed in this world line. That sucks that he's having memory problems. Not really much I can do there, all the healing I know, even Avalon, isn't going to help with that. It's okay, traveler. Paimon is sure that you'll remember everything soon. Thanks, Paimon. He smiled at her. Well, if you ever remember and want to go back, you can come find me. I can take you home if you need be. I offered, feeling sympathetic to his situation. Who knows how he arrived? Was it from somewhere else out in the universe, or was it from another dimension? Either way, I could help with both. And to be honest, I was happy to try out my ship now that it could safely travel through space. Thanks, I appreciate it. He said politely. Well, that was for the future. He seemed like a nice guy. I wasn't exactly how old he was, at first glance, he looked rather young. But his presence sort of screamed that he was older. Some people just have that sort of vibe even if they don't show it. It's clear he was more focused on finding his sister for now, wherever that may be. If I found any clues while I was traveling with Artoria, well, I wouldn't keep them to myself. I'm going to go talk to Jean and tell her what happened, Ether spoke up. Do you want to come? I should probably not. Venti trailed off. It's enough that you're going to talk to her. You sound oddly guilty about something. I pointed out. No, it's just awkward. He cleared his throat. She found out about my identity during the incident with Dvalin. I thought it was better that I stay away for now. A god who didn't want others to worship him. It was odd. Rather, he wanted people to push ahead in their lives by themselves. A god of freedom was kind of a contradictory existence, wasn't it? It's all right, I'll tell Grandmaster Jean that you're busy, Ether reassured him. Thanks, traveler. Venti gave him a thumbs up. Come on, Paimon, let's go see Jean, Ether urged. I'm sure she's going to want to hear what happened. She did make me an honor knight, I should go help out. We watched the two of them leave. I thought you would ask him more questions. You seemed curious about him, and he seemed curious about you as well. Artoria looked at me. His memory is all messed up, it seems. And we're basically strangers, I think he felt too awkward trying to get answers or ask me a bunch of questions. I shrugged. I'm sure we'll see each other around. What are your plans now? Going to stay in Mondstadt? It may be wise to stay here for now, you never know how the Fatui will react after you get on their bad side. Venti waved his hand, and I could see the invisible wind barrier around the plaza start to dissipate. Wanna see something neat? He asked without giving me time to answer his question. Sure. I answered without hesitation. He took out a lyre, from where I don't know. He strummed it a few times and began to sing a song in a language I didn't recognize. Rather, I don't know if it was a verbal language, but it seemed to resonate more with the world around us. The damage to the surroundings started to mend. The shattered stones, the ruptured earth, and the remnants of the fight had returned to normal as if they never happened. Phew, that always tired me now. Venti swiped at sweat dripping down from his brow. Sorry, since when does control over wind let you reverse time? I asked skeptically. Hey. Don't You realize you're just proving my point, right? You let her. He looked away again. Well, it's not something I can do much anymore these days. But after drinking that wine you gave me, I feel a bit younger. Like I have a little bit of my old strength back. Aha. It's true. I'm not making excuses. He pouted. Besides, that's not really something I can do casually. Well, this was on a small scale, like a really small scale, you know. It's just something I inherited from my mother. I was born a wind spirit, a single thread from the 1,000 winds of time. I raised an eyebrow. There's still a lot I don't know about this place, which just makes it all the more interesting. I realized, though. He must not have many people he can freely talk to like this. Because if he reveals himself, his true self, the god of freedom, Barbados, people will treat him differently. He'll no longer be the simple bard, Venti. But I'm here, knowing his identity and giving him shit. It must feel refreshing for him enough that he's being rather cavalier and open about himself without reservations. All I'm saying is, I understand. I also have a certain type of woman I like. I reassured him. How long are you going to keep holding that over me? He slumped his shoulders. I think he was trying to distract me there for a moment. There's no need to feel embarrassed. Artoria spoke up. Wilhelm shares the same proclivities as you. Venti nearly choked as Artoria said that so normally. I'm not ashamed. I crossed my arms. Venti just started laughing. It's nice to meet someone like you that doesn't take themselves too seriously. Like me? I asked. He hummed, as if trying to find the right words. Strong. I guess. Morex is so careful about how everyone sees him. And well, she's a whole other storm. I'm not really that close with the others. There's a time and place. I understood what he was getting at. What's the point in living if I can't enjoy living my life how I want to after getting strong? Artoria looked up at me and smiled warmly again, holding my arm tightly. Despite his jests, he is responsible when he needs to be. Venti grinned in response. He seemed rather relaxed. Are you going to stay around for now? I wasn't kidding, you know. That woman was dangerous, if we really fought. I would have to stop holding back to really beat her. I had the urge to bring up the fact that he just admitted to letting her step on him, but I held it back. I know he was being considerate of me and Artoria, so I wanted to be nice. We're pretty strong. Besides, we don't really have any intention of getting involved in anything annoying. In my experience, trouble has a way of finding people who are trying to avoid it. He strummed his lyre as a gentle wind flowed through the city. But I won't tell you what to do, I just wanted to give you a warning. I don't really know how strong you are, but it's up to you on which path you take. We have no clear destination in mind. Artoria spoke up. Simply traveling around is more than enough for me, I would like to experience the local cuisine. Venti perked up. Mondstadt has great food. But you should also head over to Liyue too. Their seafood is great. If you want to go a bit further, there's Fontaine, they also have amazing seafood too. They have crabs bigger than a person over there. Artoria's eyes lit up, and she tugged on my sleeve while giving me the look. It seems we'll have to visit these places. Can you tell us about the kingdoms or nations around here? I heard them mentioned once or twice, but we don't know anything. At some point, we left the cathedral square and made our way back into town. You're talking to the right person. I've traveled nearly everywhere as a bard, playing in almost every city. Almost. He cleared his throat. I may have been chased out of a certain kingdom owned by a certain cryo-archon some years ago. Ah, the Tsaritsa he mentioned. What's the closest? Well, the easiest destination would be Liyue. They're our closest traders, and we have a really good relationship with them. Sumeru is, just about the same distance. But, it's a bit harder to travel to and from there. Deserts, jungles, that sort of thing. So Liyue is the closest. I rubbed my chin. That wouldn't make a bad next destination. And from Liyue you can head over to Inazuma. It's a string of islands south of here. Liyue has a port and has trade with them. I have heard some rumors about something going on over there, but I'm sure it'll be fine. It sounds like the beginnings of a plan. Artoria nodded. Is it okay to travel freely between kingdoms? Oh yeah. Most places let you just come and go, unless you're a criminal or something. But if you want to be on the safe side, you can join the Adventurers Guild. What's the Adventurers Guild? I asked curiously. It's a place where everyone who loves adventure gathers. There's one in every major city. Anyone can post missions or quests for adventurers to take. Anything from fighting certain monsters to finding objects or collecting herbs. A lot of times, there are just quests to travel to places and report back. He sounded really excited as he explained that. I had a feeling that he really likes this Adventurers Guild. I take it you're a member? Of course. He puffed up his chest. It's a nice way to travel in case you ever get stopped. I can just flash my adventurer's badge, and people usually let me go. Yeah, that sounds about right. Come on, I'll take you over there. It's easy to join if you have another adventurer to vouch for you. Venti grabbed my arm and all but pulled me as I too pulled Artoria along for the ride. Line break. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild. What can I do for you? We approached a booth, an open kiosk, a sitware. It was connected to the side of a larger building that had various signs placed around it. A woman was on the other side looking very professional. Hello, we'd like to join the Adventurers Guild. Artoria got straight to the point. I will need to collect your information. We have a 1-month period of evaluation for new members. You will be considered a junior member with limited benefits until the observation period is over. The woman stated. Don't worry, Catherine. I'll vouch for them, let them become full members. Venti leaned on the counter. Adventurer Venti, Catherine addressed him. If you are vouching for them, as per Adventurers Code 429, the 1-month period of observation can be waived. However, you will bear responsibility should a mishap occur. It's fine, it's fine. He waved off. She reached under the counter and pulled out a couple clipboards for us to fill out. Venti grabbed them. Don't worry, I got you. I was about to say something, but he seemed to have anticipated this. It's just some basic information. He hummed. Sorry Catherine, they aren't from Mondstadt, so I'm going to help them fill it out since they don't write the language very well here. You may proceed. She didn't stop him. I noticed something off about her. It took me a moment to realize. She wasn't breathing. Her chest wasn't rising and falling, and when I focused, I don't think she was taking in any breath at all. There could be several explanations for that, but I don't think she was human. Well, not like I had any room to talk, nor did I really care. No reason to poke at something that was none of my business. Catherine set two little plaques on the table next. These will be your adventurer badges. You are starting out at the lowest rank, and by completing quests, you can raise your standing. Your rank correlates to the level of quests you may accept or receive. Notable merits outside of assigned quests can be submitted to increase your rank as well. It sounds well structured. Are all quests of a mundane nature? Or will there ever be a call to arms? I wish to understand the obligations that come with this new status. Artoria asked. You may refuse any quest you wish. The Adventurers Guild will not enforce mandatory quests except in the event of a catastrophe that threatens the survival of the residing Adventurers Guild and nation. Artoria nodded. It sounded reasonable. We won't force you to do anything unless it's literally an apocalyptic event for the residing nation. And even then, it's not like they could really force people. It was more, this is your only obligation to assist in an emergency. We work closely with the governing bodies of every nation, and they may submit quests through our notices. Such quests may involve combat or dangerous situations, which will be outlined before the quest can be taken. She continued. I see, it is a viable system to manage the populace. Artoria sounded rather impressed. Better than having mercenaries running around or things like that. Especially with a population that can apparently gain magical powers out of nowhere. I don't know how many people had these visions, but I imagine that not many of them like to be tied down. Letting them be free while also managing them in a structured way like this meant that everyone got what they wanted. There is also a small fee of 5,000 mora per person to process the paperwork. Catherine noted. I looked at Venti before sighing. Artoria, do you still have it? I should have enough left over. She took out the mora and counted the amount before putting it on the table. Thank you, I will be right back. She took the clipboards and the money, then turned around and left the kiosk through the door behind her. I have a question. Venti perked up. What exactly is mora? I questioned. At first, I thought it was gold, or some other type of precious metal, but that's not it at all. It seemed more like a solidified type of energy than anything. Well, that's a difficult question to answer. He scratched his cheek. You can think of it like a catalyst. Rather than shiny metals or pieces of paper, Rex Lapis, Morex, wanted to create a currency that had meaning behind it. People work their whole lives for it, it's used to keep roofs over their heads, feed them, it was to give that purpose. It was created by the Geo-Archon. I remembered the name he said before. Venti nodded. Using his divine power and authority. All Mora originated from him in Liyue. What do you mean by catalyst? Artoria asked. Well, it has more uses than just being currency. I hear it's a great alchemy component. I've seen it used to empower weapons. And I've seen it be used to craft wondrous things. The possibilities are limitless. He smiled. I won't say more than that, it's for something to discover for yourselves. He finished with a wink. How interesting. That's where the number comes from, huh? The higher the number, the more potent the energy inside. But how do you get a higher numbered coin? Oh, you can just combine them with a bit of effort. He held 2 Mora coins between his fingers with a flick of his hand. They each had a 1 on them, and when he pushed them together, it changed into a 2. But, it's a bit harder to separate them from most people. You usually need to go to a bank where they have specialists who can make change for bigger amounts. Catherine returned and grabbed the badges she left. She took out a stamp and pressed it against the badges. There, you are officially registered as a level 1 guild member. Ad Astra Abyssosk. It's our official motto, it means, to the stars and the abyss. It means that we don't fear our destination and walk proudly forward into the unknown. I like that. Artoria tilted her head. I look forward to cooperation. Catherine politely smiled. If you have any questions or concerns, I am available here to assist. Please enter the guild building if you wish to partake in our benefits. We have a quest board if you wish to browse, or you can come speak to me for specific quests. For your rank, the benefits are limited, however, we do offer healing supplies, weapon acquisition, and adventuring equipment at a steep discount for your first purchase. Now's the most important part. You need to get your adventurer uniforms. Venti grinned really wide for some reason. Line break. I was wondering why Venti was so focused on this. Why did he seem so assertive that this was absolutely necessary for us? The fact is, when we walked into the guild building, there wasn't anyone wearing the official uniform. It wasn't required, that much was obvious. It was only when I finally saw it that I realized why no one else I saw inside was wearing it. I think the reason Venti wanted me to wear it was entirely because of who I looked like. At this point, though, fuck it. I admired myself in the mirror. It was hard to justify it, but I boasted about having no shame. I can't back out now. I left the changing room and stepped out to see Artoria was waiting for me. She was now wearing a green dress. Like, dark forest green. With brown and red boots and some white undercloth that peeked out around the base of her skirt. And a cute little red tie that finished it off. Honestly, she looked utterly adorable. Her uniform looked significantly better than my version, that's for sure. Not much different than her normal style of clothing. She even had a cute little hat. But her nose immediately scrunched up when she saw me. All right, tell me honestly. How do I look? I said immediately. She didn't immediately respond, that pretty much said all I needed to know. When I stayed with Rin at first, after the war, we watched old movies to familiarize ourselves with the era. That extended when we moved back to my homeland. It became tradition for us to spend time each week to watch something together. Yes. We watched a few holiday movies. I love you, Wilhelm. But you look like a Christmas elf. A handsome Christmas elf. She reached up and patted my cheek before taking my arm. You're my silly Christmas elf. Do you want me to change? Do you want to change? I adjusted my pants. The pants are riding up a bit high, but I'm honestly kinda getting used to the look now. I would not be upset if you continued to wear it. It is cultural clothing, it's polite to respect the differences when we travel. She kept her words polite. Oh well, I'll leave it on for now. When in Rome, and all that. She held my arm again as we left the building. May as well go get some food, I think. Then we can maybe do something else together, go finish seeing the sights. Go take a quest. I do need to do work on my new swords to bind them to me like my others so I can mentally command them. Likewise, I really want to go test them out. But I'm in no rush. What are you wearing? I stopped, as did Artoria. Because the voice was from someone we recognized. Dialek was standing not far away, staring at us, mostly at me. The absolutely horrified look on his face as he stared at my choice of clothing. You know what? I changed my mind, I love this uniform now. And I'm fairly sure I heard another familiar laugh stretch out across the wind. Line break. A/N. They joined the Adventurers Guild with plans to do some exploring and whatnot. The overall plan is to go to Liyue and then to Inazuma from there. Perhaps Sumeru after that, who knows. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name.